up the last 2 days of the Big Festoon. We have laughed, we have cried, we have listened, we have learned, and I cannot wait to do it all again.
It doesn't matter what you look like, what your experiences are, if you're in business, if you're not in business. People just get together and nobody is left out.
You learn something with every single one of the speakers.
I felt like a lovable weirdo amongst other lovable weirdos.
I am your DJ tonight.
This is one of the most exciting events. You can feel the energy in the room. There is sort of a buzz.
Cried and I've laughed and I've sang. It's just been so incredible to be part of this movement, this power coming through. It's just meant the world to me. I'm going to cry. You didn't mean to.
I was at the VIP dinner last night and it was absolutely brilliant.
This event to me means acceptance.
Being able to be yourself in a room of everyone who accepts you is fantastic.
There's nothing more powerful in this world than living your truth and inspiring everyone else to do the same.
Well, hello. Good morning. Oh my goodness. Right, we are locked and loaded. For those of us that haven't met before, my name is Danny Wallace and I am the Queen Bee, founder of the Big Festoon. And today is our marathon live stream. Well, I'm going to be live all the way through till 10 p.m. this evening, interviewing some of the brightest, the best, the boldest in British business. Because here's the thing, right? Right now, there are a couple of things that are going on out in the world. One is there feels like a lot of fractiousness going on, a lot of like wobbliness in both of the political and the economic climate. And two, one of the things that I'm hearing time and time again is that business owners want to diversify their audiences. They want to be more inclusive. They don't know how. They are so stuck in the weeds. It's very difficult to go out and meet new people. They don't know where to go, what to do, how to do it. Turns out I've created something that assists with that. So could you do me a favor? If you are watching along, I'm just looking over here. I got my phone's just down here so I can see comments over on Facebook. If you're on LinkedIn, let me know that you're watching over on LinkedIn. I think I can see LinkedIn comments if you allow them at the top of, what's the word? At the top of, what's the word? The title, the bit at the top. I think it says give permission to see all your things. So do us a little favor. I'm just asking Facebook, my angels, my loves, my darlings, my OG stomping ground. Are you there? And now we are now live over on Instagram. So we are cross-platform today. Amy Blaney, I see you. I see you, my darling. I'm very glad. I've got some coffee in your honor. If we have met before, cheers. If we haven't met before, cheers. If you're watching over on Instagram, I apologize. I've not yet quite worked out how to do landscape over on LinkedIn and YouTube and all of those sorts of places and do portrait over on Insta. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, it might not be the case actually, that it was going to stack when I bring the first of our guests in, that it was going to stack us. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. We'll see. But if you are here this morning, please do give us a like, give us a love, give us a share. I'm going to be sharing with you what today is all about very shortly. I'm just going to get the numbers in. I'm just going to get jiggy. Allow the algorithm to know that we are live. So those that haven't met each other, I am Danny Wallace and I am the Queen Bee, founder of the Big Festoon, which is the UK's fastest growing business and personal development event. Now, the reason the Big Festoon was born was because I, as a business owner, found it really stuffy, really awkward, being neurodivergent, found it really kind of difficult to really wholly be myself in the business space in a way that felt not just authentic, but safe. And one of the things that really boiled my piss, just be honest, it might get sweary up in here if it offends you. Sorry about you. I'm not swearing at you. I'm swearing in context. Hello, Leah Turner. I see you watching over on the Instagram. You will see me later. I got a surprise for you, my darling. I've got some of the most incredible guests for you today. And so anyway, back to the Big Festoon. bees, when they're building something new, they link arms and they show the other bees where to build to. And it's with that spirit that today has been built. That when things feel fractious and things feel wobbly, like from an economic perspective, from a political perspective, just like because things feel fucking heavy sometimes, right? That sometimes it's just good to link arms and learn from each other in a space where you are absolutely welcome. If anyone doesn't have any kind of like, I don't know, context on why it is that I do what I do. I grew up on the council estates of Preston, where people like me didn't do things like this, didn't create big businesses, didn't run events, didn't bring people together. That wasn't what we did. It wasn't, that kind of world wasn't for me when I was growing up. If I think about how I grew up systemically and generationally, things like domestic abuse, domestic abuse, addiction, all of that sort of stuff were kind of the fabric from which I was woven. They were the things that I had exposure to when I was growing up. And one of the things that I learned in and amongst all of this was tenacity, work ethic, and resilience are absolute and inherent skills. And one of the other things that I found there in the spaces where I grew up was I had a talent in that I was a great performer. I was a singer from very, very young. I was given the support from one of my primary school teachers to become a singer, or at least to learn how to sing and learn how to perform. But what I found was that in performing, I helped keep everybody from fighting, because if everyone was looking at me, no one was fighting with each other. It became a bit of a survival mechanism for myself, very, very early doors. And over time, lots and lots of things happened. Essentially, I ran away with a circus as a performer, worked all the way around the world. It wasn't really the circus. It were lots of different holiday camps, hotels and cruise ships as a singer, entertainer, performer and host. And I came back to the UK to get a proper job, because that wasn't considered a proper job, because I hadn't been ordained by Simon Cowell, you see. I hadn't been on the X Factor or, pop stars at the time, or all of those things. Over the course of time, I would audition for those things and I'd get so far, and time and time again, for anyone out there that is a performer, and I've got performers actually coming to speak today, will know that actually it's this amount of people that kind of make it per se out in the entertainment space. And after a while, even though I was inherently a performer, I got really disheartened. And so I came back to the UK to get a proper job. And that proper job for me was working within the HR facilities within some really big brands. Essentially what I did is I swapped a stage for a stage. And even though that was an incredible jump, and I was very, very lucky or skilled, however you look at it, that I was talent managed within that situation to become a learning development professional. Underneath, things were really difficult because of the information that I had when I was growing up. The decisions I made over my intimate partners, so on and so forth, meant that I found myself in a lot of difficult positions. I found myself experiencing domestic abuse and eventually homelessness. So about 15 years ago, I was homeless with my two, at the time, I've got 3 now, kids under the age of 3. And I swore if ever I was to survive that situation, I would spend the rest of my life in service. And that's exactly what I've been doing, be it through entertainment, through business, through my job as a speaking coach, through my work at the Big Festoon and creating the events that I have, that we center ourselves in being inclusive, that we center ourselves in linking arms, and we center ourselves in a few main core values. 1 is that we all do well when we all do well. 2 is that we are enthusiastically and joyfully inclusive, and that isn't a soft option. It's not about being a snowflake. It's not about getting butthurt. It's about being fucking kind. And that's our next value, that kindness is our superpower. We learn through joy, we bring the joy and we bring the fun. And we do that doing the most serious of business at the same time. And there's one question that I always ask my delegates. There's one question that I always ask the people that I work with when they start to work with me or when they attend an event is, are you sitting comfortably? And if you know if you know who you know, what you know, and you know about the big Festoon, you know about Danny fucking Wallace, you know that the answer is actually no. I don't want you to be comfortable. I want you to be safe. Don't get me wrong. I want you to be successful. Absolutely. But I don't want you to be comfortable. I'm not going to be comfortable today. I'm going to be sharing something with the world. One of the biggest initiatives I've ever created, one of the most impactful initiatives I've ever created. I'm going to be sharing that and how you can get involved with that a little bit later on today. I can see my daughter, my middle one, Daisy, has just joined the live. I think you're over on Instagram. Good morning, Daisy. I hope you're okay, my darling. So over the course of today, I'm going to just share with you the impact of the network that I have intentionally curated over the last 6 or 7 years. Success leaves clues. And when you actively go out and seek the people that have created the life that you want, people that have created the success in whichever form, I guess, that you want, when you go and seek those people out, it becomes really life-changing because, like I say, success leaves clues. More often than not, people that do find success, that are good people, that do align with these values, they tend to tell the people that are kind of a little bit further, like not behind in their journey, but just a little bit earlier in their journey. They tend to become mentors. They tend to share value around the things that they did so that your journey doesn't have to have as many hurdles. And somebody who I know is just about to jump onto the live stream is not just a client of mine, but a friend of mine. And his journey with the big Festoon, his journey with his business, his journey from a personal perspective is absolutely phenomenal. So please welcome to the live stream, the very first of my guests this morning. I hope you're ready in the green room there, Mr. Paul Tinker. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am good. How are you, my darling? Long time no see. Do you know what I've done? I've gotten all of my friends that are really busy and gone, I'm doing an important thing just because I want a Bruna catch up.
Love it.
How are you, my darling? Are you over in Cyprus at the minute? Are you in situ?
No, I'm in freezing cold Lincoln. I'm off Leeds today, but yes, exciting. Thank you for having me.
No, absolutely, mate, absolutely. First of all, I want to say thanks for joining us. I know how busy you are. I know it's really fucking early in the morning. I'm doing little 15-minute like catch-ups and interviews with all of my most powerful, most clever, most tenacious business friends out in the space. And you were part of the top of my list. Can you do me a favor, Paul? Can you tell? I feel like Scylla. What's your name and where'd you come from?
I am Paul.
Hi, Paul.
I come from Rotherham originally, and spent 14 years in the forces all over the world, and then came back to join the close protection security industry in 2006. I think it was a couple of years at that. Absolutely hated it, so I decided I'll go and join the construction industry. I don't even know how I did that. I fell into it by accident.
Tripped and fell into it. A lot of us do, don't we?
Yeah. And then 10 years later, here I am doing this, which I also fell into. So now coaching trades businesses now.
Amazing. And to go from you've had quite the journey over the past 10 years, certainly over the last sort of 8 or 9. And the chaos in me sees the chaos in you, and the light in me sees the light in you. I think this is one of the reasons why you and I are friends, Paul. Tell us a little bit about the journey that you had kind of personally and with yourself, because you've made a lot of decisions in order to create, I think, the success that you've got today. The personal decisions that you made were really, I think, pivotal in you were successful before, but when we think about holistically successful, I think that's some of the personal decisions that you've made. Do you mind sharing with us a little bit about that?
No, not at all.
Oh, hang on. Have you frozen?
Hang
on.
Oh, what's happened?
Hang on. You've gone. Are you back?
What's happened here?
I like how you had to put your glasses on to see then. You've frozen. You're frozen, my darling.
I mean, almost. What's happened here?
We've got the what's happened. So just if you are joining us now, we've got Paul Tinker on with us, kicking off proceedings this morning. And when I think of Paul Tinker and think about the journey that he's been on, one of the things that he experienced, I'm sure he'll come back to us in just a sec. What I'll do is I'll pop him to one side. And then if I can see him move again, then I'll bring him back in. Paul has had quite the journey, certainly within the construction industry. And one of the things that I know he sort of experienced over sort of the course of time was that the more pressure went on, the more that Paul was trying to kind of medicate a very busy brain, and he did that through drinking. He made a decision a number of years ago to stop drinking altogether, and the change in him between where he was then and where he is now is absolutely phenomenal. But one of the things I wanted to talk about this morning with Paul, and I hope that he comes back. If he's not able to, then not to worry, we'll come back, I know, at a later point, is his journey with the Big Festoon. So he came to me as a speaking client about 18 months, 2 years ago now, and was like, right, Danny, I want to put on my own events. I already, have a training facility, and it's growing at a rate and it's growing at pace. And I want to, bring members of the construction industry and also members of the property industry together so that they can do business together. And so I'm going to need to host, like, in a big way. I'm going to need to speak in a big way. And, I want to come and learn from you. And that's what I do in terms of, yes, I'm an event producer, but one of the big things that I do is help people use their voice to create more impact, influence, and income. What Paul wasn't bargaining for was the insights that he got on the inside of a community like the Big Festoon and like the Hive, which is my free community. And it was access to understanding different types of people. Think that from a broader perspective, the construction industry is really heavily a masculine space, right? We'd all be in agreement with that. If I was to, to share that, that wouldn't be incorrect, right? And so Paul maybe didn't necessarily have access to different types of people. And when I say different types of people, I mean members of the broader queer community, exploring that, thinking about being more inclusive. Are you there, my love? Are you back? Shall I bring you back? Give us a thumbs up. Is he there? He's there. Hello, sausage.
Hello. Right, I've had to come on my phone.
Jump on your phone. That's all good. Yeah. What I was going to say is, what I was just sort of chatting about in the in-between, and what I want to do is before I let you go off out into the world, I want some advice from you before you go. But I was just sharing with everybody, one of the joys of working with you is being on the inside of the Big Festoon community, really change your perspective on how you bring people together. Could you tell us about that? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was probably for me and my team, one of the most beautiful and affirming things when it comes to working with a very masculine, incredible guy like yourself. Tell me a little bit about that and that experience. Just before we go on to that, I want some juice from you for everyone before we go.
Yeah, that was a very, like, the only way I can tell the stories is honestly. And like, I've told this experience to people before, and I had shit for it, but I can definitely see sort of like people thinking I shouldn't be saying it. So when I came to the Big Festoon, I had no idea what I say walking into. It was like, I'm just going to speak at a gig, and I didn't really give it any sort of like thought or anything else other than,
because we've just been working together, right? We've just been like training together and what have you.
Yeah, I was developing my speaking skills, and you'd help me with developing my my talks and stuff like that. But I never actually gave any thought to the venue, to the people, to anybody that was coming along. And I'll never forget walking into that place in Bolton, and I see the size of I made the mistake of coming before, so I came the night before, and it was like you were singing on stage, and it was like, fucking hell, it's like I'm like at a concert. I remember walking into the thing on the following day, and it was like, what is this? And I walked down this where you had your exhibitors upstairs, and the first stall I saw was a dildo stall, and I looked at this stall and I was like, I'm in the fucking wrong place here. Like, what is this? And then the next stall was someone selling edible condoms, and I was like, oh fucking hell, like what have I? What am I here?
What is this
What have I come
business
into?
event?
Yeah. And then I carried on walking down this thing, and I saw at the end of the like gantry there was a kid's tent. Well, I say it was a kid's tent. That's what it looked like. It was
Yeah.
like a teepee, and there was a kid's font above it. What was it called? Kiss Story or
Sense story.
Sense Story. That's it.
Yes.
And I saw this Sense Story sign, and I thought that looks like a safe space. I'll head towards there. So I started heading towards this Sense Story, and I was just trying to like block out the exhibitors that were left and right of me, just in case there was something else random that was going to get me. And I headed towards, and I met Joe there, and as soon as I walked over, she clocked how uncomfortable I was, and she said, "Right, what you need to do is lay on this hammock, and I'm going to put you this weighted blanket on." And she put my blanket on. I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on here? I've walked past a dildo stall. I've walked past an edible condom stall. Now someone wants me in bed in a hammock, and it was like, I couldn't fucking. I could not like suss out what the crack was, and I got off this hammock, and she said, "I'm going to tell you something about your business that you probably don't know." And I've never met her before in my life, and she literally explained every client that I was working with in that moment, and that I'd worked with in the past, and she physically described them. And I was like, "But how do you know that?" And she said, "Because you're only ever going to attract people into your world that are a mirror almost of what you are. I can just tell how closed down and closed sort of." She didn't use the word closed-minded, but she said, I can tell you're only ever going to attract those people into your world just because of how you're portraying yourself and your business." And it really got me thinking that day, like, there's something in what she's just said, although ego didn't like it. There's something
It's
in
funny,
what she's
because that's a hard one, isn't it? And I just said before, just before I brought you on, Paula, the question that I ask all of my clients and everyone that comes to the Big Festoon is, are you sitting comfortably? And I fully expect the answer to be no. And I don't mean unsafe. I just mean uncomfortable. I mean, like, if you're not uncomfortable, then you're not learning. And you can choose to take what you want from that or not. And it's entirely up to you. But even you entertaining that is that's no mean feat. And that must have been really uncomfortable. But like moving through that, I came to speak at your event that you run for the construction of the property industry. And what I love is that you've become a conduit for property investors and suppliers within that space and the construction industry, because historically they're known kind of not to meet in the middle, certainly not in a conduit space anyway. And you've really become that, and such a sort of figurehead in the space, not just for helping construction and development companies grow, but bringing them together to do business. Some of the changes that you made or things that you thought about at your event, you wouldn't have done had you not been to the Big Festoon. And it was not in any big flamboyant way, but in such a way that I was like, oh God, he got it. Because it's not about making your events or your speaking like a replica of that within the Big Festoon. So what were the things that you thought about when you put on your event?
After going to the Big Festoon and before putting on my event, had I not been to the Big Festoon, I'll tell you right now, 1,000,000%, it would have been, the guests would have been all men. They would have been all builders. They would have been probably skinheads in the main, and probably covered in tattoos. In the main, that would have been like.
I mean,
largely...
we're all here like covered in tattoos. Again, the chaos in me sees the chaos in you, brother.
Yeah, like that would have been largely the audience, and what I wanted to shift was that sort of stereotypical avatar and stereotypical, like, physically and mentally, the type of people that were going to come along. So I made a conscious shift to not diversify, but broaden the market that we were appealing to, broaden the audience that we're appealing to, and just sort of like just speaking more broadly, more openly, and more inclusively, I think is the right word.
Yeah.
Like one of the big things I did struggle with, again, this came from the Big Festoon, was changing the word tradesman to tradesperson. I'm still like, what, nearly 2 years on now? Yeah, nearly 2 years on, and I still have to consciously do that.
Yeah.
It's such a little thing.
Yeah.
But the way you'll often see blokes in the industry. They'll say things like, "I'm tradesman, 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 tradesman," and I really sort of disconnected with the need to change it. But Lisa, my wife, she's very much up on that's a terrible word. She's very much into inclusivity
Yeah,
and the language that
yeah,
we
yeah,
use.
yeah.
And the way she reframes it for me is, don't think of you being a tradesman and having that message and being disconnected, having other people disconnected from it. It's, would you call yourself a tradeswoman? As in me? And I was like,
Yeah.
well, why would I do that when I'm not
Why
a
would you
tradeswoman?
do that?
And she's like, well, why would females connect with the word tradesman? Because they're not going to, are they?
Right.
And I was like, fucking yeah. You know, like the male-dominated industry I come from and the male-dominated background that I come from, and that mixed with a sprinkling of ego is like, we're just tradesmen and that's it, and we're nothing else. But when you like really look at that from a alternative perspective, from a different gender, and they look at that and go, "Oh, I'm not a tradesman." They immediately disconnect from the language, which was one of the big takeaways that I had.
And I think that even that tiny little thing, and like you say, it's hard, especially when you're in trades, especially when you're in the construction industry. There's a lot of rigidity within that as well. There's a lot of toughness that's needed, and within that, there's a lot of sort of rigidity. And I see this happen for you quite a lot, and you handle this beautifully all the time. Is that you share your wins, you share the good, the bad, the ugly, the in the middle, the everything. And sometimes you get shit for it. Sometimes you'll get someone that will go, I don't know, shut up, you're not bad. Like just trolling on the internet because you've made someone feel uncomfortable and they've not done what you've done and gone, I wonder if I could learn something here. And I think what I love is seeing these like story arcs that you share from time to time when someone who feels uncomfortable by what you've shared gives it some thought, or you just offer, maybe you want to have a think about that, bud. And they'll backtrack and go, oh, well, I didn't mean it like that. Actually, yeah, I've learned loads from you now, Paul. Thanks very much. And what they've done just by you being the way that you are, not in an antagonistic way. Sometimes, yeah, we'll tell someone to fuck off, but like in a non-antagonistic way, just you sharing actually opens the door for other people to learn from you. And so the last thing that I want to kind of ask before you head off again, I don't know when I'll see you next, but I'm excited for when I do. Because I give you a big squeeze. I can't wait to see you and your other half. Is 2026 feels a little bit different. It just does. I don't know why. 2025 felt a little bit dark, and certainly towards the end. And it's not like faux optimism or anything like that. But if you're looking out into 2026, and let's speak like, yes, to your industry, but anybody growing a business right now, what one thing would you say is the most important thing to lock in on this year?
Ooh, wow!
I know it's a big
whoa,
one.
what a question. What one thing would you need to lock in on this year? I think if I had to pick one thing, it's got to be having belief in yourself, no matter what it is that you're doing.
Yeah.
And know that results follow effort.
Right.
Like people want they want the results and they want the quick wins from what they perceive to be the overnight success that somebody else got. And
how many overnight successes have taken overnight, Paul? That you know
zero. But what people looking in and watching believe is they look at you and they go, "Oh, I just want to do what that person did," and they literally think it's a click of the fingers or a flick of a switch.
Yeah. I'll just say the same things that person's saying. I'll not do the work, or I'll not go and meet the people. I'll not go and connect. I'll not go and learn from. I'll not go and invest in myself. I'll just see what this person's doing through this little lens like this and just copy what they do. And that'll garner me the results. It's like when people go, oh, I'm just going to do a social post. I'm selling a thing and expects every dog in the dick falling over themselves to come and buy the stuff, right?
Yeah. No one's buying. Oh, okay.
I wonder why.
What did you do? Oh, I did a post on Facebook, and you're like, fucking hell, mate.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
We've got Lisa Johnson joining us in just 1 second, who's going to talk to us a little bit more about this. But having belief in yourself, Paul, is it's easy to say, difficult to do.
Agreed.
What was the click in the lock for you?
Mine was always probably counterintuitive and polar opposite to that advice, in that I did it to prove people wrong, as opposed to prove me right.
And sometimes
I'm just stubborn and bull-headed,
isn't it?
Yeah. I'm stubborn and bull-headed by nature.
Yeah.
So when someone says you won't do that or that won't work, like I'll keep doing it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And do you know what? That's not. You can look at things however you want, but like to prove someone wrong after a while, and you've proved them wrong, that starts to dissipate anyway. So it's great fire off the starting blocks, and then after a while, Paul, I don't know if you agree, I've like kind of gotten out of the habit now of going, oh yeah, tell me I can't do it, yeah, watch me, because I get on the other side and go, oh, I've got proof now, oh I can. You can tell me I can't. It does that thought doesn't faze me anymore when you tell me that I can't, because I've given myself form. And like you say, I think that is the click in the lock, allowing that spike to take you so far, and then actually that to move away, because then you've got the self-trust. I think that's actually quite a natural progression. And I think if more people feel that right now and know that you can come through, it doesn't always have to be anger that fuels you, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Paul, thank you so much for your time this morning. You are amazing. I'll catch up with you soon. Where can people find you if they want to know more about what it is that you do?
Facebook's probably the best place.
Brilliant. Just Paul Tinker on Facebook?
Yep, that's it.
Amazing. Paul Tinker on Facebook. Thank you very much for being with me this morning. I love you, mate.
Lovely. And you, mate. Take care. See ya. Bye.
All right, that was the first of our guests, and we're already running over. How very dare I? Right, I'm going to pull time back, but I'm very excited to bring our next guest on, who's actually coming to us live from a retreat right now. She's one of my dear friends. She has been with me since right at the very beginning. We're going to share a little bit about that together and what she's getting up to in 2026. Please welcome to the Festoon 500 live reveal, the one and only Lisa Johnson. Hello, you.
Hi, how are you doing?
I am good. I feel like you're getting me funky fresh. You're getting me right at the beginning of the day. Like, catch me 9:30 this evening. You may find me a grave woman. I've got coffee. I've got protein waters. I've got crisps. We'll see how we get on.
What more do you need?
Well, Brad Pitt in a Lamborghini, but it's all good. It's all good. We're working on that. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I know you're super busy, and one of the reasons why you're on with us so early is because you're actually in the middle of one of the really busy times for you and your team, but also you and your team are on you're on a retreat, and you're doing all of your future planning for all of the big things that are coming for Lisa Johnson.
We are. We're here in the middle of Yorkshire, in a very big house in the middle of nowhere.
Amazing. And what sort of things, I know you can't tell us too much, but what sort of things are you working on with your team right now? Because one of the things I want to talk to you about this morning is, yes, obviously you've got Race to Recurring Revenue that's just around the corner, and I want as many of you that are watching right now to go and get involved with that. If you've not come across Lisa before, Lisa has been absolutely pivotal in what I've created, and continues to be pivotal in what we continue to create here at the Big Festoon and with IATQB. But there's two aspects of you that I want to speak to today, Lisa, if it's okay. In the resource room that we've created for the Festoon 500, I'm going to share more if you're like intrigued as to what the Festoon 500 is, by the way, if you're all watching. I'm going to be revealing that in just a little while. But we have a resource room that is a part of it, an online resource room, and there are 5 areas of that resource room. 1 is build, which is tech, products and operations. 2 is grow, which is marketing, sales and finance. 3, which is lead, which is, I want to kind of sit in this with you today, which is leadership, people and inclusion. Sustain, which is wellness, ethics and impact. And fund, which is capital, pitching and ecosystem. And I think that our conversation today needs to bridge actually 3 of those. So yes, like grow, marketing, sales, finance. You'll be talking about that in Race to Recurring Revenue. We'll pop people in that direction and we'll share the links and what have you. But leading and doing that in a sustainable way I know for you in the last 12 months has been a huge shift.
Yeah.
So given these conversations today are about forward facing 2026, what are your thoughts about where you're moving as a leader into 2026?
Yeah, I think the last 12 months has been pivotal anyway for me leading. I believe there's two ways to lead. First, you're an expert and you have to get to expert status, and that
Yeah.
takes time and effort. And like you said before, there is no overnight success. It takes time to get there.
Yeah.
And it takes proving yourself a little bit that you've done these things. And then I think the second side is true thought leadership. And they're very different things. Like when you lead as an expert, the value you give is how to do something.
Yes.
You know, here are 3 tips to, these are the ways that you can do this. This is how I did this, and you can too.
Yeah.
I think when you start kind of showing up as a thought leader, you're not really teaching people anymore how to do something. You're teaching people how to think differently about things. And what I've been doing over the last year is that you won't have seen a post from me saying, here's how to do something. It's very much a opinion based, you know, thought leadership based. Here's how to think differently to be able to cope with how the world is right now, and to be able to cope with how business is right now, because things have changed. And I want to lean in more towards that side. And so I believe one of the biggest things that we're going to need to do is really concentrate everything on our personal brand, because even me, you know, we all wanted to have a brand, not a personal brand. You know, we liked being a personal brand, but we wanted a brand, you know, a big brand that we could grow and then maybe exit and all of those kind of things. And I, a couple of years ago, put a brand together called That Strategy Co. And in that brand, I was standing in front of it and talking about how we're going to grow all these accreditations, and my face wasn't going to be on it. It was just going to be a brand. And then I'm a futurist, so I look at what's coming.
Yes.
And I saw what is here now. I saw what was coming because of the advent of AI. And so I was like, they're going to need me for something very different to this. They're going to need me to show them that personal brand is actually the way to go. And so even though that business was making multi-6 figures, I scrapped it almost immediately. Like after 7 months, it was gone. And I concentrated all in on personal brand. And that's now where I really want to show people you need to be going, and how to strengthen a personal brand, because lots of people think they have personal brands, but they're not strong enough to withstand what's here now and what's coming in the next year or so.
I think it's really interesting when you say that, because that leadership and ownership of personal brand, when you get those two things sitting alongside each other really congruently, that's the foundation. Then it's your job as a leader to, like you say, you become an expert first. And I think you've got, whatever it is that you're doing, being an expert in that particular industry or field is the first step. You've got to know a thing about a thing. And you know, if we speak to wider business and you think about people who do like mergers, acquisitions and things like that, their expertise is buying and merging businesses, not the expertise within that particular, maybe that industry or that aspect of that industry.
Yeah.
When we're talking about many of the founders that we'll be speaking to over the course of today, what we're looking at now is the growth from expert into leader. And the growth from expert into leader, like you say, we go from implementation to then getting your head above the parapet and going, what's coming next for my audience? Because your audience are already looking to you for, just like you have with Race to Recurring Revenue, you know, you've had years where you've been known as the passive income queen and the online sales strategy and audience building. From that perspective, the how-to, the nuts and the bolts, the becoming, if you're an expert, here's how you build a business around that expertise. So your audience have followed you through all these years. And, we go again in a few weeks, going to teach people how to do that, because it's such an empowering thing right now to be able to commoditize what it is that you know. But, and I love that, you know, you're always like a couple of steps ahead of different trends and different things. You know, one of the reasons why you did so incredibly well at like the birth of the online industry here in the UK is because you were already like this. You know,
I could see what was coming. I'm generally good at that bit, seeing what's going to come. And so being in a position where I can help people get there too because I honestly do believe that success isn't success unless you bring people with you. And what I'm seeing right now is a lot of people who are brilliant experts that are going to not really realize their full potential unless they start thinking more like a leader and more like a thought leader. And disrupting things a little bit and just being in a category of one is where really we need to go.
Yeah. And that being in the category of one is going to have you having to get your head above the parapet. So I guess in this conversation, Lisa, one of the things that we're going to challenge the people that are watching is, what can you do to look forward for your industry? And this is not just about learning ChatGPT and creating custom ChatGPTs for your business. This is, how are we utilizing tech? How are people interacting with your expertise now? How can you share your expertise in a different way? How can you, and do you know what? People are coming back to in real life. I know I'm always going to say that I'm an event producer.
No, but they are.
People want people.
Of course they do. They want connection, because the problem is we're in this perfect storm at the moment where you've got, the people are not really trusting the governments and, the wars and all of those kind of things. You've got that the economy has corrected itself from the pandemic. And all that means is people are so worried at the moment that they were doing really well and now they're not doing really well. Actually, they are. All that's happened is the market has corrected itself as if COVID didn't happen. So you're probably where you would have been on the online space if there had been no pandemic, which is fine. It's a small percentage of growth, which is normal. It's just that people feel like they've gone down because of it. We've also got the perfect storm of AI. So AI is coming at the same time. So all of these things all together create a trust recession. And when you're in a trust recession, the only thing that actually matters is connection.
Yes.
The only thing that matters is that people know your heart and can feel you and can see your energy and can be around you, and proximity and all of those things. And that's all kind of built into having a really strong personal brand. And so, I think that some of the things that we can do to just really strengthen these things is be in groups of people, be around people. It's going to be really important to have proximity to people. I think as well, we need to use, of course we want to use AI. Like, there are some brilliant things out there, Autumn being one of them. Like, there are some great uses of AI, but we need to be careful what we're using it for. Because if we're using it and it stalls your personal connection to your audience, that's not a good thing. Like,
this is what we're seeing right now. This is what we're seeing right now. We're seeing the flattening of language, particularly with, utilizing ChatGPT or anything that's sort of adjacent to that to create your marketing copy. I think what's happened is the excitement has gone, let's use this thing. Oh, it's really helpful. Oh, it kind of sounds like me. That's great. And then after a while, Paul and Jeannie from Auto actually talking about this. There's this wave of excitement and then the trough of disappointment. It's like the internet was happening. Oh my God, it's the internet, but we're on dial-up. And the trough of disappointment is you've got to wait half an hour and you can't use the telephone and all of that sort of stuff until it comes to the other side, and we're not there. We're just entering
there. And here's what's so interesting about it. So I surveyed my audience and said, hey, who wants to use AI and get rid of their whole workforce, which is what everybody's telling us to do. And everyone's like, yeah, I want to do that. God, it's going to be so good. And then I asked them, when you are talking to businesses and you are working with businesses, who wants to use a business that is using AI for all of the things instead of themselves? None of them. We can't have it both ways. We can't want to be the business that uses AI for everything, but also work with businesses that don't use it for anything. There's a real good learning there, and that is that, of course, we want things to make our lives easier. AI will. It honestly will. But we cannot use it to replace heart, and we can't use it to replace who we are and our opinions and our thoughts. And if we all flatten this language, which is what's happening now, and all sound the same pretty much, people are even asking chat what their opinion should be on things. That's a whole different ballgame.
That is frightening. Like, I'm seeing that happen viscerally, and I'm just wondering how have any of you that are watching along got anything to say about this as well? Have you guys got any hot takes that we can share and that we can have a quick chat about it? Because I think it's really, really important that we, you know, AI is, and we're going to be having conversations later on today as well with some real pioneers in the AI space, who are going to talk about things like security, who are going to talk about things like it's utilizing AI to help us be more human, not the other way around, right?
Which means not needing to use photographs that aren't us. Like the amount of people that are just using photo on photo and photo at the moment that look exactly the same as everybody else's, because AI only has so much. Like, please be you. Please let us see who you are. You don't have to be perfect. Nobody wants to buy from perfect.
And please use like creatives as well. There's some fantastic, fantastic, if you're having brand shoots and things like that. And don't get me wrong, like I understand like the fun of it and all of that sort of stuff.
Me too.
But there are phenomenal creatives out there who we can directly utilize. And I tell you what, it's easier to get an outcome with a human creative that feels good. Like you've just had an incredible brand shoot. I'm going to be talking to Nikki in just a few minutes. I've just had an incredible brand shoot with Simon, who's he's been photographing me for 10 years. You can't create that kind of connection, especially when you've got a photographer that knows you, who like there's other ways of creating like intrinsic personal brands. So if we go back to this, using AI, there's no getting away from it. And if we're using AI not to replace everything, but to help us become more human so that we can be connected to our clients, you've got to know yourself really fucking well to make that connection and not be drowned out. How then? How are we doing that?
So we do it, well, first of all, we've got to do some inner work on ourselves. Like when we have to know ourselves really well, that comes from the work we do internally. And I spent years running away from that, by the way. Like, who wants to do that? That sounds awful. Let's instead just go out and learn.
I know, I've sat with you in those conversations.
Like, no thanks. I'd rather just learn strategy because that's easy for me.
Let me tell people what to do. It's easy.
It's easy, but actually you do have to go internally and you have to figure out who you are and you have to figure out what legacy you want to leave and what enough looks like to you as well, because there's way too much in this online space of the same noise of getting to 6 and 7 figures and all the rest of it, when actually most people don't need to do that. Most people need a life that they really love, and it often isn't about money. It's about lots of other things. Might be some of it might be about money, but if we can really work out who we are, what we want, what kind of legacy we want to leave, what we want to instill in people, then actually that's what changes the game. That will allow you to really, really have a personal brand. And I think one of the things that we have to really,
it's a really interesting one. Justice just been saying, I wish people would stop using AI to write their comments. Like, what's your opinion? What is
nice to hear? And be flawed. I think the reason people do that, like, so if we're being non-judgmental, which we should be, we realize that people are doing this because they've always felt like they haven't been able to write the perfect, intelligent pieces of thought leadership that they want to. But actually, the best thought leadership is flawed. It's really
it opens discourse, doesn't it? It opens up discourse. And if I think about, the values that I have, like, if kindness is my superpower, it's not about being nice, it's not about niceness, it's about sometimes saying the thing and for someone to go, do you know what, I don't agree with that. I'm like, oh cool, tell me more about that. And I don't have to agree.
No, and it's okay to have a flawed argument. It's okay to have flaws as a person. All of those things is what connects us to other people, because we're all the same. We all have flaws. We all make mistakes, and those things are not things that we can just hide away from and put under a carpet. We have to just have them out there and open. And I think that the biggest thing to think is people are worried about if they share their opinions, if they share what they really think, if they share what they want to change in the world, that there'll be backlash, that they might
they're going to be shot down or cancelled, or they won't get it right enough. And we're going to talk about this a little bit later on today. I know you and I have had lots of conversations about this over the years, but by allowing yourself, I think one of the reasons why people are fearful, and I know like you've taught people to build businesses online over the course of years and what have you, and that does involve a degree of them becoming more visible. In my speaking work the same, and that can become quite scary because of this reason. If I share this thing, and right now, having hot takes is the thing, not being like contrarian on purpose, but having being a thought leader and thinking differently about something, thinking future facing about something can be quite scary. What would your advice be to someone, Lisa, when it comes to that, when it comes to being fearful about standing in front of what it is that they believe? Because you've always done that.
I've always done it. I've always known I'll get backlash. I've always known I'll be challenged for it. I mean, isn't that what life is about? And that's why it's good. I think that we need to show up as if we have already been cancelled. And I think it's the only advice I can give, because if we do anything other than that, we're stifling what we really want to say. We're stifling what we really want to change in the world in case it offends somebody. We're not going out there to offend. Never do that. But if your intention is to go out there to make changes, then you're going to have to start talking about the opinions. Thought leaders have thoughts. It's as simple as that. And so you're going to have to put those thoughts out there. And the only way to do that without fear is to do it as if you have already been cancelled. And as soon as I started doing that, the freedom that comes from it is immense. And actually, you end up offending less people, weirdly, because you're coming at it with a very...
You say the thing. You say the thing, and I think saying the thing is really important. Like it's not safe for us as animals to be wrong. There's mortal danger involved in us being wrong, right? So if you're saying this thing and then someone's saying actually you're incorrect, there's this fear within our biology that's like, I could die if I get this wrong. That's not the case. We can, and if the intention is kind, and like I'm having this whole thing around being kind and not nice. There's a difference between being kind and nice. And
there is.
Nice is not telling someone that Trevor Noah shared this. Kind is telling someone they've got something on their teeth. Food on their teeth. Like it was uncomfortable and awkward, but we went out there and they feel better now and it's okay. I think that there's loads of people are saying loads of things about this. Yinka, hello, darling. Being a thought leader requires you to actually lead thoughts. Yeah, which means you need the courage to stand for your insights. Even if you stand alone, the courage to be disliked is real.
That book is amazing, by the way. There's a great book, The Courage to Be Disliked, that really helped me, because we do have to show up and not worry if we're disliked, not worry if we're not pleasing everybody. And as an expert, you have to do that, let alone as a thought leader. So we do have to show up like that. And once you can do that without that fear, you can actually change things. You can actually do the things that you really want to do. You can actually have people listen to your opinions, and it actually does change things. But if you hold yourself back all the time, I love what Yinka has actually written. If you live for the applause, you will die by the criticism. I think that is exactly it.
This is an interesting one. Nice is manipulation. Nice is you trying to keep yourself safe and keep things coasting along. Kindness is caring action. I think as leaders, it's the biggest learn. I think everyone burns through it as well. When we think about leadership, especially when you've got team, you spend the beginning bit when you first get a team trying to be nice, trying to like be liked, and could you just do this? And actually now it's asking the question, is this your best work?
Are
you bringing everything you've got to the table?
As a leader, you want to bring them up. You want your staff and your employees to be the best they can be. The leader that you have to be to do that is not one that's going to always be nice. They're always going to be kind, but they're not always going to be nice.
Yeah, so having those difficult conversations. So you've got something really exciting coming up in the next week or so. Lisa Johnson, tell us about it, my darling.
So my annual free challenge, Race to Recurring Revenue, that is, it's a week today. We start that a week today.
I'm so excited.
This is a challenge where I help make people experts in what they do. So this is the one where people come and do the challenge, and they do make money from the challenge, but it also opens their eyes to other things that they might be able to do and other lives that they might be able to lead. And so I would love to see as many people on there. We usually have a good 5,000 to 10,000 people taking part. It's a crazy one, but you get to meet a lot of people, and connection is what it's about.
It absolutely is. And you know what, like the learning from you in this way, certainly about growth and positioning myself as expert. I remember sitting down with you in Malta years ago now, and you was like, Danny, but what can you, because I was like, I just want to help everybody. I don't know. I want to help. I want to build a business around helping people. And you were like, what can you teach? I'm like, well, speaking all day long. And that, from there, you know, turning over now since then, multi-7 figures, creating the big Festoon, and now the Festoon 500 that I'm going to tell you all about very shortly, is in no small part to you being an incredible support. So from my heart to yours, Lisa, thank you so much for being a part of this morning.
Well, I'm very excited about it. I mean, the Festoon 500 itself is going to be amazing. Like, I cannot wait for you all to hear about it. I know you haven't heard much about it yet, but when you do, it's going to blow you away. So make sure you keep listening for it. I know that you're speaking to Nikki next.
I am, yes.
So Nikki is here.
So
Are
you going to swap places?
So
well, if you jump out and then jump in, and then Nix can change your name at the bottom.
Yeah, that's the
all right.
way.
Wicked.
Okay.
Lisa, thank you so much. And what I'll do in the meantime is I'm going to start telling people a little bit about the Festoon 500 and what it's all about. So I love you, Lisa. Thank you so much.
See you later.
So that, my darlings, was Lisa Johnson. Please do go and check out Race to Recurring Revenue. If you are a member of the IATQB Hive, which is my free group over on Facebook, in that group we share our successes and share our challenges. And nothing else. It's not a selling space, it's not a spam space, but it's a great space for you to be able to go in there and share your successes, share your challenges, share your questions around inclusion and such. But we're going to be sharing how you can get involved with the Race to Recurring Revenue. So if you want to know more about that, make sure you head on in. So the Big Festoon is the business event that I run. Here is a little VT that shares a bit more about it. If you haven't already, when I come back, I'm going to be telling you more about the Festoon 500. I'll see you in a little minute.
We are at the Big Festoon Spooktacular.
It is the place to be.
Phenomenal.
Absolutely incredible.
Are we allowed to swear on this? It's fucking great.
Events like this are really important for introducing you to new people, new things, new spaces, new ideas.
The Big Festoon is the best place ever. It's the only place I feel so safe and so comfortable to be myself.
You can feel it on stage, you can feel it from the speakers, you can feel it from the team and the attendees. There is nothing like this feeling.
Actually being in a room with other people who get it is so important, and the hugs are great too.
They're not just, having a conversation today or tomorrow. They're lifelong relationships, and that's what these events are about.
This Big Festoon has been the best Big Festoon ever, and now it's time for Arena. We're coming for you.
If you haven't got your ticket for the Big Festoon next year, what are you waiting for?
Matt, if you put that in the edit, I'm going to...
Is Nikki James there?
Hello, Nikki James
Hello.
is here.
Hello, my darling. How are
Hi.
you? Do you know what? I'm not entirely sure whether I was having a quick change in the background over there, because you can imagine this is a Danny Wallace event. There are going to be some costume changes. I was trying to work out where my first change is. Well, do you know what? When I share in a little while what the Festoon 500 is all about, I'm going to set a challenge that when we hit X amount of passes, I'm going to premiere on this live my blow up outfit for Arena.
I love that. Do you know one of my favourite memories still of you, and I've obviously got a lot because we've known each other a long time, was when we did the Big Festoon, but it was in the studio, and you literally were like, Nikki, you're gonna have to come here. I can't get out my shit costume.
And it was actually an inflatable poo. Yep. I'm sure I've got a video of it somewhere. In fact, do I have it a little bit earlier on? I do, but it's 3 minutes 20, so I'm not gonna have us sit here. I want to speak to you for 3 minutes and 20 and a little bit more. Nikki James, hello, come on in here. Tell us what's your name and where'd you come from?
My name is Nikki James. I am a global brand strategist, and I now live in blooming Yorkshire. I'm like a traitor to the Essex people now.
I mean, to be fair, I completely forgot that you lived up in Yorkshire. I'm like, you're like an hour and a half away now. Nikki, tell us more about what it is that you do, because it's quite a nice it's quite a nice extension from what Lisa was just talking about in terms of leadership and personal brand and building that right now more than ever, and that being a really important thing to do. Tell us a little bit more about what it is that you do.
Yes. So I think I'm very much about brand differently. I think a lot of people stereotype brand and they think logos and websites and pretty photo shoots.
Yeah.
And yeah, 100%, that's a part of it. And I guess if you think about, like, I'm sure Lisa had spoken about this when we talk about the fact that personal brand is more important than ever now. I want to take that one step further in the sense of, I think that without a brand now, we are going to struggle. We are going to find it a lot harder. And I'm very different in the sense that I don't think it's just about an external thing, it's an internal thing. I think it's
Very
about
much
the
so.
identity and how your brand can hold and how you can hold what it is that you desire. So it's
Yes.
no longer enough to just be different. It's no longer enough to just, like, you know, get out there, get visible. Like, it's about who you are whilst you're doing it.
I think that's really interesting what you said then. If you can hold what you desire and actually really hold what you desire, because I think a lot of disconnect comes from personal brands where, yes, kind of from an aesthetic and intrinsically, we've got the look and the feel. But if you don't have the inherent knowing that you are exactly who you need to be, even if the world hasn't caught up yet, I think that's one of the things that if I think about my personal brand, essentially, even though the aesthetic has changed over time, I move in the world and expect the world to catch up with me in terms
100%.
of where we're going, because I know I'm so laser focused on over here that it doesn't even really matter what I look like or what I'm wearing anymore. It used to, right at the beginning, there's been this real arc. I know you've been with me on this journey from I didn't really know what I wanted it all to look like to then I really knew and almost became a caricature of the whole thing. And now coming through the other side, and I don't need any of it anymore because I am it. I'm just the world needs to move with me to keep up.
100%. I think, like, look, like, I could position someone as an authority in their field doing cartwheels, like standing on my head. Like, making someone look good is never the problem. The problem is what comes alongside that. So I see a lot of people who try and be something, who try and be that elevated version of themselves, but actually, like, the disconnect that's happening with audiences now is they feel that from an energetic point of view. They feel when you are trying to be something that you are not. Now, this isn't saying, like, I do not believe that you brand for who you are now, you brand for who you're becoming. You will have heard me say that a million times before, but fundamentally, I think it's bigger than just branding for who you're becoming now. It's about you being an energetic match to the fact that that's possible and your audience is seeing that. So from a messaging point of view, you can say all the right things, but if you're not living it, you've got a problem. From a positioning point of view, you can look all the right things, but if your identity isn't a match for that, people can start to sense that. And that's where I'm seeing more and more people struggling right now, because they're not doing the work that needs to happen on them in order to be the person that can hold that.
It honestly never ceases to fascinate me that all of this stuff on visibility, if we think about growing audiences, growing businesses, being more visible, doing all of those things. You know, Lisa was talking about, you know, AI, and we was talking about the flattening of language, and actually we definitely need to be taking some of that back and understand where the human in us is, and you've got to understand the human and all of that sort of stuff. What I come back to time and time and time again, it's the same with brand, it's the same with leadership, it's the same with speaking. It's an inside job.
100%. 100%.
So,
and I think when it is an inside job, like, I've coined this new phrase and I freaking love it. It's about doing differently, right?
Okay.
So we used to always be like, right, we've just got to be different. Like, you're a perfect example of somebody that is categorically different, but now we're being asked to raise the bar again and do it even more differently. So, like, loads of people could talk about what I talk about. How can I make that inherent to me? Loads of people could talk about what you talk about. There could be another speaker coach who pops up tomorrow who's quirky as anything, like, absolutely incredible. But then where's the difference in the Daniel list? You know, you've got that. But, like, fundamentally, so many people haven't, because they're just talking about the same things, banging the drum about the same things without actually truly working out what makes them stand out. Like, to be confident enough to say, and again, it's an internal thing, no one can do it like me.
Yeah. Like, with that amount of courage. It's not audacity, and that's different. Like when I talk about being, I talk about being audacious, and it, yes, but that's not audacity. That is inherent knowledge of self and not belief. This is so we started this morning talking to Paul Tinker, who was like, your self-belief is the click in the lock for the next thing. When you go from knowing yourself and being able to sit with the mirror and being self-aware and being open to understanding your ego, when you become that becomes your differentiator, because there's nobody else that's you in that version, that's you like that. But knowing, because believing is like you believe in Father Christmas or the Tooth Fairy or whatever, there's scope for disbelief within that. There's scope for that not being true, but knowing that you can't mess with that, right?
There's a lot of work that you have to do. Like, I'm a perfect example of this. So I've done a lot of work on myself to get to the point where I would even feel confident enough, knowing enough to say there is no one that does it like me, because the self-doubt would have been there, and the questioning and the looking at everybody else. We're all doing that all the time. And also like, I think especially in the online space, what I see a lot, and I can say this from heart to heart because I've been through it, can lose a part of yourself when you're in the online space. The online space is noisy. There is a lot going on. There's a lot of opinions. And I 100% lost myself in that. And I had to come back to, well, who is Nikki freaking James, and how does she navigate this world? And I think without doing that, it's easy to get lost with all the noise, to become like, to even start questioning your own thoughts and decisions because you're just listening to everybody else and what they're saying, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And getting your hand back on the rudder, and it's being with you on your journey to see this. And this is true leadership. This is like literal leadership in action, where you recognize something within yourself and you're like, right, okay, so this is my industry, and this is you going from expert to leader. It's different, this whole thing. And I hope those of you that are watching today are going to like take some of this in around this movement from expert to leader, because it is that forward facing, it is that future looking, it is that 5 steps ahead, but it is that sitting with the mirror,
the messy stuff that has to happen.
And it's you've got to humble yourself to do it in order for you to become a magnet, because if there's any friction there, people can smell it, they can feel it off you, like it comes off in your energy. So Nikki, if people are out there right now and they're going, that's all very well and good, that's great, how do I start that work then? What that feels like a big piece of work. And I know we can all say everyone come and work with Nikki, but not everyone can.
Yeah.
Let's look to our future leaders out there. And if we're saying that leadership is going to center in completely grounding yourself in knowing yourself before you pick any kind of colors, before you pick any kind of vibe or energy, how are we getting in there? What are we opening in that door?
I think stop looking externally for a solution. Like, everybody is looking, like everybody looks at people a million miles ahead of them and forget why they really started doing this. I don't think enough people spend enough time sitting with themselves and being like, what is it that I actually want next?
Yeah.
What is it that I really want to say? What do I want to bang the drum about? What can I get a bit ranty about? What can I take people to church about? Like, what is it that inherently is ingrained within me, and how can I stop tuning that out? What am I being called for? Because you will feel that niggle. So like, you will feel that niggle within inside yourself. Like, listen to it, give yourself space to listen to it. So many people are like, what's next, what's next, what's next, what's next, what's next? But like, actually you have the answers. And yes, okay, sometimes that involves some healing and all the messy stuff that comes with it, but fundamentally on a day-to-day basis, like, do you know, I wake up every single morning and I'm like, who do I choose to be today? And I'm always thinking of that woman who's got what I want. So like, every day is a choice, and it's an incremental shift every single day. People think like, right, I need to click my fingers and I need to wake up and everything's going to be amazing. It doesn't work like that. That's BS. And that becomes like a persona that you then put on, and that persona is exhausting, and then you'll end up where I ended up, and then you'll be.
It's the same. You're holding yourself so tight to this version of yourself that you only believe to be true and you don't know it to be true. And it is tiring. And it's tiring on the inside as well as on the outside. Deb's Waite is just saying identity is key. What are you all saying? Jojo, join your own dots. Ownership is the word that gets lost. Owning yourself with real heart. And, you know, over the course of today, I've got, you know, other speaking coaches that are a part of this because we're values aligned. Like, we want people to know themselves. And like, we get to capacity. Like, we need to know other people who are moving in this direction from a leadership point of view. So we've got like our predictions around brand and leadership and how we're moving things going on. And given that vertically, if you think about growing a team, you know, AI can look after some of those intrinsics, and we've got to know ourselves and all of that sort of stuff. What are your predictions for 2026 overall in business? And I want you to think now to big business and small business. Where do you think brands are going to go? Like, yes, I hear personal brands, but like, what's that process going to look like? How do you see brands evolving now?
Well, I think it's more living what it is that you're saying. So, like, I know Lisa will have touched on this because I've had many a conversation with her about this. But fundamentally, you think of all the biggest brands of the world, every single brand of the world has a personal brand element. Because even though, let's take somebody like Nike, they want to connect, they want to create community. So they'll go and get famous people, influential people, and pull them in. So fundamentally, we are that person. And if we are not then living and a walking, talking embodiment in every single aspect of our lives and showcasing that with the world of, this is the work that we do, and look at me, I am the embodiment of that. Like, if we're not prepared to start being more vulnerable, more real, more honest, I think we're definitely seeing a rise in that as well. Like, I think shiny used to be the thing, right? The influencer type lifestyle. Like, look at me, I'm hanging around, I'm so cool, look at who I'm with, like, look at me with my fancy car and my designer shit. Like, that used to be the thing. But I actually think we're now looking at more realness. So, like, one of the things that I'm exploring right now is, well, how can I take people with me more? Like, how can I take people on the journey more of the highs and the lows, of the wins and the not so goods? And I think people are going to relate to that more because people are savvier now, that it is much more easier to look polished and perfect. It's much more easier to write the perfect post to look like you've got your shit together. So then the thing that needs to come back down to the truth is, well, how can I be more relevant, more community based? How can I make something that people want to be a part of? We're going to see more and more and more of that, rather than the Lone Ranger fighting for themselves.
Yeah. And it's an important question to ask, I think, because I think this one of the reasons why I believe that for me, like, my personal brand is so strong is I know what I give a shit about. And I'm not frightened to talk about it. And in fact, I make pretty much all of my business decisions centered around what I actually give a shit about. Not just what I know, not client acquisition, not my bottom line. Those things are byproducts of giving a shit about what I give a shit about. And I think, again, for you, when I see when you take off, it's when you're so connected to what you fucking care about. If I think about a lot of the other people that, you know, that we're connected to, the people that, you know, I'm going to be interviewing throughout the day, purpose is bandied around. Like, oh, you've got to have a purpose. There's something off in the distance, this reason to get out of bed in the morning. What do you give a shit about, Nikki?
So many things.
All the things. You're just
a
big fucking heart.
Like, I have got a big heart. I think I massively care about people being able to bring the feminine energy, not the masculine energy, into business. Like, that was a big thing for me. I massively care about individualism and people really truly being themselves. And I care about people having voices. Like, and I care about people. When I say individualism and I say differentiation, I care about people who are inherently freaking genius at what they do, finding their way to be able to go out there into the world and communicate that in only the way that they can, and to believe that they are more than good enough to bang that drum and get out there. Like, that's what I really care about. And I think if I go first, I show others what's possible. So that's always my thing. Like, stand on the edge of the cliff, it's really freaking scary. You're going to jump off because your wings are going to carry you, or are you going to step a million miles back? I can't, because if I go first, I show others what's possible, because I'm not the stereotypical entrepreneur in the sense of, you know, like I'm not always like the most out there as I could be, like, and I haven't inherently in the time I've been in business. That's about to change, because watch this space, because my decision was at the beginning of this year, if I'm going, like, you're coming with me. Let's go.
Yes. Let's fucking go, Nikki James. So how do people find you, first of all? Like, so I know you'll be inspiring lots of people that are watching along this morning. How do people find you? First question.
Instagram's probably the best place, or Facebook, just one of those two.
Yeah, and just Nikki James is just brand new. How we find
the Nikki James now, because I used to have a thing where everybody just kept saying like, oh, we keep seeing these random ads and it's like a man on it, and it was always Nick James, and I'm like, no, there's only one Nikki James.
And the Nikki James, pleased to meet you. And Nikki, tell me what you're excited about in 2026.
So I have some big collaborations, one of which I am talking about today. We are relaunching our rebrand soon with the House of Brand, which is our brand agency that is going to be out there in the world. Amazing. And I think just daringness, boldness, going all out, banging the drum a hell of a lot more. Like, that's the most exciting thing. And seeing and watching incredible people who maybe before didn't have the same opportunities in order to be able to get out there into the world, because they didn't have that influential lifestyle, actually being able to like rise. That's really exciting for me. Seeing like normal people who are freaking great at what they do now being given the platform that they can just get out there and be real and attract people as a result.
Yeah, that realness. And Jojo was just saying that. I'm looking out on the comments over on Facebook just now. Colette saying, the Nikki James, your ace. She's loving this. Amy Blaney saying, I'm the Amy Blaney. Felicity Frack saying she loved working with you. And Jojo, when you lose your real self, you lose real connection. And you know, kind of that's been the theme so far this morning. I'm really grateful for it. We've got Teresa Heath Waring coming along shortly to talk to us about like more intrinsic marketing and launch strategy and things like that for 2026. And I'm right with you on the daring side of things. I know I always my appetite for risk has always been hench. And as I look out into the next few months, that's, you know, it's only going to increase. But if we come back and talk about purpose, I'm really, really, really happy that you got to join me this morning and we got to have this conversation. One of my joys is always presenting with you or interviewing you or coaching with you when we've collaborated before. And if I think all of those people that get to collaborate and work with you this year, they're very, very lucky getting you with all of this fire in your belly and all of your genius. So Nikki, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Can I just say one final thing? Is that
please? Okay? Of course you can.
Do you know what I find mad is,
tell me,
like, and I was thinking about this in the car on the way here, and I was thinking, like, I still remember that girl that I met in Malta that had £500 and spent that £500 to come to Malta to hang out with like Oslo, like we were some like posh people that like, or like famous people that she was gonna like suddenly like meet and everything was gonna change.
I was such a fangirl.
And now I think I remember sitting there at like dinner and you being like, thank you so much for letting me come, and I'm like, shut up. Like,
thank you for being my friend.
Yeah, you were, and now look at you. So if it's possible for you, and I'm aware that sometimes like you look at where you are now, it's like unrecognizable for that. But I often think that like people watching you now will look at how freaking inspiring you are now. But I remember the person with £500 that spent that last £500 to be there, and how far you've come now. You're a perfect example of what's possible when it comes to brand, personal brand, business, everything. And I just wanted to say that. So thank you. Thank you for letting me
cry. We're only at 21 minutes past 8, and Danny's almost crying. Nikki, thank you for being on this journey with me. Obviously, you know, you're stuck with me for life, and that's just the way that things are now. But good luck for all of the things you don't need. Look, you are in the right place with the right people doing the right things with the right kind of genius, and it's the right way to be. Thank you for being with me this morning.
Thank you. Bye, my darling.
That was Nikki James. Please do go and check her out over on the Instagram, the Nikki James, no less. It's really interesting, isn't it? The themes that are coming out already this morning. The real connection is the thing that is hitting the hardest right now. There are a lot of people out there that are going, there's no one really buying. Yes, they are. People are buying when they feel connected to you. People are buying when they can see what it is that you care about, when they can see you, when they can see them in you, or at least the potential of them within you. I want to share with you, I think, just before I bring Teresa on. I can see Teresa's in the green room right now. I'm very excited to bring Teresa Heath Waring into the live this morning in just a second. But before we do, I'm going to share with you some of the intrinsics now of the Festoon 500. So this has come entirely from my purpose and the reason why I have created the things that I've created out here in the business space and just out here in the world. One of the things that really, I don't know, boiled my piss, upset me, frustrated me was the business space specifically, and many other spaces, but the business industry specifically feels siloed and very exclusive still. Regardless of, if you're in my world, we're having conversations about inclusion all the time. And, if we think about, I think Daniel Priestley, who happens to be a friend, by the way, like Daniel Priestley described the Big Festoon as the most woke event he'd ever been to. And I don't know if he was being 100% like woke was a good thing. And I was like, mate, you just misspelt kind. You just misspelt and misstepped on the word kind. It's not about being woke. It's about having your eyes wide open to the world and thinking, right, how can I level the playing field? How can I help people who would not normally have access to the things that I've had the privilege of being able to learn? How do I enable and open the door to have incredible people that may be underrepresented or not have access to the things that we're creating? How do I help open the door? How do I remove gatekeepers? Because when that happened for me, it changed my life. You remember me saying right at the beginning, if you've only just joined us, my story is 15 years ago, I was homeless. I didn't have anywhere to live. You heard Nikki just then. I had it wasn't even 500, it was £300 I had. I had enough money for a flight to Malta for 3-4 days. It was £69 for the flight, and then whatever I had, and I didn't know how I was going to make my money on the other side. But I had people who were around me who didn't gatekeep, who opened the door, who allowed me to pay on payment plans, who didn't disregard me because I'm loud and northern and covered in tattoos, or, I'm a singer as well as a businesswoman. And I wanted to create something that genuinely gave back. Now, the trajectory that the Big Festoon has been on now for the past 6 years has meant that we've given back in different ways, or we've created equity in different ways, or we've begun conversations and sat on spikes where conversations around leveling the playing field have been involved. We sponsor people into our programs, for example, from underrepresented backgrounds and lived experiences. We sponsor people into the event via tickets. And this year at the Big Festoon, I am now able to, I've created something that allows not just me to make that decision and to give back, but also to put that in your hands as well. And this is the Festoon 500. I feel nervous sharing this because I already know the impact that it's going to have, because I have already partnered with a number of our community partners to help with this. So let me share with you. The Festoon 500 is a founding circle of 500 businesses, 500 business owners who want to diversify their audiences, who want to meet wider communities, who want to have incredible experiences as part of networking, who want to learn more about business, who want to be connected to the kind of people that I'm sharing with you today, who are going to come to the Big Festoon and come and get amongst that, but who also want to give back. And so the Festoon 500 pass is this. You get a Festoon 500 pass, and for that pass, you get a ticket to the Big Festoon on the 11th and 12th of March. Now, you're going to have an incredible time. We are high impact, incredible value, 2 days, TEDx style talks centered in life and business in life. Now, I've just come off a retreat with my speakers, and it was magical. When I say it's magical, we looked out at each other as a speaker lineup, and we knew and we know what we are bringing to the table. It's going to be pivotal for everybody that's there because of the things that we're sharing. There are new AI platforms on there. There are leadership and culture ways of thinking in there. There's ways to take back control over your money that are in those conversations. Like, it's going to be Really, really valuable for everyone that gets involved. That's just the big festoon. But then we've got the Beyond the Arena network meetups. So for a Festoon 500 pass, you then get access to the Beyond the Arena network meetups. They're quarterly meetings in real life that I will be facilitating along with some of the speakers that you're seeing today and our community partners. So you will directly get to meet and engage with and build your audiences with different types of people from underrepresented communities. One of the things that I'm seeing a big pain point out there is I'm really frightened of getting it wrong, don't know how to talk about this, so I'm not going to talk about it anyway. I want to be more inclusive, but I'm really shit scared. What if I give you a space where we can do that? So you can have more impact, influence, and income and meet more people, make more money, right? Other businesses in the room want to do the same, and established businesses who want to do business with each other. So there's that. Also, you will have access to different community leaders who have wider audiences within different spaces. And what do you mean? What do you mean, Danny? So I'm talking about meeting more Black-owned businesses, queer-owned businesses, meeting more founders from the South Asian community, for example, meeting more founders from poorer socioeconomic backgrounds, but actually are fucking geniuses. Young people who have got incredible ideas, who are entrepreneurs, who just need connections. We get to really, within the Beyond the Arena meetups, make an actual difference. So you get gold ticket to the Big Festoon, access to these quarterly meetups via the Beyond the Arena conversations and network. You also get access to a resource room, an online digital resource room, where all of our speakers from today and myself are contributing 2 types of content to it. One is deep dives on what you need to be thinking about in 2026. And 2 are TLDR versions. So there'll be short, sharp, quick learning opportunities within there where you can get in, get out, whether you've just got 5 minutes, you've got a quick, I don't know, if you've got a quick anything, sitting down, having a poo, you want to learn something really quick, then you can do it without just having to doom scroll. Or if you sat down on a Sunday, you want to learn something a little bit more intrinsic around marketing, for example, or around audience building, or around raising capital, or around pitching for investment. So you get access to the resource room. But that's not the big thing. That's not the big thing that I want to share. The big thing that I want to share is for every one of these passes that we sell, we sponsor in 2 members, 2 founders from underrepresented businesses. How are we doing that? Well, it's not just me going to all mates, you can all come for free. We are partnering with established support communities who help underrepresented businesses. So we've teamed up with the MACC. We have teamed up with the Big Wish Works. We've teamed up with Curious Entrepreneurs. We are in talks with the Rio Ferdinand Foundation and many, many, many more. We have 500 of these passes up for grabs, which means we get to, as a community, bring 1,000 underrepresented people, businesses and founders together. When I made the Big Festoon, Bees, when they're building something new, link arms together and show each other where to build. Like they use themselves as measuring tools. I can't do this on my own. I can't build a community like this. Just me going, oh, do you want to come to my event? It's dead good. We've got to do this together. A community can only grow in and of itself, with itself, extending. When people just kind of come across me, they go, oh, I really like what it is that you do, Dan. I'm like, wait till you meet my friends. Wait till you meet my friends. Wait till you meet Teresa Heath Waring. Wait till you meet Nikki James. Wait till you meet Jay Alderton. Wait till you meet Natasha Hamilton. Wait till you meet Jackson Feely. Wait till you meet Pauline Patterson from Dr. Paw Paw. Wait till you meet Emma Sale. Wait till you meet Frankie James. Like, wait till you meet them. Like, I get to share that. And this only works when we do this together. So the challenge for you is this. The doors are opening now. You can go and get your pass here. All right. I'm going to be running competitions through the day. And if you get one of these passes, you can become a referral friend for the Founding Circle. And I am giving away some wild prizes for referrals in. So you get your pass, you tell a friend, and they tell a friend, and they tell me that you told them about this. Then you go into a leaderboard. So when you buy a pass, it says who referred you in. I want you to tell me. If you want to share this and you want to build this with me, then you tell a friend to tell a friend. You make sure they tell me that you told them. There's a little box on the sign up to say who referred you in. then you will go into the leaderboard. And we're going to be sharing the leaderboard after lunch today. So stop what you're doing. Go and get yourself a Festoon 500 pass. If you haven't got your ticket to the big Festoon already, this is a better way to get amongst it. This will secure you a gold. This is a seated table, including your lunch at the big Festoon over the course of 2 days, plus the party, plus the Beyond the Arena. This is the quarterly meetup with me and panels over an evening. These are not like huge commitments. Every quarter where we take the conversation forward, where we decide that we are going to all do well when we all do well. This isn't just me anymore going, oh, I've got a really inclusive event. Everyone come along. This is you deciding to come along for the ride with me. Right. Let me know what you think. Are you excited? I hope so. Go and get your pass. You can split the payment, but I'm going to bring in my friend, Teresa Heath-Waring. Get on in here. Hello, sausage.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
I'm excited. I feel a bit nervous now. I've just shared that.
It sounds amazing. You are, Danny Wallace, amazing.
Oh,
without doubt. Honestly, like, you are one of the nicest, not nice. We're not nice.
Not
okay?
nice.
Not nice. I've been watching, one of the most genuine people. Like, it's funny, I've been watching this morning and everyone's talking about the online space. And if someone doesn't know what the online space is, it probably sounds like, well, what are you talking about? Where's that weird world, right? And there are a lot of personalities in the online space, and you are a big personality in it, but legit, what you see is what you get. And you're just awesome, Danny. I love you.
Oh, I love you too. And thank you. And you're not just here, Teresa Heath-Waring, because I love you. You are here because you are one of the most incredible marketing strategists I've ever come across. I know there's a reason why people come and see you speak and hire you to speak again and again and again and again and again, because even in, short 20-minute talks, we're having a short conversation today, the value that you bring and your knowledge, your genius is just wild. And it's a travesty. If I'm going to be interviewing the best, the boldest and the brightest in British business, and Teresa Heath-Waring isn't on my list, something is amiss.
Thank you. That's so kind. That's so kind. Because like you, it's something like how you are and what you do is so natural to you. And the same for me. It's like, it's as easy as breathing. I can't help but I see stuff, and in my head, it's like a little computer's going of and it pulls it all apart and it puts it all together and it goes, oh, that's really smart. And oh, look what they did there. And I just can't help it. I just flip and love it. And we get to speak at an event this week together.
I know. And High Voltage with Christine Gritman. Yes. I'm so excited for it. I'm hoping that Christine's going to be watching today and can put the links to the event in the chats and what have you. And but yeah, I can't wait to see you for a squeeze this week. Now, we've just spent a little bit of time telling each other how wonderful we are, and that's not very helpful to those of you that are watching out there when I promised value. Right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
We're going to be giving some value. I've got some questions. Okay, you are, because of the way that your brain works, you were just saying then, what you do when you see people launching or selling stuff or bringing a thing to market is you see the way all the mechanics fit together. And what you're great at is predicting what's coming next, as well as reading on what's happened before and adjusting accordingly. So you have this brilliant mix of try, test, move, which always increases incrementally in success. But you're great at looking ahead and what's coming toward us as well. The conversation today is centered towards looking forward into 2026.
Yes.
What are your predictions for this year?
Okay, so it's interesting because there has been themes, and that has got to just be a good thing, because it means that the people you're listening to are saying the same things. So it means pay attention to these things, because we're not just making them up.
Yeah, they're not cliche. They've not all spoke to each other beforehand. Purposefully so.
Yeah. So the personal brand thing, 1,000,000%. AI is massive. AI can create you a course within 30 seconds. And not only that, someone could go to AI and say, I like to work this way and I need to know about this thing. Please create me the perfect course that is going to teach me how to do the thing, right? And it will, right? And it's amazing. And thank you for being amazing, ChatGPT, or whatever you use. However, what AI can't do is it can't tell you what it's like to sit there, prior to, and you'll know this from going live today, prior to a webinar, prior to an event, and what that feels like in your body, and like the fear of, I consult for big launches. Okay, so I am like, you won't know I'm consulting for someone's launch. I'm kind of behind the scenes, but I am watching these big launches from behind the scenes, and I'm in launches all the time, right? And I'm watching someone's launch at the moment, and we're in the middle bit, right? The middle bit where it falls on its ass. And they are freaking out, right? And people are freaking out. And I get it. I totally get it. But I know, they know, like it's going to hold. And AI doesn't know that. AI can't tell you you've got to hold firm and like you've got to know that this is going to be fine and you're going to be okay in the end. So I think the more of your personal experience, the more of what it's actually like to do these things, the better. So the personal brand is massive. And I think there's been a real ego with personal brand, and like, and maybe that's turned some people off. Some people are like, I don't want a personal brand. It's so like, oh, it's all about me. Like,
yeah, and they kind of liken it, I guess, that kind of Kim Kardashian type personal brand, or you know, if we think about like Grant Cardone personal brand, think about like straddling a private jet type of personal brand.
Stacks money on the table.
Yeah, it feels so disconnected from where, you know, Nikki was saying just before, like just normal people who happen to be geniuses. Like, this is, I want to learn from you. Like, who's that? Like, I can't associate with private jets and stacks of cash. But I can like, give me your genius though. I hear that all day long.
And I think that's the other thing, isn't it? Right? That actually proves nothing, right? And also, I am not controversial, FYI.
Say it.
Never controversial, right?
Say it though.
Just because you can do it for yourself does not mean you can do it for someone else, right? I have seen this a million times over where someone, and I'm going to choose like social media for an example, where I've seen people go, they built their own Instagram and now they want to become an Instagram expert. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying just because you did it yourself doesn't mean that it actually is going to work for someone else, and you can translate that success into someone else. So I think actually more than anything, seeing those people who have got the big fancy cars and the big fancy thing and doing the massive launches doesn't necessarily mean they're always the best place to teach you how to do it. And I think one thing, again, it's been talked about before, is about success and what you deem as success. And one of the reasons my podcast is called Your Dream Business is because it is about what is your dream business, not making tons of money. Now, if that is, happy days, right? And I'm here for it. But I have people who halt their income because they don't want to work so hard. Absolutely fine. Like, I have people who want to do the school run. That honestly is my idea of hell. Like, I want to keep buying more dogs. Like, I have 3 now. I'm like the crazy dog woman, right?
I've seen these pictures where it's like someone's in the living room and like the legs are like, they've got the legs up on the settee and there's a dog here and then a dog here, and then they like with their phone like style, so a circle here and a circle here, just to see where the space is for more dogs are.
There's loads of space.
There's
loads of space for the dogs. I can fit more dogs in, but like, I like to grow veg. I like to be in the middle of nowhere where no one is. Like, that's my thing. That's my dream. I want to create a business that provides me that life, right? But not only that, and this is really interesting as well, like just for people to think about. I first came into this industry 10-ish years ago, and I watched these massive, massive people who I'm, you know, slightly ego to say that I'm friends with, which is awesome. But I watched them and was like, I want their business, right? I want to stand on the stage to millions of people. I want to do the webinar when tens of thousands are coming in, right? And
I just pulled a face when you said that, because I'm on the inside of this. I'm on the inside of that. And hearing someone say, I want that, I'm like, babe, no, you don't. Like, no. I love you, no, you don't. I'll put the event on for you. Come and let me look after you. Don't put yourself through it, darling. Like,
but this is the thing. We look at these people and we go, oh my God, what must it be like to have that size business or earn that money or have those thousands of people attend your webinar? But then
knackering.
Yeah, literally. But then you've got to get you need to understand what's important to you. So I thought that was what I wanted, right? I thought I wanted the fame, the fortune, all the things. And then I realized that my zone of genius and my absolute joy comes from being able to support people that I can have actual real conversations with.
Yes.
Right. And I can't support thousands of people. I can't, because I would literally burn myself out, because I would try and maintain this level of support I give people, and I literally wouldn't be able to do it. So for
And your
me,
standards are so high as well.
Oh,
Like
God.
when you start to dilute that, it becomes really difficult. I think that's
and I'm out of
certainly a
alignment with
trajectory for
me.
me as well.
Yeah, like if it's incongruent, that's a big word for the morning, in who I am as a person, then it's not worth it. So my business could earn more money. I could have thousands of people because I know how to do it. I teach other people to do it. I help other people do it.
Yeah.
I just don't want it. And I think that's where I'm kind of saying that it's not always the stood on the massive stage people who can help us. Like, they have a business at their level doing their thing and they're brilliant at it. It doesn't always mean that they can come to someone else and go, this is how I would do it for your business, or this is how I'd motivate you to do it. So I think that's the other thing, that I think gone are the days, no, they're not gone, but hopefully they're leaving, of the admiration that we have for these people and thinking, oh, they have the answer. They don't have the answer. I'm sorry, no one has the answer. You have the answer when you get it right. And you can't do that by buying an off-the-shelf course, in my opinion.
And I think I agreed. I think as well, like, that's the reason why, if I look at the Big Festoon, for example, the reason why I built the Big Festoon is because I don't have the answers. And so what I do, what I'm really good at, is bringing loads of really cool people together who do. And you can take a little bit from all of them, instead of having one guru saying this is one thing and this is the only thing and this is what you need. We've actually got business professionals, people at the top of their game, people at the top of their expertise, instead of like, don't get me wrong, I'll teach you how to speak, and we'll do it in lots of cool ways, but it's not that, because it can't be. There's not just one thing anymore.
No, and
especially now.
I'm so glad you said that, because I get to work with, like I said, lots of people from lots of different places doing lots of different things. And I can show you someone who does the one thing and does it really well and succeeds, right? So I can show you the person who's killing it on Instagram and is making all their money from Instagram. I can show you the person who's making loads of money on TikTok. I can show you the person who's doing it from a podcast. So it's funny, there's been a lot of changes literally in the last few weeks in the online space, which I'm always very cautious to talk about. Like I said, one, I am not controversial. Two, everyone's just doing their best, right? Like, and it's their business. People can do what the hell they want with their own businesses. So I try not to comment, but there's been some big changes and people are going, it's not working anymore. Podcasts don't make money. I can show you someone in every industry doing I can. There is a success somewhere. It doesn't mean it's not going to work for you, and it doesn't mean it is going to work for you. And I think as well, you just said something really important, which I think is really important for everyone to hear, that no matter how far up your, the fame pole,
the ladder or whatever it is,
you have to keep learning. Like, I had Carrie Green on my podcast the other week, and I said to Carrie, she's so sweet. And I said to her, I join your launches, right? And I join as my real name, and I watch every single part of it. And I do this with everybody, because it's like, it's so important for me to keep learning. Like, yes, I literally eat, sleep, breathe this stuff. I never stop thinking, working, talking about launching an online business, but it doesn't mean I know it all. It doesn't mean that I can't learn from someone else, or I can't see something else. I think as well, being open to, when we're building that personal brand, great. We do want to say we're the expert, and we are the experts. Like I said, we talk about this thing all day, every day, but also being open to learning things and finding things. I want to give you one more thing that I think is so
I want
key.
all the things. Like, I'm so glad that I get the transcription from this. I'm like, give me all the things.
I just know I could talk for Britain, and you and I, Debbie.
And yes.
Yeah, shall I stay on all day?
I would love you to. Do you do 14 hours with me?
So, and I love also, by the way, I have my legs up here. I always sit with my legs crossed on my chair, and I love that you're sat there. We're getting comfy. It's great. So the other thing I want to say is, for 2026, you've got to focus on the transformation. It's not about here's a 7-hour course with 300 worksheets and
value stack. I'm
not
going to
at
give you this. I'm going to
all.
give you that. I'm going to tip this in. I'm going to put my nan in as well while I'm at it.
I'm going to come round your house and cook your dinner.
Your nan's like, oh, I didn't sign up for this, babe.
But it's not about that, because if I said to you tomorrow, if you walk outside with a billboard saying something, you can make the money you want to make, we'd do it in a heartbeat. Of course we freaking would. I mean, we'd feel like an idiot, but we'd do it.
I mean, I wouldn't. I'm used to that.
Daddy's like, where's the board?
Give me board.
Yeah. But like, it's not about no one wants to be a social media expert necessarily, or a marketing expert, or, you know, some people might not even want to be a speaker. I mean, I freaking love it. You love it. But sometimes it's a means to an end. So it's like, the quicker you can get me to that end. And the way I describe it and the way I teach it is they're on two mountains, right? Your customer is on mountain number 1, which is where their pain is, which is the problem, which is where they are right now. And mountain number 2 is where they're trying to get to. So in your case, Danny, your customers are being overlooked. They're not getting picked to speak. They're feeling frustrated because they know they've got a voice and they want to put it out there. They know they're maybe lacking confidence. And over here on mountain number 2, where they want to be, is they want to be stood on that stage, right? And you and I both know how that feels, and like the joy that can bring. And they want people to be hearing what they've got to say, and they want to be having those conversations. And what you do is your service takes them from mountain 1 to mountain 2. And in an ideal world, we need to make it very, very, very clear, clearer than we ever have before, exactly that's what that's going to do and what that transformation is. And because not only are we in a world of AI, but we're also in a world where everyone expects everything 30 seconds fast. We need to do it as fast as humanly possible for them. So we don't need to fill it with loads of stuff. If we have the answer, give them the answer. Like, so again, I'm helping someone build out a course, and they're like, how many hours should it be? And it's like, how many hours do you need to
how many hours do you make, like what, how are we making the transformation happen? Yeah, absolutely.
Like how quick can you do it? Because that's how many hours it should be. And the value isn't on the size of the course or the amount of stuff in the membership or the amount of things. It's based on the transformation someone can deliver. So if you are listening to this or catching them on replays or whatever, and you are sat here going, I am not absolutely tuned into what it is my customer wants and the transformation I'm providing them, it's going to
go back and do that work, stop everything and get back there and go. It's funny, you know, because when I'm pointing to the gesturing around the shed here, when I have the shed days, the biggest breakthroughs are when people understand what is the transformation? What do your best clients say about you? What is the change that you create? And do we ask too much about the how's important in terms of how much time is it going to take me? Like how much time do I have to invest in? Because time is the commodity now more than ever. And within that time, what's the quality of the experience that I'm going to have? And again, all things that I'm continuing to learn. But that transformation piece, I think, for all of you that are listening out there, if you can answer that question from this section, then you are only going to magnetize more people towards, not just to you and then friend zone you, but you and then buy your products, goods and services, because you're creating the thing that they actually want. It's incredible advice. And I love the themes that are coming through already this morning. Therese, what's next for you?
So I am actually working with a really big client at the moment, and I can't focus on anything else. So I've come into this year doing nothing of my own. I feel like I haven't even started this year. So this client actually finishes in a few weeks' time. So when that client finishes, that is when I'm going to breathe and make
a little breathe.
But my word phrase for the year last year, and I am carrying it over. And again, like, this is something that I want everyone to take on because it's so freaking freeing, is everything's an experiment.
Yes. So
we just don't know the outcome. I have been in this industry 10 years. Like I said, I see behind big launches. I see behind teeny launches. I do my own launches. And even I can't tell you, like, I have a very good idea. I can tell you percentages of where I think your thing's going to land, but I can't guarantee anything. So we have to go into everything as this is an experiment, because you know what happens when it's an experiment? We can't fail.
You can't fail because you're just trying it out. Do you know what? I used to say this, and there comes a difficulty though, because you end up putting yourself under. I end up putting myself under pressure because I've got to do this thing, then this thing, then this thing, then like that, chasing the thing. Because in my mind, arena's where it kind of culminates. That's when we get to show the world actually what it is that I'm creating. So this whole 6 years has been about getting there, not beyond there. Like I can't even see a world beyond the arena at the moment, to be fair.
And that is not a surprise, Danny, because that is quite a feat, getting to the arena.
So what was I going to say then? So is
experiment, doing things.
So not giving myself time to experiment has actually been the biggest pressure that I've put myself under. Everything has had to work.
Yeah.
And so on the other side of this,
that is so freaking hard, Danny. Like your like cortisol, your body, like that pressure of, and you know,
girl felt it.
But like, you know, and I know we love a bit of woo, right? Yeah. And sometimes when we are holding on to something so hard and so tight because it has to work, it doesn't matter how hard we hold on to it, it's not going to freaking work.
No.
Like, and sometimes just letting it go. And I know this is way easier said than done. I have a mortgage to pay like everybody else, right? So I love to go, well, it's an experiment. And behind, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I need to earn this money. But like, but I think the more we hold on to something, the more stressed and panic. So I have one of my clients a long time ago came to me and we were chatting and we joked that she had fuck off energy, right? Basically, whatever she put out to the world, it was like she'd go, buy my thing, and behind it she'd go, fuck off. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Like, and until we could get her like completely feeling good about it, she was doing all the things. She was like, Teresa, look, on paper, I'm doing all the things and nothing's working.
Energy is so important. Energy. Oh man. Like we talk about cooking with love. Like you can tell when something has been cooked with love and when something has been done because you've got to do it. Like this thing has been cooked with love. Everybody can feel it. Everyone I said, do you want to come do this thing? Yes. Nobody was too busy to come and get amongst it. Nobody's been too busy to watch it. Do you know why? Because I felt it in my bones. Like I needed to do it. I couldn't not do it.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect example. Whenever I've put anything out because I've had to, because I'm mopping up after something that's not gone right, because I'm panicking, it never goes the same. No,
doesn't land. So like I said, for me this year, and when I say everything's an experiment, it doesn't mean I'm doing a load of new things, right? So I've done some launches last year, which I am just straight up repeating this year.
Yeah.
But the saying everything is an experiment, just like I said, lets me off the hook. It stops me from worrying. And I have the added pressure as you do, Danny, when you're good at the thing you do, or when you teach the thing you do, right? So when you stand on stage, I mean, it never comes across this way, but there must be an element of like, holy crap, I teach this, I better be bloody good. Like,
yeah, I always want to serve, like with this, with, you know, when I'm on stage, wherever it is, my standards for myself are high. And even when I get off stage, my sister will attest to this. Sam, who's about to come on, will attest to this. He's filmed me for the past couple of years now. I'll get off stage and I will still beat myself up because I haven't done a good enough job. I've not said it the way I want to say it. Everyone will come off, go, oh my God, it was amazing. But that feeling, the pressure.
And we worry that people are watching us, right? Because this is the thing that we do. So that is paralyzing. That fear is paralyzing. So that coming back to everything's an experiment, and I'm very honest. And I think that is one thing that this online space has been missing in the past, is the honesty behind things.
Real honesty.
And I mean real. Like I do debriefs in my launches, in my community, where I'm like, this is how much I spent. This is how many people I've got signed up. And my numbers aren't big, right? Like they're not. And they're not on purpose, but they're not because they're not. And I just haven't got a ginormous audience. So I think that kind of, you know, I did this and this was the result I got. And what did I learn from that is massive. So I think, and the other thing that's really hit me, I was listening to something the other day, was like, in 100 years, no one will know your name.
Lies. I don't believe it.
No, you, Danny, I believe that's different, right? But for the most of us, in 100 years, they won't know our name. So it's like,
it just shat itself there.
Sorry, Danny.
What do you mean?
Hey, get get off the live.
I don't believe you.
I hate her. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
She was my friend.
But like, we let this fear hold us back of like, we don't want to show up. We don't want to do those things.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who actually cares? Who actually cares? Like, on my deathbed, I'm not going to lie there going, oh, I'm really glad I didn't do that live in case I made an idiot of myself. Do you know what I mean? So
Right.
yeah, just everything's an experiment. Show up, do the things.
Fuck around and find out. That's the value that we're taking from Theresa Heath Waring for today. Fuck around and find out. Not in an aggressive way. Test stuff. Play it out.
No aggression, no controversy. Just kind, showing up, doing your thing,
fucking around and finding out.
Tend to your vegetables, love your dogs. That's as controversial as I get.
Theresa, from my heart to yours, thank you so much for being a part of this today. It meant the world. Standing in front of this big fucking thing that I'm trying to create, and you just saying, yeah, that I'll turn up. I didn't even have a conversation with you about it. I think like my team just went, will you do this? I was like, please get Theresa.
Of course I will. Honestly, Danny, I love what you do. I love how you show up. And like I said, you are the real deal in a world full of egos where not necessarily everyone is the real deal. So I will happily do anything for you, Danny.
Thank you. And likewise, Theresa Heath Waring, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
We are running straight into the next one. Sam Teal, what are you doing there? I can't even hear you. You've been sat in the back all that time in the green room with no snacks. And now I can't hear you.
Now you can you? Yeah.
I can hear you now. Yeah. Hello, you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Everybody, this is Sam Teal off of Sam Teal Productions.
What an honour it is to be here. What a mad thing you're doing, Danny. But I wouldn't expect anything else from you.
I am excited to speak to you. I'm here for a little bit of Sam Teal energy. I'm sat here for the next 14, 15 hours. I'm on my first protein drink of the day.
Very healthy, mate. Well,
we need to stay hydrated. I've got hydration drinks and ready salted crisps is how we're going to survive. I'm going to hope that people send snacks and AA or AAA batteries for a thing that I've got.
Ooh.
It's intriguing, isn't it? I've got a thing for later on, but the thing can't happen unless two things happen. One is that we hit our first target of 15 of these passes sold. When we hit 15 of these passes sold, I'm going to unveil, pending the arrival of AA or AAA batteries, I need to check which, I'm going to unveil the ridiculous outfit that I've got for the arena. Normally, I keep these as a surprise for the arena itself, but we've got that many surprises at the arena that I can afford this one, and I'm excited.
Mate, I'm excited. Scan that bloody QR code, get yourself a pass, because yes, I need to see this, mate.
Sam, tell us about what it is that you do.
We just make the best videos. I'd say
ever.
The most ever. Yeah, fastest turnaround, most emotional videos, and yeah, we've got a young team. There's our 12th person starts work today is going to come to work in the next hour, which is nuts. 12 people on the mad team.
Sam, share with me how old you are, if you don't mind me asking.
I'm 23.
You are 23 years old, and you are running a team of 12 already. You've been running your business since you were 17.
17, yeah.
And you have grown, I think, certainly in the last 3 years, like exponentially.
Yeah.
One of the things that I love about the Big Festoon community is the variety of people that are in there. All different backgrounds, all different cultures, all different, accessibility needs, disabilities, abilities, geniuses, ages. And when I see young people who are just so focused and so tenacious and so resilient, because it takes a massive amount of resilience, and so big-hearted, I can't help but love them and want them to be a part of my family. And so, Sam, we became friends a couple of years ago, and we've been on some adventures together. Let's talk about some of our adventures, shall we? Talk to me about our adventures.
Right, I'll start with I think the maddest one, India last year, because that was crazy. What was crazy about India? This is something that sticks out to me specifically about you, right, was we see Danny like you are now. We see you on stage. We see you on the calls teachers how to speak, right? But then I remember pulling up in our car and seeing you at the side of a road in India at a petrol station eating. I can't remember what you was eating, but I was like, as if I've got this access to Danny Wallace right now, with like just in a total like foreign environment. But even then, that showed me as well. I was asking you cheeky questions about like how to speak and stuff, and you weren't saying, "Sam, shut up, I'm on my holidays" or whatever. You was
I'm trying to navigate from the east to the west coast of India in this rickshaw. Hang on a minute, mate. I don't feel like I'm working right now. I'm trying to navigate Bangalore rush hour traffic.
Oh, yeah, no, but that was what totally stood out to me, because even in then, when I arguably I'd say that's the most pressurized environment I've ever been in by far.
Absolutely,
like, that traffic is crazy, and you guys you was taught how to drive a rickshaw, and it's like, right, Danny, get yourself to the hotel during some mad traffic. It was crazy, but yeah, not even then you say, shut up, let me focus. It's still open your heart up. So yeah, that was crazy. The Ideas Fest stuff we've done, when I first came to, what was it, Ideas Fest year 2, where you had, or year 3, whatever, where you had your tent, and you're running around with your B, feeling the love in your B outfit. I was, like, these guys are class, and we're part of the Hive. It means the world. Your community is properly good. You saw what happened yesterday when everyone pulled together. You've got something incredible. I'm about to climax. I can't wait.
Well, do you know what? I'm just going to share that, if you don't mind. The Hive is the free community that I've created. And some of them come to the Big Festoon, some of them don't come to the Big Festoon. There's about 4,000 people in there. And the whole premise is that you share your successes and share your challenges. And what happened yesterday, well, actually 2 things happened this week that was just beautiful. The first was that members of the community and active members of the community got in there and went, we're in trouble. We're having a massive wobble. We don't know where it is that we're going. We're really struggling right now. And honestly, the hundreds of comments that were on there, giving advice, offering time, offering support, and, just so giving of themselves when we saw one of our own that was struggling. Even because sometimes, I've called you when I've been struggling, Sam. It can be really frustrating sometimes, where you don't know where to turn, and you don't know and you don't know who you can speak to. And if you've got a literal like network of people who are ready to just have your back, it was just a beautiful thing. And getting everything that we're doing here, the Big Festoon, the Festoon 500, this whole community initiative that we've created, this increasing our network, certainly within the wider business space, it's daunting and it's big, and I've needed to lean in. And, you're a huge part of that. We're very much Sam, I need to speak to you. I need someone else with golden retriever energy who understands how fast my mind works to keep up with me. And I know you do the same. But yesterday, a bunch of my clients and you got together to create a little video for me to come and support the Festoon 500. Would it be cool if I played it?
Oh, get it up.
Let's do it. I'm going to kick us out and play. I'm going to roll VT.
I support the Big Festoon Live. It's bringing together 500 business owners
to learn, grow,
and support each other. Support the launch for free by signing up to the Festoon live stream.
be part of history.
Be part of the 500.
How lovely is that?
Mate,
I wasn't expecting that yesterday.
What was beautiful about it was how it came about, because it was such, you're just magic. Like someone said, let's do this thing, and then bang, it's like that. It was like my phone just blew up with people sending in the videos. What you've built is not so. And by the way, I just want to come back on a point you just raised about our fellow golden retriever energy. At Christmas time, we make a Christmas advert every year, and there was a slight chance that we could get Sam Fender to allow us to use his music. And I was like jumping up and down, because Sam Fender's like my favorite artist, and we never can get proper songs in our Christmas adverts because it's so expensive. Anyway,
it is.
This opportunity came up, and I rung you, Danny. I'm like, maybe Sam Fender's manager is going to let us use this song. What do you think? And I just gave you the facts, and you told me like, don't, because we weren't asking about money. They weren't asking about money, and I said, oh, should I ask? And he was like, no, don't broach the subject. And then what was it? I rung you in Berlin, and he gave me green light, and then we got to use Remember My Name in our Christmas advert, and you were sat there cheerleading, telling me what to do. So thank you, because that was nuts.
Oh, it was nuts, and it was incredible. And again, like, just a testament to the incredible things that you're doing. Sam, you create video. You create video like show reels. You create our show reels for our clients, for example. You create. I'm going to be sharing just in a second some of the videos that you created for us for the Big Festoon. How important is video content and recording what it is that you're doing now more than ever? How important is it?
I think we live in a world now where every man and his dog's on social media, which is obviously massive, and being able to differentiate yourself from other people and be able to get your energy across and your vibe across is so massively important. I think a few years ago it was image did that perfectly, text did that perfectly. Now we've come into this AI world now where people are AI generating captions for LinkedIn. You're looking at LinkedIn and it is literally like you're reading your ChatGPT history. It's crazy. The long dashes, it's nuts. Likewise with just captions generally. Then you go into the AI photo world, and the only thing that I think is unaffected right now by robots to the degree that everything else is video content. And take you, for example, you run the most incredible event. Like anyone that walks through your door knows when they walk in it feels different, but for you to get that across to people at home is very difficult because
it's been hard over the years. You know, it's been really difficult because people just go, oh, you just need to go and experience it. How do I get serious business owners to go, oh right, well she comes out in like she's on an inflatable horse and she's singing the Pink Pony Club, and I learned about business strategy, and I did this deal for 80 grand with someone, and there were confetti, and then she was up a ladder singing Defying Gravity, and how do you explain that properly to, you know, serious business owners whose time is very, 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 very precious, other than to say, oh, it's just dead magic, you need to come along to this thing, it's dead good.
Yeah. No, that point, you've explained the whole point perfectly. You run such a beautiful kind of refreshing event in which you are overwhelmed with kind of information and education and incredible speakers, but then you almost take the pressure off a little bit when you come on stage and you refresh everybody. It's beautiful. It's the worst part about business events generally is like the boredom of just sitting there watching and getting nothing, kind of it being quite a static event, whereas yours is everything but that. But like you say, like, how can you tell everyone back at home how that is? And I think how we've worked with you and the speed in which we get the videos out, allow people sat at home at 6 o'clock who've not been there to get FOMO, to think, oh my God, that looks class. And that's what
I'll go to the next one.
Yes. Yeah. And that's what
and then when we're doing when we're in events, particularly for the people that, you know, that run events, having that as a commodity directly on the other side really does boost that. If I look at the tickets that we sold 700 tickets in the direct aftermath to Arena. So we already knew that Arena was going to happen because we've got 700 people turning up regardless. We're aiming for 2,500 for this one. And there's this whole squeaky bum time up until this point, which is why we're doing this today, in the 2 months before an event, where then the tickets really start to fly out because people start to make those decisions. I think gone are the times, really, unless you're booking theatre that's booked well out in advance. I think gone are the times where you buy something like a year in advance. I mean, I'm not Taylor Swift. I'm not that well known. And people will buy a ticket and then choose not to turn up on the day as well. It's a very, very, very interesting environment right now. So if I can't tell people and share with people in a real visceral way where they can see and hear from the people that are attending, hear and see the vibe, then it's going to be really difficult now, like you say, now more than ever, to attend events. AI can't generate what the Big Festoon is all about. I go on to Idealist all I want. I can go on to Ideagram all I want and go. So the host is going to make people laugh and make people cry. She's going to dress up like a pumpkin. She's going to have about 25 different costume changes. And then she's going to teach everyone about speaking. And then she's going to have another like 25 speakers that's going to teach you about life and business. Do me a video like that.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
He'll do that.
Computer's blown up. Yes.
Exactly that. It's like, can you remember when people say, what would you, Google will blow up if you type Google into Google? It's like that.
Yeah.
Type Google into Google.
No, but that's and what's beautiful about, I think, what we've accidentally come up with. I remember when we filmed the first Big Festoon with you, which is last October, and I said, Danny, can we play the video out in front of everybody? at the VIP dinner, and you were like, "Oh yes, Sam," because again, you're a very nice person. I'd ask that to some people, and I'd be scared to ask, but not for you. Anyway, we played it, and having the people in the room feel part of that video and the launch of it is beautiful, because then they share it directly in the room, which helps everybody out. But also, you're giving ownership to the attendees of the video itself, which is great. Instead of it being two separate things, two separate entities, you're bringing them both together, which is lovely.
They're emotionally attached to the experience that they've just had. So not so much like, 6 months later, oh, that's a promo video for the thing that I went to last year.
Yeah.
When they've got an opportunity in the moment to go, oh my God, that's me. Oh my God, yeah, I've just felt those things. Of course I want to share it. I'm really like the event producers ace and the flight squad are ace. And of course it's a very different vehicle than that. And that's when these, when these videos become real commodities for things. And I know we're going to be talking to Emma Sale and Frankie a little bit later on. The videos that you created, the documentary that you created off the back of the Goa trip, the sisterhood now, which is this network of female founders in the British industry, where they take on these like really high intensity challenges, like the rickshaw challenge. We've got Morocco next year. They're just about to go out to India again. We can help more people do better business by sharing those things, because the idea was behind that particular trip was we take all these incredible founders, Louise Hill, Go Henry, Pauline Patterson from Dr. Pawpaw, Lucy Cohen from Mazuma Money, and loads of people I'll be speaking to today. We met during those things. People won't find out about that if you don't share it. So it's not just a case of documenting things for the memes or for the gram. It's being really strategic about how you articulate and help people visualize and feel what it is that you do. And I think, Sam, what you do better than everybody else is you help people feel what it is.
Do you know what, Danny? I was when I was in Australia, this guy said you need to change your company name. I was like, oh, sure up, what to? And he went, Feel Something. I was like, oh my God, I love it, but I can't because it's already taken.
Damn it.
Feel
something like that.
That's such a lovely.
I think our first competition should be today. Like, send your answers in on a postcard. We've got Russell watching this morning. Sam said morning.
Hiya, Dad.
Hiya, Dad. How you doing, darling? If you've got any ideas for Sam, for the name, the alternative name for Sam Teal Productions, send us a DM if we can find the best one.
Tell me. And also, everyone watching this, I better see you at the arena, because I got to do the recce with you a few weeks ago, and oh my days, like Danny's dressing room is going to be the dressing room of everyone you've ever seen that's big. That's your dressing room now.
I just made up his Peter Kay's dressing room.
When you said earlier, I'm not Taylor Swift, you're going to be in a few weeks, mate. And also, it's going to be history of this event. You're going to come to this event, and it's going to be a case of I was at the first one, because I dread to think where it's going to be in 5 years, mate. I'm buzzing.
For me, I don't dread to think about where it's going to be in 5 years, because I know exactly where it's going to be in 5 years, and that's what gets me out of bed every single morning.
Yes.
Creating the Festoon 500 Pass is about creating that equity in the room, is about us as business owners linking arms, and saying that we're going to be there, we're going to have a great time, we're going to learn all these things, and we're going to see Sam and be on the videos and do all that, but we get to level the playing field together. We get to help small CIC, small charities get the business development that they absolutely deserve, get the networks that they deserve. We get to connect you with investors, funders, and so get yourself a pass right now. And then where is it? Is it there? I'm trying to hold it. There. Get yourself a pass right now, because you not only get to be in the room, but you get to be part of the conversations that happen afterwards. So beyond the arena, we get to extend those networks, do more business, and help more people. Sam Teal, thank you so much.
Thank you, mate,
for joining me. If you've got, look at that. You got to have said about your confetti that I don't have any confetti. Do you know what I do have though? Do you know what I do have? I have sounds back here. I've got applause. You ready?
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got a gong. But you said you've not got a gong. Are you ready?
Oh, it builds attention. I like that.
I've got drum roll bongos.
Oh. Oh, mate.
Sorry,
the
go
actual
on.
production of what you've got here is nuts, by the way. The fact you're doing it for 24 hours and you don't have people that are doing your sound effects for you, or people.
No, it's
that,
me.
like,
It's all me.
It's just you. It's nuts.
I tell you what, this song, before I let you go, is called Feeding the Ducks. I was testing this out the other day. This, Sam, listen. Do you feed the ducks to this music?
I like that. You know what's nuts? My dad's watching and his favourite animal is ducks. He loves a duck.
Oh, well, this is us feeding the ducks. Right, Sam.
Thank you.
You are more than welcome. We've got Lindsay McGlone joining us in just a second.
Enjoy Lindsay.
I'm waiting
I can't
for
wait to
her to
listen.
come and join us. So in the interim, I'm going to play a video by Sam Teal Productions.
Enjoy it.
It goes a little bit like this. Which one's your favourite one, what you've done? Shall I take one from the Big Festoon, March Day 2? Might get a bit of Gok Wan in that, shall we?
Yes.
Shall we do that?
Gok
Let's
Wan
do
in.
it. It's a minute 34. I wonder if I can change in a minute 34. In the meantime.
Oh, go on. Challenge starts now.
I love you, bye. I have never been more excited about a Day 2 Big Festoon ever.
People here, the energy, the vibe is nothing like any event we've done before.
I took so much away yesterday, and I actually felt like a valued, normal human being.
Oh my goodness. She's an absolute superstar.
My hat's off to
Danny Wallace.
You have pulled off a masterclass.
I'd never run out of words, and I have now.
It's not just a business conference, it's real people with real lives.
This place here right now, we've all been found, and this is a home. And I've been to many business conferences over the years, and I can say confidently, hands on my heart, never seen anything like it, and probably never will again.
How amazing was that? And I managed to get changed as well into something a little bit more colourful. Thank you so much to Sam Teal for joining us. Honestly, I'm blown away. Let me just give you an example of some of who we've got coming up over the course of just this morning. So we've got Lindsay McGlone, who's joining us just now. We've got Susie Ashworth coming up next. We've got Brody Lee. I think Brody Lee is going to be joining us. He may or may not. I know he's been on a flight. We've got Calvin Eden from Loudspeakers going to be joining us. Dylan Holloway from Dylan and the Moon. We've got Artie Halai joining us, BBC presenter Artie Halai. We've got Emma Sale from Killing Kittens. We've got the Bloomfields. We've got Leah Gregory, Nick Starb, Joe Swan, Stephanie Ward, Dan Meredith, Leah Turner. I am not letting up on you today. Lindsay McGlone, get on in here. Hello, you. You made it, but you're silent. I'm frozen. I'm going to kick you out. Are you there? I can't hear you. Ah, no. Are you mute? You're mute and frozen. She's laughing. She's got her devices aren't connected, but it's okay. I can pad for time. So we've worked out now. I could do a quick top change in a minute 30, which is great. I've got an ad break that's a minute 30. Do you know what? I'm going to play you the ad break. If you didn't know what the Festoon 500 was, here's this. Check this out. Hello. If you're seeing this, it means I've temporarily abandoned the camera to go and do one of three things. Have a wee, get changed again, or stare into middle distance and remember who I am. Welcome to our whatever of the Festoon 500 Big Reveal Marathon. If you have been watching these interviews and thinking, I need to be in rooms like this. I need to meet people like this. You do. And that is why the Festoon 500 exists. This is our founding business pass for the big Festoon at the AO Arena in March. And this is built for business owners and leaders who are ready for bigger rooms, sharper conversations, and connections that actually do something and mean something. So here's what you get. You get a gold seat to the big Festoon in March at the AO Arena. You get curated networking and introductions that are beyond the arena quarterly meetups, because awkward networking is not a personality trait we need to be keeping hold of. You also get access to our online learning vault, so you can take what you learn and turn it into results. But here's the mic drop. Every one Festoon 500 pass sold sponsors 2 underrepresented founders into the arena. So while you're upgrading your access, you're also helping build a room that actually reflects real life business. If you're still here with me at this point in the day, I already know you're one of us. So grab your Festoon pass. Link's right here. I'm coming back as soon as I find my charger and my dignity and my other shoe. And just remember, this is all about seats and not statements. And can someone send some snacks? I just put Lindsay in all on her own then. I bet you panicked. I just left you. I was going to put you in real quick. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, Poppy, how are you doing?
I'm okay. My hair is absolutely wild because I had it in plaits and I got back this morning at like 5 a.m. So we're doing it. It's fine.
Oh, bless you. I mean, you look gorgeous. You always look beautiful. And just fresh back off your holidays, literally just back from the airport. So thank you for joining me. I know it's an early one, or maybe you're just powering into the next day, or you go in bed after this.
I've napped, so we're going straight.
We're going straight.
That's it.
We're in it for the long haul. Lindsay McGlone, otherwise known as Rolling with Lindsay, over on the Instagram influencer marketing extraordinaire. Thank you for joining me. I have questions.
Okay.
We're going straight into questions.
Go on.
I've got questions. Look, I'm prepared.
You're prepared. I was thinking about this. The last time we did this was 4 years ago on the big when you were doing the live Festoon, and I had purple and pink hair, and I was wearing Piggy and Kermit necklace and earrings. I remember it so vividly.
We have been together for quite some time now, you and I. We've been on quite the journey, Lindsay McGlone. I want to be asking you today, not just about Instagram, because I know you're very known for growing people's Instagrams, helping people grow their Instagrams. And you've been working with me on my social media, or trying to work with me and my idiot self on my social media for a couple of years now. And when I say trying to work, I'm a nightmare to work with. Just everybody, just so you know, pinning me down to do anything is an absolute nightmare. And you can see just here, we've got a little smurling at the back with a little Instagram ticker. Over the course of today, what I'm hoping for is you lot tell a friend to tell a friend. Although I am aware, I know some of you have told me that the view on Insta on the live isn't optimal. So when I'm sharing a screen, you've got like, I've got to do this in order for you to see me. And we're just seeing the top of Lindsay's head. This isn't, I know that's not ideal, but we're going to stay live over there. If you are watching on Instagram, come and join us either on LinkedIn or Facebook. You will be able to see us in our resplendent glory. But we have been in each other's worlds for a few years now, and you're known for a number of things. But don't let me do all the speaking. Tell me about you, Lindsay.
Okay, so I predominantly help people get better reach, engagement, and make more sales through Instagram. I'm also a marketing genius, and I'm massively in the activism space, inclusion, accessibility, fat, queer rights. I'm loud, I'm stubborn, and I'm okay with it.
And not only that, you have one of the biggest hearts I have ever come across. When one of the reasons why we connected in the first place was because I was seeing what you was doing out in the world. And I just fell in love with you. To see somebody who was allowing themselves to be as audacious as I saw myself, just in a different space, in a different way, was so refreshing. And you were so young at the time. I was like, This is like, she's a superstar already. Like, she's just a superstar. And then to see where you were when we met, which was already like known, you were an influencer out in the space, you know, you were doing your thing, to where you are now, which is sort of on a business journey and an event production journey that has had such trajectory, is in no small part down to this. When we say you're a marketing genius, you are stepping into this now harder more than you ever have, and it is because you are. And being somebody who's always owned themselves, just owned every inch and every aspect, every facet of yourself, the diamond that is Lindsay McGlone, to see you own that genius is beautiful. So we're going to talk about marketing today. Is that okay?
Yes, I had no clue what you were going to ask me, so brilliant. Let's go.
Yeah, because we'll talk about the other stuff in just a second, because I think it's very easy to, when you're seen in one space talking about one thing, it's very easy to think, oh, this is what Lindsay speaks on. And what you've done is you've really sharpened everything up so much that people can only see your genius now because you're a living embodiment of it. So let's talk about marketing.
Yes.
One of the things that you are known for is kind of guerrilla marketing, alternative marketing, doesn't look the same as everybody else's. Talk to us more about that, because I think, and I know you know it, it's going to be pivotal out in 2026, and that's why we're here.
It absolutely is going to be pivotal. Like, there's no doubt it's going to be pivotal, and there's going to be, and it's not that I'm arrogant enough to think everybody's going to be copying me, as in Lindsay McGlone, but there's going to be loads of people who are attempting to imitate this kind of marketing and just still not getting it quite right. Because on the outside, you see, for example, with my campaigns, you see the milkshakes and the Leeds City Centre. For people who don't know, we did we got into Leeds City Centre and we decided to put on a publicity stunt where me and performers dressed as cows and handed out milkshakes, and all it was to do with was about Instagram. And it makes absolutely no sense, but it makes perfect sense. And Lindsayland, where I imitated Poundland for a day and did 12 £1 offers and did over £10,000, not £10,000, £2,000 in sales and 233 sales in 24 hours. The idea behind it is the fun and the joy, yes, and the loud and the creativity. But for me, more than anything, it's about creating the experience. And this is what we are losing, because it's not that it's always easy, but it's easy to fall into the copy and paste. Let's do a video. Let's do a picture on social media. Let's upload another long form. Let's upload another short form. And if that's your bag, that's absolutely fine. But if you want to set yourself amongst everyone else, then this is going to be the way forward. It absolutely is. But we've got to remember the experience. It's not just about looking hard on the internet.
Right. So what you've said there beautifully moves along what Teresa Heathwaring was saying this morning, and also what Lisa Johnson and Nikki James were saying this morning. So we started the conversation with Paul Tinker, and Paul Tinker said the click in the lock for him was his self-belief, and it started with spite. So people told him that he couldn't do the thing that he wanted to do, and then sorry, I'm going to make sure that everyone's still got the link, because I'm conscious that people may not have got the link to come and join us anyway. So the people saying that you can't do that often drives a lot of us when we start. And you've experienced that. I've experienced that. It's formed a lot of the foundation on which the touch paper was lit. But after a while, you don't need that anger and you don't need that spite anymore, because you just realize that you're really fucking good at what it is that you do. Then you've got to find out who you are within that. So we talked this morning about being an expert and then becoming a leader. And then we talked about absolutely 100% knowing yourself as a leader. And I think what you bring to the table is not just the fact that you know yourself, and that's wildly inspirational, but you open the door for other people to know themselves. So it's not about, like with me, it's not about making people more like Danny Wallace, or you don't want people to be more like Lindsay McGlone. Like, we don't really want loads of people turning up with other burlesque dancers dressed up as cows with milkshake in the street. That's not really going to work for everybody. we need to find out what works for you, the differentiator between AI and AI marketing. And Teresa Heath Waring was talking about the logistics, the mechanics, and that needs to be coming from you and being connected from you. Everything's coming back to being more human. This is an extension of that. So, Lindsay, how then? How do we connect with that? Because I could just watch you and go, well, can I not go out into Preston City Centre and take some protein waters, for example? Like, how do we start to connect to that?
Okay, so I have a big theory, and I've been working on, I remember talking to Danielle, who's on our team, about this at Ideas Fest in the tent, like really reveling in this notion that I feel I know what I've got to crack it. And if I cracked it, you can all hear it here first. The biggest thing that I think that we need to start doing in marketing is activating the senses of our audiences so that we are creating an experience that goes beyond a screen, because of the rise of AI, and it's not a negative nor a positive, it is just a fact. And I feel that AI for accessibility, for, making things quicker, for sustainability of businesses, this is not anti-AI. But as well as that, with the rise of AI, how do we activate the senses and create an experience so we're no longer a person on a screen? And this is what we do at events, right? Because you can feel all the senses happening, and we associate that with an experience.
Right. Absolutely. And then when we do that, we become emotionally attached to the thing. And it is within that emotion that we create memories. And if we're having almost the same, if we look at the way that launches happen, for example, and Teresa was talking about before, she watches lots of people's launches for the reason that, like, where are the wins happening right now? You can go onto ChatGPT and go, can you design me a launch for this thing? And you can follow it to the letter. But if you're not, like you say, activating the senses, then you're going to put out all of that content, and it is just going to be flat language amongst a whole other bunch of flat language, which is a bunch. You're not popping your head above the parapet. And how you're capturing people's imagination, not just, and this isn't just a right now thing, you've always done this, but you do this so strategically and so well that that's only going to amplify. So then you're only going to grow in success. How do you feel about that?
Do you know what? There's been lots of times where I've been like, oh, I can't believe it. Like, and there has been times where I felt that. I kind of feel like it's a given now. And I'm okay with that. And we had a massive conversation about like dynamics and peer dynamics. And when you shift from somebody's, not necessarily us, but maybe somebody's student to a peer, to the way that people look at you in this space in particular is wild. And there is something to be said about the people that unintentionally, intentionally, we're not going to get into it. The people who wouldn't even cast an eye to me before. And now, hi, Lindsay. And I'm like, oh, I
she's doing all right.
Not that you've ever been able to miss me, but I think
she was here, babe.
Yeah, I've got to own it now, and I have to own it, because if I don't own it, I can't teach others to do the same. Right. Yes. And that's what I want to do next. When I say I'm a marketing genius, it isn't to blow smoke up my own arse. It's to say, now let's give that to you as well, so that we can all have a go.
Absolutely. And again, we're going back to these recurring themes already from today are delicious. And what I'm hoping that those of you that are watching along are taking from this is that the recurring themes are there for a reason. Lots of different disciplines have been on with me this morning, and a variety of different disciplines are coming on throughout the day. I've got a feeling we're going to keep coming back to this. It's, first of all, self-awareness. So sitting actually with the mirror of yourself and going, who the fuck am I then? Like, what do I give a shit about? What will I die on the hill for? What will I allow myself to have a hot take on and not be scared? And it doesn't always have to be controversial, but then how do I ignite the senses? So I think in this moment, if we're thinking about giving value during the time that we're talking to, to everyone out here on the lives today, how the fuck do we ignite the senses if we're working online? So right now, I'm doing a live, I'm doing it for 14 fucking hours because I'm stupid. Like, how do we ignite the senses for the people that are watching and listening out there? Like, oh, I'm writing, I've stacked out all of this content and it's just not landing, it's just not hitting. It's probably because of this. So let's unlock the door for them.
Okay, so the first thing that you can do, and you've got to stick with me on this, right? You've got to stick with me because people,
I'm with you.
It's new and they're like, when you're telling a story in your copy, the first thing that I want you to do is consider, are you hitting those senses? So it's storytelling, right? But amplifying it. So when we're talking about, for example, if I'm talking about Instagram, I will say dry as a desert. We can attain to what that feels like. And we can also attain to what that feels like within our business. So we can almost feel the desert. How are you using descriptive language to talk about the situation that someone's in? So when somebody's business isn't going well, or they are not doing as well as they want in their business, you always talk about what they feel, but what else surrounds them? Okay. Can you smell that you're on the verge of X, Y, Z? Can you touch it? Can you feel it? Think about how you can insert that into your copy. One of the more extravagant things is to add taste into your marketing. Now, I love this because it is such a big motivator for people, and people are not thinking about it at all. But for example, when I use milkshakes in my launches, that is because they've signed up to the free thing. They may have only known me for the first time, and then they're tasting something. Sounds a bit filthy, doesn't it? They're tasting something that I have delivered to them that they also know that I've done myself, because the every labels are cut really badly, but they know that that's come from me, and then now they're associating that taste with me. And it's about all encompassing touch points. So when we talk about touch points, it isn't just I see, for example, cow print and I think of Lindsay. How can we think of all those cow prints that all those touch points that activate senses? So for example, if people saw a bee, as daft as it sounds, if they get stung by a bee, they'd probably still think of you, right?
Do you know what? Actually, yes, somebody who come across me even for the first time yesterday was, because the overarching business, if you don't know, is called IATQB, I Am the Queen Bee. And someone had got into my inbox talking to me. I nearly died. I got stung by a bee when I was 40. And I thought of you, and I was like, oh, I don't sting. I'm not trying to kill you. We're all right. But it's really interesting when people make those associations. And I guess this comes to the 3Ding of marketing. If we are so sick and bored and tired of being bound to our screens, but that's where we come across each other. So we're still there. And if we can make that experience more 3D, and I share this like with my speakers, for example, the difference between being a great speaker and somebody doing a presentation is allowing the fourth wall to be broken. And I think what you help people do beautifully is having them considerate of the fourth wall in their marketing. And what I mean by the fourth wall, if anyone doesn't know from a theatrical perspective, the fourth wall is the barrier between you and the audience. So when you're on stage, people are watching in. And if you're doing an acting piece, for example, and you're not presenting, it's like variety or say burlesque like you do or singing like I do, then that wall is a fourth wall. When we break that fourth wall through elevations, I would call them, is similar to igniting the senses with you. All of a sudden, you become memorable. Me throwing poo emoji cushions at people, trying to catch them in an Aldi bag, or costumes, or music, or scent. When we start to incorporate that, it suddenly becomes really special. And I think that is the thing. We can use it through language, like you said. Can we use language that's reminiscent of a sense? And actually, I want to go into the chats right now, and I want you to give me some examples that I can share. So give me an opportunity to go and have a look in the chat and see what people have got going on. How are you going to ignite the sense? We're going to set a challenge, and the one that makes me and Lindsay either laugh or go, fucking hell, that's genius. I'm going to send them a copy of my book and a milkshake from Lindsay. Hang on a minute.
I have spares.
Whilst I'm doing this, Lindsay, you've got something really special coming up this week.
Yes.
Can you tell us about it whilst I do this?
Okay. So on the 22nd of this week, which is Thursday at 7 p.m, I am teaching my famous masterclass, My Content Brings All the Leads to the Yard. And it's how to generate consistent leads through Instagram, because likes, engagement and followers are not playing to your business. You need to know how to sell and generate leads through Instagram. Yes, at the back of it, I'm going to sell something to you, but you don't have to buy it, because the thing alone has so much value. This masterclass is one of the best out there for generating leads on Instagram, and it is sexy and it is fun, and we bring all the joy. And especially if you're a neurodivergent learner, I can attest that this is probably one of the best trainings that you're ever going to be on. Oh,
I just removed myself and I muted myself. I'm just trying to help the next speaker get queued up and ready to join us. We've got Susie Ashworth coming up really, really shortly, and she's just struggling to get onto the StreamYard. So she is on standby and she's trying to get in. So thank you for sharing that, not only because that gave me 30 seconds to speak to Suze, but it allowed everybody to find out about you and your milkshakes, and also getting these leads in, because I think it's a real thing right now that we feel like we are at the behest of the algorithms. We've got you speaking this morning. We've got Inga Hunter coming to speak to us a little bit more about the algorithm this afternoon. We've also got Elizabeth Carley Leonard. Now, all three of you together share different angles and different lenses on how we create engagement and how we create leads and how we actually get seen beyond that fourth wall of just us on the screen. If you are in a fight with the algorithm right now, or if somebody feels like, oh, I'm posting stuff and it's flopping, what can they do to jiggy things up again?
Okay, so there's really practical, unsexy things that you can do that works. So you can promote your audience to engage with you. Now, I don't mean like for like or follow for follow. We're not 2020 influencers trying to get brand deals, right? What I'm saying is, right, we can encourage our audience to come and turn on our post notifications, our story notifications, add us to their favorites list. We can also think how we can utilize Instagram in particular as an actual tool. I always say your business will not live and die on Instagram. It's the most contradictory thing I could ever say as somebody who teaches Instagram, but I honestly don't believe it does. It's all the mechanisms and the workings that you've got behind it. So how can you add Instagram as a tool? So your opt-in forms. This could change your business if you use it right. On your opt-in forms, start asking people for their Instagrams. Then you can go and connect them. You can add them to your favorites list on Instagram, and you can make a concerted effort to go and engage with them. Because what we see as well is because of the way the algorithm's changing, and this is a really important point, and you've picked up on something that I wanted to talk about. So Inga Hunter is coming up to speak to about the algorithm. And I think it's so important that we learn from people who are potentially ahead of the game or have a different perspective of the game, right? Because the proximity that Inga has is incredible. And there's so much of a learn from me, not for this person. You speak about this with, for example, Mike, that you learn speaking from.
Mike Ganino, and we've got Nick Starb later on today. We've got Artie Halai on today. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. I think there's a real toxicity around not learning from other people within your fields. I actively approached and learned from Inga in the sense of I saw something that she spoke about and I dropped a little voice note and I was like, now I know this, I can't ignore it. How can I say this has come from you? And Inga's really graceful and just said, just say that. And I was like, okay, brilliant. We don't have to cut ourselves off from knowledge because we're so arrogant and we're so, and I say arrogant with love because I do think sometimes we get in our own heads and we think, well, we're the best of the best of the best, and that means we can't possibly learn from anyone else. But if we've not learned other people's perspectives and knowledge, how are we meant to deliver the best for our clients, right?
Yes.
A bit of a tangent, but I think it's so important.
No, I agree. And I think that our growth, I see so many businesses stagnate because they're rinsing and repeating the thing that they've always done, which only works after a time. This is business and we are moving at knots and at pace now, especially with AI, especially with, people scrambling to keep up with it. And it's the understanding that we're going to have to, if we're living in a digital world and we're running a digital business, it's going to have to be the case. So we're going to have to grow and learn from the people that are further along. And there's enough success for everybody. There's enough audience for everybody. We're all very, very different. Again, we were talking about, when we were talking about personal brand a little bit earlier on, when you move in the world in the way that you know yourself, like you're saying, you're a marketing genius, you are not hiding from that, and it's not an ego thing. It's it is, that's true. And part of your genius is your continual self-development, your continual learn, the continual conversation that you don't just have with yourself, but the world, in order to keep sharpening your tools. And I think that works in two ways for you, Lindsay. And I hope you don't mind me sort of like coming down here with you. But being somebody who's neurodivergent and running a business, one of the most beautiful things about you is just how self-aware you are and how well you know yourself, so that you can navigate business in a way that works for you. And, we'll have lots of conversations. Well, actually, we've not got a lot of conversations queued up specifically around this, but I want to touch on all of the things today, particularly with us talking about the Festoon 500 and the Big Festoon and the work that we've done. We're both neurodivergent in different ways. If you're a business owner and you may or may not be neurodivergent, you don't know, but you might have always found things a little bit more difficult than the next person, or you're a little bit more geniusy than the average bear, and that, plays out in other areas of your life. What advice would you give to somebody who's feeling those things and trying to navigate their genius? Because I think that for you and I that's a real thing.
Yeah. So there was a post on Facebook, Facebook's the all knowing of everything, but it was a really simple line, and it just hit me. Even though I know it for myself, I thought that could really help people. And it said something along the lines of, your ability to put the washing away does not attain to your level of intelligence.
Yes.
Yes. And I think this is the thing with neurodivergent brains. And look, I had a lot of internalized ableism. I spoke about it very openly. When I realized I was autistic, I was like, no, I'm not autistic. I'm not. I was very defensive about it.
Yeah.
Now that's the autism.
But your rigidity of thinking meant that you were rigid of thought.
The first thing that I would ask you to do is just start advocating for yourself in little ways. So you don't need to sit here right now and say, I'm neurodivergent. If something is more difficult for you, or if you need something delivered in a different way, or if a different level of communication is more attainable to you, it's easier for you to understand, guess what? You are allowed to just say.
Yeah.
You are allowed to advocate for yourself, and you're allowed to make those small alterations. So, for example, something I will do now is I will say, I need messages to be blunt, precise, no fluff, don't be kind to me.
Be quick with it. Just be quick with it.
Yeah.
Just tell me the thing and then we move.
Absolutely. And for example, at the Big Festoon, one day I can be absolutely fine with touch. The last time at the Big Festoon on day 2 on March, I was like, I absolutely cannot have anybody touch me today. But I could still show up in that space because I had a badge. I was actually wearing 2 because, of course, I need to be ironic with it, that said, don't touch me, or I need space. There we go. And I could show up in that space and it'd be absolutely apparent that I don't want people to touch me that day. So what I would say is, if you feel that you need alterations for things, say it now and ask for those alterations. You don't need to step necessarily into, I am neurodivergent. You step into, what does my brain need?
What do I need? Yeah. What do I need in order to attack this in a way that feels better, that doesn't carry shame, that doesn't. And when we just articulate that, all of a sudden the shame dissipates. I struggle with not being able to hear somebody when I'm getting instructions, but I also have to write them down, but I can't look at them. Like if I'm getting instructions, I've got to kind of try and visualize it in my head at the same. But when I'm sharing that with someone, I'll have to say, like, I'm not going to look at you right now, but it's not because I'm on my phone. I'm not messing about. I'm writing stuff down, or I'm trying to hear you by looking away from you, because my safety mechanisms mean I have to read your face to ensure my safety. That's not necessary when I'm with someone who's safe. I want to look away so I can hear you then.
Yeah.
Instead of being like, just knowing these little things about ourselves enable us to make decisions quicker, increase our bandwidth, and knowing that your ability to do the washing up or keep your laundry room tidy or whatever it is does not equate to how clever you are or how good of a person you are. I remember, like, the first thing I did when I made any kind of money was get a cleaner. I remember my mum clutching her pearls. What do you mean? I can't clean my fucking house, Mum. I'm really sorry, but I'm going to do dead good things.
Yeah.
Lindsay, our time together is now at an end, my darling, and I've got some beautiful guests awaiting here. Lindsay, how do we find out about what you're doing this week? Do we find you on the Instagram, Rolling with Lindsay?
You can find me on the Instagram. Send me the word milkshake and I'll send you the link. Or you can find me on Facebook. I'm not hard to miss.
You are not indeed, and thank God for that. Lindsay McGlone, I love you. Thank you for being a part of my life today.
Later.
All right, we are moving fast because we've managed to get my next guest in. I am so happy. Susie Ashworth getting here. We've got Brody. I know you're waiting along, but we've got just our previous guest. So you get to chill out and have a wee or do whatever it is you're doing. Hang on a minute. Brody, I'll see you in a minute. I love you. But before then, we've got the one, the only, the wonderful Susie Ashworth.
Hello, 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 hello. Oh my gosh. I've been chomping at the bit trying to be on. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy that we are repping.
I dressed for you. You know everything. You know everything is intentional with me, my angel. I was like, no, Susie's on. I need loads of colours for Lindsay. I need Adidas for my Suze. Like, look, like she's thinking everything through. Everything intentional, right?
Always, always.
So thank you for joining me. It is such a huge day today, and the fact that so many of my friends have just gone, yeah, absolutely, let's have a conversation. It just means the absolute world. So first of all, thank you for being here. Secondly, in case anybody doesn't know, Susie Ashworth, tell me all about you.
Well, I am Susie Mother Trucking Ashworth. Yeah. I have been in the online industry now for 12 years, which makes me, I don't know, almost an OG. And I am most famous for, I suppose, Infinite Receiving. That is it's my lovely
Sunday Times bestseller.
Sunday Times bestseller.
Incredible book.
And I help people who want to make quantum transformations in their life and in their business. I help people make massive transformations very, very quickly. I tend to work with people who want to become coaches or people who have a massive impact or desire to make a massive impact in the world. And that's my jam.
It is your jam. And I've been on the periphery of your world for a long time, and a fan, I guess, and of many of my guests today. It's funny. I kind of moved through the world scooping up friends like Pokemon, and like I study them first, and I go, are they my people? Are they my people? They're definitely my person. Susie's definitely my person. Hi, Susie, we're going to be friends. And this happened, with the likes of Lisa Johnson, Nick James. We've got Brody coming on in just a sec. Like, if I think about the people who I'm connected with, it's an absolute joy to see. You were part of our Titans section, and the reason being is because of the impact that you've had within this, not just the online space, but the spiritual space, the coaching space, and all of those things. For a simple equation that I am leaning so hard into right now, I can only thank you. And it is this: faith plus action equals miracles.
Yeah.
Faith plus action equals miracles. And I would love you for just a sec, Susie. Can you share with me how you came to that? Because it is, it's such a strap line for you, but when you embody it, oh my God, it is true. It is a real thing.
Yeah, 100%. So I am a single mum of 3 kids. My eldest child is going to be 15 on the 11th of February, which absolutely blows my mind. And for many of you who are mothers who are watching this, you may have had the experience of just as soon as you get pregnant, knowing that everything has changed forever. And when I got pregnant with Caesar, I wasn't a maternal person. I'd never thought about having kids, but when it was time, it was time. And I knew very instinctively that I needed to model to him what being able to do anything you wanted in the world looked like. At the time, I was working at The Guardian and I liked my life, but I wasn't in love with it. And so just by getting pregnant, things changed. It changed the way that I thought, it changed the way that I wanted to show up in the world. And at the time, I remember reading a book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Yeah.
And in that book, he tells the story of having a son who is born without hearing, and him and his wife refusing to believe that that was going to be their son's destiny. And he would whisper affirmations into his son's head. And they did that for his entire life. And long story short, he ended up getting hearing aids, which enabled him to hear. I loved this story and really took this to heart. And I was like, what is it that I want my kid to know about himself and about life? And I had this whole long prayer that I would say to him every single night. And whilst the prayer got shorter and shorter and shorter, the last sentence, faith plus action equals miracles, stuck. And that I started saying it for him, but I didn't realize that I was affirming that to myself.
That into yourself. It started to become a part of the fabric of who you are. And it really is.
If you came to my house, I've got it pretty much in every room. Like it is, people call it a strap line, but really it is my life.
Yeah,
When
it's an ethos, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You choose to believe in yourself. That's what faith means when I am talking about it. You choose to believe in yourself. You choose to believe in your dream. And then you are willing to take courageous and aligned action every single day. And when you put that belief together with the action, you will be absolutely dumbfounded by the miracles that you are able to create in your life, in your relationships, and in your business.
And when I say to you, like, I am living by that at the minute, like living by it. I know you're on the inside of a lot of kind of the conversations that we're having as we're on this road to the arena, and, you know, the inspiration that, you know, I've taken from you and the work that you do out in the world. And, you know, we're creating the Festoon 500 and we're giving back to underrepresented communities and just really making this fucking thing, the thing that I dreamed that it would be right at the very beginning, having absolute faith in it. Like there is, I've said this to you, I've said this to anyone who listen, there is not a world where the Big Festoon in its next form doesn't happen. There's not a world in which it doesn't happen. That's how strong the faith is. So then my job then is to take action every single day, even just in thought, that is going to move me toward that. Even in the darkest times, magic has occurred. Like this. I just 2 weeks ago, I said to all of my incredible friends in business, I'm doing a thing. Will you get involved? Yes. Not one person said no.
And of course not, because that's who you are. But here's the thing that I want to share, though, because not everybody feels that unwavering level of faith.
Right.
And so for those of you who are listening to this and who are like, yeah, but I don't know, I was never that person, or I don't know, I was told that I was stupid my entire life, or I've just split up with my husband and this is what he used to say to me.
Yeah.
I want you to know that when I first started out in business in this life, I didn't actually have the big dream. Like I dreamed what I wanted for my son, which is to be happy, healthy, and successful. I didn't really have a big dream for me. And I didn't need it. I just needed to know what I didn't want.
Uh-huh.
And then I moved away step by step. It started with me retraining. In order for me to retrain as a hypnotherapist and a psychotherapist, I had to get over the story that I'm a high school dropout. All I'd got is my GCSEs.
Yeah.
I thought that I was stupid. It was like, who are you to be doing? And it was like, if I don't do it, I'm going to be stuck in my 9 to 5, never seeing my kid. I need to just move one step away from that. And that means I'm going to have to train. So sometimes if you're listening to this, you don't have the big vision and you don't have the faith because everything before has told you that you can't. Just take one little step away from where you were. And then what's interesting is that a door will open and you'll be invited to take a step through the door. And you might feel absolutely petrified, but I'm going to encourage you to take the next step and the next step and the next step, which is ultimately what you have had to do to create what it is that you have created as well. Because like you say, in the dark times, in the scary times, in the times where it felt completely nonsensical, you've had to move anyway.
Yeah. Yes. And that's it. You know, time's still going to move, right? We're still, life's still going to life. We might as well move away from that which we don't want and move toward that which we do. And
yeah,
I love it. And do you know what? I've got a question, because what you do beautifully is you really blend that, you know, that grounded inner belief, that kind of energetic spirituality, kind of solid work within that, with business and business growth and you know, and the scaling of businesses and all of that sort of stuff. And you know, lots of coaches come to you to scale and grow their business. Lots of other types of businesses come to you as well. But I want to ask you a question, because I know lots of people feel a bit funny about this sort of thinking. The high vibes are really great, right? And you know, you've got faith, or you know, we're taking action and we've got the thing. But how, when business is hard, how do we balance the two? Like, how do we balance, like, I really believe, I'm trying to believe, and I'm trying to have faith, and how do we balance that when, you know, when we're coming across the real hurdles, when, you know, the knock is at the door?
I immediately go to, you know, 2025 in many, many respects was an incredible year for myself and the business. And then in October, myself and my family got completely curveballed with the passing of my niece. And when you lose a child, there's nothing bigger than that. Certainly not that I have ever experienced. And so when you ask this question, I'm like, how do you continue?
Yeah.
And for me, there's like, on a micro level, as a single mum, I've already mentioned my kids, like, they are the biggest thing. I can't roll over. There have been so many times in the last 13 years, I was saying so many, like, if you realized how many times I failed, even when I think about 2025 from a business perspective, how many failures there were last year, if you knew, you'd be like, oh. And there is, like, on a micro level, I really take radical responsibility for knowing that I've got to look after these human beings. On a slightly bigger level, it is the mission and it is the vision. And so for me, like, one of the things that I take such great pride in is seeing the potential of every single human being that comes into my life.
Yes. You really do as well. Like, you can see it.
It's not by accident. That nobody crosses my path by accident. Everybody that comes in is there because they have something bigger within them. And when I look at what's going on in the world, I know that it is absolutely my mission, it is absolutely my purpose to help as many people live into their purpose and live into their potential as possible. So when something horrific happens, it's like I give myself permission to feel what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Grief, sadness, pain, anger,
All of the
frustration.
bits that are being a human in that moment, having
Yeah.
a normal human reaction to a human thing that's happened.
And then I allow myself to connect to the bigger purpose.
Mhm.
I allow myself to connect to the bigger vision.
Mhm.
So it starts with me and then it gets bigger.
Yes.
I also want everybody who is having a tough time to really hear me. I said it before, but it's so easy to skate over it. You think that you are the only person who's having a hard time, or you're having a hard time because you're not cut out for this. You're having a hard time because that is part of business. It is ebbs and flows for every single person. You see the highs, you see the celebrations, you see the big money, and you think everybody's doing that. And it's like,
this.
it's Melanie Ann Layer. I used to work with her, and what she said something to me that really, really stuck. It's up and down on the way up.
It's come down the side to side and round and
All
around.
around. I'm here
Brave.
because I didn't give up.
Yeah.
Danny's here because she hasn't given up. Brody's here because he hasn't given up. Do not give up. When you find your mission, or when your mission finds you, trust it and stay the path.
Mhm. The difference between somebody that does and somebody that doesn't is the person that does and the person that doesn't. And it sounds very flippant, and there's lots of intrinsics, but the difference between me deciding to book an arena and somebody not deciding to book an arena is somebody else didn't decide to book an arena and I did.
Yeah.
Like, do I now have to do all of the things that move towards that? And is it hard? Yeah. But it's the difference between someone goes, oh my God, like, you're so inspiring doing that. Am I? I just did it. Like, I don't know about being inspiring. I don't feel very inspired. Like, but it's the decisions that we take, and like radical responsibility of self. I think that if anybody takes anything away from this right now is the radical responsibility of self. All problems are a leadership problem. All wins are a leadership win. And we learn that very difficult ways in very wonderful ways. And I think it would be a good idea at this point, Susie, to tell people where they can find you, because our time has come to a close, because I've got to get our Brody on for our next conveyor belt back to back today. So, Suze, where can we find you? And also what's coming up next?
I play on Instagram, Susie, SUZY_Ashworth, SusieAshworth.com. If you are somebody who feels like you have a big mission, you are here to help people, you want to become a coach, you want to leave the 9-to-5, you want more freedom, more income, and all of that good stuff, I've actually got a 3-day intensive that is happening this weekend called Pathway to Purpose. So feel free to hit me up in the DMs. I'm happy to tell you about that. And obviously, I cannot wait to see you at the arena, baby.
Yes, baby. On the 11th and 12th of March, you can come and see Susie speak in person on the arena stage as part of the Big Festoon. Susie, I can't wait to see you then. I love you. Thank you for being a part of this world. Thank you for being a part of my world. And thank you for being a part of this community. You're amazing.
Thank you, my love. Bye.
That was Susie Ashworth, everybody. And very, very quickly, I'm going to get him in here. He's been waiting. Normally running his time to milliseconds is the one, the only, the $1 Million Events guy, Brody
Hey everyone!
Yes, mate.
The drop's coming. The drop's coming. One second.
We could keep going. Let the drop happen. Let it happen. I'm waiting. I might have a little drink of my.
All right, everybody, on your feet. 1, 2, 3, jump.
I can't jump. I'll wee myself. I'm doing terrible mum dancing without trying to.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Hello, you. How are you?
Oh, it's so good to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
I am so happy to have you. Do you know why? Because
Why?
I know for 2 minutes, I can leave you with the screen while I go and do a quick change. Are you ready? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand over to Brody for 2 minutes while Brody tells everybody who he is and what he does. You ready? Steady.
Go. Hey everyone, my name is Brody Lee. I am an Australian that lives in New York City, and I run an incredible business called Beyond Impact. And we help people just like you to increase their impact, their income, and their influence by running live and virtual events. We do this all over the world. In fact, I'm partnering with Danny for the Big Festoon Arena coming up very soon. You will see me there. And one of the things that I love about events, and I'm sure we're going to be talking about this, is that they're the one place in the world where you can come together with people and you can connect, communicate, and engage in commerce. And in fact, as a species, we have been doing this for the last 300,000 years. It's hardwired into our DNA to be with people. And I have a deep, deep, deep love and reverence and respect for the art, craft, and science of events. If you think about things throughout history, anything that's important throughout history has happened because of an event. If you think about the labor movement, the suffragette movement, if you think about civil rights, anything that is important, equality, has happened because somebody decided to put on an event. And if you look at all of the big, big players in the world, all of the, oh my goodness. You know what? I'm traveling at the moment and I don't have one of my shirts. That's so exciting. I did bring the cap though. I did bring the cap.
I got the cap, but I look rubbish in hats.
Yes. What?
I don't feel like I look very good in a baseball hat.
I think you look great. We're twinning.
What if I'm like this?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's be gangster. Do you want me to do it as well? 1 second. Let's see.
Like I don't.
No, it doesn't suit me at all like that.
I don't know what I'd look like. I've just got a school cap on. No, that's not working for me. I'm gonna leave the cap, but I've got the t-shirt. I was ready to rep. We were just running a couple of minutes behind. I was ready to be all ready for you, but I'm here.
So look, here's something about that t-shirt. So Danny is known for her costumes. You've seen her at her events, and at the last event we did, she did like 22 different costume changes, which is just insane. Me, I'm known for my t-shirts, and it started with this event that we ran in 2019 called Impact, and it was 2020 called Impact, and it was in the middle of the pandemic. There's a bit of backstory here. So in the middle of the pandemic, 2020 was supposed to be my breakout year. I was supposed to be traveling all over the world. I had 36 weeks of the year booked on stages and like at different events and all that sort of stuff. And I lived in Australia at the time. And I was just coming back from Tony Robbins' house in Sun Valley in Idaho. And I was very confused because at LAX
That's a casual little name drop there. I enjoyed that. Well done. Keep going.
I'm very blessed to have been in his presence a few times, and there's another story there I'm sure I'll tell you throughout
absolutely.
this. But I was very, very confused at the airport because my only there was white people wearing masks, and my only reference point for this previously was in Australia when Asian tourists came in from like China and everything like that, where masks are very common for pollution. White people were wearing them, and I'm very okay, this is odd. And I was brutally sick on the plane. In retrospect, I think I actually had COVID because the when I got home to Australia, the day after I landed, Australia shut down our borders for 2 years and we weren't allowed to leave the country. And so I had all of these events booked all over the world. And then suddenly overnight, I lost millions of dollars, lost all of this opportunity. And so we went into lockdown and our Australian events kept getting pushed back and back and back. And then in about July of that year, I said to my team, I'm like, oh, okay, something's got to give here. We need to do something. I'm going to put on a virtual event. And at that point, no one had studios. No one had anything nice. Tony Robbins wasn't doing his big things. And my team was kind of groaning. And they're like, oh, no, people are still doing their kitchens with their cats and everything. This is going to be awful. And I'm like, no, we are going to host people on Zoom for 16 hours a day for 3 days from all over the world. And they're going to leave saying it's the best event that they've ever been to in their life. And what's really, really cool, we called it Impact because the world needed some good news, right?
Yeah.
And then so we had 200 people come to this event. It was a free event. They stayed engaged for the 16 hours every single day. And at the end of the second day, I'm like, oh, by the way, we got Tony Robbins' music guide to help us out with the vibes and stuff.
Yes.
And then at the end of the second day, I was like, oh, wow, this is kind of like cool. Maybe I should sell something. And so I wrote down an offer on the back of a piece of paper. My team did it up into slides. And then I pitched it the next day. And get this, I cleared $1 million in one day from this event. My first ever $1 million event. But it's not that $1 million that counts. And this is where the impact comes into it. Because at that event, every single time somebody was touched, moved, inspired, they had a breakthrough, something cool happened, we got them to type the word impact into the chat. And we would pause the entire event and we would get them up on screen and we would talk about what the breakthrough was. And then we would donate something like 100 days of clean drinking water, or like we would donate a micro loan to somebody, or we would give someone access to healthcare. And it was such a powerful experience that to this day, literally 2 weeks ago, somebody came to me and said it was the most powerful event that they've ever been to in their life.
Wow.
And so it started this whole movement of events, which is now why we're connected as well. And just, yes.
And so
that's
like
the story behind the impact and the shirts. There you go. That's a long way of saying it.
and but a beautiful way of saying it as well, because one of the things that I love about you, and one of the reasons why we work together, is because you are so impact centered. And I think it's very difficult when you are a purpose-led entrepreneur, when you're a purpose-led founder, to be strong enough to go, it's okay for me to make money as well. It's okay for the two things to be true, for me to have the mechanics in order to generate sales and also to do good. The two things can live together. And I think that, you know, one of the reason the Big Festoon exists is to be this not melting pot, but mosaic of businesses, to be sharing the platforms, to be sharing the space, to be teaching people how to take up space, you know, through speaking programs, to be hearing lots of different people from lots of different backgrounds. Like, it's impactful. And the thing that I'd struggled with for years and years and years was I was doing an event trying to be nice to everybody and not kind to myself, burning myself out, over giving to the point of exhaustion, all of this sort of stuff. And in meeting you, you was like, actually, Danny, you can have the mechanics around this that support you to do more good instead of doing the bare minimum, because you're so exhausted. And you could do more, make more, do more good if you get the right mechanics in place. And that's what you and I have been working on, and it's been absolutely game changing. Yeah. And
one of the things I'd love to kind of share about that, and I think this is one of the, I used to be one of those, like, can I swear on here? Is that all right? Are we friends?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I know that we do normally, but I wasn't sure about in a public forum like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wide out the world. So here's the thing. I believe it's your duty to be filthy fucking rich. And I really want everyone to own that. I didn't come to buy this honestly. Like, I come from a middle class family and whatnot. We did relatively okay. But I you know, my models, and actually my mum's watching this, by the way, right now. Hi, mum.
Hi, mama.
And so, you know, we have these models in our lives, right? Of like our family models and everything. And, you know, my family, they're all public servants. I'm the black sheep. I don't work for the government. And then, you know, they did well. They like had the 6-figure jobs and everything like that. But for a lot of people in the world, that's the ceiling for them, because that's what they know. That's just what they've been taught intergenerationally, all of those sorts of things. And so I came to this through business. What I realized is that it's possible to, what if every time we do business, something good happens in the world?
I love that. When you said that to me for the first time, I was like, what if every time we did business, something good happens in the world? And that makes us move towards business with such greater care and audacity and strength and courage than I don't ask you for money. And I think it's a very British thing as well. I don't know about you.
I know. Culturally, yes. I've had to adjust to that when I've been working with you as well. It's very I think the Brits and you guys are a tough market to kind of sell to, and it's like a very cultural, historical thing as well.
It's a very interesting like situation. Like, we've got to be humble, and you know, we get tall poppy syndrome over here as well. When someone gets too successful, they don't quite like it. They love an underdog until the underdog isn't an underdog anymore, and then we're going to have words. Then they're too successful and they've got too big for the boots, and It's very interesting. So that when we start to, as a wider community, understand this, it gets better.
They also think as well, like if they've got that level of success, they must have exploited somebody along the way.
Yeah, they've got to rip someone off.
Done wrong by somebody or whatever, right? So yeah, and so the other part of all of this for me is that I've had these beautiful experiences in life, and I thank my parents. Like I when I was 10 years old, I ordained as a monk in Burma. You know, robes, shaved my head, and everything like that. And my parents taught, like through that, I got my top 3 values: integrity, honesty, and generosity. And coming into this space, like it's really important to have these in business, but the generosity piece is really, really, really crucial, because we know that trickle down economics does not work. That whole neoliberal crap and all that sort of stuff, it's proven that it doesn't work. If you think about the stats, I actually learned a new stat recently. The top 0.001% of the world, of the wealthiest people in the world, is 60,000 people in the world, right?
60,000.
They own more money than the bottom 50% combined. So more than 4 billion people. Now that is galling. And at the same time, it's also instructive, because I have this other question that I ask is, like, what if we could make the world work for 100% of humanity, 100% of the time, without damaging the environment or harming people? Now that is a very good question to live in, because it's posed as a what if. It's like an infinite game, to quote Simon Sinek.
Yeah.
And so I used to yell at the 1%. I was a social justice warrior. I was like, fuck the rich, all that sort of stuff. But when I came into money, I noticed my fiscal politics changing a little bit. I was like, oh, I have money now. But what I realized is that those people have figured out a way to make the world work for them. Now, you can argue that some of them have damaged the environment and harmed people, so we need to clean that up. But we can sell to those motherfuckers because they have the cash, right? We can receive that cash, to quote Susie, you know, infinite receiving, and then we can do good with it. Like governments, you know, I think we need big government, all that sort of stuff, but they're not doing a great job at the moment. So it relies on people like you and me to say, for example, for every $1 we invest below the poverty line, another $5 of economic value is created in the economy. So it becomes this bottom-up circular approach. It's just wild. So
and is exactly why in these conversations with you, in the wider conversations that, you know, I've had out in the business industry, we're going to be talking to Calvin Eden next, talking about impacting young people as well with this. The reason the Festoon 500 exists is to begin that within this community, to begin this swirly up leveling, to begin the not trickle down economy, but the selling to people who have money, so that we can put the hands in, you know, the money in the hands of good people. The reason why I want the Big Festoon to exist is that I want as much money in the hands of good people as possible, because good people do good things with money. Like they just do. So if we're surrounding ourselves with good people doing good things, earning good money and doing good with that money, well, that's not bad, is it? So, like, it might sound utopian, but exactly the reason why the Big Festoon exists, exactly the reason why the Festoon 500 exists. So my ask of everybody that's watching today, if you've come across me for the first time, is get a pass. Get a Festoon 500 pass.
Do it.
Become a part of our founders circle for the arena. 500 businesses I want. 500 businesses to tell me that doing good is a part of who they are and a part of the fabric of who they are. With that, yeah, they'll get a ticket to the event. Of course they will. Oh, it's come to that. We're going to have a lovely time. But we will also sponsor in 2 members of business who are underrepresented, so that we can learn together, network together, do business together, collaborate, get those geniuses in the room that ordinarily would not normally have been in the room, so that we can do that. What if every time we did business, something good happens in the world? You've got an opportunity to do that today, not just for yourself, but for 2 other people as well. Brody, we're running out of time for today because I'm on such a conveyor belt of a million people. But if you want to leave anybody with the outlook onto 2026, what do they need to think about other than to come to the Big Festoon?
They actually need to, so like I help people to create events, right? With the rise of AI, you know, we're all yelling at each other online at the moment. People are craving in-person connection more than ever before. We need it. You should be going to events. If you are a speaker and you're a business person, you should be looking at ways to get people together in real life, in person. I think that business, if you're not doing that over the next kind of 3 to 5 years, that you will fall behind. And so just highly encourage, it doesn't need to be with me, doesn't need to be with Danny, but just do events. I know, you know what, screw it. Do events with Danny, come to the Big Festoon. I have a surprise at the Big Festoon. I can't reveal it, but I'm doing a big something on something that we have been costume wise. And also, I have something else. I'm doing a little bit of a giveaway with this. So I'd like to talk about that quickly now.
Yes, we absolutely are. So we're going to be doing giveaways throughout the whole of today, but only when we hit certain milestones. So I've shared through our socials, we're giving away over the course of the next few days over £150,000 worth of prizes. They're going to help you build your business, become more visible, etc., etc. Brody is putting something phenomenal into the prize pot, and I will share with you over the course of the afternoon how you can win. Brody, what we're sharing.
Okay, so as you know, I help people to put on events. What I do with this is I help people how to, fill the events. So we call that show up, how to design the events so that it's called blow up, and that's how to touch, move, and inspire people so that they want to work with you and continue, and they get that transformation. And then obviously I think it's the most important part of events is how to monetize it, how to get people to pay up and pay up big for your services. So I charge a mozza for VIP days. I charge $25,000 a day, but I am giving one lucky person a VIP day with me to work on your event strategy in New York City, where I live. If you want to come there, or we can do it virtually or whatever. If you want to pay me for me to come to you, I'm really happy to do it, but it's valued at $25,000. So get those tickets to the Fortune 500 to Arena. I will meet you there. Whoever it is that wins, I'll spend some time with you as well. And I just absolutely cannot wait. Thank you so much for having me. Oh, 1 second before we go.
Yes. Oh, we need a bit of this. Calvin, come and join us. We're having a dance. You ready? Yes, mate. Brody, I love you. Thank you for being with me. I will see you later on.
I'll see you tomorrow or later tonight.
You will. Hello, you.
Hi.
Hi.
Unbelievable.
Ah, how are you, Calvin Eden, off of loudspeaker?
I am good. I'm so good. I've been listening to the talk. I'm inspired. That was a really nice conversation to listen to. I'm like, yeah, wow, really cool. All is well. All is well.
We are not letting up. We are not letting up on these conversations. I'm sorry, we're just running a little bit over. Are you okay to stay with us though?
Yeah, I'm good for a little bit. Yeah. And then I'll let you know when we're
We only have a little bit, but we only need a little bit, you and me.
That's it. How is things with you? This is amazing what you're doing. I love this.
Thank you so much. So what we are doing, we're doing a live stream over the course today. 14 hours. I'm sitting here interviewing my friends because I've got some pretty cool friends like you, doing good things out in the world, doing incredible business, building incredible businesses. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to show the people of the internet just how powerful we can be when we ask for help, when we link arms, when we share our expertise, and when we share our impact. And Calvin, your impact in the world is, I mean, it's fucking brilliant.
Thank you.
And it's a joy to be your friend. It's even more of a joy to see you in action and see the work that you do. So Calvin, will you do me a favor? I'm gonna throw you on screen on your own, all by your own, for a minute and a half, because I want to get changed real quick.
Okay.
And so I want you to tell people about loudspeaker and about what you do.
Yeah.
I love you. I'll see you in a minute and a half.
All right, see you in a minute and a half. Yes, people, how's it going? My name is Calvin Eden. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Loudspeaker. I'm also the chief experience officer at Global Edge Education. To give you a little bit of context as to what we do as organizations, we go all around the country, right far down as South Wales, as Portsmouth, as Devon, Cornwall, right up north into Scotland. Yeah, we go everywhere across the UK, Wales. And we go into schools, colleges, universities, and we teach young people
I'm coming back in because Calvin's frozen. But I managed to get changed. It was less than a minute and a half. So I'm hoping that he might come back. I'm going to remove him for a second and see if he comes back because he's all the way frozen. But so Loudspeaker, we have partnered with at the Big Festoon, last to bring. Oh, he's working again. He's back. I got you. He's thinking. He can't hear me. I'm on the echo. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Can I hear you? I can hear you now, babe. Yeah. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. I don't think he can hear me.
Oh,
I'm gonna
no,
let
I
him.
can't hear you.
I'm gonna let him.
Oh.
I'm gonna let him wave. So what Loudspeaker do is they work with young people, working with them on their confidence, working with them on taking up space. All of the things that I share with my clients. I'm gonna see if I can hear him again. Can I hear you? Can we hear you?
Hi.
Ah! I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I can see you.
Oh,
I
now
can
you're
see you talking.
frozen.
I just can't hear you. I'm gonna exit and just jump straight back on. I'm so sorry.
Okay, bye. So what he does is he travels all around the world, but working particularly here in the UK, helping young people take up space in the world. I think one of the things actually for a lot of our young people right now is they're losing the art of communication. And I think a lot of us are doing this as well. Is anyone frightened to pick up the phone anymore? When the phone rings, like, oh no, you can send me a message. It's all right. I don't want to have a conversation with you. Picking up the phone to ring somebody is such an alien thing now. But also public speaking and taking up space and standing up in front of people and sharing what it is that you know or you believe is a really, really difficult thing and not one that is taught very well at schools. And so what Calvin does is he works particularly in underrepresented areas, helps young people take up space. I'm going to give it a try. I can see you. Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Amazing. So Calvin, you were just telling people what you're doing. Now I was doing a really shit job of it. So how far did you get when I had my quick change?
Yeah, I was. That was quick. I was getting into it. I was, just sort of saying that we predominantly help people help themselves. If anyone has ever met me in real life, you probably realize I need help myself. I'm a little bit crazy, but we know how to vibe with young people. We have the energy, and more importantly, we do impactful work. We try and build soft skills, communication, resilience, emotional intelligence, and just kind of try and help them set up businesses while they're young. Give them a little bit of a platform to shine, and just, you know what, like sometimes just being a mentor, like a friend, and just being a voice of reason, because sometimes, you know, as parents can be it can be very difficult to try and, you know, get that understanding with your young person in terms of what they want to do, because they're always going to see you as a parent, but sometimes that external voice is one that they listen to, and I try and, you know, be that voice for them. Like, I guess it started all in underprivileged backgrounds, and because that was me, that was the community I represented. But now it's international as fuck.
It is absolutely international. It's hard to keep up with you. Like, we'd see each other often, and now it's like, where are you? Oh, he's in Hong Kong. He's in Jakarta. Like, where have you just come back from?
I done another Hong Kong stint, and then I'm off to, in less than 10 days, I'm off to the Swiss Alps.
And I think it's because a lot of the schools elsewhere absolutely understand the importance of knowing who you are and how to articulate yourself. And I think that even just that is such a lost thing, like throughout a lot of our education. And what I found, and I know we've got Dylan from Dylan and the Moon is coming on in just a minute or so. Actually, he's been doing work in Switzerland, isn't it, Dylan? I'm seeing him back there. Yeah, like it's so incredible to see the investment that schools elsewhere are putting in these skills, particularly because they're so important. But one of the things that I wanted to share is that you came to the Big Festoon with Loudspeaker and worked with some of our young people because we were in half term. And so to help people get to the Big Festoon, to help them with the sort of the childcare or young people care side of things. And you blew everybody away, and those young people are still in contact with each other now, and they just had the best time. Tell us about the work that you do in that space, because it was an incredible thing for us to be able to offer, and other events out there. People were saying, "Oh my God, never thought of doing that as part of an event." But it adds such a brilliant thing on the side where you've got your young people are learning something, they're having loads of fun, but they're actually learning a skill, and really connecting with themselves at the same time that you're going and doing your learning. So tell us about what you did with the young people while you were with us.
Firstly, let me give you your flowers here. That was one of the best events I've ever been to in my life. That was like, it was when I came into the main room and to see what you guys are doing, I was like, whoa, okay, this is...
Wait till you see the arena.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was so good. But I thought it was really smart, like, because what we had there and what I loved about it was not only did we have like a bunch of young people who were just there because their parents were doing this thing. What I noticed from speaking to the young people and engaging with them was that they are actually, because their parents are like this, like business-minded type people, it reflects on them. Like they are very similar. So they all were very savvy and actually I thought, oh, you guys are pretty like, about this. Yeah. And I was like, you guys don't even realize you're young, but this is a good mentality.
Powerful already. Yeah.
Exactly. And I was trying to get that across to them. And the stuff that we were doing in there was all centered around like enterprise, and we had fun. We played some games, educational games, but I guess it's really hard because when people sort of hear us say games, they probably think it's like childish game. No, they're very thought-provoking games. We had young people who were very quiet in the first 5 minutes, but then by the end of lunch, they were standing on the stage telling their story, talking about their loves, their challenges, some of the failures that they might have encountered and how they bounced back from it. And then they were talking about what success means to them and where they want to be in 10 years and da-da-da. And I'm just sat there thinking to myself, if my kid ends up half as good as this, like I'm onto something. So kudos to the parents who attended. What you're doing in the background with your kids there is pretty phenomenal. And more importantly, like the thing that sort of, it reminded me that there's hope, man. And we need to champion these young people, like, because they are phenomenal. Right now. And we don't tell them they're phenomenal enough. Like we need to give them, we need to encourage them. We need to stop this. Oh yeah, but they're always on their phones. Yeah, they are. So how do we get them off?
How do we engage them then? How are we going to play them? Where are we going to meet them where they are and bring them with us? We was talking, we had Lindsay McGlone on a little bit earlier on, talking about making marketing 3D. So a lot of the way that we engage in the digital space, particularly, we engage with our service providers, a lot of us on a screen, right? We're doing it now. I'm live streaming for 14 fucking hours because I'm an idiot. Yeah. But I know that like by the power of my network that I'm going to make this thing 3D. This is someone's going to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. People are doing this in lockdown. People aren't still doing this now, except this idiot over here. What is she doing? Well, she's doing this. And we were talking about making marketing 3D. So in inviting the senses to the party when it comes to learning, or when it comes to engaging with marketing. So Lindsay, for example, would have an idea, and then she, in her cow print regalia and a whole bunch of burlesque dancers, went out into Leeds City Centre and filmed themselves out in Leeds City Centre. Doing and then when somebody signed up for their challenge, for example, sent them a milkshake and found different ways to be creative. And I think that what we get the benefit of with the work that you do and the young people is that we get that genius juice from them. We get that because they're still they want five senses igniting, otherwise they won't be.
Exactly. And the thing is that, like, you learn so much from them. Like, do you know how many ideas and things that I've used because someone said to me, why don't you do that? And I'm like, that is such a good fucking idea. Why have I got a marketing team when you can do that?
You can come and do that for me.
Another thing, like this year, like I definitely want to do more. So last year I was very privileged. And I got the opportunity to do a couple of initiatives. So I did one called the Easter Weekender, where we took like 1,500 kids away on residential sites across 6 festival sites across the country.
Wow.
And it was completely free. And I managed to get the government to pay for every single kid for 3 meals a day, for all the activities. And that was huge, right? And then the second thing I did is I have a partner called ACS, which is this massive American international school. They're a big organization, you know, private school, loads of money. And I managed to get them to pay for us to do like road shows across the country for this, you know, disadvantaged kids in local areas. Even London was so good. We went to Westminster School, which was Louis Theroux School, and we had it for the whole day. And loads of good people went to that school, like Mika and like, you remember Dido? Dido went to
Dido.
Dido went to that school.
Waving a white flag.
Yeah. So it was brilliant. And then we managed to take him to the House of Lords because a friend of mine is Lord Jim Knight of Weymouth. And he was like, why don't you bring all the kids to the House of Lords and I'll host you for afternoon tea. It's completely free. It's on me.
This is a perfect example, right? Like, Calvin, you're very similar to me, is that you'll go into the rooms that might not necessarily have welcomed you in the first instance, but you go in anyway, and you go and you are always absolutely you. You are never anybody else. You don't code switch when you move in the spaces. Like, you go and you're absolutely you, and you ask the questions, and you're cheeky, and you're also sharing your purpose every time, you know, you open your mouth, you're sharing what loudspeaker are doing, and you don't worry about the level of room that you move in. And as soon as you stop worrying about the level of room that you move in, magic happens. Because if you've got a purpose and a mission like yourself, if you've got that that eradication of the I've got to be somebody else to be in this space, and you just choose to move there, the gate isn't that closed. And that's when those incredible partnerships happen. You allow yourself to move there. You allow yourself to say yes to opportunities. And I think you are a master of that, Calvin. And seeing, even in the 2 years that we've known each other, just to see that trajectory for you, even, and it's still been difficult, and it's still been a roller coaster, and it's still, and all of the normal things of a business. But I think that if anybody can learn anything from you, Calvin, it's that, and the way that you and I are so similar. People think that we're handed these opportunities and these connections, these incredible friends, this wonderful lineup. We're about to speak to a pop star, Dylan and the Moon himself. Like, it's not because we're sat at home angry that we want the world to be different. We're allowing ourselves to move in the rooms where the conversations happen, and therein lie the conversations, and that's when you can get involved.
That's it. And authenticity, we're always authentic, man. You know, I love it when I speak to you because we talk about the good days, the bad days, the better days, the tough days. And people do think things are handed on a silver platter, and people do think that you build these events by just a click of AI.
Oh, I just woke up and started shitting glitter, mate.
Exactly. And it's like, mate, if you saw the hours that I put into this thing and the days I didn't sleep and the sacrifices I had to make, you would look at it differently. But you know what? At the end of the day, we don't have to spend our time proving. We just have to keep on being disruptive and making noise and doing what we do, right?
Absolutely that. And as long as you keep being disruptive, I will keep being disruptive, and we'll be disruptive together, because I think that's part of our MO, you and I, my friend.
Absolutely. 100%. 100%.
Thank you so much for being with us today. These are only really short interviews, Calvin. Thank you for being with us. I'll see you. I'll hopefully speak to you at least in between now and the big Festoon. Thank you for being a part of my world. I love you very much.
Love you lots. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bye.
See you soon. Bye, love. So that was Calvin Eden from Loudspeaker, and we're moving straight into one of our favorite human beings, who is part of the Hive, part of the big Festoon, and part of our world. Dylan Holloway, get in here.
Absolutely. Couldn't wait to be in here. What a hype man as well. What a great speaker to be on right after. Calvin, what a G.
Honestly, he's incredible. He's absolutely incredible. And again, like, just seeing the work that he does in the world and some of the adjacent work that you know you've been doing, that you've been building out in the world, was really congruent. I know, you know, when I'm putting a program together, like I try and do it right.
I did think to myself, it's almost as if you're good at your job. And
do you know what? It might not be your first rodeo.
Fantastic at your job, and you've put people back to back that you know they're going to segue in and out, because everything he was ending with really lit me up. The idea, you know, you guys were talking about authenticity, and that is entirely my brand. No matter what I'm working on, it's all about that. So I really like the way you put everything together. How's your day been so far?
It has been so good. It has been so good. Yeah, and I was excited because I've had loads of costume changes. I say costume changes, just clothing changes, you know, for content. If I'm wearing different things with different people, then it looks like I've done this on different days. And I can pretend I've been running this for 1,000,000 years just by sitting here for 14 hours. But look at my outfit for you. Are you ready?
Go on. Hey, Dylan and the Moon. What an absolute cheerleader. Thank you.
I'm being the fangirl, dropping my ears. I can't hear you for a second while I strip.
I love it.
And I rep. Hang on. Put my ears back in so I can hear you. And then you can, we can have a catch up. You can tell me what you've been up to because you have been a busy boy.
That's right. I loving the fit. Have you got 14 hours worth of layers underneath that then? Have you?
No, mate, I've got all clothing. Right? It looks like my dressing room at the Big Festoon in here. Hang on, I'm gonna twist the camera. I don't know if you guys will be able to see.
The people deserve to know.
Look at this.
Phenomenal.
And also, like, I'm not going to show you the floor because the floor's already a bit of like a floor-drobe.
It's the only way.
It's the only way. Quick changes. I have 1.5 minutes to change when it is time to change. So I'm like, quick, in and out. And I'm hoping that I'm going to have somebody turn up here with snacks at some point. If not, if
I was
watching,
closer, I would run over.
I know you would. But Dylan, enough about me and my clothes and my snacks. I don't know what I'm doing with this thing. Tell me about you. What's popping? Catch me up.
Dive into me. Okay, so hi to any of the audience of yours that I have not met yet. My name is Dylan Holloway, otherwise known as Dylan and the Moon. I am a musician, an author, a speaker, and everything I do is around the overarching idea of authenticity being electricity. You are the best version of you when you are the realist version of you, and it's when you light up the most. Stripping yourself back to your inner self, your superpower, what it is that makes you different than other people is usually what makes you more spectacular than them too. You know, everyone has their own way to shine. And I think I am trying to strip that back into the areas that I know best. So I love storytelling through music, through books, through writing. So I just like to show up, shaking the shackles of societal norms by being my most authentic self, hoping that I can lead by an example to get people out there to do the same, whether it's through music and people that come to my gigs, or recently I've written a children's book and now I work with primary schools and our youngest people to make sure they grow up being authentic so they don't have to unlearn it in the future.
And what I love, and honestly, like, just kind of watching, because we're both so busy, both of us are kind of running at 1,000,000 miles an hour at our sort of respective things, just kind of watching and seeing all the things that you're creating unfold. I love your music. I'm a fan anyway. But seeing you bring out this children's book feels like such an extension of the work that you and I did together when you were when we were working together and you sort of started to speak and then you started to move into sort of the schools. And I know it was always like a plan for yours as to, how can I extend this conversation like outside of, just music, because hey, when we do things like this, it helps pays the bills, right? We talk about revenue streams and building businesses and things like that. Having such impact through this storytelling, you just find another creative way to access people with this message of being you. Is not inspiration feels really glib. I'm just fucking made up. Like, I just love seeing you do it. I love seeing you create these things and just putting them out into the world. You're giving yourself a bit of a challenge this year, are you not?
I have given, but before I tell you about the challenge, I just want to say, Danny, you are the reason that this path was made available to me as well. So I want all the people watching to know that Danny's an absolute legend and really opened up a lot of avenues for me to be able to take these steps. Really made me believe I could do it and that it was possible for someone like me to step from being just a musician into another world where I'm able to deliver the same message in a different way. So thank you very much. First,
well, you made me cry. I'm not ready. I nearly went at 8:20 this morning. I've done well.
Oh dear, you've got a long day to go.
I know. Right, come on, tell me.
This year I've set myself a challenge. So I am doing 365 days of content. and I'm making a physical album. And the reason I'm doing this and the reason it's important to this conversation is because for a long time, I have wanted to make a physical album. I've wanted to release music and certain songs and bits and bobs. But for a long time, I think I was waiting, and I had this habit of waiting to put it out till I had the right manager, the right agent, the right setup, the right audience, enough people to listen to it. And I realized over this sort of Christmas break, what the hell am I waiting for? I had a bit of bad news about a family member, and it really shook me to my core. And I just thought, you never know how much time you really have. We need to do the things we want to do and do them now. And I decided that I would make this year 365 days of letting it happen, because in my past, I have had this core wound or a memory of feeling like I have to make something happen, like I have to make and force and throttle it into existence. When actually, for me, when I just show up and share, that's my authenticity. That is me. I show up and I share. I don't need to pummel it down someone's throat. I just need to be me. And then usually the best things for me have started to happen just from me showing up. So I have taken it upon myself to stop reaching out, because for my energy and my aura, it doesn't work for me. So I spend a lot of time emailing and reaching out. But it doesn't get me half as much as when I just post one thing authentically and people then message me. So this is the year of letting it happen. I'm making a physical album, and I'm bringing my fans along that journey by incorporating them in every video. I'm asking them what songs to release, in what order. I'm making
whiskey.
But I'm also making some, they don't know this yet because I haven't explained it to them, but I'm going to be making some merch, and I'm going to include them in it. I'm thinking I'm going to make like a book that goes along with the album, and I'm going to use their handwriting in the book, so it'll become like a yearbook. But it's something that I'm building along the way, and it's all very exciting.
I think what's part of your genius is this, and you are a true artist, like in every sense of the word. And I think the way that you lean into it is beautiful. And I've learned, I think, as much from you as you have from me. I think all of the people that I'm speaking to today, Susie Ashworth was sort of sharing this before. It always feels like we've just been placed in front of each other at the right time. And if I look at the documentary that you released towards the end of last year, well, it was the middle of last year. Oh my God, last year was so quick. If I look at the documentary, remind me what was the documentary called?
It's called Tomorrow's Too Late.
Tomorrow's Too Late, whereby you, over a course of years, documented your transition and your voice as it moved through your transition. And you had the foresight you were already documenting things for you to look back on. But I think somewhere in you knew, or maybe not, that there was an arc that had to be one way or another fulfilled. There had to be a beginning, middle, and end of that story, even in the messy middle, even when where you maybe thought you were losing your voice, or you didn't know what the kind of the end point for your voice trajectory was going to be. Documenting that as a story and documenting like that whole arc is a piece of art in and of itself. And it's being recognized, well, globally now. It feels like you do these works in arcs. Like is that intentional, or are you just like, I'm just going to create here and then just see where it goes? Like,
I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. I think it's intentional from such a subconscious place that I don't always recognize that it's intentional in my day-to-day movings. But without sounding too, songwriter and artistic, I do believe that we are all like moving poems. We are moving storylines that unfold. And I think as an artist, it's really important for me to be able to keep all of that, because you never know when you want to write or make or create. You need to have everything you've ever been to be able to unfold it in a beautiful way for everything you're going to be. So for me, it's such a big part of what I do is documenting, even just ideas. I have notebooks and I'll write them all down because I've seen so many synchronicities happen in my life where when I'm 5, I'm like, why did this thing happen to me? But then when I'm 13, I'm like, thank God that thing happened to me because X, Y, and Z. And I didn't mention it at the beginning because I almost forget to now, but I like you said, I'm a trans man, and that's a big part of my authenticity. And when I was younger, I didn't understand why I had been born in the wrong body. That was my interpretation of it. And as I grew up and was able to sort of face the challenges and become my authentic self and journey through that, documenting the whole thing to make this documentary, the impact the documentary and I'm able to have now on younger people and older people who are looking to do the same thing and or just looking for their own transition in their life is unbelievable. And I do think through the avenue of the music that I make and the stories I tell, I can connect with people in a way that, you know, I think that people have been looking for someone to connect with. I know that when I was a kid, I wish I had someone like me to look up to. So now I want to be that person.
So what you with the documentary, what you had in your hands was something very, very rare, in that you had like moving image and video of you from when you were little, all and like lots and not just lots, but like lots of that, like enough to create that like grounding narrative arc at the beginning and kind of move it through. That's a really rare thing for somebody to have. So then for you to create this fucking incredible piece of art, this documentary that sees somebody through that, them being little to them being who you are now. I mean, I took my son along to the documentary, and I always said to you at the time that he found it profound because he hasn't seen that. He's not seen someone go from being little to being a grown-up and navigating themselves, and as he's navigating himself, to have the documentary as a reference point, to have you as a reference point, even if it's just a reference point and your trajectories are very, very different, was really profound for him and for me as his mom, to be able to sit with him and just hold his hand and say, like, yes, this is my friend, but you're my son, and we get to dictate this arc together, and we get to keep each other safe. And it was really beautiful. And I think that it's not just me that's had that conversation with their child watching that documentary.
Thank you so much for saying that. And I do remember meeting you guys and giving you the quickest hug in the foyer.
You had to go to the next place.
It's phenomenal. Like, I think it is often the power of small change. Like, we haven't actually released the documentary on streaming platforms yet, but we've been at film festivals, and we did that one in Sheffield. More on that. But every single time I've been invited to a film festival, no matter where it is in the world, there's always at least one person that moves me. And I think to myself, one day I'm going to be so desensitized to meeting people and hearing their stories that it won't make me cry. But so far it hasn't happened.
No.
I went to Fayetteville, which is in Arkansas, and that's a very red state. And
I love how American you got for Arkansas.
Arkansas, yeah. And it's a very blue dot in a really red state. However, it's not always safe. We can see from America on the news at the moment. And when we went to Fayetteville, we were called to let us know that they were going to put more security on for our evening, because they didn't know what the townspeople would be like.
How they would react.
We had a couple of ex-Marines who were on the door, and it's America, man. There are guns, and it kind of shook us. Like, whoa, we don't really know what we're walking into here. Is this a safe place to really be? But it's often those places that you need these stories, because there are people there who are living the same experience as me, who need expanders just as much as the friendly place in London that's open to queer people, right?
Yeah.
So we go there, and I met this little kid who was invited backstage. I think they were like 12, 13. And so unbelievably shy, didn't really want to say much in the dressing room, but their mum, did all the speaking for them. Watched the documentary, we saw them in the front row. And then afterwards, when we were on the red carpet, the kid ran over to me, gave me a hug on the red carpet and said, "I feel so famous now." Gave me a hug, and his mum had to shout out, "Well, don't kill him," because the hug was so squeezy. It was so I was like, but it moved me so much, because at the beginning of the night, he couldn't really offer me any conversation, and by the end of the documentary, just in that hour of transformation, he was able to feel himself come alive, and it was just so moving. So,
and that is the power of the art you create is this. And obviously the music that you've been releasing with the duets with Lots, with your former voice, and just celebrating everything who you were and celebrating everything who you are now is just, whenever there's an opportunity for me to lift you up in front of people, I want to take that, because the more people that, not only do I love you and you're my friend, but the more people that hear it, the more grace that people can give themselves, regardless of where they are in terms of their gender, but wherever they are in their life. Like I was diagnosed with ADHD just before Christmas, and there was this whole like questioning up to the point of being diagnosed. Am I stupid? I feel like I'm stupid. I can't do things like normal people. I just can't do anything like normal people. Like I can't get out of bed like normal people. I don't know who normal people is, but I can't do anything like them. And also I have all of this genius on the other hand, and I do extraordinary things, and I feel very tired and very conflicted. And then at the point of where I just realized what it was, I was able to give myself grace and compassion and live in my body better. Like even that, people that have maybe come through failure and have that moment of realization and can give themselves grace and compassion, I think that the thing that you teach isn't just for anybody who's transitioning, it's for everybody who's going through any kind of change to be able to sit with themselves and accept it, and celebrate who they are in because of it, not in spite of it, but because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big believer in things happening on purpose and things happening for a reason, and that life doesn't happen to you but for you. And the reason you're going through this, you might not know why yet, but just hold on tight, wait for the brain freeze to go. And in the future, with that kind of retrospective, you'll be able to see exactly why. And now that basically liberates you from any kind of negative thing you're going through. Obviously, I mean, there are negative things and there are painful things and there are things full of grief that we will all go through. But I do think
it's hard to hear, isn't it, in the moment? Like, oh yeah, everything's happening for you.
Yeah. But I do think with hindsight, like everything you go through changes you in a way that you might not be able to be grateful for yet. But I think in the future, you are. And every single time, the hardest things I've gone through in my life are some of the things I've been so grateful for. So it kind of liberates you in the moment of the thing you're going through. You no longer feel that weight of it because you're able to go, at some point, this
too shall pass.
This too shall pass. And it will also be for my benefit at some point.
Absolutely. And thank you for just all the light that you bring to the world, Dylan. What have we got to look forward next? So first of all, I want to know, how do we get hold of the book? Because the book is beautiful and everybody needs to have that in their library, not just for the kids, but for themselves as well, because it's just so dang cute.
Yes. I mean, if you know a child, and I think lots of people do know a child, you should get this book for them because it's the slow, heartwarming, kind introduction to acceptance and seeing beyond our differences with such a nice little twist. And my best friend Megan did the illustrations, and they're
Megan do it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Megan,
amazing.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. It's so good. So you can find this book on DylanHollowayBooks.com. And today, only because I'm doing this stream with you, I'm going to make them 25% off, so there'll be $7.50 for all of your watchers and audience. So Dylan Holloway Books for that, and I'll send them out this week. Follow me if you want to stay up to date with the 365 days of letting it happen and see where we end up. Dylan and the Moon on Instagram. If you're looking for a speaker for your company, it's Dylan Holloway Instagram. I learned everything I know from Danny, so you know how good she is.
I just helped him sharpen the tools that he already has. Is an inherently talented, incredible human being. Dylan, I love you. Thank you for being a part of my world.
I love you. Thank you too. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest.
All right. I will do. See you soon, my darling. Take care. That was Dylan from Dylan and the Moon, Dylan Holloway. Please do go and follow him over on Instagram. Dylan Holloway Books is where you can get a hold of the book. It is beautiful. It's such a gorgeous, gorgeous story. Go and get a hold of it. He's going to put 25% off for us. So yeah, go and get a hold of it. Next up, because we're going to keep things moving, we want to keep things at pace, and the paciest person I know is the one and only Emma fucking Sale. Get in here. Hello, sausage.
Hiya.
Do you know what? Do you know what I've done? Is I've orchestrated an entire day to catch up with my friends, because otherwise I just don't, is essentially what I've found what I've done.
Yeah, do you know what? It's like I was literally out on a call and I thought, right, I'm going to, when you just like multitasking all the time. I was out on a call. I was like, right, I'll walk the dogs at the same time as doing this work call. And then we went, fuck, it's like 5 to 11. I'm sure I'm meant to be on Danny's thing at 11. And I was like, oh, let me check my phone. So I literally pegged it pegged it across an acre of lawn.
I am really, really pleased that you pegged it across an acre of lawn just for me.
That's not
and
my
for-
lawn, by the way. That's like public space. Just that's not me throwing out there. I haven't got an acre of garden. I wish I had an acre of garden.
Acre of garden. My incredibly wonderful friend Emma Sale. Thank you so much for pegging it across the lawn to get to me. This is a bit of a full circle moment. The very first time that you and I crossed each other's paths was on a marathon live stream that I was running 5 years ago during lockdown. How wild is that we've been in each other's worlds? Like,
I know, and it feels like when you look at what's happened in the last 5 years across so many people, you're just like, that's like 20 years.
It's a million years in a
time.
lifetime. Yeah. And we get through that much. And the purpose of the live today, is that I was kind of thinking over Christmas, there's a lot of darkness that's happening out in the world in terms of, the economic climate, the political climate, and all of this sort of stuff. And people feeling really heavy. My audience is majority sort of business owners, founders, entrepreneurs, people from lots of different backgrounds. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to share the power of network. So the power of all I did a couple of weeks ago was ask all my mates for some help. I've got a thing that I'm doing. I think it's going to be really impactful. I've got form. Will you help? And everybody said yes. I learned a lot of that from you because you are an absolute master of curating networks, helping people meet each other. We'll talk about the work that you do in just a second, but I want to talk about the sisterhood first, if that's all right. Because obviously I'm a part of the sisterhood, but the crazy stuff, the cracker stuff that, we get up to as part of it has enabled a lot of us to do incredible business. Can you tell me how the sisterhood formed? What is it?
Do you know it's a big group of women. In a nutshell, it formed 19 years ago, might have been 20 this year, off the back of a drunk bet. There was a big group of guys, and they were just talking about how they'd just done a race and they'd called themselves the Brotherhood, and they were about to go across the English Channel in a dragon boat, and a big chest. And I said, right, sod it. I went, sorry, I'm going to launch the sisterhood and we'll race you across the English Channel. So
no. We're coming for you.
And we lost by 11 minutes, which is nothing, really nothing in the grand scheme of things. Let it go, Sale, let it go. And
20 years later.
I know. And it just kind of, and what hit me when I did that, and we were training 3 times a week, and I did a shout out to so many different women I knew from school and uni and all walks of life, I think, to be in that original. But it was just 16 of us, I think, or 18 of us, and we were training 3 times a week, and that was it. And it was full on. And but what I liked was that we did some events because it was charity. I liked that bit and the community side of it. And I saw how it changed a lot of the women and gave them confidence that went out into the rest of their lives. And I thought I didn't like the full on side of it. And the intensity in that, right, you have to do this, you have to train, you have to be fit, and it's like, no, I thought, no, it's kind of that community side, and do as much as you want. And if you just want to do it for like the fundraising event side, if you want to come and do a challenge,
you don't necessarily have to be like a pro.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of also realized that women are pretty crap at, you leave uni or leave school or hit London or wherever, and jobs, we're pretty crap at keeping the group, the group of girls, or keeping the sport. And boys do it. They go on golf weekends. They go on golf weekends, they go on this, they play now paddle, they they do their thing, and it never, babies doesn't affect that, moving doesn't affect that, jobs don't affect it. They keep there, and we just we can lose ourselves and in the chaos of looking after everyone else, and that we don't keep those things that make us happy. And a lot of the time it is sport, or a challenge or an activity, or so it's sort of it just sort of grew from there. And every year up until COVID, we did a challenge like Amazon Raft race, like relay running from LA to Vegas, but some people drove the RV for that, some people were a support crew or physio, so it's sort of
and you did the 5 for 5, didn't you, during lockdown? So sister, because you was doing that at the time that I was doing the very first big Festoon live stream, raising money for domestic abuse charities in a similar way to you and I both met through that connection, in that I think it was Tash actually that introduced us originally.
Yeah, I think it might have been. Yeah, because she did the 5. It's like 5 minutes of HIIT workout and donate £5 for.
Right.
So yes.
The not the shock, the what's the word? We weren't shocked that when the world locked down, instances of domestic abuse went up and up and up.
Yeah, and I think it was that, that kind of straight away. I think when you've been in it and lived it, and you are just straight away, and you're that emotional energy is like there in you. You just like from night one, all I could think of was there are women and kids locked away,
and they can't get out.
Is literally hell on earth. And so it didn't surprise me at all when the stats came out. You know, I think the head traumas to kids went up something like 400% going into A&E, on that
and
front.
And so lots of people know you for being the founder of Killing Kittens. Tell us more about Killing Kittens, because not everybody that's watching along today may know about Killing Kittens and what they are and what you
there's
do.
Probably a few people writing out RSPCA right now. It is, so again, actually, it's 20 years, and it was just born off the back of just wanting to create a space online and offline where women could explore their sexuality and have conversations, and not without judgment or shame. Just taking that again, it was sort of off the back of like, well, a bit like sister, like, well, if boys are going to do it, I'm going to do it. And like, why do they get to do what they want sexually and without any shame or judgment? And, you know, women, you know, well, back, you know, in my 20s, it's sort of, God forbid you even kissed a stranger went out. And that the shame in our bodies, you know, in our mind, and the messaging and everything. So it was, launch Killing Kittens to basically to flip the norm on its head and actually build a world I wish I lived in, where you know, you get naked, sleep with whoever you want, just kind of explore sexually. Women, there's a big sort of women side of it. It's like, where would you go if you were bi-curious? And a lot of women are bi-curious, or you know, bisexual is massive. So so what started as kind of masked, bit crazy parties where if you wanted to have sex, you can have sex, sort of grown into the KK group, which now is like cruises and retreats and
the workshops and all of the things, and the community that sits alongside it as well. If you like what you took, really, your, as much as you are a part of our Titans group today, you're as much of a disruptor as you know, as I am, as anyone else, if not more so, because of the subjects that you are in within your industry. It is, you know, it's the sex industry, it's the adult industry, it's the what I was going to say is, we're talking about leadership in lots of different ways today. So one of the things that I love about you is you're such an incredible leader, but you lead with such heart that you want to bring people together, not just to prove the boys wrong, but I mean, it helps with a little bit of spite and a little bit of like, fuck you about it. But you genuinely want the people around you to do well. And, you know, you're a conduit for that community. You're a conduit for people who want to explore their sexuality in a really safe way, in a way that, you know, you can be educated, enjoy yourself, and let your hair down and just enjoy, you know, that aspect of our very real human selves. But when you have a business that may be considered controversial, it's difficult. And one of the things I know that you've had to navigate over the course of time, and it's still not that different than even when you first started. That's how slow the conversation moves. We're talking about funding and, you know, raising capital and things like that, which is something that you've done over the course of time. How have you found that working in your industry, and how have you overcome it?
It is. I mean, it's hard. It is, you know, it's still hard. It's you know, it's a standing joke, even though it's not a joke, because he's all saying that, you know, the computer says no, and it can be from insurance, you know, getting business insurance, sort of venues, funding. It's sort of I mean, digital marketing, everything. It says no, and I you know what we've got, and I think it's sort of it's a mindset that, you know, if someone says no, it's like, watch me. and it's very much in our business with the whole team. It's sort of, if someone says no, it sort of actually fires us all out. And like my business partner
Yeah.
is the same. It's like, you know, we're both a bit fuck you, but then
Kind of
you know, we're both
defiant about the fact that this
neurospicy.
needs
Yeah,
to
we're both
exist.
neurospicy, and we're both like, you know, if you're told no,
Demand
it's
avoidant. Don't tell me
instantly
what to
our
do.
brains
Absolutely
fire
not.
up and go, whoa, that's a yes. And so it's sort of, you know, we built stuff. We built a whole ad platform because of the advertising blocks and stuff on anything to do with adult. And you know, as you said, the community, you know, community is everything. That is the entire KK world is the community. It's the you know, the whole online side of it is massive. And everything we've created since, and which is what we call our North Star. It's anything we do has to be aligned with that North Star, and community and empowerment is very much, you know, and fem energy is very much the core of everything we do, every decision we make. And yeah, just staying true to that and not getting distracted by shiny new things.
Yeah, and it's a real difficulty when you are, you know, if you are neurodivergent, or, you know, like you and I both have ADHD of different flavors, like to see things and get excited about and get impassioned about things as well. Like, I think one of the things I adore about you, and I know it breaks your heart a lot, is your core sense of justice. And when you see misjustice in the world and injustice in the world, it viscerally, like eats you up sometimes. And the things that you share and the ways you've educated me just in the things that you share within sort of inequality between genders and things like that are incredible. So, you know, on the surface level, you could come across the things that you do and be really dismissive and think, oh, well, you know, it's really seedy. And then when you actually dig below the layers, you realize that, you know, pleasure's a necessity and exploration is a necessity. And we need safe places to do that. The equality of pay and the equality of and the necessity for fem energy as much as masculine energy. In fact, half of the problem is the intensity of masculine energy in the world, and the lack of balance with feminine energy is something that you really advocate and like quite an activist for. But also something, just before I hand over to we go over to our next guest, something is happening right at the minute, a campaign, and I know you are really passionate about this, is the hiring of the age of children, their access to social media. Even though, like, we can just say, oh, it's the right thing to do. What's been the thing that's got you so impassioned about that? What's been the thing, you know, anytime something comes up, like we're sharing it, and like, tell me about that.
It's, well, my kids are like 7, 9 and 11, so they are you know, they're hitting that,
they're entering,
you know,
into that.
Yeah, and I've watched, and like the 11-year-old, she's just got a phone at Christmas because he's going secondary school in September, but he wrote a whole letter to get it because I wasn't going to give it to him till the summer. And it's, you know, we are really like, there's no TikTok, there's no Snapchat there. I think it's also working in tech. And when we, you know, built our wax app, you're making things sticky. You call it sticky, and it's that you want people to not want to put it down.
Yeah.
And it's when you work in it and you hear the language that's
so you already know what's happening underneath.
Of, like, that's the thing. It makes you realize, again, if you're building something, you have to take responsibility. It's got to be good for the person. You've got to be doing good. And when when I look at you know, the likes of TikTok, and even though, you know, Instagram's fine, but, you know, the scrolling, I've got adult friends who are obsessed, you know, and it's sort of, and you see what it's doing to them.
By design, it's addictive.
Yeah, and you see what it's doing to them, and it's like taking over their lives, and they have to have pictures, and they have to get the filters, and they, you know what I mean, and these are adults, and then you look at kids' brains that aren't even remotely fully developed, and you're like, you're putting, to me, it's like the minute you give someone a smartphone, you're giving them a gun. You're giving them a gun, and then when something happens to them, you're like, oh my God, but that caused it. I'm like, you gave them the gun. If you didn't give them the gun in the first place, they wouldn't have shot someone, or you know, or done this, or realized how to self-harm in like 5 swipes, or you know, that a suicide pact, or, you know, I saw the mums campaigning on the news this morning. You know, they're taking TikTok, they're suing TikTok. You know, or 5 mums, and they've all, you know, they've lost 5 kids.
It's absolutely cracking if we think, you know, the community, our community, you know, Esther Jai, who lost her daughter, and it was because of what was going on the phones, having the phones overnight and all of that sort of stuff. And the reason why I mention this is that one of the things that I adore about you as a leader is you are not frightened to say the unpopular thing. I've never known you to share something that isn't absolutely like completely from your heart. Like it comes lower than your heart. It's like your guts. Like,
yeah, it's a gut.
You can't help yourself, but like look out at these things and look at the injustice. Look at the work that you and I have done. We went to Goa, for example. We did the rickshaw runs. You're just about to go out again, right?
Yeah, we're going end of Feb.
Oh my God. Out for International Women's Day. How many of you are going out this time?
I think 40, around 40. So yeah.
40. You thought you'd go back for more?
Yeah, sod it. Whole new plan. Another social experiment. So yeah.
So really, really quick before I let you go, talk to me about the sisterhood trip, the Goa trip, because it was really profound for me. I've done that twice with you now, once with a mixed group, once with just women. It was completely profound both times. Learned lots about myself both times. But it's hard, eh? Why do it?
It is. I just think people, if you stay in your comfort zone, if you stay doing what you feel safe doing, then that your world gets smaller. It shrinks, and you don't. And I just, you've got one life. You've got one life, and these challenges. It's like people, see it as like an actual challenge, but it's everything else. It's the empowerment side of it that. You saw that, women, that it changed their lives. It made them launch businesses. It made them come out, do things, come out of relationships. It gives you, because you're doing so, that when you do something that you didn't think was possible.
Like riding a rickshaw in Bangalore traffic at 4 p.m. Like you could pretty much survive anything once you've done that. Like
and it just inspires you out, into the rest of your life, and you go out and you smash it at work, and you don't put up with the stuff that. So it's like it's more than a race. These, the things, the challenges we do, it's more than it's the same with KK. It's sort of if you're empowered in the bedroom. I say bedroom to all gym. You can have those conversations in the bedroom. If you can own that sexuality and know what makes you work and have conversations and awkward ones, then you can go out and rule the boardroom. And it's that same sort of
how do you communicate with each other when the chips are down? How do you communicate each other when it's 45-degree heat and your wheels just come off your rickshaw and nobody, like you're on your own and your help is an hour away, and like what we're doing then we've got problems, like not how we're going to make this thing work, how we're going to make that thing work. And I think from a perspective point of view, from a leadership point of view, you're just so incredible at bringing that together. How do people find out more about the trips, about the challenges?
Probably it's like the sisterhood group on Instagram probably is there. And
amazing.
Just email or just
amazing.
Contact us. So easy.
Cool. And the last thing, what you're looking forward to and what do we need to look out for in 2026 in business? You are surrounded by business people all the time. You are a phenomenal leader in business. What do we need to be looking out for? What are you excited about?
Do you know what I think? I'm excited. And I've said it's been coming like for years. Is that people are coming back to that community, to communities, to in real life, like simplifying that, finding their tribe and that sense of belonging and just the simple. I think that, and actually, the digital world is there, but I think people are realizing it's a tool and using it how it should be and not living in that world, but using it as a tool. So if I said to someone last week, they said, oh, do you have any like New Year's resolutions? I went, last year was just like a roller coaster. 2026, I want to be pleasantly surprised. That's my,
I'm here for pleasant surprises.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's good. And I'm not expecting. I just want to be pleasantly surprised.
I am open to being pleasantly surprised with you, my darling. Thank you for being my friend. Thank you for being a part of this today. It means the absolute world. I love you so much. I will see you soon. Take care. That was Emma Sale from Killing Kittens, everyone. And we're going straight into another guest who I'm very, very, very excited to introduce you all. How are you finding the day, by the way, before I bring this person in? She's going to blow your socks off. In terms of the Festoon 500, one of the reasons why this exists, why we're doing what we're doing today, is to bring communities together with lots of different lived experiences, with lots of different expertise, with lots of different geniuses. And the idea behind it is, and you can scan this QR code just here, or go to the thing along there and grab your pass. We are inviting 500 businesses to come and get involved with this. For every pass that you get, so it's £1,000 for the pass, you get a ticket to the Big Festoon on the 11th and 12th of March. Come and enjoy our incredible business and personal development event with us. We are a phenomenal community. We want you to be a part of it. But not only that, you are invited to continue the conversation on with us in the Beyond the Arena meetups. We're going to be networking with each other throughout the year and carrying on the conversations, doing business together, meeting each other, diversifying our audiences and linking arms. We all do well when we all do well. Also, with every one of those passes, we will sponsor 2 members of underrepresented business community into the Big Festoon so they can come and experience it where they might not ordinarily have done. Now, this could be charities, this could be CICs. We're partnering with lots. We're going to be sharing who we're partnering with over the course of the next week or so. You're going to be meeting one of those partners this evening. I don't think you'll be surprised who it is, but we are going to be sponsoring per one of these that we sell 2 people who would not normally have had access. There would have been barriers to entry to the Big Festoon. So if you are a business doing good in the world, you've seen the Big Festoon, you've gone, oh, do you know what? I can't sponsor loads. You will become part of our Festoon 500 community where we are going to do business together. We're going to do the introductions and we're going to all do well when we all do well. Next up is one of the most phenomenal human beings I have had the honor of meeting, certainly of late. I'm going to talk to her. I'll introduce you. Please meet my very new, very dear friend, Zareen Rui Ahmed. Hello, darling.
Hello. Oh, it's so lovely to see you.
It's lovely to see you.
Amazing. Gosh.
Oh, today has just been absolutely mind blowing. If I look at, I can't, Zareen. When I look at my friends, I just go, God, how did I manage that? How did I manage all my incredible friends like this? And not because I feel like egotistical or braggy about it. I just can't believe it. I can't believe everyone's chosen to be mates.
Why wouldn't they be? You're just like a magnet. You're the queen bee. So.
Aww. Well, you are very, very welcome in my hive. Zareen, would it be okay if I was to ask you to introduce yourself? Because not many people that are in my direct community will have come across you yet, but they're going to know you very well very soon.
So I'm Zareen Rui Ahmed. I'm the founder and CEO of Gift Wellness and the Gift Wellness Foundation, the Period Poverty Charity, and the founder and chair of the Halima Trust. I'm the author of Gift, The Gift, One Woman's Journey from Tragedy to Building a Global Business for Good. And that's sort of my, in a nutshell, my gift wellness business that I ran for 14 years I'm just exiting that now, and I'm moving into my personal sort of zone and really sort of using all these skills and experience and networks and fantastic relationships that I've built over the years to, rather than selling products, to actually helping people, guiding souls, people who I know, friends and family and my networks. So many women in particular say to me, Zareen, can you help me write a book? Can you help me set up a social enterprise? Can you help me, show me how to set up a charity or run a business for good? And that's what my mission is now, to help people to achieve that and to do what they really want to do in life, so that they're, we have one life, and it's to help people to live their true nature and their true life that they were always meant to live.
And I think, that's something that you do, so beautifully and born out of such heartache. It takes a strong will and a strong heart to have experienced life in the way that you have, and to come through the other side of it. Well, not through the other side, to just continue to move through it with helping people right at the center of everything that you do. We were talking about some of the work that you do. You'd come to the shed, and we were planning some of your, you know, your messaging around your talk, because Rene's going to be speaking at Arena, by the way, everybody. Which I can't wait for.
Literally can't wait.
We spent 2 days together last week with the rest of the speaker squad, kind of putting together the show and how that's going to play and how your talk's going to play. It's going to be such a special moment as part of the big Festoon, and I can't wait to bring everybody that and your heart. And I don't want to give too much away, but the journey that you've had has come from, you know, essentially an unimaginable loss all the way through to you helping not just people and not just women in business, but also helping policymakers, change makers, you know, councils, governments connect with the communities that need them most, but they don't, and they understand the least. And we were talking about this concept of being, you know, a bridge or a conduit or a field or a space between, and that space being really sacred. And I'd just love for you to riff with me for a minute about what that means to you, and how you see yourself as that, those things as a metaphor.
So, you know, my background before you know, I had this tragedy, and my life changed forever, was working in the charity sector and the government sector, working between media and the government and the community. So I was acting as that kind of conduit in those roles, and I held a number of senior roles in those sorts of sectors, and so, I mean, shall I tell?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I mean, you only need to Google you real quick, and you kind of hear all the things that have happened to and for you as well. Yeah. So, like, for context, let's talk about the narrative.
I was a CEO of a national charity at the time, and I'd just finished. I'd just been speaking at the Global Peace and Unity event at the Excel in London the night before it happened. The day before, for 2 days actually before, on the stage with kind of global leaders. Not that I was a global leader, I was representing one group, and you know, but I had the privilege of speaking with people from the Vatican and the head of, you know, the different faith groups from the different, you know, from the different diverse communities in the UK.
Yeah.
As well as politicians and other leaders. And the next day, so at the event, my daughter Halima was there cheering me on, and she was manning my stand, and my son was there, and my husband was there. We had a great weekend, and that was Sunday. We drove back, and on the Monday morning, Halima had just started university, and I didn't even see her in the morning. You know, we hugged the night before, and you know, she said, "Mum, I'm so proud of you," and you know, speaking on that stage and all that sort of thing. And I thanked her for helping me, and said I was proud of her and everything. She went to bed, and the next day I went to work early. She was going to uni, and little did I know that I would never see her again. You know, she was abducted and murdered less than a mile from where I'm sitting here in Derby. And you know, that's a leveler. That everything stops. Everything stops, and you have to make a decision whether to wake up the next morning or not. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you see, me and Halima, we had a promise to each other, a pact, that we would, after she graduated, because she was studying third world development and international relations, and she always wanted to do charity work, we kind of made a promise to each other that after she graduates, it doesn't matter what she said, Mum, I don't care what you're doing, me and you, we're going to set up our own organization, like a business for good. Like, you know, we used to talk about Anita Roddick and, you know, sort of cottage industry businesses and supporting women, things like that.
Yeah.
And so I made a firm decision. There was a moment when I made that decision to actually, I'm going to fulfill that promise.
Mm-hmm.
And everything went on from there.
Yeah, and then so all the things that you've shared, that you've created, you had this, incredible career really before that, and then after, it's almost like you took all of the skills from being that conduit, that bringer together of people, and then moved that into the schools that you've built and all of the things.
So straight after Halima passed away, almost within a few days, I knew what I had to do, and we set up the charity. We built schools and colleges over the next few years, and during one of the trips back from Pakistan, where we were building these schools for orphan girls, where we have schools and colleges now, and over 1,100 girls on the campus. I picked up this magazine in the airport and read about women in refugee camps and how they had to tear strips off the bottom of their dresses and turn into makeshift sanitary pads. And that was the birth of Gift Wellness. I saw myself giving birth to these women. I knew that that's what I had to do next, and heard her voice in my head, this is what we're doing next, Mum. And then
come on.
Yeah. and then a few years into that, so it was a business for good, where for every pack we sold of menstrual products, we donated to women in crisis, donated 6.5 million products, went to refugee camps, funded and distributed products to shelters, homeless women, food banks here in the UK. And
you found yourself in the middle of that, though, didn't you? Like, and this is what I love about you. You're so, like, not only yes,
you're
that's not fucking about. Like, one of the beautiful things about you is you're such a, you seek solutions for things as well, and you found yourself right in the middle of kind of being a conduit for people that really wanted to help, and people that needed these period products, and you were the middle person. You just go ahead and create an app. You're like, all right, well, fine, we'll make some software. Like, you found a way then, even through software, to connect people and to be a conduit and to be the bridge, and even like moving on through to the work that you do now, if government policymakers and councils trying to reach hard to reach, inner city, South Asian communities, you assist with that, being the conduit by helping those entities connect with those communities, so that actually everyone can benefit from the the initiatives that are in place, because uptake on initiatives is a really difficult thing to do when you've got underrepresented communities and councils maybe that don't understand those communities because they don't have anybody representative of them within them. The work that you do within that, can you tell me a little bit more about that? Like, how did you happen across that?
Yeah, so it's like you say, when I see that there's an issue where the government or local authorities or other institutions have initiated a project, to roll out. So, for example, the simpler recycling scheme is being launched in March, and instead of 1 or 2 bins that we currently have, to get rid of our waste, we're going to have like 4 or 5 bins. And people in my community and other inner city areas in inner city areas in the country, they don't know what to do with that. They're not going to have a clue. And those plans will go down well in affluent areas and other areas where where they expect that change, where they know it's coming. They communicate with that kind of media, but that's not the case in our community. And that's why we have so much kind of fly tipping and things, you know, here when in these sorts of communities when things aren't going right. So if they gave us 3 bins and people weren't putting things in the right bins, rather than educating the people, they take one of the bins away or 2 of the bins away. Oh, well, they just need a black bin, you know, because they don't understand. So rather than working with them, and it's because they haven't got that conduit. They haven't got a bridge into the community.
Like, how do we engage then and being the bridge in the community?
The unknown, you know, there's that fear of the unknown. They don't know. They don't know how to communicate with them. And I see that as a responsibility. If I've got those skills, I'm rooted in my community, and I'm very English. I was born and bred here. I was, you know, got a PhD in multiculturalism. You know, I see it as my duty. And I can't sit back. It's a passion, right? So I'm helping organize local authorities, government to connect into inner cities. That's one project.
Yeah, you know, and only one in the many projects that you've got.
And then there's business, you know, women in business in our community. It's a massive one for me. And women who are from other disenfranchised, you know,
if they've been through divorce, for example, or they've been through a seismic change like you. I think that
people have been through any kind of upheaval. Right. They don't realize what value they hold. You know, that the test that they've been through.
It's often the first thing that they lose, isn't it? It's like, well, what's the point, or where's the value, or what do even I bring? Because this is my experience. And you meet people there. And again, one of the most beautiful things about you is, who was I talking to before? I talked to so many people. I was talking to Susie Ashworth earlier on, who sees the potential in people before they see it for themselves. And you only need to hear half an idea from someone, and all of a sudden, your incredible, beautiful business brain goes.
Yeah.
And what you do now, you just amaze me. I'm just in awe of you, and I can't I trip over myself because I'm such a fan. But when I look at the work that you do for the community, but the work you do for kind of 2 layers of people, you've got people that may not have even entertained the fact that they could run a business. That like people like me right at the beginning of the day, people like me certainly don't build businesses, not from where I come from. That's not what we do. Like, we go and get a job, and we go and get married and have kids, and then we'll maybe get divorced, or maybe not get divorced, but like have a job, and then that's it, we're done. Then we're just going to wait for retirement and then a funeral not long after that. And I was like, found that deeply unfulfilling. And so many people do find it deeply unfulfilling, but don't know that business or enterprise even is something that's at their fingertips. And I think in the 2 areas, in introducing people to that, but also championing people who have got these incredible business ideas through the networks that you are creating. Again, you're that conduit between those business owners and their ideas, and then their ideas in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd never done business. I'd never done business before. I'd only ever worked in the public sector and charity sectors. But it wasn't about I never even thought about that fact that I didn't know how to do business, or, you know, and I launched a business in, you know, where I was manufacturing, importing, exporting, retailing,
doing big business, not just a little bit from your computer. Yeah, with all the moving parts.
And that's because I had such a palpable vision.
Yes.
And that's it. If you can turn your upheaval, your test, your bad experience into your fuel, sit in that space in between where what's just happened and you know what the potential is, where you could be going, sit in that space with that fuel and navigate that in the right way, then you can achieve anything. You can achieve absolutely anything.
And you are an absolute
now.
Yeah.
You know, we've got everything at our fingertips. We've got no excuse to not be able to do any kind of business in this day and age. It's the best time ever in the history of humankind.
Yeah. and having the right people around you, and people like you, people like the people in the hive. We're about to speak to Danny Bloomfield. We're going to be speaking to Leah Gregory. We're going to be talking about the money side of things in a minute. But I think the important thing, the thing that I want people to take from this conversation, Zareen, is that we were riffing, weren't we? We were talking about this space and this being a conduit, and actually that's where you meet people. People are often scared of that space in between. And we had a bit of a revelation together that the difference between scared and sacred is a spelling mistake.
It's switching two letters. Yeah.
Flip two letters around, and all of a sudden you're in it sometimes is the thing. And you wasn't you, before you kind of moved into this, you go, actually, Zareen Ruhi works. Of course it doesn't need to be anything other than that. When you come to the end of something, allowing that to be the end for a minute and sit.
I was in that space, and sitting with you in the shed, I had that realization that I've just exited my business. This is what I want to do. And it's about sitting in that space, and that conversation, that sort of brainstorm that we had, that's what people need.
Yeah. And not to be scared, of when things are moving. And if you, or pushing your purpose so hard.
It's fine and it's good, because it's when you're scared that you're growing. It means that
fucking move when you're scared.
Exactly. That's when the action happens. If you're not scared, then you're complacent. Then you don't make those changes and you don't take action. You have to be scared. You have to feel something other than what you normally feel.
Absolutely. And Zareen, I tell you something, from the very second I met you, the feelings I have felt have been things that I have not felt. And I'm so excited to bring everything that you do in your heart, not just to the Big Festoon, but to this community at large. Thank you for your work that you do in the world. I'm excited for more people to find out about your work over here. I know lots of people know who you are, but thank you for being such a light in the world at exactly what you are. And I love you very much. Thank you for being a part of today.
I love you so much. And thank you for creating this space and bringing your beautiful network all together. And
you're very, very welcome.
For the big arena and meeting everyone there. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Make sure, I love you, Zareen. Thank you for joining us. You can get Zareen's book, The Gift. Go and check it out. It is absolutely phenomenal. It really is one of them life-changing reads. And that's only just through a very short conversation with Zareen. You get to meet her at the arena. I'm sure we'll have another conversation before then as well. We're running a little bit over, and I'm really sorry, but Danny Bloomfield, get yourself in here. Hello, sausage.
Hello, how are you?
I am nearly 5 hours in to our 14-hour stint. I'm doing okay.
Yeah, you still sound
refreshed.
Good. Sound fresh.
I'm feeling good. Do you know what? This is the first time in ages that I've not been hoarse, and I really honestly think that from an energetics perspective, I'm doing what I fucking love.
Isn't it incredible when you do what you love? Even the hard things don't feel as hard as how the easy things, when you're not aligned with what you're doing, how they feel. It's just incredible.
Right. It is. It really is. And Danny, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining us today. Normally I get a double bubble, and I know that our Katie's recovering and convalescing. I want you to send her all of our love. But we get you all to ourselves and your brain all to ourselves today. And you form part of our growth section of the Festoon 500 meetup and this whole live stream. One of the things that I absolutely adore about you and Katie and the business and the portfolio that you've built is the ethics by which you do them, and the love with which you do business, and the life that you have chosen to create together. I think one of the things, when you spoke at the Big Festoon, we talk about having it all, and we don't think that we can. And it feels like a fairy tale that we've got to sacrifice everything in order for us to have a good, solid business that makes us the money that we want, and all of that sort of stuff. I want to touch upon that today, but I also want to touch upon some of the practical stuff around property and around money, if that's all right with you.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go directly from that to what we do with that money.
Cool.
And securing that money with our beautiful Leah Gregory. So yeah, talk to me about having it all, Danny. What's it like?
It's good. It is good. Firstly, my gorgeous wife sent love to you. She's feeling better than she thought she would. And she's like, shall I try and get on? Shan't I? And she really
rest.
So she's looking forward to a squeeze with you soon. I think I was talking to somebody that I hadn't seen for 20 odd years on Saturday afternoon. Funnily enough, we were sitting at a football match watching together, and I've got Bobby next to me, and he used to live flat share with my brother years ago in Reading. And he said to me, so he's going through some troubling times. And he said, how's life? And I said, life is great. I love my life. And I feel so privileged to be able to say that. And I genuinely mean it. It doesn't feel corny when I say it. It doesn't feel cheesy.
No, you've worked. It's by design. It's really interesting, isn't
by
it?
design. It's
when you ask how's life, the normal British answer is, oh well, there's always something to grumble about.
Yeah.
Why? Like, why are we doing that?
Yeah. And you just alluded to it in the previous with your previous guest there about, like, you go to work, you do these things, you retire, then you die, and it's like that's all mapped out for us. To just like we're just waiting for that bit, and it is by design. I remember about 12 years ago, I watched this guy talk. It was the first real opportunity I'd had to listen to a motivational speaker, somebody in personal development. I didn't know before, it wasn't a conscious thing, and he talked about creating a life by design. And it hit me like an absolute rocket. And I thought, so you can actually step back, think about what you want and create it. And when I thought, well, of course you can, because we do it with loads of other things. I'm heavily involved in sport, as you know.
Yeah.
To go and win a sporting match, fixture, whatever it is, you train a team by design to play in a certain way to go and win it.
Right.
A performance song, you learn certain words to be able to perform it in a way to then go and deliver a great performance. So why can't we do that with our lives? And it was like bang, just a eureka moment. And so since then, almost to start with, it has to be very conscious driven, and now it's very subconscious. What is moving the needle closer to my life by design, my dream.
So tell me about how you do that, because the way in which you do that is super intentional. And some of you will be watching out there going, oh, life by design. Well, do you know what? My life doesn't really offer me that. And, as someone who's been homeless, as someone who's lost absolutely everything, there were points in time where I thought, well, I don't get that. Life's just going to happen to me, and I'm going to be in this situation. And I'm a good person. I couldn't help it. And there was this thing we've talked about a little bit earlier on today about radical responsibility. And this is something that some of you may feel uncomfortable to hear, but I need you to. Every problem in your business is a leadership problem. And every success is a leadership success. Anything that happens is a leadership thing. So whether things aren't going very well, there are decisions that you made to get you there. Whether things are going great, there are decisions that you made to get you there. Or when the curveball happened, you played the chess in the way that you needed to, or you chose to give you that outcome. The realization for me in life was I'd been complicit in the majority. I'm not saying it's for every single situation, by the way. Like, there's nuance to this. But in my situation, I'd been complicit in every decision that I'd made, and complicit in my not trying to educate myself or learn about myself. And I think that was what you do very, very, very consciously. And I think that's how you get your bit. Would you agree?
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think you're right. The caveat to it to this is there are some shit things that happen that we do have no control over, and they just happen to us. But again, as was previously mentioned, we then have a choice. Do we roll over and die, essentially, or do we get up and do we go, right, I'm not having that. I'm gonna make a difference somehow for whatever it is that's happened.
What
And
do
I
we do
think
with what we've got? What can we do with what
correct.
we've got? And this, you
Yeah.
know, I know Jay's on a little bit later on. He just did a post yesterday talking about being grateful, and sometimes it's really hard. I know you've had hard times as well, but the practice that you have and that you and Katie have together of this moving the needle together all the time has
Yeah.
been the thing, hasn't it? The like the click in the lock for having it all.
It has, and the real catalyst for it has been a few things, and some of them are just simple phrases like "What will be is up to me." Such a simple, but a great motto, a really good affirmation that what will be is up to me. I might not have been able to completely control what's happened to me now, but I can control and influence what's going to happen and how I use that moving forward. So adopting really early above the line thinking. If anyone just goes and searches it into Google or whatever, above the line thinking, you'll see it. And it talks about above the line is where we take responsibility. We start thinking about choices. We think about the decisions and how we make decisions. We take accountability. We start looking for solution focused thinking. Below the line is we look for whose fault it is. We're going to blame
We're
somebody.
looking
We
to
find
blame directly.
denial. Absolutely. And just that simple shift helps. That radical responsibility, I think, puts you in a place where you feel like you're in control of what's going to happen, rather than just sitting back and just saying, well, everyone else is going to control my life and the outcomes, and I'll just
Yeah.
deal with
Where is
it.
the choice? I think that's the question, isn't it? Where is the choice? If there's a situation that
Yeah.
you're in and there's, you know, you're at ground zero, what's the next best move? What's the next
Yeah.
best move given where it is that I want to go? And again,
Yeah.
when you're working with property, when you're working with finance, that I think, especially when you're doing deals, you know, there's lots of money on the table, you know, we can move this from life out into business in your business really deftly, because it's that anything can happen on a knife edge, and does. And so you go,
Yeah.
all right, where's the choice we have here? And can you give us an
Well,
example of when you've experienced that?
Yeah, I think I can, and I just want to mention as well at this point, and I'll give you some examples. There's a couple of things. Can you get 1% better every day? That's just a small move in the needle, and it doesn't need to be these massive decisions. But what I've learned from myself and people we're coaching and clients and through the last 10, 12 years is it's not what people are thinking about that's the real thing. It's how they are thinking about what they're thinking about. And I just want to say that it's how you're thinking about what you're thinking about that's the key. That's so how can two people have exactly the same job in exactly the same office with the same pay, same salary, same working conditions? One person loves their job, the other one hates it. It's not the job.
Really interesting.
It's not the conditions, the salary. It's how they are both thinking about it, which is the differentiator. And I think that once I started thinking about life in this way, and we started, Katie and I try and gamify things. So we are looking at every day.
You roll the dice.
You roll the dice. We realize the people that get stuck or start really suffering are the ones that stop rolling the dice every day.
Right.
And the game you're in, and get up and roll a dice and just keep rolling. Because if you, again, one of the things we've realized, if you keep rolling the dice, good things happen because it's the people that stay in it. It's a total myth to think that you, Danny, every day is 10 out of 10. All the luck comes to you.
You definitely know that that is not the case. Like, you know that
It's not
viscerally.
the case. You have as tough times as anybody else out there, and you have great times. The difference is you roll the dice every day, no matter how shit it is. You get up again. Some days we might need to lick our wounds a little bit longer than other days, and that's okay. I think and going again. We've had instances of, you know, court cases, employment law, other contractual law for construction, tenants not paying rent, staff leaving without notice. I think you can talk about all of these different things. They're all instances where you could go, right, it's their fault they've done this.
Yes. What was my part? Where was if every problem's a leadership problem, and it all begins and ends, whether it's how you communicate, whether you give feedback, whether you don't give feedback, whether it's whatever it is, every problem when you're running a business like this. And in life, every problem is it's hard to hear, by the way, you lot. Some of you'll be sat there going, oh, but it didn't. I love you, and we are complicit in the decisions that we make, and we've got to look for where is the choice, where is the next best thing to do. And I think you guys are a master at that. You play the dice, you roll the dice again. How are we going to move the needle still with this going on?
Yeah. I think one of the things it does, Danny, as well, is it makes you quite resilient and durable when you get in this method, because where you turn from looking for fault and blame, you don't realize so much when things have gone wrong, and you don't dwell in that moment as much, because you're constantly there, and your subconscious is going, okay, how could we have done that better? Where could we process how far back in the process do we need to go to fix the gap or the leak that we've got in that? What are we going to do about it now? What's the solution? If it's staff, are we recruiting somebody else? Are we performance managing? What are we doing? So without knowing it, you're very, very much moving into solution focused, and you're just doing the next thing to put it right and make it better and stop it. Whereas before you get in that mold, you can dwell on that for days, hours, maybe even weeks of
spiral, and then you just make yourself ill.
So I think in terms of resilience, by thinking in this way, somebody asked me the other day, we were speaking, I can't remember what event we're at, but can you list your biggest failures last year? And I had to think really hard, right, what failures were there? Because I almost don't recognize them as that.
You sit very firm. Like I watch, being your friends as well. Like I watch you and Katie do it. You're learning. You literally learn. Oh, so this is happening. And there might be firefighting to do, and there might be phone calls to happen, but all the time you're processing together. Like I watch you, it's amazing. Like, okay, so then what? So, okay, so that, all right, so what now then? Like, not, oh no, my God. There's space for that, for sure. And we've got to process stuff. And Zareen was just talking about the most horrific of losses and the most horrific of curveballs. And, there is that space to feel those things. But what's the next best move? What's the next logical step? And that is the route. God, it sounds glib. Is that the route to having it all? Well, it must be. Let's give let's give the people what they want. How do they make £1 million in 5 minutes? Go. No.
No. It's there's some great marketing around that, isn't there?
There is some great marketing around it, and I think you're, again, one of the things that we've talked, and this has been a recurring theme through all these conversations. I've yet to meet a genuine overnight success, Danny. So if you've got any advice for anybody out into 2026, because I know, you're very much in the property industry and what have you, what is your one key bit of advice? Let's go to property, for example, and investment and that sort of thing. What's your one bit of advice for anybody out there out into 2026 based on all of your really extensive experience?
Yeah. Okay. Within the property space, I think, do you know what? I think it's the same as any industry. The biggest advice I would give is it comes back to what's your life vision. What is your life vision, and what do you want it to look like? And I think that I see so many times, and I've been there myself, which is why I recognize it, and I've now fixed that, which is why I recognized it, or me and Katie have, is behaving in a way, and you're doing things on a daily basis that doesn't align with what you actually want life to look like, feel like, what you want to be doing. Totally disjointed. So I think the first thing in anything is get real clarity about what you want life to look like, and then you can work to. In property, there's ways of being in property, investing, developing, earning money out of property. What you want life to be like, as to whether you want to be actively involved and life can be quite noisy, or whether you want it to be the semi-passive side, and there's different ways to go about it. I think in property space specifically, we're seeing quite a lot of opportunities for buying. Selling is sticky at the moment, especially stuff 500k.
Sub 500, sorry.
Sub 500.
Sub 500, yeah.
500, it's not so bad. First time buyer market is starting to come back, and I think the government are going to do more in that area in the March budget
to encourage
market. Anything over 500k is quite sticky, and take offers on things. So I think buying, there's real opportunity. I think selling, when you're buying, the key thing is having multiple exits. So if you're relying on then selling something pretty quickly at a decent price, and that's the only viable option for exiting that deal, you're really vulnerable.
You're bounding yourself. Yeah. So
whereas if
you're
you
out
it and rent it for a couple of years and sit on it until the market comes back, other exit.
And it always comes back. And it always comes back. And I think it's a case of that, you know, when there's an economical sneeze and everybody else catches a cold, it always comes back around. And trusting that now more than ever. And it's time, like it feels like, you know, that's kind of, we've done a lot of this and we're ready for another revolution, I think. So I don't know if you feel like that.
Yeah, my gut feeling from some research, some intelligence information, and also just how I see things at the moment, which is a real gut feel. I feel like we have to be almost at the end of this real doom period. I think the government can't ignore it for much longer until they've got a real uphill mountain to climb. So I think March budget is going to be interesting. I feel like there are a few stimulants in. I think the base rate is we're going to see another good few drops on the Bank of England base rate of forecasted between 0.5% and a 1% by the end of this year. So I think those of us that have found business particularly tricky the last 3 years, maybe even 4, I think we're close to breaking through
the course. And the case is, you know, we've talked about this again, stay in the course. The difference between the people that do and the people that don't are the people that do. And again, it all comes back to, you know, we can talk about the numbers, we can talk about the mindset, and whether it's property, whether it's coaching, whatever it is that you're doing, the methodologies are all very, very similar. The mechanics are different, but I think the methodologies and how you need to think about it are very, very similar. Danny, thank you so much for being with us today. I love you very much, and I love Katie very much. I will see you both very soon. Thank you for being a part of it. It means the world.
You're incredible. Keep doing what you do.
Thanks, mate. Okay, so we are running a little bit over. Leah, can you ever forgive me? I can't hear you.
Of course I can.
Thank you.
I was delighted to listen to that conversation.
I am delighted to listen to that conversation as well. And I think what we've had is this real through line today of coming back to, for however glib the words authenticity are and being human are, right now more than ever, it is absolutely where the movement forward is happening. So even though AI is moving this way and mechanics are moving this way and business composition is moving this way and the economy is moving this way, the money is in, guess what? Ourselves, which brings me nicely on to Leah Gregory, you, my darling.
Hi.
Leah, tell me about you, baby.
Oh, hi. I am a high ticket sales strategist, and I help coaches, consultants, anybody who's selling some kind of life-changing service or transformation to get clients, and to get clients in a way that feels good for you, and to, as Danny beautifully put it, build your business in a way that supports your life, so that you're so that you're working in a way that supports your life rather than is a detriment to it, you know?
There are so many conversations happening right now, and it's a joy to hear that people, that people are wanting to grow their businesses and they are wanting to make lots of money, and absolutely. And we've talked about getting, you know, good people making good money so they can do good things. Like, that's what the Big Festoon is built for. It's for, you know, moving the money into the hands of incredible people using incredible tools, learning from incredible people. We've got Nick Starb coming on next as well to talk about influencing. We're moving into kind of the communications section of today, and how we communicate with each other and the different ways that we communicate with each other and how that elicits sales. But one of the joys for me is that some people are actually deciding that the hustle for the next amount isn't what is giving them their soul, and choosing to have sustainable business, having great conversations in ways that aren't shredding through numbers to get to a yes so that they can make their targets.
Yeah.
It's a very, very different climate right now with the way that people are making decisions. And you really lead from the front on that. Tell me more about that, Leah. How are you finding things out there?
So, do you know, it's really interesting that you say that, because I think we're in a point, we're in like a weird, where some people will have done things in order to grow their business or done things to make sales. And I don't mean like anything necessarily unethical or illegal, but things that don't perhaps align with your values, right?
Yeah.
So we've seen, like, I think, a big shift in the last sort of 12 to 18 months where lots of things that people were doing to make sales aren't working as well as they used to. And one of my big theories on this is that the reason for it is because it's not always congruent with you as the person, and it's felt like, well, I'm doing this because it works and it's going to yield me a certain return. And so now what we're seeing is, as AI has become more prolific, and I use it all the time and I love it very much, it's meant that people want more intimacy. People want more connection than ever before. And so some of the things that we were doing that we never really felt that connected to anyway, that are no longer working as well, have kind of stopped working. And we are having to, which is going to come to a great, for most of us, certainly for a lot of you watching this now, is a huge relief. It's like, thank God that I don't have to do these things that feel like I don't want to use this script.
Bound and formulaic and
right.
Yeah.
Endless launches. Like, we're seeing, like, launches do still work. Of course they do. But creating more intimacy, quality over quantity, having, creating more opportunity for connection and conversation, a two-way dialogue, which is really most people's favorite part. Nobody wants to get into business to keep everyone at arm's length. We want to be doing the delivery. We want to be helping people. That's why we're here. And when we're seeing now, certainly what I'm seeing is an opportunity for us to sell in a way that feels like an extension of our delivery, as opposed to this very separate, awkward thing that's a means to an end and that I have to do.
Yeah. We've all got to switch on now, because we are now in our sales call. And now we've got to switch on, and now we've got to pretend I don't want to be sold to, but I'm having a conversation with you, so I've got to want something somewhere. And I don't really want to sell to you. And now,
but I want you to buy the thing because I really want to help you.
Yeah.
And it's like this real, like, we're at odds. Whereas actually, like, there's been a huge shift. I mean, there's no choice now. I think the relationship-based selling, like the transactional approaches and the kind of outdated old sales, they're just not working.
And that it comes from, and we can relate this back to some of the AI conversations as well, right? So you can put into ChatGPT, write me a launch for X, Y, and Z, and it will formulaically write you a launch for X, Y, and Z. And then we was talking to Lindsay about cooking with love and making your marketing 3D, for example, eliciting all of the senses. When that's not what's being created right now. It's not generating that sort of ideas right now. So what you're getting is the bare bones. Is you're getting a climbing frame with no play. And guess what happens when there's no play involved? Guess what happens when there's no joy involved? It feels exactly like that. It feels like a robot. And so I think, like, again, just keep coming back to the job right now is for us to be sitting with the mirror. Is for us to be going, actually, what the fuck do I really want? And you can go, I just want loads of money, or I need to make X amount of money in order to do this thing. Like, I'm there, and still get to see, we've got to sit with them. Is it worth it? Is it going to help anybody? Is it going to help you hitting this next milestone, this million, this 6 figures? are you going to be okay at the other end of it? You're going to see your kids.
Yeah.
And sitting with the mirror right now with that is a real, that's not to say that don't make your money, but at what cost?
Yeah.
To what ends? And
And
then move.
Yeah, right. And I think that there's a lot easier. Like, I think sometimes because we either kind of maybe have embraced things from a sales perspective that we didn't end up loving so much, and it might have made us feel more awkward about it or whatever it is. Like, I think some of us may have rejected sales and rejected like the idea completely because there was so much there were so many things that didn't feel like, it felt transactional. It felt like you say, I'm showing up on these sales calls and I'm like almost like a different person. Like, I'm professional, I'm cold, or I'm because I'm nervous. And so I think like now, as much as things are shifting, we can't deny that we need to in order to have a viable, successful business, like we need to embrace sales, on our terms and in a way that feels good for us. But we cannot, and it's like, Danny was saying before, like it's been tough, it's been weird, and it's been unpredictable. And the way that you kind of can get some predictability and some solid sense of stability is, and the people that are the people that embrace sales, that aren't thinking, I'm just going to make this work for me. It's like, how can I adapt this so that it's an extension of my delivery? How can I make this feel good, feel connected, feel like it's relationship based?
Yeah.
I
think one of the things that you do, I mean, and you do because it's by design, but you're inherently talented at it and became skilled at it because you honed this over a number of years. And I know you've closed millions and millions of pounds in sales and for yourself and other people and other businesses. Is if I think about your delivery when you're training somebody, and I've seen you in action, like in sales calls and things like that, it does just feel like an extension of that. And that's not to say that it's within that conversation over giving, so that person doesn't want to buy from you anymore because they've got what they need. It's how if you're a coach, for example, how do you coach? What's your transactions like when you're in when someone's on program? How do you treat them? How do you deal with them? And then your sales calls is just a conversation in that energy. And that for me was so I just have to believe and know, which is where everything today has started. Started with belief in yourself, then it's knowing yourself, not just belief in yourself, carrying yourself in the world like you know where it is that you're going, or not like in a way that is obvious that because you do. And it is with that certainty then that you can just move into a conversation. How do we get to certainty then? Because I think that's the missing bit. When people aren't sure, then you're getting all wishy-washy about the situation. Leah, how do we get certain, and how do you help people get that certain?
I think there's two things. I think there's two things. I think the first thing is, when we think about sales, we think about needing to be like confident in the traditional sense, where we're like loud and gregarious and and actually I think the first thing is, like you said, like we want to be ourselves. We want to be the person who, once they pay us, is going to show up to the coaching calls. And if there's it creates a lack of trust when you're like different people in those two. Right. So we just want to be the same person and know that there will be parts of the process that you can be certain in. Like, we don't want to guarantee results if we can't guarantee that we will be able to get somebody the result that they want, or help somebody get the result that they want. So what can we be certain about? What can we be convicted? I know, like, you will get this. Is just leaning on what we can be certain about. But I also think it's really knowing who your target client is. And I know we've probably all done it to death, but most people don't know who the ready to buy version of their client is.
Yes.
And it's a very specific person.
It's really interesting. I had the most amazing, absolute powerhouse in the marketing industry. Came and had a VIP day here, and they were talking about the design target versus the actual buyer, and if the two are completely uncorrelated, and you're not actually speaking to your actual buyer, then you are going to misfire. And what I mean by that is, like, she used Coca-Cola as an example. So Diet Coke is specifically designed for a certain type of, essentially, young 20-odd-year-old professional, goes to the gym, conscious of what they wear and all of this. A very, very specific design target for Diet Coke. And whilst those people do purchase, who else purchases Diet Coke? And how do they bridge the gap? So it's designed for this person. This is like the ideal client, but the actual buyer is the person who's buying at volume.
Right.
And how do they bridge that gap where this is the aspiration over here, and whether it's right or wrong, by the way, like, that's to be contested. But if your design target is this and you're not speaking to this, then you're going to get this, and that might not be great. Like,
Then
who's ready to buy?
We take that then as feedback that something's wrong with our offer.
Right.
And so another example, so there's a local bakery around here, and they've been selling this pink donut with hundreds and thousands on it for years. And the other day I went in there and they'd put a 6 and a 7 on it, and they'd called it a 6-7 donut. And what they'd done is they'd taken that same delicious donut. They didn't take the lack of sales as a knock to their confidence and think, well, fuck it, we'll make something different. They obviously don't want that.
Never.
They thought, okay, well, that's not selling as we'd like it to now. Who's our ready to buy client? And how can we make it absolutely irresistible? My 9-year-old walked in, you're right, and he was like, 6-7. And he was like, I want that donut. And so I said, oh, that's interesting. Have you made more sales? And she was like, yeah.
So loads of them.
Every kid does what your kid's just done.
Ridiculous.
So
that is fascinating.
Yeah.
Absolutely fascinating. And hopefully, even that analogy, hopefully for you that are listening, hopefully that's going to spark some kind of thought around who are you actually speaking to, and are you really speaking to them? It's really interesting speaking to past versions of ourselves. Often we do that. That's not the person that's buying. Past version of you isn't the person that's got the money. The person of you, the person who has is the person that's buying from you. So yeah, it is it's absolutely fascinating, and I cannot believe that they had a 6-7 donut. Leah, I'm afraid we've run out of time. I'm going to try and pull some time. We've got Nick Starb coming up next. Thank you for being a part of my world.
Thank you for having me.
And where can people find you?
On Instagram at iamleah.co.uk.
iamleah.co.uk. Well, I'm not Leah, you're Leah, but you can find Leah at iamleah.co.uk. I love you. Thank you so much for the work that you do in the world.
My pleasure. Bye.
Another incredible guest on our Festoon 500 live reveal. If anyone's wondering what the Festoon 500 is, by the way, I'm going to share it with you just now while I take a very, very quick breather. Nick Starb, I can see you, but I need to go for a wee. So wait there. I've been on here now. We're just heading into over our 5-hour mark. Give me 1 second. I'm going to remove me and play. Hello. If you're seeing this, it means I've temporarily abandoned the camera to go and do one of 3 things. Have a wee, get changed again, or stare into middle distance and remember who I am. Welcome to our whatever of the Festoon 500 Big Reveal Marathon. If you have been watching these interviews and thinking, I need to be in rooms like this, I need to meet people like this, you do. And that is why the Festoon 500 exists. This is our founding business pass for the big Festoon at the AO Arena in March. And this is built for business owners and leaders who are ready for bigger rooms, sharper conversations, and connections that actually do something and mean something. So here's what you get. You get a gold seat to the big Festoon in March at the AO Arena. You get curated networking and introductions that are beyond the arena quarterly meetups, because awkward networking is not a personality trait we need to be keeping hold of. You also get access to our online learning vault, so you can take what you learn and turn it into results. But here's the mic drop. Every one Festoon 500 pass sold sponsors 2 underrepresented founders into the arena. So while you're upgrading your access, you're also helping build a room that actually reflects real life business. If you're still here with me at this point in the day, I already know you're one of us. So grab your Festoon pass. Link's right here. I'm coming back as soon as I find my charger and my dignity and my other shoe. And just remember, this is all about seats and not statements. And can someone send some snacks? Thanks, Past Danny. Right. I've had a little change. I've had a little freshen up. Nick Starr, get yourself in here. Hello, my love.
Hello. Wow. Amazing. Good to be here.
How are you
again.
doing? I'm glad you're here. I'm absolutely thrilled. I feel like I'm a little bit stop-starty. I don't know what's happened with the old live stream. Am I all laggy?
You seem fine to me. I mean, I'm watching
That will
on
do.
StreamYard, but
That's absolutely fine.
crisp.
I'm seeing laggy. If you're not seeing laggy, then perfect. Nick Starr, how are you? Welcome to my marathon Festoon 500 reveal live today.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to be here again and giving back, serving, and I'm loving the guests you're getting on. I'm learning so much. I've got a page for the notes already. So
Mate, I tell you what, and we're not even letting up. We've got some incredible, incredible guests. You being one of them, Mr. Master of Influence himself, and also one of our partners for the Big Festoon. So you're going to be speaking at Arena in just a few short weeks' time. Nick, can you do me a favor? We did a very early morning live together a couple of weeks back. It's really interesting when people like first see us together for the first time. They're like, oh, well, Nick Starr's he's a speaking coach. He helps people like talk about what it is that they do and make money. And Danny, is that not what you do? And yes, shock horror. We are essentially competitors out in the field having a friendly conversation with each other, and we want to give each other clients. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Oh. I love the theatrics coming back. Oh,
well, it's the showgirl in me, baby. It's the showgirl in me. But Nick, let's talk about that, because I think it's really important that we, it could be an elephant in the room to both of our respective or crossover audiences looking at us going, what's going on there? But I really, when we first met, one of the things that really struck me about the work that you do is the ethics by which you deliver them and the amount that you know about your particular part of the field, how much you've invested in yourself and your learning, and you're passing that on to the people who get involved in your programs is just phenomenal and very sort of values aligned with everything that we're doing. So tell us a little bit more about the Masters of Influence Academy, Nick.
great. Well, thank you for having me here. And as I said, we're not competitors, we are collaborators, right?
Absolutely, yes.
That's what Big Festoon's all about. The Festoon, getting together, right? So what I specialize in is what I call influence. I believe there's the old way of speaking, telling stories, speaking on stages. I'm more about influencing people, how to sell your stories, how to go from audiences clapping to audiences tapping their debit or credit cards. Because
Nice.
I think the world has changed, and I think that's come up on not just this talk, but some of the previous guests over the last 12, 18 months. There's been a big shift in the UK, USA markets. And now more than ever, it is imperative for people to learn how to use their voice.
Yes.
Selling is not a dirty thing anymore. It's serving. Nope. If you've got a great product or service, you deserve to shout it from the rooftops and close as many people as you can. Because if people aren't buying your thing, they're going to be struggling with a problem or go into one of your competitors anyway, right? So you want the money in your bank account, you can serve people. It's all about learning this skill of influence. And I believe that anyone can master it. It comes down to implementation, investing into yourself, putting the time in, but it is the core root of every business. How to sell, how to speak, and how to persuade people to do the things that they should be doing to solve their problems. So yes,
absolutely,
in a nutshell.
Absolutely. And there's been a couple of themes that's come through all the way through today. So we've been going since 7 o'clock this morning, and every single conversation, I've lost track of how many conversations, but every single conversation has been like, not even intentionally, but kind of centered around the idea that there has been a technological revolution with AI and with the way that we interact with technology. And actually that's helping in many ways. And we're going to be speaking to Steph Ward after you've been on, Nick, and we're going to be talking about sort of implementation type stuff and how we can utilize tools to help us. But there's been like a pendulum swing, not of fear, but of seeing the results of some of this and feeling really disconnected. That like utilizing things like ChatGPT even to create talks. kind of seen people do this and them feeling really disconnected from how they're communicating, because all of a sudden they've become reliant on a superscript as opposed to understanding mechanisms and then making those mechanisms their own. And I think you're great at that particular thing, showing people those mechanisms and then allowing them, like, go and fly with this now, practice it, try it, test it, see what happens. So talk to me about some of those systems that you share within the programs that you do, because they are honestly, I mean, they are gold.
Yeah, great. Amazing. And I totally agree with you. I think the world's changed, but you got to be prepared. Now, whether you're a speaker, one-to-one seller, I don't believe in having word-for-word scripts. I believe the conversation should be fluid. You got to read your prospect. You got to be able to flow. So that's why, like you said, Danny, systems and processes all the way. Now, I believe in influence. There are 5 fundamental laws that people need to master. The first one being their psychology around speaking, around selling. You got to master your psychology, then your buyers. The second is perception, which is a lot about NLP, human conditioning. As you just mentioned with AI, we are very emotional creatures. We buy from people. And 95% of buying is emotion, 5% logic. And that's why we need to learn as humans how to be able to speak and sell. And then once we've done that, I like to talk to people about how to present. So how to speak, whether that's one-to-one, one-to-many, Zoom call, live, stage, arena. There is a system and a process to follow, whatever you're doing. And next up would be your pitching. So how to pitch your audience, take them through a process from cold to sold. And the final P is profit, because you should be making money having the life of your dreams from being able to sell your products and services. That's what I love about sales. I said this earlier. Selling is serving. So you deserve to be able to sell with a big smile on your face and not feel sticky. I think it's so common for people to feel a little bit icky when they're selling to others. But when you realize that,
let's dig it. Let's dig it down. Like what? Like what? Why do we feel so shitty about sales? Why do why do we feel like that?
Salespeople there, right? Let's be real, right? Now, I'm sure we all had that experience in our lifetime in the past. Maybe I was born in the early 90s, but even I remember back in the day, my parents having that double glazing salesperson come to the house.
Yeah.
They wouldn't leave until you signed the contract. It just felt really forced. And I believe everyone's had at least one or more of those sales situations. And it's so common for us then to attract sales as a whole under that dirty brush.
Yeah.
But like we said, people need to buy something. People that pay attention. And that's what it's all about is price and value. The more that people pay, the more they'll respect what they're buying. So I believe not just about making some sales, I believe high ticket sales are a great way for every business owner to go forward, to be able to charge more and give more, having certain structures, value ladders in their businesses and organizations. So
what would you say? Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, because we really do get in our own way a lot, like, especially in the UK as well. Like, I think if we look at some of the most incredible, like, salespeople who kind of really, there's loads to learn from, the Russell Brunsons of the world, and, you know, the Grant Cardones, and the hyper sales guys. Like, they're giving the formulas out. This thing works. They follow this, and this, and fine enough. But what is it, do you think, about us in the UK that makes us feel like that about it? Because I don't think it's just bad salespeople. I do not think it's like a bit of like cynicism, like don't sell to me, almost like a challenge. Oh, I know you're going to sell to me now,
isn't it? It's a cultural belief. And if you flip the script, like you just said, and I've got a lot of clients in America, a lot of stages I speak on in the USA, and it's a different breed of people. It's like, I love to be sold to.
Sell to me. Tell me about your thing.
Yeah. They're like, if you're not selling, you're crazy. It's statistically shown that 4 times more people in the USA will buy coaching versus us in the UK. We're more skeptical. We don't believe that selling's good. But you mentioned this quote earlier. I think the US can sometimes sneeze and we catch the cold. I do believe there has been a bit of a shift over the last couple of years as well. People are starting to wake up to the fact in the UK, the system is broken. However, we've got a long way to go. But this comes down to people like me, you, the amazing people here and attending our event, showing them how to sell ethically.
Yeah.
Showing them the new way of selling, having more confidence, being able to do it with a real sense of achievement and pride and a big smile on your face. Because the more that we start to make these shifts in the UK together, the more that we will change the beliefs that we currently hold.
Yeah, and that we've been, again, one of the themes today has been like the movement of money into the hands of good people doing good things, so we can do more good things and more good in the world. And I think when we start to understand that it isn't selfish to want more, to be able to afford more, to be able to do good, to be able to, you know, to be comfortable and all of those things, it tends to be that Brody was talking about it this morning, that 60,000 people hold the majority of the whole of the wealth, far more than, you know, the rest of everybody else. And they're ready to buy things because they've got money. So it's a great space to be able to sell things to people with lots of money. By the way, it's not assuming that people can't afford it, but understanding where markets lie. And I had to do this right at the very beginning. It was, I want to help everybody. I want everybody to be able to access me. And then I realized that having a high ticket proposition allowed me to create the wealth that I needed in order to create the systems that I needed to create a more like accessible product within my product suite. That blew my mind.
Yeah,
Then I'm like,
sure you grew. I'm sure your clients grew even more, right? When you brought that structure into place.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So let's look to the arena, my friend.
Oh, can't wait.
I know. Every time we speak to you, just get a bit more giddy about it. What shall we expect from Nick Starb at the event?
Great. So what I really want to do is make the most out of the time and give back. So we've got around 20 minutes. And my mission is to teach you as much as I can around the mechanics of sales and speaking and all the earning opportunities that you can get overcoming those beliefs. So we're going to be looking not totally logic and left brain, but what I do want people to walk away with is knowing a simple process that they can implement into their life, their business, their relationships, which will give them that confidence to hold the room's attention, to get those standing ovations, to get the people buying from them. So my mission is, in the time that I've got, to make people learn how to sell, how to make money, and how to love doing it at the same time. And I've been working on my talk already. I am literally like obsessed with this event. This is the big highlight of my year. I know it's yours as well, Danny, but this event is going to be incredible. And talking about good salespeople and people that deserve to give back. Look at what we're doing here with the Festoon 500. Like, what an incredible thing you'll put together, Danny. I just want to give you a load of love for this, because the opportunity for our people to buy a ticket for them, but then to pay it back to the people that don't always get these opportunities. I mean, that is absolutely priceless. And
the fact that we get to link arms and do this together, like, when, you know, when I told you about this, you were like, yes, because then if we remove the gatekeepers from the gate and we go, look, here's an incredible network, we're going to do business together, you're going to learn some things that are going to change the way that you do stuff, that's going to help you grow. Again, it just keeps spiraling up and up and up and up instead of down and down and down and down, which is what we want more of. Nick Starb, thank you so much for being here with me as part of the Festoon 500 Reveal Live. I will see you in 8 weeks.
8 weeks. I'm counting. Thank you so much for giving me this time, Danny.
Absolutely, mate. I'm really excited. Well, for our onward journey together anyway, but I will see you really soon. That was Nick Starb from Masters of Influence Academy. Go and check them out. They are incredible. Okay, next up, Stephanie Ward. Are you ready?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Hello, are you
You've been ready for a million years.
I was born ready.
You was born ready, baby. Hi.
Hello, are you all right?
I am dead good. I've had a little change. I'm feeling funky fresh now. I've got you now, and just for you watching at home or wherever it is that you are, on the loo or at work or in your car, or if you're watching on your car, I hope that you just got the sound on. Be safe out there, people. We've got you. We're going to have a little conversation with you, Stephanie Ward. Then we've got Dan Meredith coming up. We've got Leah Turner, Jay Alderton, Madeline Joubert. We've got Inga Hunter. We've got Byron Cole, Pauline Patterson for Dr. Pawpaw, Tess Cope, Rosalia Lazara Tilly. And that's just taking us up till 3:15. And we've got till 10 o'clock tonight to go. It's going wild.
And how lucky is Dan that I get to open up for Dan? Like, he should be really, really honoured about that.
You absolutely do. You absolutely do. And he should be honoured. You're quite correct. How are you, darling?
Wonderful.
I'm doing the whole Scylla thing, like, what's your name and where'd you come from? Because lots of people in my community will know who you are, but lots, because of the way that people have been sharing this, may have come across us for the first time and have no bloody clue. Stephanie Ward, take it away.
Well, hello. So I'm Stephanie Ward, and for anyone who doesn't know me, I am the founder of a few different things, Spicy Brain Energy and the Spicy Brain Collective being the ones that most people know me for. So these are done with and done for business services. So think virtual assistant on steroids. But I'm very excited for 2026 because I am making a massive shift in how I deliver. Because for the last 9 months, I've been trialing a new concept of rapid implementation. Because I think a lot of founders, we know what needs to be done, right? We've invested in the strategy. We've invested in knowing what we should be doing in terms of the overall view, but we're not actually taking it forward. So we're spending more money on more strategy, and what we did was not implement the first lot. So what I've done is find a way to develop between 6 months and 2 years of implementation in as little as 1 day to 5 days.
Wow. Is anybody out there going, where have you been all my life? Is any of you serial learners out there that have gone from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing and not taken the time that they need to actually do and do and do and do and do? Because it might be that, I don't know, like me, you go, I can do that. I'm capable of doing that, but then be so busy and so like thinking about so many different things. If you are a solo entrepreneur, you're expected to wear all hats all the time. How ace is it to have a service available where you can get stuff done quicker? We've been talking about this for a little bit. Talk to me about rapid implementation and what's the point? Like, why?
The thing is like when we're in a company, right, we're used to doing everything ourselves. We know what we are kind of working towards, and we will have an idea. I want to bring this tech in and I want to rewrite this policy, and we'll see something like, oh, this one's got a really good pregnancy and parenting loss policy. I want that in my business. Or this is a tech I need to use. Oh my God, yes. And then we sign up and clients get in the way and executionals get in the way, and we don't do the work on the business because we're spending the time in it. And I think this is a really kind of big thing for founders who have small teams as well, is that there is a big transition between on the tools and overseeing the bigger vision. And it's such a big step because we all went into business because we wanted to help people and be excited about the things we can do to help. We're not excited about writing HR policies. We're not excited about setting up tech. And the thing is, you're not supposed to know how. Like in any other job, you would turn up as an HR manager and manage HR. You're not responsible for buying the toilet rolls and running the website. But when you're an entrepreneur, you are. And the problem is that we spend time pushing things into the future that actually could be converting revenue right now. And we're just pushing ourselves further and further until one day we've kicked the can so far down the road, we've not done the things we wanted to do.
Right. Or you've been putting the train tracks down so fast that you're actually now tripping up over yourself and things are starting to become undone. And there's this, we're going to say it, we're going to hold each other's hand while we say it, is that there's so many people that are investing in knowing stuff as opposed to sitting as a leader. And we've been talking about this all day. The difference between a lot of us, when we start, we're either experts or we're the deliverers of the thing or the makers of the thing or whatever it is, the thing that it is we are selling. Because essentially, if you're watching this, we're an entrepreneurial sort. We're a founder community. We're an SME situation. And a lot of us are S in the SME, right? I love that you've got a Willy mug. Every time you've picked up your mug, I've got, is there a Willy on there? Yes, there is. My Danny fucking Wallace mug is over there, and I've got nobody to make me a brew. There is nobody in the house, and I've only just realised that the crisps are the only food that I've got in the shed till 10 o'clock tonight, and I've just messaged my mum, and I'm like, Mum, I need AA and AAA batteries. I need food, and I need to go for a wee. is what I need. I thought a minute and a half on a video was going to be long enough to get me away, and it definitely is not. So anyway, when we first start and we are the doer of the thing or the creator of the thing, we're not the leader of the enterprise. We're not the leader of the business. We don't start it like that. And there has to be a shift at some way, especially if you're on an upward trajectory, where you shift from implementer, creator to leader and wearing the hats appropriately. And the difficulty, I think, is what people do when they get to that stage, because they then become the bottleneck, is they think they need to learn more instead of what do I actually need to learn to run a business? Yeah. And how do I protect myself? And all of this. And I say this because we always talk from hindsight, right? Mm-hmm. And we always talk from experience. And that is a visceral experience many of us burn through. And I guess what you're saying and what you're sharing here is there's an alternative to getting a coach or a mentor first and get your implementation right. And then it's time for the mentorship. Then it's time for the head type stuff and the trajectory stuff. If you've got here so far, you need to look at the mechanics of your business and go, what have I not done? What do I keep putting off? Because that's the unraveling for many people. Is that your experience?
Well, yeah, like the majority of people that we work with, because I think the majority of people in the entrepreneurship space are neurodivergent, whether they know it or not, because our brains think creatively and differently, so that's how we are. But the thing is, we are used to raw dogging it through life. We've been doing it for a very long time, and raw dogging can work to a point. But the thing is that when other people need you, you can't keep raw dogging it. And I'll never forget, back in 2022, I knew that things were going to start to blow up for me. And 2023 was a massive year. We went from 38 grand a year to 750 grand a year in 12 months. I was horrified. Recruitment was new. It was very much the vibe of 2023. But back at the beginning of the year, I started using ClickUp, right? Because I knew that I needed something to keep my tasks in. Because when other people needed to see it, I needed a system that I could easily scale with. And that's the system we still use to this day, every single day. But in order to be able to actually do that for myself, I had to get somebody else to set that up for me. Because the thing we do is we spend all the brain energy setting the thing up. We're exhausted by it. We don't want to use it. So what we try to do, like a lot of VAs will take things off you, right? They will take it away from you and do it for you, which I don't think that's actually a good way of working, because you still need to know how. You shouldn't be doing all of the time, but you need to know how, because it's your business. So what we kind of created in the VA business first was done with services. So doing it with people so that people can learn as they go, but also just so they have the knowledge but don't need to. You don't need to pay tens of thousands on a mentor around a particular system to be able to learn how to use it.
And I think that's the thing, isn't it? That a freelancer economy often means that people can't afford the freelance work to do it for them. Like we get to a certain stage and I can't have it done with me. That's the job's now too big. However, had I had that kind of a situation earlier doors, I'd have been able to get where I was going a little bit quicker, with a little bit more bandwidth, with a little bit more safety, with a little bit all of that sort of stuff. So what you're saying is you're giving people an opportunity to get that done sooner. So what kind of stage of a business? I know you would work with anybody in terms of where they are stage wise, but ideally for this, in terms of like the rapid implementation and all of that, what stage of your business is it the right time to come and have a conversation with you and the squad?
So I would say there's kind of 3 stages that are crucial points in any business. And what I want to see people in 2026 is actually people asking for help and getting what they need the first time. That would make me so happy, because usually by the time people come to me, they've tried that many places, they're traumatized.
Yes, they're like shaking and they're out sweating a little bit.
They're like a poodle on a thundery day, right? So there's kind of 3 points. And I think one of the biggest points is where you are just about ready to bring in your first team member. So when you're sort of approaching that VAT threshold kind of turnover, and you know that you're going to need help brought in quickly, that's a really good time to engage help, because that's when you kind of need to look at recruitment policies and systems that can actually be used for multiple different people. There's another part of this when you're moving kind of, if you've got a freelancer based team and you want to move to employed team, that's a great time to come in, because your systems that work for freelancers might not work for an employed team. It's a very different dynamic having people in the room versus having people online.
Very different.
We've actually learned having people in the room is better for them, because when people are in the room, they actually have that like support system as well. You're not in a room on your own grinding all day. You've got people you can lean on. Like, what I love about my team is that if someone's on the period, someone else just fills the hot water bottle without them being asked. Like, what kind of culture is that? That's beautiful, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. But doing this allows you to create that culture as well, doesn't it?
It does. And the thing is as well, I think the last kind of point at where you need to get big help is if you've got to where you are with the team you've got, and then you make a pivot, the people that got you where you are aren't the ones taking you further. So quite often when you get to sort of, the sort of 7-figure mark, you need a rapid, a complete structural change,
Reset.
a strategic restructure, because where you are, like my team right now are excellent, but the team that I've got in, there's a couple of them that are going to be part of the new stuff, but there's most of them actually just are perfect where they are right now. So it's like, what do I need to do with my team to make sure that I can take the people that I need to take me forward, and also make sure the ones that are perfect where they are stay there. So there's like the sort of three key points. It's like where you're ready to stabilize, you're ready to scale, or you're ready to strategically restructure. And it's not about burning it down. It's just tweaks, modification, and upgrades essentially.
And having a safe pair of hands to be able to make all those chess pieces move as well, because I think it's quite overwhelming, especially you've had it like yourself, you've been on the inside of it. I think this is, because you've experienced it as well. I think it really best places you, and obviously work through it and have a team and have all the systems and have done all of that intrinsic build. I think when it does feel like the wheels are coming off sometimes, and I think that the most difficult time to make a decision in a business is before you need the thing, when you know that you need the thing.
Yeah.
And the biggest gift and the biggest kindness that you can give to yourself is doing sometimes the thing before you need the thing.
Yeah. And you know what it is? Like I raw dogged it, Danny. You've known me long enough. No, I raw dogged it. Dan Meredith, who was up next, I give him permission to tell you how many times I cried on him in a year, because when you have to do new things and big things, and I did do it all myself. Dan basically sat and listened to me cry for a solid year. Okay. But you know what it is? He held that space for me so that I could do the big things. And what I developed in that time was actually the experience that I know other people need to have, because there's a lot of people offering advice who haven't actually lived it as their own business. Like working for a corporate and living in your own business are two different things. And it's really interesting how we can do a job in a corporate, but when we're self-employed, it's a completely different kettle of fish. And we're all being so unkind to ourselves because we're all drowning. And like, I'm here for much more radical self-kindness this year, 100%.
It goes back to what Lindsay was saying this morning. Your ability to do the washing up does not denote or indicate your genius. If you are a crafter and a maker, your ability to build a CRM does not denote your ability to do the thing that you've been put on this earth to create. And having systems and having support like you provide is absolutely Steph, it's invaluable. How do people find out more about what it is that you do and how you help?
Yeah, so my new branding isn't even live yet, believe it or not. I'm doing that this afternoon. It's so exciting. But you can find me on Instagram at I am Stephanie Ward. I am on there, and all of the things that are coming are going to be dropping there really soon. We've got some really great offers, and my thing for this month, what I like to do with January is give back and give people what they need at a rate that is affordable. So we've got some great bridging offers between where we are and where we're going. But everything goes on my Instagram. It is chaotic. It is a sparkly shit show, but you know what it is? It's a beautiful place and everyone's welcome there. And it starts with love, right? If we just give a little bit more love in the world, people might feel safer asking for help. So that's what I try and bring to that.
Absolutely. And for any of you out there that are feeling that tension of things that are growing like kind of either quicker than what you think or not as quick as what you think because you can't get to the systems implementation, go and have a conversation, go and have a chat with Steph and the squad, and I'm sure they will have your back. Stephanie Ward, I love you.
I love you.
Thank you for being a part of my world. Thank you for being a part of the Festoon 500, officially a member of the Founders Circle of the Festoon 500.
So excited.
Thank you for being a part of that. It means the absolute world. And thank you for all of your support for the Big Festoon. I know it means the world to the people that we support off the back of those tickets as well. So
we all do well when we all do well.
We absolutely bloody do, Petal. Thank you for being here. I love you. Bye.
I love you. Bye.
That was Stephanie Ward from the Spicy Brain Collective, and also the rapid implementation services that she is now providing off the back of seeing how much you're bloody well need it out there. Go and tap her up. Dan Meredith, are you ready?
I am.
You are. Hello, Sausage.
Hello, Sausage. How are you?
I'm good.
You nearly 6 hours in, you nutter.
I know. In 10 minutes it'll be 6 hours. I'm gonna have a quick crisp.
Excellent. Enjoy your crisp.
I'm enjoying my crisp. I'm really conscious that at any point I'm attempting to eat, that I'm just chop slopping all over this, and it's some weird ASMR situation that nobody wants or needs, and certainly not what anybody signed up for.
It's 2026. You have no idea what people are into nowadays, Danny.
It is a wild and interesting world out there, and don't you know it? Right, Dan, talk to me about dead good things. What do people need to know in 2026? Go.
Oh my God. So do you know what? I don't know what everyone else has been like on here so far, but this is what I love about Danny. I get a WhatsApp saying, are you free on this day? I say, yes, you're going live. What on? No, that's it. Nothing. And then I get a troll.
Then.
Cool. So great question. Yes.
Great question. Glad you asked.
Great question. Glad you asked. Thank you for putting me on the spot. I will say, look, this year, okay, I think last year was, and I don't mean this in a way that I wish anyone ill will or anything, but I think last year was a bit of a clear out for a lot of people. I think
it really was.
You know, I don't know how long you've been online, but I've been online with Coffee with Dan. It will be 10 years this year, and online overall, probably like 13. And, the easy days when you just put up a post and get 1 million people sign up for stuff, they're long gone. Okay. Mm-hmm. But you can still do that. I will say last year was kind of so a lot of people kind of going back into work and maybe changing things and moving on, which is absolutely fine. And I can't stand, entrepreneurial types who slate those who work, because we need people to do jobs and do stuff.
Oh my God, yeah, we do. Absolutely.
I would say now, so kind of like now, people, I've never seen people so primed and ready to change and make a difference and grow. Really investment minded. People seem a lot more positive this year. People very much are up for the challenge. And what I will say is, and again, you've got some wonderful people who are mutual friends who are in the AI space, and I poke fun at some of the AI slop that is on the internet.
And it really is. We've talked about the flattening of language. And I think that one of the things, when I first came across you, through your book, How to Be Fucking Awesome. Mm-hmm. I love the way that you write. When you write it, I remember I did a live about it at the time, and I was like, it's like this guy is this big brother, and he's got his arm around me, and he's lovingly giving me a bit of a dig in the arm, which is essentially the sum of our relationship anyway.
It pretty much is, yeah.
Like, he's giving me a dig in the arm, and he's making me feel uncomfortable. And at the same time, he's just got my back. All of that just from words. Like, I didn't hear, I didn't have the audio book from the words that you write. One of the things that you're great at is connecting through copy. That's how you started out. And I think it's a travesty when you've got someone who's as great as you at that way of thinking. When you see the flattening of language in the way that is occurring right now.
But I will say now, and I mean, for those of you who are maybe a little more introverted or a little bit maybe conscious about being on camera or not comfortable putting yourself out there, I would say now is the time to start easing yourself into that. I use an analogy. So when I was at my strongest, I could squat 300 kilos. But if you were to put 300 kilos on the back of me when I first started squatting, where I could squat 40 kilos, I would crumble like a fucking crouton. Right. So it's about getting your sets and reps in now. So starting off, putting yourself out there, again, I always say to people, You've got outside you and inside you, yeah? And the closer you can get the inside you to the outside you and share that publicly, the more people resonate with you, the more people bond with you. You don't have to be deliberately polarizing, but it is good to have an opinion. It is good to have a stance. It is good to stand for things, against things, like certain things, not like certain things, share your values, share your things you love. People are absolutely craving authenticity right now, like actually being the real version of you, and obviously learn from coaches and mentors and kind of pick up skills, but you've got to find your version and your flavor of it. And now is the time to do it. I mean, I've got some very, very successful friends who are way smarter than me, you know, in like hedge funds, they're futurists, they're thought leaders, they're, you know, billionaire, very, very successful people, venture capital. And, you know,
Are they single?
Huh?
Are they single?
None of them are, as far as I'm aware. No, I mean, I am not a lady, and I'm sure there's more to us chaps than that, but I'd have snapped them up myself personally as well. But I would say now is the time to put yourself out there as authentically as you can, and because people are craving it, and people want people who are comfortable being themselves. So don't not do that. Do not rely on technology and AI and all these things. Leverage it as a tool, but to put yourself out there authentically is going to be massive for this year. And I will say the other thing, I mean, I'm going to encompass it under the phrase of giving a shit. Okay.
Yes,
Back in the day, you could knock up a program, sell a course. Again, programs will still work, courses still work, everything still works. Not saying it doesn't, but people want the personal touch. They want to be made to feel like they matter, that they have an opinion, that they are interacted with. Is it more tiring? Does it involve more effort? Yes.
So you've got to choose wisely then when you do those things. Like, it's not hard, it's not harder work, it's just real work that you can't get by anymore going, oh, I'm going to charge £50,000 for this thing, unless you're working in the realms of where people like really understand and pay for precision expertise. They'll come in, lock in, take the one thing that you need. It's like being the plumber that knows which screw, as opposed to the cowboy who rips the whole thing out and costs you more money.
Exactly.
You're buying your time there. But like having these programs that are just empty replicas, it's like the flatlining of language within ChatGPT. You can create these things, but people want to know and feel why you give a shit. And I think that one of the things that, joking aside, Dan, one of the things that I love about you is that you care so deeply about your community and the people that you help. And you know, I've been a client of yours and we've been friends a long time now, but you, for all of the joking and the joshing and the elbowing and the fun and the Warhammer, you massive geek, for all of that, like, you really, really care, and people can feel that from you, and people root for you in the same way. You've never really been anyone but yourself, and I think it's easy because I'm the same, right? One of the reasons why we're friends, one of the reasons why I've got, you know, these incredible people on here today is because people can smell bullshit a mile off, and I don't have time for it. And so, we're friends. All right, brilliant. Then and we move on and we do business and we don't get involved in the bitchy bullshit that goes on the periphery.
Yeah.
But that can be quite easy for us to say, like, authenticity and, you know, you need to be yourself. And like, what if someone sat there going, I don't even know what being myself is. I don't even know what that looks like. I don't even know what the steps to take toward being myself. I might not have been myself for a long time, and now I don't. They might go into existential crisis now we've put that on the table, Dan.
All right, I'll make it simple.
How do we do it?
Play. Okay.
Yes!
Play. And what I mean by that is I will have my, you know, I've got people at all different levels in business. I predominantly work one-to-one with, you know, people who are already successful and help them get either to the next level or figure out their blocks. So I simplify things. I take big things, make them simple, and say, you know, you don't need me getting on a call with you and saying, what do you think you should do? I'm like, fuck off. You paid me money.
We're busy, babe.
You tell me the problems. I'll tell you what to do. Right, go do it. See you next week. Okay. But I think one of the things that is missing and people struggle with is they try and be perfect. They try and get the perfect reel, the perfect post, the perfect story, perfect imagery, branding. All of this stuff is important, but you're majoring in the minors. Okay. This is stuff you tweak as you get further on. Write what's in your head. Write what's in your heart, say what's in your head, say what's in your heart, okay? And see what happens. Have some fun with it. And I will, you know, I'll always get people, especially if it's a content market thing, say, look, let's just start with just a post a day. Let's start with something a day. Talk about something. It doesn't matter what it is, and just start sharing your knowledge, start sharing your beliefs, your passions, how you help people, what you do, and have fun with it. There are days, look, I will spend, you know, again, I'm a fast writer. I wrote a post that I put a good 45 minutes into. It was a monster. It got, you know, some interaction, some likes. I wrote a post off the cuff. I literally did it whilst I was doing my cardio, whilst I was getting ready for a photo shoot that I was doing. I was just literally sat on the bike watching some YouTube nonsense. Wrote this post. It's an old story based off that £10 note behind me there.
Oh yeah, I saw.
Yeah, did that one. As of now, I think it's at 600,000 views. So you never know. Like, even at my level, you don't know what's going to resonate with people, and you don't know until you put it out there. And the thing is, no one's going to
resonates with you, though. I think the thing is, like, when you feel it, my most interactive content comes from when I'm feeling the thing, or I've just experienced a thing and I'm through the other side of it, or I'm looking forward to a thing, or like this, for example, the traction that I've got around this in such a short space of time. This wasn't a launch that was planned this time last year. This was an epiphany that I had.
Is it a week ago?
Couple of weeks ago, when I realized I know how to make the room how I always wanted it to be. And I thought like this is the thing. And like people could feel that from me after maybe quite a long time of, you know, like, oh, she's doing big things. And it looks like I'm feeling very disconnected from my audience. And then all of a sudden the thing that I'm good at, which is this, it's connecting people. It's talking to my very clever friends who are far cleverer than me, apart from you. Like, it's all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, Danny. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to be nice because it's your live stream, but I will. Let's just say you will be getting a WhatsApp message later, and we'll leave it at that.
But this, when people could see that, I'm going to come back to this cooking with love. Victoria Dio, I don't know if you've come across Victoria Dio. She's a phenomenal person, and she talks about she rarely eats at other people's houses because not because she's a snob or anything like that. It's that energetically, when you eat food that somebody's cooked, the energy with which they cook, you absorb, right?
Okay.
And so would the same not be then for the words that you read, or for the content that you consume, or the videos that you watch, right?
I completely in agreement. Now, again, we've all got different lives. We all have different responsibilities. You've got to do what you got to do. This is why. So for me personally, I do not batch create content. I literally if I've got a launch or something coming up, there's a strategy and structure around it, but I'm still interspersing that with what am I thinking, feeling, doing, seeing, operating in on that day. And energetically, I find if I batch stuff or schedule stuff, it loses that spark. Whereas when I feel it, I'd rather post nothing than some dog shit, or just something just to phone it in.
For the sake of it.
Just for the sake of it. And you can spot it a mile off. So I would say that's, you know, it's a really, really good point there. But I'd say, you know, for those of you who do have the time to do it, you know, again, obviously we both know what Stephanie is like, but you know, the more you can raw dog your content, the better. Who doesn't like a little bit of raw dogging? Danny?
Well, and on that note, handsome Dan Meredith, thank you for coming on to my live today. If anybody out there is thinking about getting a Festoon 500 pass, I know you're just going to say get it, but why should they? Why should they get a Festoon 500 pass? Why should they give a shit?
Do you know what? I'll answer it quite simply, because you do. That's the thing. And I also, you know, there's things that
swoon then for the first time.
Yeah.
That's right.
Obviously there are things that I can't say on this live stream. Like, me and Danny are friends. You know, we have a friendship outside of what you see here on the screen. I know what Danny's plans are. I know where she's going. I know her things. And, you know, there are very few people I can say, I mean, you know, the amount of hours and effort and work that you put into curating experiences, making people feel seen, creating spaces for people is insane. Like, your messages exhaust me, and I can work hard, and I'm just reading the message and I'm like, I'm knackered vicariously from reading it with you. Like, you know, I've never known you to let anyone down and not deliver a first-class experience. and transformations. So yeah, that's it from me.
Thank you. Thank you
You're
very much.
welcome.
I will pay you later. Thanks ever so much. Handsome Dan Meredith, off of Coffee with Dan. Where do people find you?
The internet.
Find him on the Google. That's when you know you've made it. Google me.
Just internet me. Just
Google
put
me.
my name in somewhere, I'll appear. Take care.
Love you, bye. That was Dan Meredith, who, for all of the bravado, is one of the best humans that I know, and he really does care deeply. Please do go and give him a follow, if not for the crackers memes that he shares. I've got next up on the live, scheduled in on my timetable, the one and only Leah Turner. I've got a couple of you in the background who, like, because of all of the scheduling, moving around and all of those bits and pieces, it might not be that I get to you until directly after Leah, but I'm on my way to you. If you can stay around, I would be dead grateful. Leah, hello, sausage.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
No intro, just boom.
No.
Glad I
No.
wasn't picking my nose or
Like, we're
something.
going like this today. I'm on like speaker number 5,782,000.
Hi.
Hi. I feel like I'm collapsing into your arms. It's
can always
been,
clasp my arms.
we've just hit the 6-hour mark of our 14-hour day. And you're
Have you had a wee
here
break yet?
No, I've just said to my mum, like, I need a wee, and I've only got these crisps, but I haven't got enough time to eat the crisps.
Do you want to go
because
for a
the
wee?
Yeah, we'll talk to everybody.
Okay, I'll talk to everyone. You go for a wee. You can't concentrate
Okay.
if you need a wee.
No, I need a wee.
God, I've never even gone live on Facebook on my own, so I'm just here talking to everyone, and I can't even see any of the comments or anything. Oh, no, I can actually see comments. Amazing. So I am going to be doing my first ever, well, back a few years ago at Atomicon, I met Danny for the first time, and it was before I did a talk on stage, and I absolutely hated every second of it, and I was terrified. And I promised myself that I would never put myself through that again. And Danny wore me down. And then I made a promise to Dodge Woodall last year. We pinky promised at Ideas Fest that I would get back on stage. So I am super excited about the big Festoon, to be able to get back on stage in a way that I'm comfortable doing, and under Danny's watchful eye and expert supervision. I'm working with her one-to-one. She's giving me lots of coaching to help me get there and deliver something amazing for everybody. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. And hopefully there's going to be lots of like friendly faces in the audience. I know I've met so many of you at the big Festoons, and this one feels particularly scary because it's so big. I've never spoken anywhere that's quite so big. So yeah, you'll all have to be there cheering me on. I can see Steph's there. Steph, are you here for the duration all day? I can imagine that you've hyper-focused in hard on this one. And it was nice to hear from Dan just then. Dan is another amazing guy I always see him at big Festoon events and on the festival conference circuit around the UK. Yeah, I don't know what Danny was doing leaving me. I didn't really think through that I would have to sit here and entertain you all. Do you want me to get my cat? Should I get my cat to say hello? Come on, Danny, hurry up. She's wearing bloody dungarees as well, isn't she? She's going to be ages.
I'm not. I'm back.
Just let me talk at them all. They're all not. Now. They've gone. They've left.
That's it. We were doing really well. Then Leah turned and went, I don't know what to do. Which is exactly how
yeah, no, I'm going to have to do the talking now on my own.
You realise what you just did?
Yeah, but are you better now?
Miles better. And I also flew by the cupboard and I picked up 4 leftover Lindor chocolates and a wrapped pan au chocolat because health.
Yeah, Danny's diet book coming soon.
I am the epitome of nutrition. Hello, Leah Turner. Thank you for letting me wee.
You're welcome.
That's it. That's Leah Turner's section, everybody.
Thanks. Lovely to see you all.
So, Leah, you're speaking at the arena.
I am. I was just saying how I met you at Atomicon, and I swore I would never do it again. But you've worn me down.
Now look.
Worn me down and tempted me. Ideas Fest was the one. It made me want to do it again and go actually be myself on stage and not what I think everybody else wants, like just be me.
And I think that actually, if we think about your trajectory and through your career, that's exactly when you've flown. that you're non-compromising with being anybody other than who you are within your value set. Excuse me, I ate my Lindor chocolate too fast.
What a way to go.
I know, she died on a 14-hour live stream with one of her mates eating Lindor chocolate with loads of people watching. She died happy though, she was fine. So if we think about the trajectory of your career, and you've been uncompromising with how you show up in the world, has been your biggest flex, because although it might make some people feel uncomfortable, you open the door to allowing people to go. We were just talking to Dan, and he was like authenticity is like the way forward for 2026. I don't know a time when authenticity hasn't been the thing.
No.
I just think the hand is on the dial right now because people are realizing what it actually is. So yeah, I'm gonna.
It's one of those. Over the years, especially I've seen on LinkedIn, and I'm only reasonably recently active on Facebook, and I've been kind of hiding on Instagram. Although I've been doing it, I've never really gone all in and been my full self on Instagram because I still don't feel quite secure there. But definitely on LinkedIn, it's been one of those, you need to be authentic. And my argument is always, you can't be authentic. If you're trying to be authentic, that's a strategy that's making you create authenticity, whereas actually authenticity is what you are.
Yes,
what you are when you stop trying to be anything else. So it's actually stripping all the being away and finding what's underneath, what is true. Obviously it can be very uncomfortable sharing everything. You don't need to share everything, but I think people overthink what authentic is. And your truth could be, I'm going to talk about being a parent. I'm not going to share my children's names or their faces, but just the truth of the experience of being a parent and saying that that's a factor in your life. And people hide all sorts of things that are really relatable because they think it's not relevant to business, but actually who you are is so relevant to business. And it's something that me and my team are doubling down on, because we've launched this whole directory of freelancers and small business owners, and we're actually planning on enhancing that even more and having things like 3 photos of things that you love on your profile. So it might be that you're obsessed with golf or your pet dog or hiking or something. So when people come on and they're looking at your service, they're also seeing a bit about who you are. And I think those little touches, because if you've got 2 people with exactly the same skills, you're going to pick the one that likes the same football team as you or has a similar hobby, and you connect on a human level, and it deepens the connection because you've immediately got something shared.
Right. That's outside of the deal. That's outside of the, hey, what do you do? What do you do? Which, fine. But unless and so many people say this, especially if they work in one of the more umbrella industries. Like if you and I tell people what we do, they go, that's really interesting. It's spicy. But say you work in accountancy and things like that. Once you got to pass by the what do you do and what do you do? What have you got?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm an accountant. Right, okay. Like where are we going there? And it's finding those aspects of ourselves that are really human and allowing that on the front foot, allowing that, like if you do like golf or you do like,
and the thing is though, I always talk to people when we're talking about things like personal branding and being authentic and why it's so important, is that actually the person we know best in the whole world is ourselves. And when we can connect somebody who has something in common with ourselves, we remember them better. And I always compare it to like having threads. So if I sit here and I say, I love spicy food and I love to travel and I'm a single parent and I've got cats and dogs, and I say all these different things that aren't vulnerable, but they're true things about me, I'm going to stand out as the more appealing person to hire, regardless of like, if we're talking about level playing field, there's 4 different people, all the same capabilities as me, but you're going to choose me when you find things in common with someone. So if you've got more things in common with me, you'll choose me. But the more important thing is, if you find things in common with me, you're more likely to remember me. So even if you don't need what I do now, in the future, you'll go, oh, that woman with that tattoos, because I've got tattoos, or I like tattoos, and she stands out. Or, oh, the woman with the picture with the cute dog, I remember her. What was her name? With the rainbow in it. And it's those little things that stand out because you relate them to yourselves. Like,
yes,
attacking people.
Absolutely. And then from that, one of the things, I mean, there's many things that I love about you. One is that when we talk about the embodiment of authenticity, and like these words have been bandied around for a long time. Actually, the way that you bring this to life is delicious to me. Like when we talk about being a disruptor, the reason you're a disruptor is because not just because you dare to just be your fucking self, and it's okay, uncompromisingly, and have actually opinions and thoughts on things that are always centered in kindness, but might be a little bit contrarian out in the space.
Sometimes.
Like, yeah, but always with kindness. It's never, oh, I'm more trying to be controversial for controversial's sake, you know. And some people are just like, what's a mean thing I can say about this so I can get some traction? I'm not talking about anyone like Rob Moore or anyone like that, but like, what can I say that's mean for mean's sake so that I can get lots of engagement and do what I'm doing? Like on the opposite end of that, just saying the thing that's truthful and honest, and the thing that people don't dare to say, but they'll look at each other and they'll go, yeah, actually, yeah, you know, she's right, you know.
I don't even really
they
think
feel
about
seen.
it. I just like, I share my truth, and those that share in my opinions are drawn closer to me, and those that don't aren't. And that for me, I think I definitely came into the online world not expecting everybody to like me, because that's the story of my life. Like, not everybody's going to think that I am amazing. They're wrong, but
they're wrong. They are so fucking wrong.
But you know, I've never really expected everybody to like me, and I've always been okay with the, you know, pushback from people. It's never really bothered me, because I think when you're very comfortable with who you are, and you know that you do everything from a good place, even if you don't always get it right, you know it's always come from a good place. You really know it deep inside. You can sleep at night because you are rooted in your own integrity and values. I don't worry that I'm going to put some people off, because I know that actually that's just finding the right people even better. And that's worked so beautifully with all of the businesses that I've had. And it's actually surprised me, some of the people that I've attracted into my sort of business world and my community. And sometimes I'm like, really? I'm surprised that person resonates with me. But then it becomes clear, because when they come into a safe space like my community, the truth comes out about who they are, and then it becomes clear why they've
obvious then.
They just don't necessarily put it out there publicly, because they worry that it's not going to be accepted.
Yeah, if they're seen, and then that's when we're talking about like authenticity, then, isn't it? Like that person might actually be, they resonate, but then they might be struggling because they have to feel like they've got a code switch in a certain space, or they've got to, you know, be a certain way in a certain area. And with all of these predictions, these incredible people in business, and I know this is going to go on into the afternoon, the key then is, and I'm going to ask everybody this now, because it's easy for those of us that are doing this, it's easy for us to go, oh, well, yeah, well, I'll just turn up with me and I don't really know. Like, you have an incredible business brain. The way that your brain works is very, very strategic, uncompromising in your values, uncompromising in your boundaries. Again, one of the things I adore about you, but super, super strategic. Like, you're one clever motherfucker. And people like move towards you because of that. Tell me, with your incredibly clever brain, what do you see the world moving towards in business as we move out into 2026 and beyond? Because it felt like there was a big cloud that was kind of cast over the past couple of years. The hangover from, you know, the COVID businesses, the boom from that, the kind of drop off as the market stabilizes again and people aren't spending as much time on the phone. And then there's the kind of shedding that happens. What do you see happening as we move out in towards this year and beyond?
Something that I'm definitely looking at within my business, because I see the desire for it, is more opportunities to be face to face with other human beings. I think we all loved the novelty of, oh, I don't have to leave the house. Now I can work from home and I just have to have meetings on Zoom. And we did that for like 5 years. And now we're all like, I'm kind of lonely. I thought it'd be good being at home on my own all the time, but actually, like, I haven't left the house in 3 days, and all my clothes are stretchy, and maybe I need to start looking at being face to face with people. I think that's definitely a trend that I see, and I also see a massive trend towards communities rather than social media. And I'm not just saying that because I host one. I'm seeing that people want private spaces where they're not seeing constant guff from AI trying to be people, where they're having human conversations and they are feeling safe and seen and appreciated and useful, which they don't necessarily on social media because their content doesn't get seen by anyone and they're not getting the leads that they want. And they're exhausted by trying to create content for God knows how many different platforms because a new one seems to appear every 5 minutes.
And how do I speak on this one? And how do I speak on that one? How do I speak on this one? I think one of the big lessons
run a business did not start a business so that they could be a marketer on social media all the time. Like,
no,
even me, like I do it every day, but that's not why I started a business. I didn't plan to become an influencer and a content creator. That's been like, well, that's a necessary evil that I have to do in order to keep clients coming to my business.
Part of the job, yeah.
And I like it now, but it was tough at first, feeling like that was a hamster wheel I was constantly on. So I definitely see a move towards private spaces and face-to-face spaces, which we're definitely leaning into inside my community. And people finding a space where they genuinely feel like they belong, because we're all tired of faking it, and now we've got AI faking it everywhere. We can't fake
then
it, AI can fake it, so we just like revert back to being real.
And that for me is the eye-opener. The real eye-opener is our humanity has now become our biggest commodity in business. Our expertise is the one. We've got to sharpen the skill. We've got to make sure that we're learning. We've got to make sure that we're delivering. But our humanity is the thing that's going to have us stand out. And, you know, you building what you're building within the whole community, me building what I'm building with the Big Festoon. One of the reasons why we're connected anyway is I think that we see us moving in the world with that right at the epicenter. You know, if we think, what excites you most is when your community help each other. When you see them go, whoop-ah! Like, what do you need? Well, I need this. Right. Well, I'm going to do this. Well, I'm going to do this. You're sat there like, like your evil plan.
Ever. Like, I'm always saying to them, please tell me when it happens. When you start working with someone, collaborating with someone, when you get a lead within the community, like, tell me.
You're like the opposite of a villain. Like, you're sat there stroking your dogs and your cats in your menagerie at home.
Literally like that.
They're all helping each other.
It's all part of the grand.
We're fine. We're helping each other because that's what we do. And you know, we see it in the hive as well. Like I was saying earlier on, just when people lean in and they go, "Hey, can someone point me in the right direction?" Yes. And then you then take that to another degree. And we're doing it with the Festoon 500 is creating a directory of people who are good people doing good things. They are not a knob. I am absolutely devastated. I have not had any update on the passes that we've sold. I was saying this morning, if I've sold 15 by the time I get to you, I will be thrilled and also reveal to you my inflatable costume for the Big Festoon. There are two problems.
You messaged me and were like, "You never guessed what I've bought," and I was like, I said it, and I was like, "Oh, she actually," and you actually had, didn't you?
I actually have, yeah. Don't. Can't tell anyone yet. Nobody knows.
No one saw. It's fine.
Yeah, they did. Stop giving away my stuff. Anyway, I was hoping to have. I thought, I was all prepared last night. I printed out all my stuff, got AA batteries or AAA battery, whatever the fuck it is that I need for it. And I just realized I've got no batteries and I can't, because I'm here and I can't check anything else because I'm live, like multi-channel.
You really needed to have like a personal assistant there. You should have just said, I could have come worked from the shed for the day.
Oh my God, can you imagine? I've got a dressing room, like it's a dressing room today. There's all of the different clothes. Whether I can get changed into them or not in the time that I've got is a different kettle of fish, but we'll see. What I will do is I will message you if and when we get batteries, and if and when I can provide an update to everybody on how many of these passes that we have sold today. And if you are watching along,
get buying them, because there's like, it sounds like there's so much unbelievable value in there, and a great and what do they actually get if they're part of this then?
So they get a ticket to the Big Festoon, a gold ticket. So that's a table ticket with your lunch on 2 days and access to the party.
Okay.
But that's like the little bit that they get. What they get as well is access to the Beyond the Arena networking events, where we take the conversations that we've had here, these valuable conversations. We'll have lots of my friends will be there facilitating some of the panels. We're going to be diversifying our audiences, meeting our community partners, and really doing that job of linking arms where we all do well when we all do well. What can we do to move the needle? What can we do to have more social impact? What can we do to make more money? What can we do to put more money in the hands of good people so the good people can do good things? Really taking that conversation out in meaningful ways. They also get access to a resource room that's been contributed to by, I think, all of our speakers today, and many, many more. And they're going to be dropping all the time. They get Be Heard DIY in there as well. Someone to teach them how to speak in there. And for every one of those that we sell, we're going to sponsor two founders in from underrepresented communities, charities and CICs, so that we actually get that room doing what it was always designed to do, which is helping people link arms together, get the geniuses in the room that might not have had access to this kind of learning before, people who've had barriers to entry, people who, say, for example, if they're running a small charity, don't have the budget to come to something like the Big Festoon, may meet funders. People can meet investors, capital investors there. So it is super, super valuable. And it is only £1,000 to do all of that, to do that much good for not only yourself, but for the people. Yeah. That is what you get.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And for me, like, I know you've got the same kind of story. Like, I didn't have that as a kid. No. I didn't have anybody in my life that was an entrepreneur. I didn't have anybody that I knew that ran a business or grew a business at all. There was no one around me. I think my aunt did right as an accountant, and that was the most successful financially person in my family. And she probably topped out about 50 grand, which isn't anything to sniff at, but it's not like aspirational. Oh my God. And it wasn't till I was 35. Like at 26, I started my own business and was like, oh yeah, and
we'll have a potter about.
I did minimum wage doing that job while I had my little boy. And I thought, like, I had no idea I was capable of more because I had no one to look at. I didn't know. I just always been told, you don't have any skills. You'll never get a decent job looking like that and all of this. And
here we are.
Happened, and I was surrounded by successful women that were pushing the boundaries, smashing glass ceilings, starting their own businesses. And I was like, well, hold on a minute. Like, I reckon I'm as smart as them. Like, I could do that. I had to see it. I had to see it was possible. And there's one thing I regret in my life, and obviously I don't really regret it because I am where I am, and one change could have meant everything changed. But I wish I realized sooner. I wish I was around people like that sooner, so that I could have realized the skills that I uniquely have earlier. And, I'd be starting my own charity now and rescuing all the dogs in my giant mansion and retired,
There is time yet, though. There is time yet. And I'll be right there with you, rescuing those dogs in that mansion. Leah, thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you for trusting me and believing in me. And thank you for being my friend. And thank you for the halt as well. You are incredible. You are a powerhouse. You are all the things that people say and more. All of the good things to you and yours.
Thank you to you, from everybody watching and everybody involved in the Big Festoon, because I think all of us just feel massively grateful to be able to be involved in this, and that you've created something like this to give us the ability to help. So thank you.
Leah Turner, bugger off before you make me cry. I will message you if I manage to get some AA or AAA batteries, whichever it is that I need for my incredible costume. Goodbye.
Good luck. Bye.
All right. Next up, we have got, he's only dropping in very, very quickly to say hello. And let's have a little chatty chat about discipline. In all the right ways, Jay Alderton. Hiya, mate.
Danny, how are you? All right?
I'm really good. I am really good. Thank you for entering into the chaos of my day. You had very, very.
I could just say, was it 6 hours, 27 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah. We've been going since 7 o'clock, and I've only just been for a wee because Leah Turner said, go for a wee real quick. And then she realized that she was going to have to speak to everybody. And then she went, oh shit, you've just left me with everyone. And I was like, so welcome to the chaos, Jay. And this is the first time you've been over here in my world. Welcome.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Exciting times.
It is exciting times, and I'm really, really glad and really grateful that you're here. The work that you do out in the world, I'm really lucky that I get to see a little bit on the inside of that. We run in some of the same circles, we run the same mastermind together. And a lot of people, in fact, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to let you do this. For the people that don't know who you are, Jay Alderton, there's very few of them. What's your name and where'd you come from?
I feel like I'm on blind date. My name is Jay, 40 years of age. I'm from Bognor Regis in West Sussex, and I could talk all day about where I've come from, what I do, but my mission is very simple: to leave people feeling better when they find me. And that's been a mission of mine for the last 3 years, through my content, through my work, and through what it is that I do. But it's transitioned a lot over the years, and my focus this year, my main mission, is to help guys over the age of 35 sort the shit out. I'm 40, I turned 40 last year, and I was one of the fortunate ones who got into training early. I joined the British Army when I was 17, and I've had it all kind of drilled into me. And it wasn't until I left the army, 2009, that I realized just how lucky I was to have very strong habits, routines around health, around habits, around mindset.
You've got no choice when you're in that situation, right? Like, the rigidity of it is that I mean, when you're in the forces, you are a weapon, right? You've got to look after yourself like an athlete.
Yeah, and of course, I do work with a lot of other ex-military who, I think one of the problems that you have is that you kind of leave the army, and then a lot of the guys go, oh, thank God I don't have to listen to anybody. And that's where they really, really struggle. And what I tended to do was that, you know, I'm very big on habits and routines. It keeps me sane. So I transitioned that into different habits and routines outside of the military, but with the same kind of foundations. And that's very much what I teach to people now. It's just transformation starts from the neck up. You get your head right and everything else follows. And one of the things that a lot of people say is a couple of things. Firstly, it's easy for you. And I'm just like, well, yeah, it fucking is, because it's taken me 15 years of doing it repetitively to make things easier.
And you remain committed as well. Like, it's not like it didn't get easy and then you fell off a cliff and then stopped. It's you maintain. Yes, you create form, but then you maintain form. That's where people drop off as well, right?
100%. But also, one of the things that I say a hell of a lot, and I've written an entire book on it, is that if you do hard things, you have an easier life. And it's just the expectation that life is meant to be easy that fucks people up. It is meant to be difficult. Something I always say is, if life was easy, we'd all be millionaires walking around with six packs.
But we're animals, and we're designed for survival. And like, when we start to understand ourselves like that, it becomes a different game that we're playing. And I think one of the things that you do, particularly for men, right, is, and I just want to kind of touch on this in this conversation, because we were in Whitby in the summertime, and we were at the mastermind, and we were having a conversation, and I was talking to you about men, and about the difficulty for me is not coming across very good men, actually none, in where I grew up and how I grew up, and even maybe even since, and I've made it a point to meet as many good men as possible to prove to myself that there are. And it was really interesting having this conversation, because what you do in terms of with men and in terms of masculinity and having them lean into that and their bodies and understanding themselves and understanding what's going on up here, there's not so much support for men out there with that in mind. And I think that the work that you do, having our guys take back that for themselves, is really fucking empowering. Tell me a little bit more about like the outcomes of that for the guys that you work with, because it's really important. And I think there's this kind of demasculinization of men, or it's not good to be a masculine man, and like there's this real like conversation that's happening out there, because the few have spoilt it for many, and now the many are going, well, what the fuck, like
Yeah, it's always a very difficult one, because it all depends on what side you look at, because life is all about balance, as we all know. And of course, we get an immense amount of success from both extremes. An example I'll give you of this, what it will be, I used to be a competitive bodybuilder. Now, if we're looking at the line of selfishness and selflessness, if you become extremely selfish, and that's what bodybuilding is, you prioritize your own nutrition, your own training, your own rest, you win world championships. And that's great, because the more that you can focus on yourself, the more you can do that, the better you can be. And a lot of athletes will understand that you have to look after yourself and prioritize yourself in order to become world level. The trouble that you have with extreme selfishness is, although you might win the titles and the trophies, there's probably not going to be many people around you to celebrate, because you're such a selfish prick.
Yeah, because you've had to like work like this in order to create this thing over here. We was talking before about how much compromise that you have to make as a business owner, right? And how much you have to say no to stuff and putting the reps in and being super laser focused. You've got to be careful about how much you compromise, because when you get to the top, who are you celebrating with? And it's a really like a common conversation that we've had all the way through, and the same here.
Yeah, and then to the other end of the extreme, we're talking about extreme selflessness. Now, you probably know so many people who do everything for everybody else and nothing for themselves. Now, once again, you can get a lot of success by doing lots of other things for other people, but that generally over a period of time comes at the cost of your own physical and mental well-being. So both are, both produce success, but both are not where it is that you want to be. And if my mistake was becoming extremely selfish in bodybuilding, then needing to put others before myself to just kind of balance out that equation. When it comes to extreme selflessness, and once again, I fucked up going all the other end where I was putting everybody before myself, then my physical and mental health was getting affected. And then in order to balance that back out, you have to start telling other people to fuck off and actually start prioritizing yourself. So when we're talking about masculinity and all of this kind of stuff, what you tend to see is an argument between two sides who are on the extreme kind of
right at the extremes.
As in, like, there's no toxic, everything to do with men is toxic, this, that, and the other. And then the other people who are super kind of toxic, going alpha male, this, that, and the other. There's probably lions in their profile and everything else, are arguing with that. And it's like, it's kind of a bit of the middle. You've just got to know if you're too alpha and that, try and open up a bit. It's okay to have feelings and come back to the middle. And if you're too like, oh, this is toxic, this, it's like, mate, go and do some fucking push-ups, eat some red meat, get in a few fights and just try and balance it back out a bit. And the biggest thing is that people want to put others in a box. And in fact, it's not about putting others in a box. It's about really analyzing yourself and what it is that you need to balance out the equation. And that's not just, men. It's everything in everything,
all
like
of the
business, relationships, health. And the four things that we look at in my program, I have a program called Renaissance Man. And the reason it's called Renaissance Man is because we have to be good at multiple things and talented in multiple things. And for me, it's nutrition, training, mindset, and longevity. There are things that can be measured. There are things that can be managed, and most importantly, there are things that can be improved, and they are on a, in a constant state of improvement too.
So it's really, I love it when you talk like this, because the correlation, if I look at the work that we do at the Big Festoon, right, and the idea is that we're creating a safe space for as many people as possible to come and learn about business, so that they can step into whatever fucking version of success it is, whether they want £1 million or whether they want freedom, whether they want whatever it is. We just provide the space and the education, the contacts to the network, whatever it is that you want to learn. And some people will look at that and go, oh, it's in that hyper giving space. Like Dan Priestley, basically, like he says, like, we're the wokest event he's ever come across. And it's not that. We're actually in the middle. Or what we're trying to do is create that middle space where someone like Dan Meredith, for example, walks through my doors. He might be blown away a little bit, but after a minute, he goes, actually, like, yes, I'm here for this because I'm safe here as well. Like everyone's like cool because they don't give a shit about who I am, where I come from. They give a shit about what I give a shit about. And meeting in that middle is there has been such polarization for so long and such siloed thinking in all the different ways for so long that moving together and finding our humanity, again, one of the threads that's run through all of today has been that. And speaking to humans versus AI, because one of the other things I bloody love about you, Jay, is that you are such a fucking geek when it comes to tech. Like, I love it. Like, I just, whenever you like talk about, I'm like writing notes. If I miss a session on our mastermind, I'm like, can someone record Jay when he's talking about social media, please, so that I can like take notes. What are your predictions? I'm not going to ask you about your predictions for the wellness space and all of that sort of stuff. And if there's guys that are listening out there, go and check Jay out. Like, he will change your life, especially if you're over the age of 35 and you wanted to get your shit together. Like, he's your guy. But I want to get geeky with you just before I let you go off out into the world. I know you're a very busy man. What are your predictions when it comes to AI and tech out into 2026? What do people need to pick up? What do people need to put down? Because you have spent a lot of time testing lots of things, so we can cut out some time here.
Well, I'm just based on my own kind of thoughts on this. There is a bias behind it, but one of the things that I'm finding is that, well, first and foremost, the prices of second-hand iPods are going through the roof. The company HMV, where we still get our records and CDs and that, they only had I think 2 or 3 stores, and they were due to completely
They were going to close, right?
But now they're opening more and more and more. Record sales are going through the roof. Dumb phones, you know, the ones without social media and that are going.
Call them burner phones on the ends.
Yeah, burner phones. and you know, I would just genuinely like to see Blockbuster make a comeback, because I know too well that more tech, more easy stuff, it doesn't make you happier. Getting the fuck off it, creating more automations, having an iPod, reading paper books. You know, for me, I'd love to take my kids to go and rent, you know, select a single movie and then go and watch the whole thing. And just understand that was the best of times. And I'm not old and this, that, and the other and say, oh, back in my day, but it's fucking true. And what I honestly think is going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years is you are going to have people who are massively going to advance with AI and this, that, and the other. But you're going to get so many people, especially 40 plus, are going to turn around and go, do you know what? Fuck this shit.
I want to live. I want to go and hug in rooms.
Give me my paper book. Give me my iPod with 160 gig of music, pretty much the only music you need. None of this new shit, all the old classics, and leave me be for the next 50 years. And I honestly think that's the way that certain individuals are going. And if that boat comes around, I'm jumping on it.
And you know what? And that will become a whole niche space in and of itself as well, right?
100%.
So like everyone jumping on tech. Vinyl presses are opening back up again. Like, they shut all the vinyl presses down at the dawn of digital. Well, not the dawn of digital, the dawn of CDs. They're opening vinyl presses because the quality and the warmth of the music that you get is very different, very visceral than the very clean. You can't replicate it. It's not replicable. And so this whole, like, if we think about where not just tech is going, but business is going, more hugs in rooms, more sitting on the beach and reading your book and creating lives that create that for us, I'm absolutely down for. And absolutely thrilled that that was your answer, as opposed to, here's this latest thing that changes your face and turns you into a dinosaur. I am thrilled that that was your answer, as opposed to, although I was ready to take notes. I was ready.
I've got all of that as well. I mean, as much as I'm that way inclined, I'm also the other way as well. And I'm super fascinated with tech and automation and everything else, and how much it's making my life busier. And something that I did say is that, you know, 5 years ago, it used to be there's an app for that. And I think the way that things are going in AI is there's your app for that, because the ability to make the things that you want, the barrier to entry now is next to nothing. You know, I was in a coffee shop yesterday with a, you know, moderately shit Wi-Fi, and I built and custom coded an app in about an hour of for my business, which would have
You're not
taken.
even showing off. You can just do it now because it's easy.
Yeah, I'm not even showing.
4 years ago, I'd have been
literally
like, "Oh my god, did you? You're so clever."
Yeah, that 4 years ago, that would have taken about 50 grand and a team of 10 developers.
Yeah. Well, here's to books and hugs in rooms, and I hope to see you very soon. Jay Alderton, thank you so much for joining me on
Always, Danny.
Festoon 500. I will see you soon.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, mate. That was Jay Alderton. You can go and find him out on the internet. Google him. He's got an incredible book. I think it's called something easy life. I should have researched that better. What a knob. Anyway, Google him. Jay Alderton is pretty epic. Joel Swan, I can see you back there. I've got Madeline Joubert, and then I'm coming to you. I know that you're in there. You can go and take a break, whatever it is that you need to do, because I've just plowed through our conveyor belt of wonderful people. Madeline Joubert, are you ready? She's ready. Speak. I can't hear you. I can't. Are you there? Speak for me. I tell you what I'm going to do is I'll drop you out. Let you have a fiddle. And I'll speak to you. Give me a wave when you think you've sorted it, and I will bring you back. The person that you just saw on the screen then was Madeline Joubert from BDO. I cannot wait to share her with you. How are we all doing, by the way? I've not looked at any comments for ages on account of the fact that I can't. And so, yes, I'm trying to see all of your things. Are we still going? Are we even still live? Are we all okay, hun? What are we all up to? Are you enjoying today? Today, did you know, was Blue Monday? I don't feel blue today. I'm feeling all kinds of wonderful. I'm feeling all kinds of loved as well. I am interested to know, have we, or what are we doing around? Where are we? The passes. How many have we sold? I don't know. I can't find it. I'm too busy trying to see you lot. I'm going to focus on you lot. I'm trying to find my live. You can never do these things, can you, when you want to do them quick? But considering that I have been consistently live and consistently talking and consistently interviewing, and I've only had 1 wee and 2 chocolates and 2 crisps, I think I'm doing all right. I think that from a value perspective, are we doing okay? Are we all right? Josephine, hello. Hard stuff, easy life. Thank you so much, Matt. I did know that. I am aware. I just want to say as well, thank you to every single person today that has taken their time out of their schedule to come and speak to me, but also to watch along. I'm looking over at my phone now because you all live in my phone. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are all amazing. Go and get a pass here. Festoon 500 pass. Scan that QR code. I'm sure some of the team will be popping up the link. If any of you are watching along and have the link, we are going to be, and I'm going to be sharing this in a little bit. If you get a pass to the Festoon 500, we are running a referral competition. And as a part of that competition, you will be in with winning prizes worth £150,000, including an opportunity to speak on the big Festoon stage at Arena. All you need to do is grab yourself a pass and then tell a friend to get a pass, and then tell a friend to get a pass, and they tell me you've referred them in. That's all you need to do. And the winner, whoever refers the most people in, will get an opportunity to speak at the big Festoon, amongst other things. Right, Madeline, are you ready?
I'm not
ready?
sure. I don't know.
Oh, we're ready.
You can hear me. Technology. There we go.
Honestly, and do you know what? Considering that we have been live now for nearly 7 hours, we're doing okay. If that was only the real first sort of tech glitch that we've had, I think we're on to a winner, you know.
I think you are.
Hello, my darling. Thank you, first of all. Thank you so much for joining us today. What I would love you to do, if it's okay, because I could do it, but I'm just gonna wax lyrical about how wonderful you are and how the stars have aligned. And we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. But tell me what it is that you do and where it is that you work and how you help people, because the work you do out in the world is phenomenal.
So I work for BDO, which is, believe it or not, one of the first largest auditing, accounting, and consulting firms. And I'm in the consulting stream. And one of the teams that works in consulting purely focus on scale up. So taking small entrepreneurs, founding members, and scale their business to dream bigger than what they ever thought could be possible. And that's what the BDO scale up team does. And I support them with that.
Yeah. And I think we've had a couple of conversations now about the people that attend the Big Festoon, people that are in our community, me, and thinking about our businesses and the access to the kind of support and the kind of genius that you bring isn't readily available when a lot of people have created these businesses kind of from the kitchen table, and then they've built and they've built and they've built and they've had this trajectory and they've grown and they've grown and they've grown, and all of a sudden they've got these big old businesses. And we're just creatives. We were just cooking in our kitchen, and all of a sudden this, and I was just talking to people, putting my makeup on live, and now I'm here talking to you, and we're about to head on into a bloody arena. And there's quite a few members of the business arena right now who are a little bit rabbit in headlights because they can see there's more, but can't really see there's more because they don't really have access to this sort of conversation. And that really, when me and you first had a chat, I was like, we need to really understand now then, with these businesses that we've built, multi 6 figures, knowing that the 7 figures is available and beyond, but we're such a bottleneck and we're shaking at the seams now because nobody's talking to us about investment. Nobody's talking to us about, what's real consulting. Yeah. What does scale actually look like?
Yeah. And what does it mean, and how to get there, and how to navigate the investor portfolios?
Yeah.
And I think that is an important conversation to have but it starts with that kitchen dream, starts with that kitchen table dream, and having built that and having got that idea out there and having the passion. I mean, I saw a lot of what you said that this morning, and I'm pretty sure somebody in the office is recording. There are great entrepreneurs and there's great founders in the UK, but how to take them to that next level of business, whether you are a 6-figure business or a 7-figure business or an 8-figure business, it's really about taking that passion to the next level. And that takes discipline as well as really good structure.
Yeah.
And trusted advisors.
Absolutely. And I think that what happens so we're predominantly here sort of in the online space where a lot of us do our marketing digitally. There's more of us, as the Big Festoon grows and other events like Ideas Fest, and we kind of moving more in towards that kind of, I would say, in real life business. They're all in real life businesses. When people are first starting, and certainly through the growth of COVID onto the other side, people learned how to do a thing and then went to teach people how to do a thing. And that was how people were learning. And not necessarily, if you look out into wider business, how bigger businesses work, behave. It's not the language that they use. And what I want to do with our, man, and your ongoing conversation with the Big Festoon is start to bridge that gap with the conversations. We've got really intelligent, we've got really incredible businesses that are part of our wider community. But what we need to dispel some of the myths around what it actually takes. And I think what you say there about going back to the why are you doing this? What do you want to do? Who do you want to serve? What kind of life do you actually want? Or do you have that
and
right
how
now?
big is your dream? Because a lot of companies will come in and they say, I want to get to 100 million, or I want to get to 1 million. And there's a huge difference between what you need to do to build a million business versus 100 million business versus 1 billion business. And it's how big is your dream? And then, so a lot of times people, we've seen this where companies will go, I don't want to hit that 90,000 because then I have to register for that. I mean, that's like building a sandcastle and hope the wave don't come.
The wave doesn't come. Yeah.
It's just, don't put limitations on your own dreams, but also help understand what is really important and how do I get the right investment so we can get to that next level of growth. And as long as you have a product or a service that is standing in need and really addressing a need of a community, you will
Yeah.
always have success.
And what do you think is the bit where, so you've got a business and it's nudging 7 figures. You can feel it's just about to blast off.
Well,
Is
yeah.
often where the thread starts to unravel.
Yeah.
What are the
That's so
threads?
true.
When we talk about the threads, what threads do people need to be aware of that start to unravel? Because some of the people that be watching now will be nudging towards it, not being able to see past it because they might not, inherently they might not think that's for them, or they not even consider the fact that they're investable or what even is investment. When do the threads start to unravel? When do we need to start to consider that next bit? It's not then.
I absolutely, it's that you should have done that way ahead. It's about knowing and mapping your dream. So when we talk about 3-year plans, 5-year plans, 10-year plans, 20-year plans, I'm literally saying you got to know where do you want to be, and then plan the route to get there. And so when the threads gets loose is when people realize you can't do this all alone. And by the way, you, as a founder, you sometimes have to fire yourself as a CEO. And actually try and go. And there's a couple of mistakes I've seen people make. When they get to that level, they think, oh, I need more people. And they go, I'm going to hire people that look and talk and think just like me. Problem number one, there's no diversity, no challenges, no, group think rather than business think. The other element is some businesses have had the capacity or the of great mentors, parents that have done this. Other business founders have none of that. They're the first generation of founders, especially out of the necessity of what COVID did, is people had to start finding other ways to generate income. So they were accidental founders and very successful, but now they hit that limit of, it's 2-3 years, 5 years. I'm just touching that next growth spurt, but I don't have the knowledge or the background or I don't know how to navigate this investor potential pitfall.
Or
And
even if I'm investable, right? Like, what does
they
that
don't even know
mean?
that they're investable.
Yes.
They haven't done that work to go, oh no, this is actually real. This is a great investable product, service, and yeah, I can be a business that pays dividends and revenue and share and much bigger profit. But it's about how do I put my dream into a process that gets me to that next level of thinking.
Right. And what you said there was really interesting. And again, one of the themes of today have been moving from being essentially a founder who is an expert in the thing that they deliver, and moving from being that founder entrepreneur into being a leader, a real business leader. And I think it's it's not even half. I think 95% of it is deciding that that's what it is. I think there's a lot of language around, oh, I'm the CEO of my business. No, you're not. No, you're not.
You're a leader of your business.
Yeah. Like if we're thinking, if you're moving to pay the bills every month and that's what you're doing within your business, and you're just having, the bills are getting bigger, so you're having to make more, that's not necessarily what we're talking about. And if you're feeling that, then this is the conversation, right? This is what we need to be starting to move towards. The decision that we make when we create a business at the start, yes, is to serve the people that we want to serve and create culture and understand what our founding story is and why we are who we are, why we serve who we serve. But then it's like you say, what's the big dream? Is it, if I look at the big Festoon, for example, just to give people a bit of an idea of like what the shift in thinking could do with being for I'm pointing at my phone, so the people that are living in my phone and watching this, the big Festoon for me, I'm 42 and I don't necessarily want to at 55 be working at the intensity that I am now. I don't necessarily want to be even flying in on a zip wire in an arena at that point. Like, I don't necessarily think, or maybe just once a year or twice a year, but have the big Festoon be so known that it's like a Glastonbury. So it becomes itself, so that when I get to the end of my tenure, it doesn't die with me. It becomes a brand that has a legacy. So
and a wealth line, which means that the input and the energy that you've put in now have created enough wealth for the future, that it keeps on paying back. And a lot of people think, well, it's just the next sale. Well, it's about how do I make the next sale a reoccurring sale, which I don't need to do the first sales pitch again and again and again.
Yeah.
And that's that returning customer, that reoccurring revenue streams. How do I build sustainable businesses that will keep me in business and keep the business alive? And almost you have to start seeing your business as a separate living entity that needs to survive without you.
Instead of it's your baby and you will survive without you. And I couldn't possibly, if you don't build with the idea that you don't have that business anymore, that you will leave it or you will die or you will retire or whatever it is that you'll do, one day we're all not going to be here. It just is what it is.
Exactly.
So then what are you building for that? And that's not for everybody. Not everybody wants to build in that way. So we're not speaking to everybody at this point. But for those of you that are, these are the conversations we are going to be having going forward. Like, where are we? What does scale even mean? What does, when we're ready for investment, how do we know that we're ready for investment? And, you know, we'll be having ongoing conversations throughout the Hive and throughout the Festoon 500 Founders Group as well about that. I want us to be pulling together now as a community to look at real growth and not just survival. We're going to exhaust ourselves. More people are going to drop away. It's not okay. Too many of you are absolutely, I'm pointing at my phone again. I'm not living in my phone. Too many of you are super duper geniuses. And I know, Madeline, you feel the same about businesses. You feel the same about founders. You feel the same about entrepreneurs. Before I let you go, because I know we're going to have so many more conversations, and I can't wait for all of you to know Madeline better and the team and so on. Can you give us an example or a couple of examples of the kind of businesses that you've worked with and the kind of turnarounds, or not turnarounds, but the path that you've helped them move on and into?
So in my career, and I mean, and I'm giving my age away, like 35 years, I've worked in a large number of big production companies like Unilever, GSK, Pfizer, Teva. And those were companies where we can transform them, but they had an existing billion-dollar base. And even they continuously want to grow and expand. And then there is also the smaller companies. So if you know Power Your Potential from Rachel Power, you'll know some of the other scale-ups that I've worked with, or even charities that I've worked with. It doesn't matter where you are within the business process. At the end of the day, knowing your culture is quite what your culture for your business wants to be. And by the way, it can't be your culture. It needs to be your business's culture. And knowing and understand what you want to do and how you want to scale and where you want to be is the most important questions that we ask. And then we help transform them. Even BDO UK globally, we're almost a 15 billion business. But in the UK, we are now growing so fast because we know where we want to go. And it's about creating value as well as and being sustainable and making sure that when we scale businesses, we scale it with the idea that we will stay with you, not do this to you, but with you. And I think that's where my personal approach is also. It's transformation with purpose and making sure that we transform not just the business, but also the leadership. And leadership and building that team. And that's what investors are looking for is this going, is this the energy of one person that is spinning at 1,000 miles a minute, or is there a team around this business?
Do they have the structures around them to support the growth?
Structure, policies, processes, and are they set up for success? And that's what I've done. Whether you are a 50 billion business or whether you are a million business trying to scale to 100 million, we can help.
And so one of the questions that I want to ask is that as people are thinking, oh gosh, I could exit, could I exit this? Could I sell this thing? Could I get investment?
Yeah.
They're going to need to think about putting together some sort of pitch deck to even just test the water to see if their thing is indeed a commodity. And, if you're a one-person band and you're a consultant and that's it, that's not really what we're talking about here. Like, we're talking about if you're delivering something that you build out underneath you that isn't reliant on you necessarily. You're the, you know, the owner, the steerer of the ship. You're putting together a pitch for investment. And with that pitch, you've got to share to investors that you're a buyable thing, or that you're an investable thing, that this investor's got to put money into the ATM and pay out more money at the end of that relationship, or, you know, at the exit. What is the thing that people miss out most commonly from pitch decks that investors actually really want to see? And that if you're doing this for the first time, you might not think to do it. Like, let's see if we can just like speed up a thing here. Like, what's the thing that people tend to miss out?
They sell themselves rather than the business. They straight line or hockey stick their performance. So everything is going to happen at the last minute. All they need is the input money, and then, you know, they're going to have this hockey stick. So there's no realization. There's no resilience built into the business plans or the investor decks. It looks nice, but there's no reoccurring revenue process. And sometimes even a one person consulting firm. I've put loads of consulting firms together where small one person consulting firm. I say, well, have you thought of, you know, mergers and acquisitions happen and partnerships happen, and how can we build, and are there consortiums that we can take a consortium into a bigger business? There's always a way to grow your business. You just need to have the conversations with the right support so that you can get into that. And investors look for diversity, and investors look for places where they can feel, hey, if I put my money in here, the chance of me getting this back is high. And there's a large number of investors and angel investors that will tell you, I mean, we know that 50% of business is going to fail, but what you don't want to do is fail. You want to fail fast, not fail on the second, third, and fourth investment. But before you do that, if you're not wanting to fail, make sure you bring in the right team that can really drill down and build with you that next investor deck. And that's what we do. We work with companies rather than just you know, we're standing right in the corridors,
In the
with
trenches,
them, and doing it to them. And they have to have skin in the game. And I think at the end of the day, a lot of companies don't actually value their own time accurately or their own idea. They have a large number of times I met people say, well, I can't really do this. And I'm saying, why not? You can write a book. Anybody can write a book. If you've got the right advice, the right structure, the right process, and the right methodology, anybody can do this. It's about making sure that you have the passion. I always say I can give you all the business processes and transformation programs and self-help. What I cannot do is I cannot create passion for what it is that you are trying
can't get
to
you
do.
out of bed in the morning in order to implement and have the discipline required and the nuts to make the decisions that you need to make as well. Like, you know, again, talking about being kind and nice.
This is your business.
Yeah.
I always say I'm kind. I'm not always nice.
Yeah, and it's really funny because this keeps coming back and back and back and back and back again and again and again, this kind versus nice. And what, you know, Del is just saying something here which is really interesting. People don't necessarily know what they want. It's about challenging their thinking about what they want and what they're doing it for. And I think that it's imperative now more than ever, and certainly within our community, it's not about coasting anymore. It's not about, oh, we're just going to do a launch and we're going to sell a thing. Where are we going? Like, what does the next level look like? And I know a lot of you watch on and the things that I'm doing and go, oh, she's running at 1,000,000 miles an hour, because I know where we're going. And I want as many of you to come with me as possible, which is why, you know, having this conversation with Madeleine today, and it is not going to be, you know, it's certainly, you know, not going to be the last. But we have run out of time. Is there anything that you would like our incredible founders and entrepreneurial community to know before you depart us off out into the world again?
Yeah, so for me, it's always about, it's not just that one-time conversation, it's an ongoing relationship. Make sure that you find somebody that you feel passionate, that you can trust, and that they can come with you on a journey of taking you to the next level. Trust is, I think, at a cornerstone of all business relationships.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time today, Madeleine. I can't wait to speak to you next. It's been amazing to have you with us. And moving on now to a conversation. I know Joe I'm going to pop you in real quick. I know you've been biting at the bit to get in here to come and say hello. And I've got Inga waiting to come in. My conveyor belt is like relentlessly moving through. Are you okay?
Yes.
Well, you've just been waiting to see if you're okay.
I'm good.
First of all, thank you for helping me pull this together and shouting about it to the world and helping us get some of the traction that we've got. We're doing dead good things. For a bit of context, Joe has been on quite the ride with me from right at the very beginning, not just the big Festoon, but from when I first started out in the wider business world. Joe, what do people need to know right now about PR?
Oh my goodness me. Well, there's so many themes that have come out today that are so relevant from a PR perspective, I think. So going back to what Lisa was saying this morning about personal brand and about that stepping up from expert into leadership, obviously PR gives us a platform to do that, which we can talk about in more detail. But the thing that I think is quite interesting is also the conversation that we've been having about AI and how people are either running from it or running towards it. And from a PR perspective, AI has made PR more important than ever, because if we think about how people find things now, whether we want that to be the case or not, they are finding it through AI. So we need this digital footprint more than ever of actually who we are, what we do, why we give a crap. We need those stories out there, creating this web on the internet so that we can be discovered and we can be recommended through this new kind of search. So for me, like I one of my favorite things to do is to Google you.
Me too.
Oh my God. Because I'm like, look what we're telling people by what we've shown them over the years of like your journey, your path, your mission, your story, your successes. And it just creates this massive picture of like actually who the hell you are. And if people can't find that about people these days, there's something missing. So
the way that people find people now, like Googling someone isn't the same. There's a very, very, very real shift between SEO and GEO.
Yeah,
which is where the searches are happening now. You know, we're using Google less and ChatGPT more as search engine, as well as other things, as content generators and stuff like that, strategic advisors, all of this sort of stuff. If you've not got any information in and around there that's easily findable, it doesn't really matter if you've got a really pretty and well thought out website that's cost you thousands. The content on there isn't sticky the same. In fact, there's website summarizers that you put all this work in. It just gives you a too long didn't read. This is what this person does, and off they fuck. So one of my incredible clients, a guy called Matt Harmsworth, is actually talking about that your website is actually the back door to your business now. The front door is now where you can be searched. And you know, we're going to carry on this conversation with AI and investment and what have you with Inga. Inga Hunter's just joining us in a sec. The understanding how this works now allows you to play the game.
Do you know what? That's it, isn't it? And that's what we've always said it is. PR definitely is a game. And we know this because we've played it. For you, we've played it over the years. And it's become a game even more because earned media is one of the more powerful routes to people's hearts these days because of all the top line, like glossiness, like we say, of what you can be seen. You can make yourself look like from AI and all of that. But actually, the earned media, you've got to do something to get the journalists to actually trust you and to believe in you. That's not an easy task to fight for that editorial space. So when you get it, it actually counts for more than ever these days. So yeah, PR is
part of that footprint.
Fighting back in terms of a power marketing tool.
Yeah, it was the thing, you know, very recently, and you know, we don't have very long to talk today, and we'll be talking loads anyway. And we're in the reboot of the show at Rise Up show. We need to have more conversations about this. You know, there was like a dip in, it's not, the PR isn't doing anything for me. You've got to think about it in layers now. It's information. PR is now information about you that lives out in the world more now than it ever has been. You know, the rise in things like blogging, Substack, your digital footprint, again, not just your press and magazine or newspaper or whatever, but your digital footprint in all of the different areas now more than ever is the bit that if you can lay the foundation sooner rather than later, it allows you to just kind of get yourself ahead, get yourself on the front foot. And of course, doing that by creating blogs or articles and getting those things out there, creating your own hotbed of article, digital footprint type stuff, as well as the earned media. Those two in tandem are a really powerful thing. Certainly, as we talk about personal brand, how do you want to be seen? What do you want to be known for? And of course, you're great at holding people in that space.
I also think as people are ready to level up, because I think your audience has come with you to a point where there's so many people in your world now that are ready to level up and do the next thing. So like loads of people have dipped their toe in PR in terms of, oh, I want to be seen. Okay, great. Like, let's get you a few pieces out there. And then it's a one hit wonder. And it's like, right, okay, well, I did that. And that's great. And it lives there forever. Fabulous.
I was in a magazine. Nice.
Yeah, but actually, why not have a bit more strategy with it? So what I am seeing now is lots more entrepreneurs are thinking more like the bigger businesses of using PR more strategically. So thinking about, right, if I want to get an investor, I need them to see me before I approach them. I need them to discover me, right?
Yeah.
Or if they want to get...
Or if they do a quick GPT search or a Google search or whatever, that you come up for all the right reasons, saying the thing. Like, just like with the social media search.
Yeah, so it's actually thinking about how to build it into your strategy and exit plans as well. We've seen clients sell for more because they've built a brand that's valuable out there in the world because they've created that footprint as well. So yeah, it's not just the nice fluffy thing. There's real substance behind it.
Yeah, and let's get thinking about this. When I said at Christmas, we are a community that is not to be underestimated. We are a community that is really ready to rise, that is ready to be taken even more seriously than ever before, because we're taking ourselves seriously and really making those moves. And Joe, I'm gonna have to let you go and move on to my next guest. But that is a really powerful thing to be considerate of, because our next guest is playing in that arena. Joe Swan, I love you.
See you later.
Thank you for being there for me and doing all of the incredible things you do in the world. Right. Inga Hunter, hello.
Hello. You all right?
First of all, thank you for being patient.
Oh, you're all right.
How about everyone's on like, please hold caller. And I think I've almost caught up. I keep having I don't know where everybody's comments are at, because we're on StreamYard and I can only see like a couple off of LinkedIn and a couple off of what's the other one? YouTube. I can't see everybody's everywhere. And so I know people will be asking questions. I just don't know what the questions are. But my question for you is, Inga, we've been talking some big people talk today, very, very intentionally. I said at Christmas that our community is not one to be underestimated. There's lots of us that are looking to grow our businesses in different ways. And what's been phenomenal is being alongside you as your friend, watching you really step into that big business space, talking about investment, getting investment, raising capital, managing teams, restructuring teams. You've been doing the whole lot, from an agency that was predominantly just like focused on helping people grow their Instagram to the bleeding edge of AI technology around social media. How are you feeling about all that? I'll eat my chocolate pan au chocolat.
Feeling's a big word.
I feel lovely.
There's a lot going on. Definitely stepping into the next phase of what the business is and what the possibilities are. But at this point, it just feels like the path that I've thought about in my head for so long is just happening. So I already know what's the next thing is, and it's just the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. It's interesting.
What's interesting for me, and interesting, me and you use the word interesting quite a lot. Interesting when the wheels are coming off, interesting when things are great, interesting when things are in between, interesting on a Sunday night when I've had a bottle of wine, I'm having a little cry at you. Like, it's all very interesting. But what I actually find, what is the real interesting is this. When you say, oh, like you had a vision for your company right at the very beginning, really. If we think about how, you know, you had the agency in the first instance, then you had Clue Content Creation Agency, and then Clue Labs.
Yeah.
From the agency through to Clue Labs and the trajectory that you're on right now, when you look back, it's like, oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You saw that in the beginning, and even though the tracks have been going down up to a point, you're now executing the end point. You've been creating a like a TikTok series now. Are we a couple of years in? Day X of building a £1 billion company.
2020, I think. Yeah.
So you had a whole day one of building £1 billion company.
You can track the whole thing back. So the first idea for what I'm working on now came when my daughter was 1, and she was in, you know, when you're with your firstborn in particular, you got one hand in the cot trying to put them to sleep, and my other hand was underneath the bed, and I had a wedding planning event business at the time, posting, and I was like coming up with a post for my company thinking, how the fuck is this a guess? Why is my whole business based on my guess of this social media post being the best guess possible? Literally. And ever since then, I've been fucking obsessed with it not being a guess. So I moved into, I continued growing my business, but managed to attract some really big clients for weddings through it, and moved into consultancy of how to attract people through Instagram. That then turned into, coaching, programming, the agency. But all the while, still obsessed with the, why the fuck is this a guess? And went to, I can also track back the network, which is very important for what you're doing. You know, I had a wedding planning company. I met Lisa Johnson. Lisa Johnson introduced me to you. When I had the agency, you then took me to Ideas Fest, where I met Fran, and met Emma off the back of meeting Fran. And at Ideas Fest, I decided to create Clue Content, which is a production company, because no one's got a clue. And the whole thing is, no one's ever had a clue. And to see these amazing people on stage and look them up, and their Instagrams or socials generally would just be shite. Like, it has to be the front cover of your book. But beyond that, you have to work on it for conversion. But if that doesn't match what I'm seeing up there, so I decided to set up Clue Content, to do a production company to create content for people on socials. And then off the back of that, have been incubating this technology for the past 3 years, which tracks and analyzes data, initially so that I could make sure that all of my clients were the best. But off the back of that, went to India, which I know you've talked about today, with Fran and Emma, and you met Louise Hell from Go Henry, who then put me in touch with a lady called Tamara, who runs a accelerator called Think, who then put me in touch with the big boys. So you can, I think what's interesting is that right at the beginning, 11 years ago, you can sit and think, this is just an idea, or I've got some friends around me, but you never know if you just, it's 11 years of network, 11 years of business growth, 11 years of iteration, but 11 years of obsessiveness with one single question of, well, annoyance. Why the fuck is this a guess?
Who's doing your head in? And this is, you know, those of us that that do create big businesses and go on to become serial entrepreneurs. We're going to be talking to Dr. Byron Cole after we've spoken to you, Inga. It's about solving a problem as much for yourself as everybody else, right? Like you wanted to be able to not have to. I mean, we're a bit further on down the line, but not having to look after your baby and think, is this going to work?
Yeah.
And I think that your proximity to technology, where you live within your family and what have you, you've got this really beautiful, creative, solution-seeking mind, and not necessarily a tech person in terms of like who you are, but you, because of your curious mind and because of your access to it, your curious mind started to solve the problems that people really in the trenches weren't thinking about, because you had a different problem outside. You just had access to the people that knew how to solve the problem. So you're asking the questions of the people that understand the technology. And all of a sudden it becomes this perfect storm of your genius and your solution seeking and your quick thinking and the way that you see ideas go like this, paired with your network. And, you know, one of the reasons why we've created today, and one of the reasons why I wanted you lot to turn up today and be a part of this, is to see, viscerally see, what I'm sharing with you today is my network. Just, you know, I like to be a conduit. I like to be an introducer. I like, if you're watching along right now and you can see Inga and you don't know what Clue Labs is, then you need to go and find out, because I know that it's going to help you grow what it is that you're doing. And that's not us trying to really sell anything to you. The point of this conversation is to predictions for 2026 and having my friends answer those questions, because they're on the inside of a lot of these. But what I want to show you all watching today is, just like Inga said, tracking back from being in the wedding industry to now, understand that saying yes to opportunity and moving in rooms and allowing yourself to network, allowing yourself to be introduced, and having a vision, like Madeline was saying, if you've got a vision for where you want your business to be, then your job is to just meet as many different people as possible and say, what do you know about this? How can you help? So then you move into the VC space, which is where you are now. How are you finding the change of language, or has it been gradual?
Interesting.
Because it is it's a different
again.
language, isn't it?
It is a change of language, yeah. But it's also, do you know what the change is? Is that you have to show the fuck up. Like, you cannot walk into a room with any kind of, even if you've got no fucking clue, you have to turn up into that room like you're the dog's bollocks. These people, they need quick results. They're quick people. They're very smart. They're very well connected. They got a lot of money behind them. And if you waste their time without hesitation, you're out. So it's not necessarily been the language has changed. You have to understand what they're saying, but you can always say, listen, like sometimes.
Can you explain it to me like I'm really busy?
I'm not a corporate girly. You're going to have to put that in normal terms. And then I can tell you yes or no. But it's the show up that's very different.
And it isn't bravado either. We were talking about this right at the beginning of the day, that the difference between the businesses that are really becoming brands, that are becoming recognized, is when the leaders are moving in the world sure and certain of what it is that they've created. And I think what we spend a lot of time doing is being on the back foot, or I'm just or I'm not good enough, or yet. And the thing that creates the trajectory toward that which you are creating is that certainty. For you, there is no world in which Clue Labs isn't a part of the fabric of how people track the data of their social media in order to convert into growth. There is no world in which that doesn't happen in some way, shape or form. There is no world in which the big Festoon doesn't go on to become the thing that I designed it to be, which is the biggest, safest, most fun space to do business out here, in not just in the UK but globally. There's no world in which that doesn't happen at scale. There's just not. I can't see it any other way. So the job is then, with that vision, to keep taking the steps towards, but being certain. And I think for me, for you, what is beautiful to see is just that certainty, even on the uncertain days, because we have uncertain days. Do you have uncertain days, Inga?
At least 2 hours of every day.
Am I doing the right thing? Is this worth it?
I'll say one thing, though, that I've been forced to do sitting in the VC space is sit and observe and study competition like a freaking addict. And you can see how competition will catch up with you. You can see what they're doing better than you. But if you truly understand how you sit differently, because I have to prove it every damn day. Every day I'm pitching how we're different. Even if different doesn't exist yet, but you're trying to communicate what that vision of different is, being really okay with other people doing the same thing and you doing it differently or better, or just taking their worst bit and making it better, is important.
And we've done that in different ways today. Like even next, like I'm a speaker coach out in the world. That's the kind of I guess the muggle job that I do. Do I do a muggle job? I don't know. But one of the facets of the diamond that is the business that I run is that we have, I train speakers. Our next guest trained speakers. Nick Starbon earlier today trained speakers. Artie Halai, I train speakers. It's good to know out there, because we're proof of life. Like if there was only one of me, it would be kind of am I even solving a problem? The fact that there is competition means that the movement towards solution, or the movement towards like variety, is there, and it's visceral and necessary. And I just wonder if anyone's watching along in the comments, does ever looking at competition scare you? Does it frighten you? Do you ever get intimidated by it? Because sometimes it's a real silent killer and it affects people's behaviors. We've seen this happen, right? In a way that, so when people have been intimidated by, say, competition, or they've taken their eyes without the blinks.
Yeah,
they do this.
It's a part of the journey. It's not the whole thing, but it's definitely. I've been in businesses since I was 17. I've seen people come and fade off just because they're worried about the person next to them. And you need to know them, and you need to, like I said, research them, get obsessed with what they're doing and how you do it differently. But it doesn't mean that they bring you that they're the be all and end all.
Yeah, and the differentiation is the thing. Like there, for something there is everybody. For everybody, there's not one thing. And so understanding that that's the case. It's a bit different when we're talking about tech, for example, and we're solving a very specific, like a specific problem. Like it's important that, that your tech stays at the front, but looking at your competitors allows you to stay at the front. So it becomes, there's different ways to look at it. It's either there's enough to go round, or it keeps me sharp. One way or another, it's necessary.
Yeah. I mean, in the tech world, it's not really there's enough to go around. That's not the narrative.
No, I know it's a
either
little
you're
bit
going to be big, or you gotta get out of here. But it's very much the narrative is you do your one thing good and you do it really fucking well. Like I could go and build a scheduler, I could go and do this, I could do and do that, and look at. But no, what is the one thing that you're truly, truly, truly good at? And if what you're doing doesn't answer that question, then it's not happening.
And when we're looking to scale, that's the question, isn't it? Because if you're not sure, no one else is sure. No one's scaling, no one's selling, no one's exiting anything unless it's via the dustbin. So this whole challenge of this afternoon and these conversations, and we're going to be talking to Byron in just a second about some of these things. Byron is a serial entrepreneur across multiple disciplines, and I'm really excited to speak to him, is that we need this leveling up of our way of thinking right now more than ever. If there's any prediction going forward, and I'm going to ask you for yours in a sec, if there's any prediction going forward, what we've kind of got to so far is that what sets us apart is who we are as a person, and we really need to understand that. What we sell, we really need to understand that. This is all relatively simple things, but not easy when you're unsure. How do you get sure? How do you get certain? How do you run like you're already there? Everyone needs to catch you up, are all the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Who do we need to be today? Inga, what I want to ask you, though, is looking out into 2026 and beyond, what are your predictions for social media in less than a minute?
That the whole fucking social media game is changing. If you want to actually understand it, I do a live every Friday at 11. The fundamental structure of social media architecture's changed, which means over the next 10 years, we're going to see a new discipline of social media, similar to SEO in search. Anyone who's guessing and anyone who's giving it a go based on vibes will kill their accounts within the next year.
And so that's
not
got to
even
be
a prediction. That is.
So we've been talking about, finding our humanity within our marketing and all of that sort of stuff, but we need to understand what to deliver within that in order for us to be able to create that. Like vibes alone isn't going to do the thing. However, vibes plus knowledge then becomes a golden chalice for everybody involved. So learn the thing, understand the thing, just like we was understanding, how do we speak on, I mean, it's not so true anymore, but how do you speak on Insta? How do you speak on Facebook? How do you speak on LinkedIn? How do you speak on TikTok? How do you speak in different forums? Became a language after a while that has sort of muzzed over as people have become themselves.
We're on the edge of the Apple BlackBerry shift in social. So if you're still on a BlackBerry next year,
we're going to be buggered. So, all right. After being the harbinger of doom, which we are not, by the way, please do go and follow Inga. Go and follow Clue Labs. Go and find out what it is that they're doing. Inga does a live every Friday that delves deeper into what the algorithm changes are. Once you understand that, then you can play with the vibes. Inga, thank you so much for being with me
Thanks for
today. Thank you
having
for
me.
being patient. I love you so much.
Have a lovely
And
day.
good luck for all of the things. That was Inga Hunter from Clue Labs, and we are moving swiftly on to one of my friends out in the business industry who is absolutely smashing it up in all areas. He has we're going to talk about this, Byron. We're going to talk about some Byron problems today. Hello, Dr. Byron Cole.
How you doing? You okay?
I am so good, and I'm so
Good.
happy to see
Good.
you. What I feel like I've done today is all the people that
Yeah.
I wanted to catch up with, I've just
Yeah.
said to everybody, I've got this day. Can we catch up, please, today?
Yeah, I don't
We'll
know
just
much
be in
about
front
it,
of
so tell
everybody.
me. Tell me first.
I-
Tell me what I'm involved in here.
Well, first of all, thank you for trusting me, because you could have, you know me, you could have stepped into anything then.
Absolutely.
And the fact that you trusted me enough to just rock up makes
Yeah.
my heart really happy. So thank you for your trust.
You're welcome. My
So
pleasure.
what we're sharing today, Byron, is the reveal of a founders circle that I've created. It's called the Festoon 500, whereby, so you've been to the big Festoon before, right? And Bianca's been there and spoken with us before, and it's been an honor to have you with us. And the big Festoon, as I've shared this with you, was born out of wanting to create a bit of a conduit space for people from lots of different backgrounds, different lived experiences to come together and do business. And to make that happen takes quite a while, right? It takes quite a while to build up the networks. It takes quite a while to meet the right people, to bring the right people to you, to say the right things in the right ways with enough trust to actually make that happen. And over Christmas, I was thinking, right, actually, we've got a venue now of a size where actually we can really give back to our wider business community and people that might have had barriers to access and barriers to entry. So what we're doing today is we are encouraging 500 businesses to get a pass to the big Festoon on the 11th and 12th of March, because we're moving into the AO Arena, because I'm stupid and thought that we'll just do it at an arena. Why not? So we're doing that on the 11th and 12th of March. And we're encouraging 500 business owners to get a pass to the big Festoon. And as well as a pass to the big Festoon, they will be invited to Beyond the Arena meetups, where we take the conversation around the big Festoon and doing business together. And we're all doing well when we're all doing well, and meeting different communities and stuff like that. So people don't have to go out into the world and find them because they're stuck in the weeds of the business. It's all right. We've got a space for us all. Let's go and have conversations. But for every one of these that we sell, we are going to sponsor 2 founders from underrepresented communities. So they may be queer, trans, maybe Black-owned businesses, South Asian-owned businesses, from poor socioeconomic backgrounds. They might be neat. They might be young entrepreneurs who just might not have the funds to get to this. So I'm calling upon the business community to, yes, come along if you're coming anyway. Majority of the people are, but get a pass that's going to give back, and let's put our money where our mouth is. And instead of saying we want to do good in the world, let's do some fucking good in the world.
Absolutely. Love it. Cool.
Oh, good. And you're
Good
still
luck.
here, and you didn't back out. I'm
I'm
pleased.
here. We're here. Let's do it. Talk to
So,
me.
so my angel, thank you for letting
Yes.
me interview you today. We've got lots of people that are watching on, and the main idea behind today is to show the power of a network, is to show the power of when you've spent a long time meeting people, adding value, collaborating, not being scared of moving in each other's spaces, the power of what happens when you need help. All I did was say to all of my friends, you included, can I interview you on this day? I'm doing a thing. And everyone just went, yeah. And turned up, and like yourself, some of them didn't have a clue what I was doing.
Yeah.
Some of them was like, some of
Absolutely.
them were bought in and have been up with me like all night, like while I've been
Yeah.
having these epiphanies. And the power is that within our wider community, the big Festoon community, we've suddenly become really powerful. I'll look out along the lineup that we've curated today. It's pretty wild. And not to show off, but to say, when you really work on your network, you can do incredible things. And
Absolutely.
you have a network, and you've created a network, and you're doing incredible things. And what I'd love to do, Byron, if you don't mind, is share with us what it is that you do. There's lots of new people around here who might not have seen us
Yes.
speak
Yes.
together before. So
Awesome.
share you with us, my love.
Yeah, sure. My name's Dr. Byron Cole, serial award-winning entrepreneur, Sunday Times best-selling, featured author. I have 3 incredible communities: one for speakers to help people become paid professional speakers, one for entrepreneurs to start, grow, scale, and exit your business, and one for authors, those who want to write a book, become published, and have books by the likes of Penguin and Hachette. So that's the short version for the UK. And in the UAE, where I am based now, well, I'm half and half. Well, full-time here in the UAE, but travel back for work and do everything else online. But in the UAE, we help founders with their personal brand, essentially, and of course, a public speaker, etc., etc.
And
That's the short version of the long story.
TLDR, it's a very long story, and I think I don't know, the Rich Forever book like really delves into like your history, and with Bianca as well, like your history as a pair, and how you've created what you've created with the Rich Forever network and with Self-Made. And I highly recommend. It is such a good read to get the book Rich Forever as a starting point and entering into Byron's world. Yeah, exactly. So one of the reasons why I want to speak to you is that, yes, you have moved over to the UAE relatively recently in the grand scheme of things. And for some people, that's on a lot of people's goal boards, is that they might be, feeling some kind of way about the climate right now. And, Dubai offers a very, what's the word? A very attractive proposition for people that are able to. How are you finding it over there?
Absolutely loving it.
Yeah, tell me
So
more about it.
Okay, so we started coming here during the pandemic as a way to just escape lockdown. So we've been here for 5 years on and off, 6 years now. We started our business 2021 out here. Hadn't really traded really that much, but had it as a vehicle ready for the plan to move over. Slightly different setting up your company here than it is in the UK. Slightly higher, a lot more higher costs and a bit more compliance. But of course, there's the attractiveness of, at the time, 0% corporation tax. It's now at 9%, 5% VAT as opposed to 20%, and of course, 0% income tax on individuals. So there was some attractiveness there, but that wasn't the reason why we moved. It was more about the family. I've got a young son now, and it just became, I've had situations where your car gets stolen from your driveway, and just safety concerns. You've got to start think about seriously how you're traveling around and what jewelry you're wearing, and and it's like, okay, these are things I didn't think you'll have to think about living in the UK. And then all the things kind of added up together. It was like, I think it's time to move. And we had clients out here anyway. And there's just more, I feel genuinely, there's more opportunity. There's
appetite for opportunity over there as well. I think is really key. One of the things that I'm finding with lots of people who enjoy doing business over in the UAE is the entrepreneurial community over there is there is an appetite to do business, as opposed to a don't sell to me. Oh, I don't want to sell. It's like, oh, how can we collaborate? How can we do business together? How can we make some more money together? And I think that culturally, because there's a lot of expats and there's a lot of people from different places, as well as people that are from the area. I think because it's such a mosaic of people who are entrepreneurial of spirit, then it becomes easier to do business when not everyone's cynical of each other. And I think that is that
mindset.
Are you finding that? Is that, for me, from an outsider
yeah.
looking in, it feels like that.
Yeah, I think everyone's just hungry and everyone wants to make money together. Everyone wants to collaborate, and there isn't this kind of the tall poppy syndrome. No one trying to cut anyone down. Like, let's do this. Let's make money together. There's open conversations about money. Our whole life in the UK. I've lived my whole life in the UK, and it's been like you don't talk about money. You don't talk about how much you earn. You don't talk about how much you paid. You don't talk about, these are conversations that we don't have in the, so we also don't know what's possible. Only
Right.
recently we've been starting talking about how much we're making from being professional speakers, how much
Yeah.
we're making from being published authors, you
Yeah.
know, how much, and that's loud. People are like, oh wow, and now they're seeing the other elements to it. They're like,
And you're
oh,
setting
this
the
is
bar
cool.
and you show people where they can shoot to, and that becomes really like, oh. And that's like opening up Pandora's box for a lot of people, but in a beautiful way. And I think one of the things that you and Bianca do so well is you show people what's possible. You don't just show people what's possible. You show people what's possible and invite them into your world to help as well. And it's one of the things I admire about, about you and about Bianca is that you don't hide anything. You talk about all of the things, and that linking arms that you do, like with your community, with your business community, is a sight to behold. Like I've met some of the most incredible humans in my life from meeting you, Andrea and Washington, and just the most wonderful, incredible humans who have absolutely enriched our whole community as well. Through us linking arms, through us saying
Absolutely.
there's some business we
Yeah.
can do. You knew Lisa Maffia,
Absolutely.
introduced Lisa to
Yeah.
us, and I'm just what I wanted to do with this conversation is offer a perspective to the people that are looking and watching on and watching the things that I'm doing. Everything that I'm doing right now, like you, is leveling up. Like I'm hungry, and you can feel out there is an appetite, there is a hunger, and you're either hungry or scared. And I wanted to ask you, given that you've got this kind of perspective of both countries and of both sort of entrepreneurial cultures and all of that, what are your predictions for 2026 and beyond when it comes to wider business, when it comes to speaking, and when it comes to book publishing?
Yeah, okay, there's lots of topics there. So first of all, predictions. The same way you used to acquire customers in 25 and 24, not the same way as you're going to acquire customers in 26.
Yeah.
So what I mean by that is the consumer behavior has changed. It's in our space as course creators, as B2C kind of presenters. The way that people consume and buy has massively shifted. So I predict those who do not adapt fast, those who do not really understand their customers and provide a solution to them, are going to disappear this year. They're not going to be able to trade. They're going to get a few deals here and there. They're going to get a few opportunities, but they're not going to be in this space.
It's going to be that
And
disheartening hustle,
yeah,
and then kind of getting the scraps underneath, or
yeah,
praying that somebody doesn't know about your space.
exactly. Content 2026, if you're not producing content at an insane volume than ever before, you're not going to survive. The market is not crowded, but the space has changed, and content creation is key to the extent where I am producing, from someone who produced 0 long form content, I'm producing 1 long form content every single day. Like that's the volume, and of that long form content, we're cutting short form content to the extent I've had to hire a full-time social media scheduler just to deal with this, as well as an editor. And after this call, I'm going to be filming. So so that's another major shift. If you're not taking initiative and creating content across all platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you are going to only be eating from the bottom of the barrel. You're not going to be, have the best opportunities for sure. Everything else, I think, pretty much remains the same. The opportunities for the authors are still there. So if you're looking at becoming a published author, that's not changing. How you market it is changing, and we experienced that last year when we had our 4th book. So we've had to make some adjustments because we wanted to get a Sunday Times bestseller. We didn't get it on that particular book, and there were some major shifts that we needed to do.
Is that a marketing channel thing, or is that a buy-in
you know what?
thing as well?
2 things. First of all, we recognize that we want to provide opportunities to other people around us. So by being elite in the space allows us to have a conversation with our publishers and say, we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Danny's great. have a conversation with her, because she's got a book idea that she wants to do, and she has our support on how to get it to a bestseller.
Yes.
First things first. So there's no like transactional value other than opening doors for others, and that will pay itself off in other ways, right? And then, to be fair, we're just highly competitive is the second reason. Like, we want to do better than the time before.
Yeah.
And we, of course, had a Sunday Times bestseller with Penguin, up there with the biggest books in the world, Simon Sinek and all the brothers. And we're just highly competitive, and we want to outdo ourselves and show growth in that way. So there's no real, because on every book you can still put Sunday Times bestselling author, like it doesn't make a difference. So from that point of view, it's just, we just are so competitive. So yeah, that's
and I think we were speaking to Jay Alderton a little bit earlier on, and he was saying, not necessarily from a competitive position, but from a discipline, from a discipline position. If I look at your work ethic as a family, it's unmatched. And then people will go, oh, it's all right for Byron and Bianca, it's all right for the middle class. Like, no, you guys work relentlessly. Like, ever since I've known you, really do put the reps in. And I think that when we're looking out at people who are successful, understand, if you can see that and somebody is successful, they're putting that kind of reps in.
Absolutely.
It's not just, if you think you've got to be a content machine in order to remain visible, and so you become a content machine, then that's what it is that we've got to do. And again, if I think about the conversations that we've been having today, it's been really interesting and actually really refreshing, because everyone's been super honest in that, what's got you where you're going is not going to get you, what's got you where you are isn't going to get you where you're going faster more than ever. That be absolutely knowing your differentiating factor and owning it is what's going to differentiate you, as long as you talk about it, as long as you share it. And yes, AI is incredible, but your humanity and your knowledge of your identity and your ability to sit with the mirror and go, have I done everything that I could possibly do today in order to move where it is that I'm moving? And have I taken the necessary steps? And that's age old. Like, some of it feels like, yeah, that feels refreshing for someone to say, but also it doesn't feel like new news. I don't know about you.
And I'll add to that, right? I'll add to that and say, the people that got you to where you are now are not the same people who are going to take you to that next stage as well. And that's something that I've learned recently, more so than ever before, as we're scaling multiple brands, multiple businesses, multiple territories. There's a ceiling in skill and so on. So that's something else I'll add to that for sure.
And hunger as well, I think, because even if, because I had this similar conversation the other day, whether it's the same people or the people are the same. Like, I'm not the same person as I was, even when you and I met. Like, so the person that got me there is not the person that got me here, and the person that's getting me there isn't even necessarily the person that's having this conversation with you today. In 2 years' time, and you'll have another conversation on another Idiot Marathon Live that I'm doing, and you and I will both be in very different, again, trajectory-wise positions, because even like, yes, the people are changing skills-wise and necessity, and layers will start to strip themselves out, and your structure will look different. But whether it's a person or the internal person, it's all going to change. And I think as soon as you understand that, that's when it starts to get juicy. It's like the divorcing of who I was and who it was, and always moving towards that thing. And you've got your eyes on the prize so hard that it's an immovable thing.
Absolutely.
So what's the prize for you?
And just to add to that, I'm finishing today at 1 a.m. That's what time I'm going to finish, because I've got my speaker training and so on. So it just never stops, and I love it. In terms of what's the goal, and I think when you have a nice house, you have a nice car, you got some savings in the bank, you got
climbing the rope.
Yeah, you're like, okay, people sometimes say, is there anything else you want to achieve? Absolutely. I am nowhere near the things I want to achieve. I remember once I was here in the UAE and I was just having I don't know why I would say this, but I used to say, I can't wait till I retire. I don't know why. I think about it now, like, yeah, I'm just doing this so
It's
I
a
can
wild
retire.
thing to say when you realize what you just said, right?
Yeah. It's like, so then I said it to a billionaire. He was like 1,000 and something on the billionaires list, right?
Yeah.
And his response just made me think, what on earth am I talking about? Like, he's doing what he loves. He's a multi-billionaire. He goes in every day, he works really hard, and he's doing what he loves doing, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what am I talking about? Like, because I want to achieve so many things in life. I want to provide so much to my family, my loved ones, my community. And by having more, I can do more. I'm learning more, etc., etc. So, like, it's not that I want to retire. Perhaps because I'll be so bored. I don't know, like,
What
when
will
I have
you
a day off,
do?
when I have a so-called day off, my mind's
No,
just
then you'll get
thinking
an
about
idea.
work. Yeah, a new idea will just come in, and then poor Bianca will have to come and do a new business, and which is what happens on a monthly basis anyway. So, yeah, I don't want to retire. I just want to do more things. Perhaps I would slow down in some capacities because
Yeah.
I'm right now. I'm at a stage where it's like I've started my business again. It's like
So you're
I'm
pushing the
ground zero.
stationary car, like from
Yeah,
that
I'm
perspective.
pushing it on all stages. My mother-in-law's like, "Are you okay? Is everything like you look like I'm
I
having
hear
dinner
you.
and my brain is not. I'm not present."
Yeah.
But these things are just like temporary, and that's
Mhm.
the thing with their cycles. You go through those 6-year cycles, 7-year cycles, and I'm back in phase 1 of that cycle at the moment. So,
I
yeah.
think that's important as well, though, just to share with everybody. People are watching me do it right now. I'm working 1, 2, 3 in the morning sometimes at the minute because the thing that I'm creating is so big. And my team is small. It's necessitating that in order to light the touch paper for the next thing that will then allow me. So I'm just coming to the end of that like 6-7 year cycle, push, and you're coming to the thing that actually, not the top of the rope stuff, or now I've got a car, what do I get? It's actually, this is the not the diving, is it the diving board? The springboard
Yeah, the
is
springboard,
actually
yeah.
that, not everything everyone's seen before. That
Mhm.
was like, it was big and it felt big, but that was High School Musical stuff to what it is that we're actually creating. And those take long hours. That's not the flex. The flex is on the other side when you've done the work and you sit back and you go, right, what's next?
It never stops. I find it
No.
never stops. There's always something you can do better. There's always something you're learning. There's always something you can improve on. And I think now for me, like, I'm in this phase of like real, operating procedures. Like, we've been a 6 out of 10, I would say, on those. Whilst we're delivering and creating a lot of revenue and creating so much success for people,
Yeah.
like my SOPs can be a 10. That's where I
We've
am
got to
right
go,
now.
yeah, we've got to go back and then get all of the foundations that hold us up so that we can be held
Absolutely.
up, so that we can deliver the thing. I'm right
Absolutely.
there with you, right there with you.
Absolutely.
What's next for you?
I'm building some communities. I'm just putting everybody into 3 communities. I'm trying school out. Have you tried school?
No, I haven't. No,
Yeah,
not yet.
yeah, we're going big with school. We're going to try
Mhm.
school out and put our communities, our speaker community, our author communities, and business communities on school from February. It's not even announced yet to my team, but it's going from February live.
Just so you all know.
Yeah. So we're doing that, and just a low ticket offer to help people move along the journey of becoming an author, becoming a speaker, and growing their businesses. So we'll be doing that from February. So that's what's next. Yeah, we're really excited.
Amazing. Can we still stay in touch and touching
Of
like
course,
this and
yeah,
share you
absolutely.
with the world,
Yeah.
and vice versa? And when I do get over to the UAE, I hope we can
Let me know.
go
Yeah,
and share a glass of
we'll get you on
something
the podcast.
lovely.
I forgot
Love
we got
that.
the podcast launching next month as well. So
Amazing.
yeah.
Well, we drop it to us if you remember. Drop it to us, and then I'll make sure
Yes.
that we share the podcast as well, because
Perfect.
everything you guys produce is just such quality
Thank
and a
you.
testament to the hard
Thank
work
you.
that you
I
do.
appreciate that.
Thank you for being my friend out
No
here.
worries.
It means the world that you were here.
My pleasure.
Go and carry on, enjoy
Yes.
filming the rest of your stuff.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
see you soon. Love to
Very good
Bianca.
luck.
See you soon.
Take
Bye,
care.
darling. So that was Dr. Byron Cole. I have got in the background very quickly two absolute powerhouses in two different ways. First of all, I've got Tess Cope, and then I've got, I'm hoping, the gorgeous Pauline Patterson from Dr. Pawpaw. So first of all, I'm going to bring my amazing friend Tess Cope into the live. Hello.
Oh, I can't hear you, Danny. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can
Yes,
you hear
I
me?
can hear you. Yes.
Oh, because I was listening along beautifully to that interview in the back
And now
door.
and then
I
I
might
brought
come
you.
straight back in again. Bear
All
with me a
right
sec.
then. Cool. So, Pauline, I can see you there in the back. I've got Tess, and then I've got you, my angel. If that's not okay, you need to rush up. In fact, if Tess is bobbing out and bobbing in again. Hello.
Oh, that's really freaky, Danny. I think you're doing somebody else then.
I am doing somebody else, but I just wanted to say hello and I love you, and give me a couple of minutes. I'm going to speak to Tess and I'm going to bring you in. Is that okay?
Yes.
Mwah. All
Looking
right.
forward to it, darling.
Love
See you
you.
soon.
All right. Tess, can you hear me?
Oh, my goodness. Each time you try to bring me in, I can't hear you
Oh,
anymore.
no.
I can hear you when you're live with someone else, and then you try to bring me in
Oh.
and I can't. How weird is that?
I can see.
Any advice on what to do? Because it's obviously working on.
Yeah, no, because my microphone's working, and for those that are watching along, can
Right,
y'all hear
don't bring
me?
anyone else in. Let me
I
come back
won't
and
do.
come in again, because when I
I'll let
come
you come
back
back and
in,
come
it
in
works.
again. All right, okay. So I'll let her come straight back in. For those that are watching along, I'm about to invite her. We're trying to get onto the live today, the incredible Tess Cope. Now, Tess Cope is, I'm hoping that you can hear me. Yes.
Hey.
I was just about to say, founder and director of the transformation agency, Tess Cope. Are you not sick of me yet? We spent a lot of time together, and I'm not sad about it, to be fair.
No.
We were discussing last week, when we talk about you, one of the first things that I always say is Tess Cope is an absolute class act. And the second thing that I say is Tess Cope is an absolute badass, and I would not mess with her. Not because you're scary or you're frightening at all, but the level of your genius when it comes to the business space. Now, I was creating some of the copy for our announcements yesterday for our lineup, and we had people dropping in right up until sort of midnight last night. It's been a real labor of love creating this, and the running joke through all of our speakers today is I literally just said to all of my incredible friends, I'm doing a thing, will you come and do it? And you all just said yes. I was like, I don't know whether everyone feels sorry for me, or they like me, or they think I'm doing a good job, and I don't care because
all of
my
those.
mates are brilliant. But when I was looking at creating the content for this and talking about you specifically, the culture recalibrator was the phrase that kind of felt really strong when it came to how do I explain my incredible friend Tess, because one of the ways that we've talked about is you are the person that the real big companies call when change is happening, when change needs to happen, and when a recalibration needs to take place in order either to scale and grow or indeed to save a business. And that's a real thing. So could you tell us a little bit, for the people that don't know you,
Sure.
what it is that you do, why are you the person that people call?
Thank you. Greetings from Florida, by the way.
I know.
So I've got a bit of sunshine and I'm making the most of it. And
Living
I have
vicariously
listened
through you.
I've listened to quite a few of your things this morning as I was getting out of bed, obviously because I'm 5 hours behind. Anyway, so where I help and add value to businesses is, as you say, there's two trajectories. One is an organization is scaling quickly, and the challenge when you're doing that and you're adding people into the mix is you can quite often have your culture or your way of doing things and your ethos get dissipated, even get destroyed. And before you know it, there are people around the country, maybe globally, that are not representing your culture, your business in the way that you wanted. So you need to grab hold of that quite quickly. And ideally, which is where I will help, get them on the front end of that process. So I'm quite often working with businesses that are going global, and they really want to think ahead of time before it starts getting dysfunctional. And then the other trajectory is if they've already gone through that pain barrier and they're in, dare I even say it, and I will use these words with the client, it's turned a bit toxic. It's turning in on itself. And you need to, A, get to the root cause, which is the key thing that differentiates the work that I do. We will really get in and be precise and what is the issue? What's the core issue? Where is it showing up? And then how do we get a solution? I often use the phrase, and I'll pause here, we bring the precision of a surgeon and the deep care of the midwife, because we have to go deep. We have to go deep.
Yes, and I think that when a business is started, if we think about, a lot of people within my community that may be watching along today, will have started. We were just talking to Madeleine Joubert from BDO. A lot of the businesses that began coming to the Big Festoon at the start when it was being inspired were kind of almost like hangover from COVID. We've started at our kitchen tables. We're growing. Now we're scaling. Now we're moving from potentially having external suppliers and freelancers to having a team. And that's a really wobbly moment for lots of businesses. Whenever it sort of change happens and systemic change happens, and you talk about changing things systemically, you really look at right underneath the bonnet what is actually happening. The outcomes aren't the reason, it's the symptom. So what's the root cause of the thing? What's getting down to the nitty gritty? But can you give me an example, Tess, of when a team starts to become toxic? What does that look like? Because we hear it a lot. Oh, I'm a really toxic person on my team. But it's a real thing. What is happening there? What's happening when things get toxic? What does toxic look like?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go straight to what is often the root cause for the toxicity, and then I'll talk about what it looks like. Often we kind of help the leadership team and the leader in particular really understand what are the criteria for a healthy organizational system. So for example, a sense of mutuality. There's a balance between what you're asking of people and what people feel they're getting in return. And that's not just financial, that's community, that's a sense of belonging, that's feeling valued, all of that good stuff. Then another, and I won't go through all of them, I'll just do two. Then there's this sense of being seen such that you can belong. So quite often the toxicity is because some folks, maybe a department, maybe an area of the business doesn't feel seen and other parts feel more seen. And so then what you notice then symptomatically, which is where the toxicity is, then you start seeing some internal competition, some infighting. No. What about me? What about me? What about my stuff? And we're going inward rather than thinking about the end customer, client, consumer. So you have that inverted commas infighting going on because people aren't feeling seen, and therefore they start competing and pushing each other down rather than lifting each other up.
Or even backing away altogether, right?
100%.
Like just backing away. I'm not seen. They don't even care about me anyway. So
Don't engage. Do this, the high level transactional, but not really do the quality. Or if I pick up our conversation from last week, not doing their best work.
Yes,
they're doing enough to get by.
Yeah, and it's a really hard position to be in. So and this happens for small businesses, this happens for big businesses, and obviously, for many of the big businesses, that's where they would call you in, Tess. What for a small business who isn't, in a position to say maybe engage with somebody like you to come in and do that piece of work with them, what advice would you give? Because we talk a lot about culture, and I know at the Big Festoon, we're going to be really nailing on that and looking at the leaders in the room and the true leaders in the room and getting them to really get to grips with that. What advice would you have for any of the leaders and founders that are watching along today that are finding those symptoms of toxicity showing itself? Aside of saying, oh, Tess, like, come on, we need a recalibration here, like, come on in.
Yeah.
For the smaller businesses, what are some of the things that they can do to just assess the situation, start to navigate?
So a couple of things, and again, I'll link back to one of our conversations last week on your fabulous retreat, which was a great experience. We talked about, I mean, there's many definitions of culture. The one I'll hone in on here, which I think is relevant to the folks that you're talking about, is your culture is the poorest level of behavior you're willing to tolerate. We really cut to the chase. And I would further add, including your own.
Yes. Oh gosh, who else is feeling seen?
So the starting place is to check in with yourself. What is the quality of my behavior? Am I raising the bar? What's my communication like? Do I help people feel seen? Because if I'm not, then the symptoms that I just talked about start kicking in. So really thinking about your leadership, about you putting your arms around everyone and calibrating that by individual, because we need it in different ways. You know, your extroverts will need some public love. Your more introverted folks, quieter, maybe more neurodivergent, might need it in a different way. But you've invested in your relationship enough that you know how to call them in and help them feel special. So really think about your own behavior first. Then from a systemic point of view, the first stepping, apart from the introspection, the first stage is to acknowledge what is. You have to call it out, but depersonalize it.
Yes.
This is what I'm seeing. This is the impact of that. We need to do something differently. So that's the really important first fundamental step. Acknowledge what is, and then engage people in co-creating how you want it to be. So then what you've done is you've agreed a baseline that everyone has engaged in. It's not your decision, it's a collective decision. We've all agreed these behaviors, including how we hardwire them. Do we need a process? Do we need a team meeting? Do we need a...
So what I think what Tess is saying there is, again, the themes that are coming out through all of these conversations are fascinating in that when you get to a certain point, looking back at the systems and growing through the systems and laying those train tracks down, I'm just going to pop Tess just while she's frozen out. I'll just keep an eye on, see if she comes back to us. Understanding, it's painful. It's painful to sit with. Everything is a leadership problem. Tess, if you can hear me, give me a wave. I think she's still frozen. Everything is a leadership problem. And then when you realize that, it suddenly becomes painful, but better to navigate through, because then, just like when we was talking to Zareen earlier on today, we start to you're back, I can see. Hello, you're back. What I was just sharing then earlier today was talking to Zareen Ruhi Ahmed, who was on the retreat with us. And one of the things that she said is that we've talked about radical responsibility in lots of different ways. And taking responsibility, if everything becomes a leadership problem or a leadership success is a leadership success, but it all stops at the top and it all comes from the top down. So anything that happens has come from you in the first place. The behavior that you're willing to tolerate, right down to the behavior that you're willing to tolerate, means that we get to take back control over the reins again. And I think this is something, I've experienced viscerally, certainly over the past 6 months, is coming back to, if I'm holding the cards for everything, that's not to shame myself. And I think it's easy for leaders to become shameful or feel guilty about the fact that, they might not have done the things that they needed to do, or they might not have made the decisions that they needed to make. To be able to come back to center and go, all right, let's recalibrate with where it is that we're going. What's our North Star still? What are our values? What are the behaviors by which we're not going to deviate? And then we move from there. What needs to go in place structurally? What needs to go in place from a system point of view? We can make better decisions from just the awareness of that. And I think what you're great at is, Tess, with these incredible senior leaders that you work with, is you sit with them in the mud, but you hold a loving mirror. As you sit with them, go, okay, you know the thing, you've got to call it for what it is, just like you said. but then you sit lovingly with a mirror with that person, and sometimes the mirror is their team, to be able to
Yes.
be the conduit between the team and them, because sometimes the gap becomes so wide that they can't get to each other anymore. So you become the conduit for that communication, and that's sometimes really uncomfortable and isn't nice. And again, coming back to this nice conversation, but it's kinder to your team, kinder to you, kinder to the business, to be able to sit with it. And that's a real burn through a lot of leaders. I know, certainly me as a leader, and other people that are entering into that
Yeah, I
era.
think that
Go on, sorry.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for you to unfreeze.
I was just going to say, I think that's where, your comment as you introed me, that we don't mess around with Tess, or whatever words you want to use in that domain,
Sorry.
is because I will hold the space until we first of all acknowledge it, as I said already, but then we solve it together. But I do that with the deep care of the midwife, kind of, that was my phrase, is I do it with deep care, because I genuinely, I care about the people that I'm an all-in person. So I do a lot of one-on-one work. That's what I'm going to do today. And I'm working with the leadership team here tomorrow. But they know I'm at stake for them. So they know that when I'm holding them in the painful conversation, it's because it's with intent. And it's because I'm sitting there at stake. You guys have got amazing work to do in this world. And this is where it starts. If we don't get it together at the leadership team table,
how are you expecting anyone else to come and fall in with us as well?
100%. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Tess, I know, like, once me and you start talking, I'm like a sponge, because I just want to listen to you all day, or just agree with you on all of the things. But if you've got one thing to share or one prediction to make about, I wonder if you're frozen. Can you hear me, darling? I wonder if she's jumped out. You can.
I can hear you.
What I was going to say, I've got you. If you've got one prediction to make for business in 2026, and you have, I think, a really cool position that you are around smaller businesses and big businesses at the same time, so you can see the correlation between the two. What are your predictions for 2026? What do we need to be focusing on right now as we move into this year?
Yeah. So I'm having a lot of conversations. I'm sitting in a lot of conversations around AI technology, where the world is advancing, and then mirror that with the geopolitical stuff. It's a bit turbulent, to say the least. But let me come back to the heart of the question, I think, where the value is. I think it becomes even more important, no matter what size you are, to be really clear on the value that you can add, and being able to speak to that, and for that to be in your messaging. And don't lose sight of the value of the human contact. So the big businesses that I'm working.
Paused again. Can you hear me? Oh, hang on.
Millions on AI and tech. But what
hang
they're
on,
reminded
one
of,
second, Tess.
only just last.
So
I can hear you.
We just got. Can
you hear me?
Just got. Just about. So you said the business that you're working with at multiple, they're spending multiple millions on AI and tech. We got that far.
And what they're really honing in on is don't lose sight of what the humans and the empathy bring in terms of value.
Right.
So AI cannot replace the human contact, the human connection, and the empathy. So dial those up and let the tech solve your SOPs.
Aha, there. And again, coming back to that, it's the humanity in us is what's going to drive our business forward. The tech is going to look after the stuff that removes us from our clients and from our outcomes and from each other as a team, right? And with that in mind, I want to now speak to somebody who's got one of these incredible businesses that's growing at scale and is growing super, super rapidly. So Tess, from my heart to yours, thank you so much for joining me from Florida. You are amazing. You can find Tess at the Transformation Agency. Please do go follow her online. The insights that she shares on LinkedIn are phenomenal. I love you. Have the most wonderful time over there. Do good things, and I will see you very soon. And next up, waiting in the background, very patiently in the background, is my cheeky little friend. Rosalie, I can see you. I'm going to bring Pauline in first, and then I'm going to bring you in. I'm going to try and get through everybody. I've actually not deviated too far from time. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing too bad. We're only just about tipping over, and we've got time to pull back. So, Pauline, get your bum in here. Hello, love.
Oh, I can't hear you, Danny. The sound
Oh,
has come
no.
off for some reason.
Oh, this has happened every time I've brought somebody in. Shall I pop you out and pop you in again? Wait.
I do. I've been listening the
Can you
whole
hear
time. I've
now?
been listening to the other presenters and everything.
Can you hear now? Jump out and jump back in again.
Yeah.
So Pauline's gonna jump out and jump back in again. And I'm just gonna keep an eye on the stage and make sure Pauline can get back in. Is she there? She's not. She might be jumping out and jumping back in again. I will keep a little eye. Just as an FYI. Oh, hello.
I can hear you now. How weird was that? Bless you. Live streaming.
We're 8 hours and 17 minutes into this live stream because your friend over here is an idiot.
Yes, you are mad. Yes, I can confirm that.
Pauline, thank you so much for joining me. It's really it's an honor to have you be a part of my little live stream, actually mammoth live stream. But we are talking about some things today. And you've done this with very little context as well. As of many of my friends, I've said to all of my friends, can you come onto my live stream? I'm doing a thing. And they've just gone, yeah, why not? So thanks for your trust, because we could talk about anything. But what we're talking about on this live stream today is I'm sharing the Festoon 500 pass that we've put on sale today, where for every pass that we sell, yes, people get access to the big Festoon, but we also sponsor 2 people from underrepresented communities to come to the event as well, to create a platform where we really are kind of giving back cyclically to each other, not just in our expertise, but our energy and our lived experience. So that's what we're kind of sharing today. But here on the live, what I wanted to do at the top end of the year is show the people that are watching and show my community just the power of network and the power of when you allow yourself to meet people, when you allow yourself to take chances, like what dreams may come, like the power of what we have as a collective here today. The lineup has been wild. But tell us, because not everyone may know, Pauline, who you are and what it is that you do.
So I founded the skincare and lip care brand Dr. Pawpaw with my husband over 10 years ago. And really the idea was to make a natural vegan product with no flavor or fragrance in it that was very suitable for especially sensitive skin, because my daughter had eczema as a baby, and being told to put steroid cream on her from a doctor was just the last thing I wanted to do. So I was looking for natural and vegan alternatives. And in Australia, we call it the pawpaw fruit, but over here, it's most commonly known as the papaya. But it's got as amazing qualities as aloe vera has. It's got more vitamin C in it than oranges. It really is a superfood and a wonder food that has been used for hundreds of years in South America and in the Southern Hemisphere, where it's more naturally grown. But yeah, just trying to introduce it to the UK and the world, all its benefits and all the different uses you can have it for.
And what has gone from, you guys creating this, and one of the things that I love is that just like the big Festoon, and actually every single founder that we've had on today, is it's you guys have been founded by solving a problem, but then in solving the problem that you had, you're actually solving thousands of millions of people's problems with this product that you've created. I mean, and I was already a huge fan before we met, and so when I met you and when we went to India, I can't believe it was like a year ago now.
I know,
that is wild to me. It's been like 5 minutes in a lifetime since we first met, and I'm very, very lucky because of the way in which I move. We've talked about network today and saying yes to opportunity and yes to moving in different rooms and yes to having conversations, that I've found myself meeting people that ordinarily I would have fangirled over. And I realize that actually the people doing the thing that you want to do and the people not doing the thing, the only difference between the two is the people that are doing the thing are doing the fucking thing. They're making the lip balm. They're having the conversations. They're learning about procurement. They're learning about distribution. They're learning about different territories. And then they're implementing. The only difference between those that become like household brands and those that don't is the level of tenacity and resilience that is required to stay the course. And I'm trying to interview as many of my friends out here in business today to set some predictions for 2026, but also to speak to household brands like yourself, to see if you've got any advice or insights for people who are particularly product-based businesses, and we're going to speak to now, because I know that's like particularly, obviously where you guys sit. For product-based businesses, we're going from kitchen table to making the leap into high street or even, boutique. What was the hardest thing? And then what was the thing that when you went, that's how we do it?
Yeah.
What was that?
I mean, I think again, just sort of going on what you've said there. I mean, me and Johnny were not trained in this at all. We didn't go to university. Neither of us have got a business degree between us. I was a hairdresser. I didn't even finish high school. I actually got kicked out in my last year of high school, so I didn't even finish that. Johnny, I think, got a few GCSEs, but then, again, went into work. So everything we've learnt on the way, like 100%. Sort of coming from the industries that we came in. Johnny was coming from a PR and marketing background anyway, so he had learnt a lot on the job, so to speak, about how to launch brands, how to market brands, how to bring them to market. I was working in the hair industry, but later on in my career, it was working for Weller Professionals, and in particular when P&G bought us over, because then that really changed into a big American conglomerate, and then what that was like working for, but then also the opportunities I got to talk to the chemists and to give my opinion on launching new products and things like that. So I already sort of knew then how to almost talk to the chemists. But I think that it was a very, very different landscape, particularly in beauty 10 years ago to what it is now. It is so competitive now, just unbelievably competitive now. When we launched, back in 2014, we were the only colourful brand. Like everybody was doing black and white. Everyone was doing black and white. We stood out. We were the only ones that had that bright yellow tube, bright pink, bright orange. Like we were the only colourful brand. Now everyone's doing colour,
Right.
And so I just think, I think one of the hardest things, I think what was hard then is very different to what's hard now. So I think what was hard back then when you're starting off is definitely getting recognised. But my biggest word of advice is don't give up. Every no that you get today, you have to try and turn it into a yes tomorrow. We were, it took us 7 years to get into Boots. We pitched 4 times to 4 different buyers. And I think it was number 5 that was the actual lucky one that got us in. But we've also been in places where we've been delisted, and then we've gone back in again, because again, we've listened to the buyers, what's not selling, why isn't it selling, and then moving with the times. So again, because it is still me and Johnny at the realm of it, and we have got a very agile team, we can adapt more quickly to what our buyers want, as in either our retailers want or even what our consumers want. I mean, the last time we did a launch, we actually asked our consumers, which ingredients do you want to see next, in our lip balm, and we got hyaluronic acid, SPF and collagen. So we launched them, and they've been like, our best sellers then, since they were out. So I think, so I still think that's true. Even if you get in somewhere, you might get delisted, but go again, improve yourself, go again, know the market better, have reasons better, have new products to offer. And I think that's what's very different now, is you absolutely have to stay ahead of the game, or at least keep up with the game. One range or the same stuff that we were doing 10 years ago, some of it will still sell, like our original, our hero
Your
one.
classics will sell, exactly.
But
you can't
you
rest
have
the
to
whole
keep giving
business
new-
on that one thing, because that's not gonna sustain, is it? So I think what I'm getting from that, Pauline, is that many brands, or you'll start out and you'll have the thing, you'll have the hero product, the thing that your hat hanger, but your ability to sit humbly with feedback and adjust, not get butthurt by it or be sad. Sometimes, I don't know if you've heard the phrase "kill our darlings." Sometimes I'm sure there'll be products that you've absolutely loved,
Oh
that
yeah,
you've
yeah,
created and you've innovated. I know how close you are to the process. Like, I
yeah,
am a
yeah.
huge fan of like the skincare range that you've got. I know how close you are to the process. And and I've had the honor of being on the inside of some of the inner workings of your team, and your vision for the future and the things that you're doing. Your innovation plus your humility and ability to hear external reference in order for you
Yeah.
to make your decisions is probably one of the most beautiful things about watching you and Johnny in action. Is you're hearing and then adjusting and then moving. And I think it feels like obvious. So, well, of course, why wouldn't we? We need to listen to feedback. But it's often the downfall of a lot of brands that, no, I just believe in it. It's my baby. And what is it about it that makes that bit your baby? And what can you adjust around it to keep your baby in the world and keep it going? What's been the most painful bit of feedback that you've received when you've shown one of your babies to the world?
Well, no, I mean, it depends. Like, people aren't always kind, with their feedback. We've been told before that we're not relevant. We've been told that we're too old, which is really bizarre because when you actually look at our, consumer base,
Look at your demographic.
I don't think, I don't think we're really too old. But but being called like like irrelevant and out of touch and too old, I think are always quite difficult. But a lot of the time now they don't do that. But it is hard because I understand, like, from a founder, again, every product I have created, brought it to market, tested it time and time again until I made it perfect, tested the Pantone colors and everything time and time again. And so for somebody to say that they don't like it, or they don't think it will do well,
Dare they? I'll get him
know.
for you. I'll
know,
cut him.
I know. I know, but it hurts, yeah? I mean, we are only human, and absolutely it hurts. But rather than, sort of being that, and I don't know if it's like naive or just like blinkered going, well, no, if you won't buy it, somebody else will. And then I guess, we do always present our ideas, like a lot of the time, to many different buyers or retailers or things like that. But if you get quite a few no's, you do have to listen. You do have to think, right, okay, what is wrong
There's a
with it?
reason
And I
here.
always, ask for that feedback. I always say why, and they'll be like, well, the color was too bright. That was too pigmented. It was too dry. It doesn't feel like this. It doesn't, it's too far over here from what this is. You just have to ask, first of all. At the moment your feelings are hurt, ask. And then listen. And that night, or that straight after that meeting, I might be really angry. Like, I might be really angry, or I might be really upset. Yeah, exactly. But when you sleep on it and come back to it, a week or so later, you're like, no, actually, why would I want to bring something to the market that nobody's going to buy? I'm going to ruin my reputation. I'm going to ruin the brand's reputation. I'm going to ruin all the good things that people actually do want, because again, there's going to be this one shelf or this one product that doesn't move, no matter how good I can sell it, or no matter how much I try and convince somebody to take it. I do think buyers know their customers, and we know their customers as well, because we can see our own sales. So I do think, as much as you believe in something and it hurts, you just have to go, head above heart and listen and make those changes. Otherwise, you're not going to succeed.
I think one of the recurring themes is this separation from the business being our baby, and that can be quite toxic when you get to a certain size, because it makes you immovable, because you don't want to hurt your baby and you don't want to change your baby. But when you start to look at it like, you guys have done a huge amount of work over your values, the way that you move as a business, the way that you make decisions as a team, and all of that sort of stuff, that actually it kind of like becomes itself. Then it's not a baby anymore. It's a business. It's a vehicle for the baby, don't get me wrong, but you're waving it and you're rooting for it, and you're being creative with it, and you're allowing it to grow, as opposed to oh, this is the thing that I do. And I think that, you know, a lot of businesses hold really, really tight onto like onto the business and don't let it go and don't step away. And I know that's your trajectory has been wild, and that, you know, the turnover that you're hitting and the territories that you're moving in, and that kind of expansion has been really big. How has that been, like that kind of the moving away from the doing and the more CEOing, the more CEOing that you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You know, I do often refer to every little balm or product as my babies, which I probably shouldn't, because whenever I get asked the question, it's like, oh, which one is your favorite? It's like, I can't decide that. That's like asking, you know, which one is my favorite of my children. I'm like, you know, you can't ask me that.
You've got to
and
retire one. I
do,
don't want it.
yeah, exactly. I do kind of say it in a joking way, because I've literally given birth to almost every product as well, you know, from inception to actually, you know, getting out on the shelf and things like that. So I do kind of joke about that, but I do agree, though, that if you can't, because it is a business and not a life, you really do have to be able to adapt to that, because otherwise I do see some people hanging on for maybe a bit too longer, or fighting, say, like, you know, an endless battle or a dead-end battle. But certainly, yes, the higher up you get is a lot harder to definitely to delegate, because again, because me and Johnny started it, well, it was literally just me and him, so we've done every role within the company as well, and so we've had to, you know, expand that. But I've dealt with everything from shipping to, you know, registration in different countries. You know, he's dealt with everything in terms of like from the sales and marketing. So it is hard to let go, but I think naturally, as the business starts, like we're calling it like a snowball, do you know what I mean? It's
Yes,
snowballing,
very
it's
much feeling
snowballing.
that.
It's like, you know, I haven't got time now to like almost attend every meeting, or I haven't got time to answer every question. So I think the best move that we did, was it just last year? We started it in 24, but finished it last year, was putting in what we call middle management. So now every department has a head, and then we have 4 heads that then talk to me and Johnny. Now, you know, again, that's not that we're sitting in our big office, you know, with our closed door and we don't talk to the team. You can only talk to them. But it certainly helped a lot with the little everyday. You know, like we were
Yeah.
starting with holidays, and, you know, we were listening to people's stationery not working, or, you know, like other little things.
And you're
You
trying to
haven't
make
got
like
got
£10
time
million
for.
decisions,
Yeah.
and like, and you're not bothered about the post-it notes. You're not bothered about the person. It's the post-it notes aren't going to draw the 10 million turnover or the 12 million target that you've got, or whatever it is that you're moving towards. But it's Bartlett that says, isn't it? Success is a recruitment job. That's how it is. Like it's being able to understand where the gaps are and to plug them with the right people, and to know when the time's right to do that. And that's something we were just talking to Tess then about, you know, culture and creating culture. That's something that is an ongoing journey. And we moved from the person who created the thing to the person that's steering the ship to the person that's navigating the ship. And burning through each of those levels is an absolute necessity, and nevertheless painful. But let's move away from the painful bits and let's talk about so being told that your brand was like too old, and then having the collaborations that you guys have got, for me is a bit of a no to the people that said that you were too old. Because if we look at some of the collaborations that you guys have got with Wicked, for example, with Paddington Bear, tell us about that. How did you go from that to that?
Yeah. Well, we were really lucky. I think what opened a lot of the doors was when we actually did the collaboration with Percy Pig, because we were in M&S for so long, and we were really successful there. And Percy Pig had done a collaboration with Nails Inc. I love Thea Green. She's an amazing founder of Nails Inc. Then they were looking for other beauty brands to like pitch to them, like what other collaborations, you know, could they do? And so we went in and we pitched, oh my God, it has to be a lip oil, has to be Percy Pig flavored, and it's got to have a little bit of pink to it. And they absolutely loved it. So we actually won that pitch, which was amazing. And then because of all the coverage and how well it did, we actually had Disney knocking on our door going, we want you to do this. Then we got Universal knocking on our door, saying, you know, we're about to do a live stream of the theatre show Wicked. I'll never forget it. It's like Johnny was in Bologna at Cosmoprof, this big trade show. And Universal came over and said, oh, you know, we've been talking to you before, but we just want to bring this opportunity to you. And Johnny was like, oh, I haven't seen Wicked. He goes, but I know my wife and daughter have. He's like, you know, let me speak to them and I'll get
I'd
back
have
to you.
died.
So yeah, so Johnny phones me up and goes, I've just had Universal and they said they're doing a live stream about Wicked. What do you think? I'm like, yes, yes. Like the movie just completely resonates with us. And I think that's one of the things that we're constantly getting asked. It's how do you choose the right collaboration? I'm like, they have to have the same core values as you. You know,
Yeah.
unfortunately, the Disney princesses, the classic ones, aren't really, you know, as female empowering, as diverse as, you know, as what we, a lot of the things we stand for.
Yeah,
But
and you
when
are
it was
still like
Wicked,
edgy that way as well. Like it's still, if you think about like the products that you share, like the Disney prince, it isn't Disney princessy, is it? It is very
yeah,
much like empowerment. It is making great choices. If you think about, you know, you being at the helm of it and the kind of person that you are, like those collaborations just make absolute sense.
yeah.
So what's coming up next for you guys then?
So, well, stay tuned for this year. We've got more collaborations coming out, so we're really, really, yeah, excited about that. And we're just evolving and growing. There's still, you know, more countries that we're not sold in. We're still growing in the countries that we are sold in because we're in 30 countries now. And
Casual,
yeah, we're
very
just
casual.
evolving. But yeah, I've honestly, Danny, I've got so much new product to show you. I can't wait till I'm allowed to talk about it and show it. But literally every few months this year, we've got loads of newness coming.
I am so excited. Like I say, it isn't just a fib or something that I say to you because we're friends now. Being a fan of the product and then meeting you guys in person, then meeting Johnny and of course meeting the team and, you know, having done a little bit of work together early on in the year, I am just so honored that I get to just have a little sneaky peek on the inner workings of one of my favorite brands. And thank you for bringing that brand to life. Pauline, thank you so much for joining me. I can't wait to see you soon.
I know. Thank you so much for having me and best of luck for the rest of this marathon.
Thank you. Love you. Bye. That was Pauline Patterson from the incredible Dr. Pawpaw. You can find him in the High Street, from High Street brand. Okay, next up, Rosalia, are you there, my darling? Joe, I can see you in the background. I'm running just a little bit behind. Are you okay? You're all right back there. Ros, get on in here. Hello, baby.
Hello. Hi.
From my shed to yours.
Hello, shed. Yes. I'm in my
Sheds
shed.
United. And Joe Simpson's in her shed as well. We're all in our she sheds.
It's all about the shed, guys. This is where the magic happens.
Yeah, we're not bothered about the man cave. We're here for the she shed.
Yeah, or the Mayfair office, which I love. You know, I love popping in there every now and again, you know, to those fancy hotels in Mayfair. But yeah, cozy slippers and in a shed for me, girl. I'm in here.
I love it. Hello, my darling. How on earth are you?
I'm great, thanks, babe. And I'm so delighted that you've asked me to do this. But I didn't realize I was following Pawpaw. I'm like, what the hell? Like, what?
Yeah, I'm just being casual. Just being casual out here with my friends.
Pawpaw in there.
Just a little bit of this.
That.
And the thing is, Ros, I know you had very little context over this, as have many of my friends. Well, I don't know myself.
What's going on?
So what I wanted to do at the beginning of this year is I wanted to provide a day where I can show our network just how powerful our network is. That often that when you are a business that celebrates underrepresented communities, when you know, particularly in, you know, with the big Festoon, the wider community that I'm a part of, when people start to see just how powerful we really are, then we start to be taken very, 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 very seriously. And I've done so much work over the past 6 years to build a network that can provide so much value to our wider audience, but to each other as well. I just wanted to share right on the top end of 2026 that your network this year is going to be your net worth. And that is a glib, jargony statement that we share out in the world anyway, but there's truth in cliche. And I think now more than ever, the power of our community, your community, our wider community. We've got Joe Simpson coming on. We've got Fiona Fraser coming up. Like, if we think about when we link arms together, this year is going to be a really powerful year if we allow ourselves to get together, to collaborate, to link arms. What are you doing right now? How can I support you? You asking me, what are you doing now, right now? How can I support you? And the answer being, where I can, the answer is yes. That for me is something that I just wanted to start 2026 on. We're just about to take the big Festoon into arena, and today we're launching the Festoon 500 pass, so which is a founding circle of 500 businesses that we're inviting to get a pass to the big Festoon, give them access to the ongoing network of all these incredible people that I've been sharing with you today. And then also for every one of these that we sell, to sponsor two founders from underrepresented communities into the big Festoon. So we've been partnering with lots of community organizations to allocate those tickets. So for every one that we sell, we can donate 2 tickets to underrepresented communities, so that we really can all do well when we all do well. So that's what we're doing. That's what you're here for. And my money, honey. We're going to talk about personal branding, marketing, and the finance industry. And to follow you, we have another incredible person from the finance industry going to be joining us. So, Roz, for those of you that don't know who Roz is, share with everybody your gorgeous self.
Sure, thank you, Danny. So I'm Rosalia Lazzaretilli. I'm the founder and CEO of a personal branding and marketing strategist agency called Manuka Media. I'm also the podcast host of The Money Honey. And The Money Honey is a podcast that celebrates the voices of women in the property and finance and construction space, because that's the industry I come from and have been working in the property and finance industry for 10 years. So what I did was I turned my, my setback around. I turned my setback into a comeback. And during 2020, at the peak of my career, when, I finally found a job that I actually loved and was good at, because it was, it's hard for entrepreneurs to find a job. I'm not that employable.
Oh,
And
mate, I hear you.
I literally was like bouncing from job to job, but I thought the good girl in me who, went to school to get good grades and then went to uni, I thought I was supposed to follow this corporate ladder and I was supposed to climb. And because I wasn't climbing, I thought I was like failing at my exams, if you know what I mean. So I was like, why isn't this working? And then I finally found a job I loved within the banking industry and then got made redundant. And that was like the fork in the road where I took that setback and thought, right, who do I know? Like your network, right? Your net worth. Who do I know? Who knows me? Barely anyone, but who knows me? And what can I do with the community that I have and the knowledge that I have? How can I make an impact of my own? And that's when I started my business in the middle of a pandemic. I borrowed my husband, I stole my husband's laptop. I set up an ironing board as my desk.
Ironing board.
Yeah, that was my desk. And I just literally, with 50 quid, right, Danny, I didn't have any money because I wasn't expecting to be made redundant during a pandemic. I had 50 quid to just set up a limited company. And I was like, there we are. I'm now a limited company director. Who the hell is going to take me seriously? And that's where it all began.
And I think that's really interesting, because we say these words, and we talked about moving in the world as a certain of your outcome, even before. If you know the value that you bring, and you know that you can definitely help people, and you can see a version of yourself in the future, your job is to be that person now and let everything else catch up. So in order to create the thing that you want to create, how do I turn up? Who do I turn up for? If we look at the show up, Wise Up, Rise Up cycle, you set your sat nav, we understand what rising up looks like. You learn what you need to learn, and then you show the fuck up for it. And I think, Roz, you're the queen of doing this. Like, you show up ready. There are very, very, very few instances. In fact, I can't think of any where you don't intentionally walk into a room. Like,
even if I don't know what I'm doing, I will walk in.
Yeah, even like today, she's like,
I'm walking in, and here I am, and I'm like, where are we? Why are we live? And no,
we're just catching up, babe.
Yeah. Why? Yeah, we just record our live conversations every time we have them. But
there's juice in it for
the thing. It's like I just don't know all the answers, and I don't have all the answers in front of me. So how can I possibly over prepare? So I'm just gonna, I think for me, clarity comes through movement. The more I move, and I think that probably comes from my dancing passion and hobbies. You know, I love dancing and I love music, and I'm not a professionally trained dancer that, you know, went to ballet school and stuff, but the more I understood a choreography and the more I fell over doing it and practicing it over and over again, the more I learned that choreography. And that's the same in the song and dance of business. You're dancing, you know, dance your way through, like, you know, it's going to feel sticky. It's going to feel hard. It's going to feel tough. But you know what, like, no one knows the moves, you know, you just, and you can, everyone's got their own style, their own groove. So you just got to go with like the motions.
And I think it's really interesting because of the where it is that you move. So you are a personal branding and marketing strategist, and I know that you you know, specialize in the finance industry, because I think to stand out in the finance industry is difficult given the expectation of who people within the finance industry need to be perceived to be. And I think some of the work that you do is very like sort of a stride and akin to the work that I do in not helping people be more me. It's helping people be more them so that they can bring the right people towards them. And through you know, helping people create content. People in the finance industry, they're not out there content creating. They're not like the solopreneur that's all of a sudden found themselves, you know, with a marketing department that is a, you know, a category of one, and that one is them. People need the thing that you'd actually just learnt by loving, and that has become your thing. So you have this incredible knowledge of what it takes to be and move in the finance industry, do well, be taken seriously, like, you know, the language, you know, like the energy that you need to bring. But then you also are great at spotting people's differentiators and allowing them and holding space for them to be brave enough to try content creation in a way that really connects. And we've had Inga Hunter on a little bit earlier today, Ros, that was talking about the way that the algorithm is working, the way that content is being pushed out is changing. We've had Byron talking earlier, Dr. Byron Cole, talking about the volume of content that we need to be putting out. If this is what we want to do, needs to be ramped up. And then we're going to have Elizabeth Carly-Leonard on in a little while, talking about, like, from a vibes perspective, from an emotionally creating content perspective, all these things need to sit together. And then what you're brilliant at, I think, is bringing all of those aspects of knowledge of the industry, knowledge of content creation, and knowledge of connection. And then what you have is you have this niche that you can serve up an industry that is thirsty and starving for that, for standing out. So how do you stand out in what can be considered a very grey world?
So what I want to represent here, so for anyone listening who's like, I'm not in finance, I'm not in property, this is why this session, what I want to leave you with is that you want to be remembered and be a key person of influence in your field. So what I'd like to represent is, take from me, okay, Ros became a nationally recognized brand within the property and finance industry. So what does that teach you? That teaches you to find your tribe, to find your niche, and to find and to niche down. So that's what I like to teach as a strategist, regardless of what field you're in. You know, I'm taking a client at the moment completely outside of the finance industry. They're actually a micro bakery. How random. Because
I love that though.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm going into my Emily in Paris era.
Beautiful.
So that is like how I'm approaching this micro bakery, because what I do understand is the emotional connection that people have to their business and their brand, and how to offer a service and a value to your ideal customers. So what you want to take away from this is, how do you niche down and become the go-to? Because confused customers don't buy. And that's one thing I have to do. When you say in a grey world, how do you stand out? You know, I had to look at my industry and I thought, okay, it's very blue, it's very grey, it's very, and I know I'm wearing a grey jumper today, but as you can tell from my office, you know, I bring colour, and my iconic colour is yellow. That's where you and I gravitated like towards each other, because your
I was like, oh, you're my people.
Yeah, we are the people. I came to your event. I was like, oh my God, how is my event here? So yeah, I wear yellow because I decided to be disruptive, but with positive energy, not like controversial disruptive. I wanted to be energetically bringing in some freshness to the industry. So I brought in that yellow theme, I brought in that creative edge, I brought in that creative. So the industry has changed a lot, Danny. I know there are a lot of financial content creators, there are financial influencers, but there's also a diversity in the industry that needs to be celebrated. Like, I've just been asked to be a speaker at the at a Black entrepreneurs and allies group, and they want me to talk about, you know, showing up with confidence and having more visibility. You know, visibility is the new currency. So that is what I preach, not how to go viral, not how to be, you know, famous. What I preach is how you can energetically align what you do and attract your ideal customers without selling your soul, you know, without feeling like you're working for the algorithm. Like
I'm dancing for the TikTok, like
dancing for the views, you know. Like, no, that's not what social media for me is about. Social media for me is a stage. Like, you bring a physical stage for people, a stage that I've been on. And if you ever get the chance, just say yes. Don't say yes. Don't even ask how, where, what. Just say yes, buy an outfit, and then work out how to get onto that stage later. But that physical stage is an energy that can't be described. But social media is also a stage that is open 24/7. So you're learning, you know, that's what I teach my business owners and my, you know, small business owners and entrepreneurs, the founders, how they can leverage the use of social media to have their brand be visible.
And so if we look out into 2026, because there's lots of thoughts around the algorithm, there's lots of thoughts around how everything's changing, but nothing's changing. And, you know, the thread of humanity that is weaved throughout all of our conversations today is, you know, yes, we need to be ourselves. We need to understand what that is. We've got to be able to sit with the mirror. We've got to sit with what we like about ourselves and all of that sort of stuff. What are your predictions for social media content creation out into 2026? Because it's gonna look different. It has to.
Yes. Messy is the new real. Okay. So being raw, this is where you and I, Danny, are gonna come into our own, because
I can't wait.
Yeah, this is our era, babe. I mean, you have your era, you know, you're thriving, you're smashing it, but you know, it's for, you know, I really do feel like the people in your community, the ones that I've met, I'm sure it's expanded since, but messy is the new flex. Okay, so it's not about being perfect, curated. It's not about being you know, aesthetic, right? You can have the aesthetics, but really people want to hear you know, real talk. Okay, so yeah, I think we're going to get rid of that Instagram highlight reel, and it's, you know, the realness is going to come in. The second prediction I have, which is already happening, you got this before it was a trend. Community, right? It's not about the followers. You know, the biggest accounts are not getting the promotion right now. They've probably noticed even more of a drop. Like, to them, like, if you've got like 60,000 followers and you're getting 13,000 views on your reel, you're probably really disappointed. Whereas if you've only got 1,000 followers on Instagram or TikTok and you're getting 13,000 views on your video, you're literally, you know, ecstatic with yourself, right? And that is, it's all about the individual bit of content now, rather than I've got loads of followers and therefore my content's going to get pushed first. So it is about community. Less is more. So rather than trying to collect followers, I've done loads of content about this on my Instagram. I share loads of free top tips about, you know, follower growth and engagement. But I treat my followers, right, like they've just walked into my house, or like they've walked into a coffee
They're peeping
shop.
behind the curtain. They're like, they're on the phone. They're having a chat, or they're with you. You're letting them in on something, right?
Like, what I just don't understand and I don't tolerate is when you get 5 new followers and you're like, oh, I've only got 5 followers. You know what? I should have had 100 new followers. And I was like, if you had a party, right, or
and 5 people turned up in my house,
5 people turned up, well, you're not going to talk to them. Like, that's
5 people in this shed.
I can't fit 5 people in the shed. Like, one of you will be enough. Like, and I just make sure that and I saw this in I don't know if anyone watched Simon Cowell's video, like the new Netflix documentary about
the boy band one.
Yeah, so I won't spoil it, but when he gets to the end, he said a line that for me, it needs to be like tattooed, which is your first fan is going to be your most important fan for the rest of your life.
Absolutely.
And that is the prediction of 2026. You know, rather than the virality of your content and the virality of your brand, because I cannot think of anything worse than being famous.
Doesn't
for the
even
sake
mean
of being
anything anymore.
famous.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean exactly. But you can make an impact far greater than you ever thought was possible just by helping one person at a time.
Amazing. And with that, you know, with your content, when I watch your content, consume your content, that's exactly how it feels, that you're just trying to help me, that we've peeked behind the curtain. I've just spoke to my mate Ros, and she's telling me a thing that I need to know. And if you can make it feel like that, it's just like with speaking, you know, we've talked about this. If you move out of presentation mode and into helping your friend do the thing that you want them to do, because you know it's going to help them, it changes the energy. What's next for you, my darling? I've got to move on to our next speaker. We are powering through. What's next for you, my angel?
What's next? AI. So the biggest announcement is
you're building a thing.
Yeah. Well, I built it. I've built an AI app. And this is what I mean. Again, I'm probably just psycho, and I just basically built something. No, I am unhinged. I'm absolutely unhinged because
same girl.
I was literally not well in the summer, personal reasons, and I was rock bottom. I just hit a really, really dark place. And during that dark place, I basically got the A3 board out, and I thought, okay, what if AI could take my job? And then I thought, all right, go on then. I'd love, you know, to have some free hours back in my life.
Do it.
And so I taught it to do what I would do when I analyze a new brand or when I want to create the early pieces of content. So yeah, that's an app that's exclusive for my community in the mortgage world. It needs a lot of work and a lot of development, but yeah, I think I need to take that pretty seriously this year.
Amazing. Well, best of luck. Thank you so much for, just being a part of my world, being my friend, agreeing this today. I can't wait to see all of the incredible things that you do next.
Thank you.
Huge love
Thank
for me
you for
to
having
you.
me.
Oh, you're so welcome. And we are moving straight on into Fiona Fraser. I see you. You are next after Joe Simpson, because Joe Simpson is next. I am sorry, I'm running a little bit behind. I am flying through. Hello, Sausage.
Hello, how are you doing?
I am really good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just looking 8 hours, 57 minutes. You are a machine.
I am an idiot is what I am. You misspelt idiot. I've got a numb bum. I'm like in my moving around mode.
I'm because like, you do that, and I do that all the time, and I thought it was just me, so I'm glad to see that you do it as well.
I'm like sat up in a squat. I'll be cross-legged in a little bit, one leg up, one leg down. I need one of those. If you Google ADHD chairs, they've got all like different bits and pieces. You can like kneel up, stand down, and do all of the things, move around as you require, which I definitely need to after sitting my ass here for the last nearly bloody 9 hours. We're heading on we're over the hump of the middle bit, and we've been relentless in all of the things that we've been sharing today. Joe, thank you for joining us today. Joe from the Financial Growth Academy and CFO of IATQB Limited, which is our business. First of all, we've been talking some big things today. We've been talking about leveling up. We've been talking about leadership. We've been talking about moving from being that kind of kitchen table business into that well-known brand, and what the shift in mindset takes. You've obviously been behind the scenes with us as we are making those moves now, and not necessarily from kitchen table brand, but from going from that tenacious, scrappy, making decisions as you've got to make them, into moving into more of a strategic, big decisions, moving some of the power out of my hands actually, and into that kind of leveling up situation, which is sometimes painful. So what I want to cover, really, we've got to be relatively quick with this, but I want to provide value for everybody that's listening, because I know you've got them smarts in your head over all things money. What do you need to think about when you start to move towards, you've gone kitchen table brand, you're moving and shaking, you're hitting them multiple 5 figures, you've just passed the VAT threshold, you're starting to shit yourself because now you've got paperwork and a butt ton of tax to pay. What is the most important thing that a founder needs to be very, very fucking clear about at that point? Because there were things that I were clear about, but because of the nature in which the business was moving and the team was built, meant that things can get a little bit shaky. How do we prevent those things happening earlier?
I think, well, the best advice I was ever given when I set up my business, which was from my boss at the time, who I worked for, and she wasn't an accountant. She had a recruitment agency. I did sales before I went into there, and she said, set up your business from day one as if it's a multi-million-pound business. Now, this was 4 years ago when I just wanted to go and do a bit of bookkeeping and have freedom. Remember that thing that everybody signs
No
up?
idea. Can't remember. I know we've got Fiona in the background that's trying to, like kind of getting out of that side of things. No freedom there. Chris is in the background. No freedom there. No, brilliant. Perfect.
Exactly. So they have all of that. But anyway, it taught me to actually just put some things in place. So I actually disagree. I think you should be thinking about this right from day one. What do you want your business to be? I was very fortunate to get into Taylor Swift, courtesy of you. I'd never really been into Taylor Swift. Went to see Taylor Swift with yourself and love the fact that she has eras. So I talk about eras now. So when you start your business, you're not really sure which direction you want to go. But we've talked about this. Remember that first month you did $1,000. The first month you did $5,000. And then before you know it, 50, 60 grand doesn't even touch the sides on a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis, yeah.
You forget where you're coming, like you forget where you started. So I think my best advice to anybody, no matter what stage of the business they're on now, I'm in year 24 and I've still changed the game this year because you have to be constantly moving. You have to constantly thinking about what era you're in. So if you're in the era of building a business, doing something really, I presume we're swearing, really.
Yeah, absolutely we're swearing.
Really fucking scary, like what you're doing, you have to have like that belief, that confidence that you're going to do it, and you have to have the systems that match with this. You are never going to get this perfectly done, but when you get to that stage where you're going VAT registered or you've got to have a proper system for managing your money. So actually you're probably best doing that at the beginning because good habits lead to that. And basically it's going, and I've been listening to the 5 or 6 today and everybody's got the same thing. It's going into proper business. This is, and we've got proper businesses here.
Yeah, and I think this is not disregarding anybody's business in terms of them not being proper, but what we mean is structurally, intrinsically, from a mechanics perspective, these eras mean that there is a transition between this era and this era, this era and this era. And then you were going to be speaking to Chris Kenneth from MediaStream AI in just a few minutes into a whole new level of thinking. And they're similar growing pains, different mechanics, but definitely a mindset shift for each. And my call to everybody that's in my community this year is to decide that you're going all in and we're leveling up. Not because I don't want, not because there isn't a place for, yes, of course, like if you don't want, like, you're not chasing the multi-millions, billions, whatever, but if you don't decide now and you're a few years in, you're going to be exhausted and drowned and sad and only because it won't be doing what it did at the beginning because you're not thinking in the right direction. A couple of things that's come up time and time again through today is I didn't get taught this. I didn't learn this at school. I am a GCSEs and then I did something else and then I fell into business and nobody taught me how to do finances within business. Nobody taught me how to lead a team properly, intrinsically, from a systemic point of view, like we was talking with Tess earlier. We didn't learn how to keep ahead of the competition. We learned how to do a thing and provide that thing for people. How are we leveling up this year? And that's my challenge to everybody that's listening, like today. And the reason I want to speak to you, the reason I want to speak to Fiona Fraser from Power PR, the reason I want to speak to Chris, Fran, Ari, everyone that I'm speaking to today is that the challenge, my gauntlet down to every single one of you is I'm not having people underestimate me this year. And I'm damned if I'm having people underestimate the people in this community. Sorry, I got my ranty pants on. I got excited.
Go for it. But the thing is, it is, and this is, you know, not everybody. My friends back home used to have visions of me strutting around Edinburgh with my power suit, with my Louis Vuitton briefcase, going buy, sell at my mobile phone. It doesn't need to be about that. You don't need to be the next big thing. You don't need to want to be, but you can provide a stable foundation that can grow and change over the years. In 20 years, because, you know, I've raised a family. I've, you know, stepped back. I've looked after my mum when she was ill. I've done all those things, and my business has enabled me to do that. So when you're in the era of growing, you've got the foundations there. And probably as well as that, this is not a one and done. Everybody puts off their finances. We all ignore it because we don't like it. We don't like it. It's horrible. I call it, you know, it's toffee crisp stage. It gets a bit sticky, and growth comes with that. There's a myth that growing means you're financially stable. Growing actually the opposite. I had my best ever revenue year in 2024, and I'm a profit strategist. I actually did a strategy not to make profit because everything was reinvesting and getting that. So that would be what I'd say as well. Growth doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be rolling around in £10 notes in the back.
So here's one thing that I want everybody to hear. It is very easy to go when you're on a certain trajectory and you've got momentum, is to absolutely 100% trust that momentum is going to keep you going, doing the thing that you did at the beginning when the momentum began. And one thing I'm loving seeing is seeing the people who are going like the clappers, actually allowing themselves to put the brakes on and just go, this for a second while I gather my beans. And if I could go back to past me and give myself maybe at the end of last year, is give myself a minute and breathe. And what I did instead is I went from the next, because I could only see here. And I needed to get from here to here because I was feeling that momentum, and I was petrified of losing it. Really petrified of losing it. I've learned a lot about myself in the last 18 months, and what is worth the momentum, what is not worth the momentum is the question that we ask ourselves. Right now where I'm at, is the momentum worth it? Yes, of course. What we're sharing today with the Festoon 500, helping the people that we're going to be helping, sharing what we're sharing in the way that we are, having the arena event, yes, it's worth it. Has it been a wild old ride and I haven't had a holiday and I'm working all the hours God sends? Equally true.
And I think that you're sharing that as well, Danny. I think, I mean, there'll be not one person who has not been watching your journey, especially over the last 18 months, especially since Christmas.
Who hasn't been worried about me.
Exactly. We're all, you know, because we are, and I have people who've been worried about me because January, spoiler alert, it's my busiest time of the year. So I'm working every day, every night. And that's what, and I think showing that actually there is hard work to be done in it as well. I'm seeing that as it's not as a badge of honor. We're not telling anybody to do anything that
it's not a flex.
It's not, but we are
just necessary if that's where we're going.
And I think this is the thing, you know, being necessary to do what we want to do. We've got big goals, we've got big responsibilities. You know, we've both got teams, we've both got to, you know, pay our teams' mortgages every month. We've both got to do these things we've got to do, and we have to work hard for that. And I'm seeing a change massively, particularly in the online space, where people are realizing proper businesses, as I call them. Lovely Jojo Smith coined that one for me. Profitable business is what it is putting structures in place so that you can grow and that you can take a step back at times. But yeah, I really wanted to say today as well to everybody that growth isn't easy. It isn't easy, and you've got to have ultimate faith that you're going to do it and you're going to get through it, because I think a lot of people can think that growth, oh great, you're doing this, you're a 7-figure business owner.
7-figure businesses bring 7-figure problems, you know, like 8-figure businesses.
Yeah, absolutely.
8-figure problems. Like sometimes I'm like, I'll take a 5-figure business for 5-figure problems right now.
And it comes with different levels. It doesn't matter what stage you're at, you're always, and I in my sessions, I always say, this is a great problem to have if you've got a massive tax bill. Brilliant problem to have. But that comes with pain. All of these things comes with pain, and it ain't easy. It really is. So, yeah.
So what are your predictions what is the one thing that people need to be focused on right now into 2026 where money is concerned that might be a little bit different than the previous past few years trend wise?
I think the big thing that I'm seeing is responsibility. So that would be the big thing, is taking that responsibility, even if it's something that you don't like. If I had a parent, every person who said I was shit at maths at school, or the other one, and I've heard 2 people say it today, we weren't taught this. Very few people were taught business unless you did an MBA. Even then, that doesn't teach you everything. So I think taking that responsibility and giving attention to your finances, looking at the data. You know, we created a financial dashboard for our clients completely free because we wanted them to be able to look at it and say, right, where are we at? Where are we at with this? I think the trend this year, which not everybody is, previous years, it's been, you know, get the bookkeeping software, does it all for you. you still have to look at the data. You have to look at these figures. And this year I am seeing, and I can tell just from the last few weeks of doing what I'm doing, people are really stepping up now going, I can't say I'm crap at maths anymore. I'm having to give this attention.
Yeah.
And attention, energy flows. So that's the big thing I'm seeing this year. And getting support from other people, having, you know, if you're stuck at something, asking, getting support from people, help, which is the hardest thing, as you know, is the hardest thing in the world to do. So I would say that is a trend as such, is that people are taking responsibility. There's nobody on a white horse going to come and save you.
No one is coming to save you. Stop expecting that to happen. It is not going to happen. So if you start to trust that, and yes, it might make things painful, but if the only person that's coming to save you is you either do the work or you don't do the work. And that's really harsh but necessary truth for all of us to hear, because I think a lot of us become reliant on, just because I know this person or they're going to help me, this person's trying to get their thing done as well. And so what we need to do is go, like, I can support how I can, but actually, yeah, we need more people growing businesses without it taking 16 to 18 hour days to push through. There are lots of people who can never do it. Absolutely.
We're not by any means promoting it. What we're saying is that there is eras in our business where we've had to do this.
Yeah.
And if we weren't so passionate about what we do, we wouldn't be sitting here. Granted, we've both got a ton of makeup on.
No sleep and 9 hours into a lie.
But we wouldn't have, you know, there is times in business, and I think that's what I'm trying to, you know,
yeah.
There is times in business where you have to go all in, but you can have the structure, you can have everything in there. So the big thing that I'm seeing this year in any industry, not just with finance or any part of the business, taking responsibility and recognizing where you want that business to go and what your long-term aims are, because then you can manage your money if you know what you're doing. And it's not just done on Xero or QuickBooks or anything like that. There is bigger figures that you as a CEO have to look at.
Absolutely. And noted. And also, it's a growing pain. We've talked about the burn throughs for a lot of leadership issues, and burning through this either fear or lack of responsibility, or the blinkers that center around finances are definitely, and I know this is something that you help intrinsically with. So go and check out Joe Simpson, the Financial Growth Academy. Joe, I love you. We're going to move on to our next guest. And then we're going to have Fiona Fraser in the house. Chris Kenner, are you ready?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
I'm good. I've said, well, pretty much to all of my friends that have been on here today, that because I struggle to get out to go and see everybody, I've just cleared my diary and gone, should we ever catch up in front of everyone? And that's the way that we're going to do things today.
Sounds good to me.
So Chris, first of all, I know how busy you are at the minute. So the fact that you've given me some time today, I'm really grateful for. Not everybody will know what it is that you do or what it is that you're creating. And in the very short sort of 10, 15 minutes that we've got together today will be quite difficult to sort of really like go vertical on all of it, even though the geek in me wants to. But there are some things that you are putting out into the world that feel really pivotal right now, given that this conversation today is looking out into 2026 and beyond, and not past facing, really, really future facing. And a super important conversation. So I'd really love the time that we have together today is to help people understand what it is that you do, and then how they can access some of the things that you do that are relevant to the entrepreneurial SME community or even consumer community. Because you're doing some pretty fucking cool stuff, my friend.
All right. Well, everybody, anyone that watches TV is probably going to know by the end of the week, because there's some big TV interviews coming up. But we're basically giving the UK its first replacement of ChatGPT.
Right.
So America's had dominance on what AI you can use in the United Kingdom. You know, you go to ChatGPT, it's a large language model, and it is able to actually make your, you know, especially in our world, it can help us do plans. It can do some of the finance that Joe does. It can do some of the coaching that you do. You know, it's not going to replace humans, but it can. It's a power like we've not. Especially in an admin world, it's a power that we've never seen before, where you can just say anything and it will give you something back, or make documents, or help you build something. But it's all being owned by one country. And so we've spent a year, just over a year, and we've built our own. And ours is probably, it's called Mother. It's the interaction with it is exactly the same as what happens with ChatGPT or Copilot or Grok or any of the others. It can make documents, it can make images, it can make videos. But yeah, it's British. It was.
And I think that's a really important thing. And we're going to be speaking to Fran James after we've spoken to Fiona Fraser, championing British businesses. And both you and I, specifically like for Manchester as well, championing Northwest-based businesses, Manchester-based businesses is something that's very close to yours and my heart, given our roots. But let's go to the security side of things first, because I think people don't realise actually what's happening with the large language models and what have you, and the ChatGPTs of the world, and that being owned by not the UK means that all of our IP, including all of our security and all of that sort of stuff, is not wholly owned by the UK. And if we think about not just the safety of the IP of that, but the entire of the safety of that is a mind-blowing thing when we start to give that some thought. So the fact that you're creating something that allows us to create that safe space for the UK to hold on to its information, be that through, security or the NHS, or, it's so much bigger than me sat at my desk in my shed going, hiya chat, can you create me a social media caption for me to put out this week to promote this thing that I'm doing? When we understand that if ChatGPT is the new Google, and Google is a verb that we all do, and his job is to get information from us, and that's not owned by us, that's where when you start to look at what you're doing, go, fuck, that's a big situation then, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if you think like that, it's throughout society, it's throughout government, it's throughout defence. Where the UK is very good at tech and science, really good at it. We invented the computer, we invented the internet, and we invented AI. Like the godfathers of AI are British guys. But we just don't own any of it. And now we've just, we weren't around at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, but now we're going through we're going through a revolution now, and it is the AI revolution, where humans don't need to make anything anymore, really. There is another option. We don't always have to choose it, but it is there. And, whoever owns AI owns
the information and all of the things that sit within that.
So, I think I'll tell you one just quickly then. One of the real reasons why I sort of squirreled away, and whilst I was doing all of the media facing stuff of the company, making a TV channel where you can just make your own content in one sentence and it'll make a 1 hour show for you, and trying to crack all that. I think it hit home. I've always been very patriotic, like I don't need to stick flags on bloody posts outside my house to tell everybody, but I am, I'm very proud of our country and the achievements that it's done, and
absolutely,
I love history, and I love that we've learnt more than any nation from its history. We've got better as time's gone by. Most have not. Europe tends to have, but it took a lot of blood and pain to get there. But the one, I think now more than ever, how can I put it? I wanted to make sure that we not only that we own, that we have access to our own sort of large language models and stuff like that, and our own AI, but also that we can get to choose how we use it as well, and it's not used as something to control us by.
To puppeteer, what's going on. When we take back that control over, how we use it, when we use it, why we use it, it's not so infiltrated as yet, where it's run all the way away from us. And I think what you're doing there is like, I find that exciting. I find it refreshing. I find it almost relieving to know that there's, you know, people like you that are doing this work. And not only that, there's a lot of like conversation around sustainability around the use of AI and large language models, and the thing that you've created within the work that you do actually speaks to that as well. I've had extensive conversations with my son who's quite anti-AI. Every time I like open up ChatGPT, he's like he's very, very wary of it, and rightly so. And there's this kind of like move in the middle of, you know, it damages the environment. And actually the work that you're doing is sitting within that as well, right?
Yeah, so I'm sat in our Liverpool, soon to be our new Liverpool data center. So this is a 2 megawatt data center. It's actually, I can't say Liverpool because we're in Warrington.
Was it?
It is in Warrington, yeah. But what we're doing as well, so yes, we're building data centers to house our model. Just for an example, so Meta have a model that anyone can use called Llama. It is 70 billion parameters. That's how big the model is. That's the size of. The UK's one that we're releasing is 500 billion parameters. So it's a strong model. Like it's we've been training it on. We got access to 100 years of the BBC. We got access to the whole British Library digitized, and we trained it on every book that's digitized in the British Library. We've trained it on so much stuff, but not the internet. So, you know, it's not just being scraping the internet and we just hope that it learns something good. Yeah. We've been using it with nice clean data. For a big thing for that, whilst we've been training, and now when we're going to run it and give it to the public and give it to companies and give it to the government and give it to the Ministry of Defence, is that we wanted to make sure that it was doing good, because our data centers, you know, they are liquid cooled data centers. So they're taking in water, using that water to cool down the data center, and then that water comes back out hot. So we did a project, or we're still in the middle of a project as well, with Manchester University, Salford Uni, NVIDIA, Lenovo, and led by us. And it was, can we turn that hot water back into power? Can we stick it into turbines, turn it into power? And then we cracked it. And then we were like, well, what are we going to do with that power? Because putting that power back into the data center is negligent compared to the amount of power in the data center. And then I found this company that does vertical farms. And they are farms that they take up about the size of a car, and they go up. And it's run by a computer. So we plugged our AI into it. And it grows fresh fruit and vegetables. And in 1 year, it grows nearly £1 million worth of fresh fruit and vegetables, because it pumps. They do it with these fluorescent lights, and then they put hot air in there, and it's 4 times the growth, 4 times as fast as normal. So what that actually means is, here, Warrington, Manchester, and Durham, where we have another data center, so they're the 3 locations. They do 24,000 meals a month. We do for free. It goes to food banks.
And when I look at all of the entrepreneurs that I've I can't believe it. Like I look at all my fucking friends, like who've come along today. The work that they do is working in tandem with purpose, with wanting to do something to give back. And I think, Chris, if I look at the work that you're doing and the value of the work that you're doing, and not just the financial value of the work that you're doing, but the good that through the mechanics of what it is that you've created, you get to give back. Cleaning the water in the canals, for example, growing the food, not just having this in one space, on one body of water, but finding other areas to replicate it, to do the same in those areas. And then the commitment I know that you have to the areas in which you work to give back in other ways as well goes to show you. My son said to me, again, it's just understanding his understanding of the economic and the political and the tech climate really challenges me, because I just accept it, because I know good people like you, and he's very distrustful. And he goes like, there's no good billionaires, none. And I'm like, I don't know, I think like there is a narrative there that is just centered in distribution of wealth. And if we've talked today about the big Festoon being built to help as many good people as possible, make money so that they can do good things with that money, and to continue that cycle. So to create incredible products, goods, services, things that they can sell to people who have money, get money, do good with that money for themselves, for their families, and then create enough success for themselves so they get to choose where their money goes, instead of it just going to the tax man, actually going, now I can choose where this goes, now I can get to actually make a difference. And that's something that inherently from the second that you and I met has been where you've been moving towards in some way, shape or form through all the businesses that you've been involved with. And the same with me, is that bit of me saw that bit of you, and kind of goes to show that even in the tech industry, working in it as intrinsically as you are, at the level that you are, we still get to choose good things and not be bound by policy.
Yeah, I think your life dictates that as well. I've been hungry. Living in children's homes and stuff. So I don't want anybody else to get hungry, and I can stop that. And bringing it more home to now is, so obviously we've been doing all of the large language model, and we're going to let the UK have its own large language model now. It's something, I'm proud of because it's a bit of legacy. But we now have just moved into robotics as well. So we've used that large language model to be the brain in a robot, so that the robot can understand its surroundings and etc. And we've cracked it. We've got the brain. We're about to stick it in the body. And the reason everybody's, quite recently, everybody's been like, you were doing this as a secret project, because we did have it as a quiet project. But why are you pushing it? Like, you've got enough going on. Why go and build bloody robots? And because you've mentioned your son, I'm just going to say this one as well. A week ago, mine got deployed to Greenland. So Jerome is the byproduct of me meeting a woman whilst in Germany just before I went away and I joined the army. All right, let me start again. I joined the army because a plane crashed into a building in a country I'd never been to.
Yep.
And I felt like we just as should be helping to defend that country just as much as the country itself. Then, so that happened. 3 years later, I'm getting deployed to Iraq. And obviously, from joining that army, met a girl, had a kid. So that kid is the byproduct of someone that he only really exists. No, he exists. Yeah, his existence is because somebody was defending a country that he never visited, but wanted to do something. It felt right in the world.
Right. Yeah.
Now that kid is getting deployed to be down the barrel of the gun of the country that he was born from his dad going to. Do you know what I mean? Like, that for me has been the last. It's been for a couple of months because I've known other stuff that was going on before it was a public thing.
Yeah.
But so with that in mind, has put a massive accelerator on what we're doing. I want to make sure I can't go and stand in front of it because I can't. Well, I would, but I'm not in the military anymore. But my son has joined the military because his dad was, and because that's what he wants to do. And his other family in Germany, they were in the army as well. And so I would rather use my tech know-how and the influence and resources that my company has now to go and make sure that if, hopefully there's not, but should bullets fly in any direction, they're falling into tin cans.
Yeah.
So my whole thing right now is, yes, we're building data centers, we're putting Mother out, we've got TV that you can watch that's made by AI, and all of that is great, but that doesn't save lives. The main things that we as a company need to save lives is putting food in people's bellies, and then making robots so that they can do the jobs that are putting our kids in danger. Every hour I get angrier knowing that he is doing exercise because the very country that his dad was defending
is making decisions that just aren't in his favor, that are making him unsafe. And for any of us that are parents or caregivers of kids, and for you've been directly in the firing line of that. If ever I was to be in a position, and I guess in a very separated way, if I look at what we're doing with the Big Festoon, is to try and create a safer environment for people that are coming through, so they don't have to feel othered and they don't have to feel in danger in some respects. We're members of the Jewish community that feel unsafe. The day that you and I last saw each other, seeing things like that happen, to provide a safe space for people to put food in their bellies, to do business together, I think again is one of those really congruent things. I mean, you're far cleverer than me to work in the realm of tech, but that as a driving force for many of us that are in business, survivors serve, and you seeing the things that are happening because of the access that you have, and seeing the decisions that you make in the world that you're building around you and for the communities in which you're a part of. I just think it's fucking amazing, mate. And we can go all day, talk to you hours on this, and we'll have to have another conversation another time. But the other thing, which is more consumer led and more media led, which is kind of like your roots coming through this as well. Like, you spent a lot of time in the TV and the media industry, and Brand Advance was how we met, where you were, connecting big brands with different types of people from all different backgrounds, whether they were Black-owned businesses, queer-owned businesses, whether they were older people that weren't being seen in the media. You've been like a real champion for making sure that people are seen and heard. Talk to me about, really quick, and I've got to move on to my next guest, and I wish I could speak to him like that. Talk to me quickly about Intuit TV and how can we go and test it out, because I am so fucking excited.
So it's basically just another alternative to Netflix. So if you think of like Netflix, you pay a subscription and then you search through loads of content. So I've been working with one of the founders from Netflix. He's now on our team. He's our CTO, called Fonz. So he is one of the people that was there throughout the whole of setting up and building Netflix into what it was. And we sort of said, what is the alternative? Like, if people don't want to search for something, what do you want to do? Well, I want to write one sentence, and then I want a 1 or 2 hour show to just appear in front of me. Well, what if we let them make their own show? Why can't we do that? Why at the moment can we only make 5-minute AI videos? Why can't we make a 1 hour one? And that's what we went away to do. So yeah, when you test it, you'll actually you write a sentence and it makes the show for you. And you can put your picture in there and it will make a 1 hour show with you in it.
Will I be a dead good actress in it as well? I better be dead good if I'm going to do it. That is wild.
So that's what we're releasing. It's called Intuitive, as like, I don't know, it's got a subscription thing. It's one like $9.99 if you just want to make content for yourself. If your whole family is doing it, it's like $15.99 a month. Yeah, that's really, it's just to make it yourself TV. And then it does have shows that are already made, because we took all of our 5 TV channels and put them into one now. So and it learns, so the content that's already broadcasting, that every single viewer gets their own channel, and it just adapts to you. So where you go, if you let the app know where you go, or if you read any of our magazines, or even if you're wearing a smartwatch, it knows what mood you're in, and it will change the programming on the TV by what mood you're in, because of how fast the heart's going and blah, blah, blah. Tells them, we build like mind maps of what certain content people like to the area and stuff like that.
I'm like holding me, like clutching my pearls, mate. Like, and if you go, I think probably the easiest, how do we find this? How do we go and test this out? How do we go and try it? When can we get all our hands on it?
So I think there's a lot, definitely no, because there's a big marketing campaign going out, a big out-of-home campaign going out. I think by the end of this month, most of the stuff we've talked about is live. So
you've been so busy, mate.
Yeah, I know. We weren't. Well, it wasn't all meant to happen at the same time. We were going to wait, like giving everybody access to the large language model. We were going to wait a while on that and do TV first, do the flashy stuff, then do the. But obviously, there's a lot of the UK and the EU need to be independent.
Yeah.
Can't be bullied anymore. So so that pushed us forwards on our large language model and our sovereign data centers and stuff like that. And then obviously our TV sits on top of that. So everything's all coming this month. There's stuff for studios, for creatives, where you can make content yourself, but not in the TV realm. Just, yeah, there's lots.
There is lots, but please do go and check out. Probably go and look at MediaStream AI as a start, and then kind of go and look from there. I'll be sharing more as Chris shares it, as things start to go live. And we'll hopefully, if you're not too busy, come and have Chris on for a bit of a longer conversation about how people can come and get involved with it and engage with it. But Chris, thank you for the work that you do in the world. Thank you for being my friend. I love you. I will speak to you soon. That was Chris Kenner from MediaStream AI, and I've got 5 minutes with Fiona Fraser, who's been waiting patiently for about a fucking hour for me to get through all of these things. Hello, you. You
Hello.
are the most patient person. I've got 6 minutes of your time. The most incredible Fiona Fraser from Power PR has been sat here just watching me chat bubbles with my friends. I'm very grateful for you. I'm sorry that I've made you wait.
It's actually like a double body. What is it? A body doubling session. So I was just.
Is it? Have you just been getting on with your stuff whilst you've been amazing? As long as you've got some stuff done. My head's been blown by everybody I've spoken to today. Like Chris is like just like the tip of the iceberg. But we've been talking about leadership. We've been talking about money. We've been talking about AI. We've been talking and all forward facing, all predictive for the future, and not just this is a thing that I know right now. This is some expert friend. Like real like juice we've had today, and my little mind is spinning. And
I'll dumb you down, don't worry.
You shush, you never would in a million years, impossible. But Fiona, I know you've got to fly. We've only got 5 minutes, but so many people out there feeling two kind of ways about podcasts at the minute. One is I really want a podcast. Of course, I want a podcast. I'm one of those people, but is it working the same as it was? Like, you know, given what Chris was just saying about, you know, intuitive and the way that AI is working, can you give us the future of podcast in a minute? Go. I know you're really good at this.
In a minute, is that everything's changed and nothing's changed in a way. I was just having a chat with somebody, you know, I think so. I sort of always want to read it back from listening to Rosalie at the big, you know, was when I come in, and it's like everything needs to be quality over quantity for sure,
right?
As a standard. So I've always operated like this anyway, and said that, you know, you don't just want to churn and burn out content for the sake of it. That is exhausting. Yeah. If it's exhausting for you, it's exhausting for everybody else.
Yes. And people will feel it as well. We was talking earlier about cooking with love, like whether it's content, whether it's food, whether it's your copy. As soon as you disassociate from it, as soon as you're not in it and your heart isn't in it and your joy isn't in it, even if you're making something really serious, the energetics of that are playing out hard right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that with AI and all of that, so I'm kind of like, I don't see what people are getting confused about with that, because if anything, really, this year is going to be more and more and more about quality relationships and building quality relationships. And podcasting still remains the perfect way to do that en masse. So this is the thing. So you get to have one real quality conversation that then repeats over time with various people that build relationships with them. Now, I wish I knew what the neuroscience was around this, because I don't. But when you're in people's ears and they're listening to you like that, it is like they're having a genuine conversation.
Yeah.
They feel like they know you. So, you know, they would meet you and they would accidentally be like, think you're their friend.
Yeah. Because you've been whispering in their ear. Yeah. You've been in the room and around the coffee table with them when they've been having these intimate conversations. And just like this, podcasting is done well, should feel like you're just in on a conversation that they're having and you're kind of a part of it, especially if it's a great interactive one. You feel like a part of it.
It should be about building relationships, whether it's to roll it back even further though, when people say they want to start a podcast, I'd always say go and be a guest first.
Yeah.
Go and do that and then get really comfortable. Then work out what your positioning for your podcast is, because I think create a 10-part series, make it really impactful, important, relevant to what's happening right now and the future, and appeals to your guests. You have quality conversation with your guests, connect with them on a level that, you know, helps you be on the podcast.
Yeah.
As well as then, you know, building the audience around that to bring them back to you as well.
So when people are designing podcasts right now, like, you know, we've talked about cooking with love, and we've talked about, you know, creating quality over quantity. Like, it's better to have 6 seasons, epic quality, than running out over 3 years, popping one out every day, like I was doing, guys, like with the show Rise Up show at lockdown. It got to a point where I was just going round and round and round in the same kind of conversations, saying the same things, and having 6 epic quality podcasts, would you argue is better than having 12?
Quality doesn't mean high level production recording, by the way. I was just having this conversation 5 minutes ago about the fact that in the 5 years that I've been working in podcasting, which is a lifetime pretty much now, is that it hasn't changed. When people say, you know, they want to be on YouTube, that is a different strategy to what in a podcast. You don't need to have video, and you don't need to go in studio and do it really high value. I mean, you've got an amazing, you know, you look amazing from there. You could record and you look incredible, like great. But you don't even need that to get started. So don't confuse quality around a video, because it's not the same thing. The quality is in the conversation, it's in the development of the idea, it's in the preparation of the episode.
And then, so if anyone is considering a podcast in 2026, so quality over quantity, 100%. What about how people are finding them? Because, you know, you specialize in the PR of podcasts and look after some of the monster podcasts out here in the UK, particularly. When it comes to marketing their podcast, when people are putting, how are people finding them? How are people consuming them? What's different now? And I wonder if it's something to do with ChatGPT putting the search in, saying, give me a podcast that speaks to this, this, and this.
Interestingly, I haven't seen much around podcasts being found via ChatGPT yet. But what I would say is that if you're not already using transcripts on your episodes and on your website with the transcripts, you need to be doing that, because that's how you're picked up by those by ChatGPT. I think discoverability is still is a real issue around podcasting in the industry itself. Like if you were to just come out and just start a podcast and you didn't really have an audience, but the thing is, the people we're talking to right now, they already know how to do this stuff. They've got audiences, they know how to build audiences, they know how to do digital marketing. So they're way ahead of the game when it comes to then trying to get these, you know, get themselves found. So it's also a way to build relationships with your current audience. So if I think about someone that I think has done a brilliant job last year on this, it was Leah Turner.
Leah Turner did a great job,
great job. She took it, like, she is a 10 out of 10 for me in terms of, like, and obviously you introduced us, so thank you. She really took it really seriously, made it part of her marketing plan. She knew really clearly what kind of guest she wanted and why. I don't think she'll mind me saying this because it's not confidential exactly. But then she had a brilliant producer. She did do it in studio. She had all the visuals done. And, you know, she really went for it. So it's kind of one of those things where, and then she hasn't come back yet, I don't think. So, which is fine. You don't need to have another podcast.
She'll only do it again when she's got the content that's of high enough quality and the conversation's high enough quality for her to warrant doing it again. And I think that's the thing. It's not like a series where you get to the end and you go, right, I need another season of that. You might do, but that content creator should only really do it when they're ready and when they've got that right content. I think Leah, again, holds her standards really high, which is what makes her an epic podcast creator.
And it should be, your first series should be evergreen content in my mind. The easiest way to do it is almost just like, what 10 things do people need to know about working with you? What's really important for them? That's your first 10 episodes, because you can constantly point people back to it as well in your, you know, in all of your kind of nurturing. It might be that if people start to use it, you're like, oh, listen to my podcast. You know, if you've got you can like link it to the podcast, so it then becomes this tool that you point people in towards all the time. It works really hard for you.
It becomes a machine, like a book would do, sitting alongside. You can point people in that direction. I'm really conscious of your time, and I know that you need to get away. But Fiona, quality over quantity, making sure that you are getting the content value right, the production value. You don't have to throw yourself into buying all kinds of tech,
No, please
decent
don't.
microphone, decent kind of sound situation, same as it's
Sound
always
is the
been.
most important thing, and that's like 100 quid for a decent mic.
And then come and see you when you are ready to market the bloody thing.
Yes, and if you want to be a guest on podcast, because really I'm completely niche. I've niched even further, if that was possible. I'm doing guest booking this year as my main activity. So if you've got a podcast, it's great because it grows your podcast. It is the fast track for that. If you can't be bothered to have a podcast,
and you want to use it to grow audiences and all of that sort of stuff, and you are the most connected person, I think, in the podcasting industry here in the UK and abroad. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being my friend. And thank you for being patient whilst I was, whilst I'm trying to scrabble back time because of all the incredible conversations that I've been having today. I love you so much. Fiona Fraser from Pow Pow. Love you. Bye. All right. Fran, I can see you in the background. Give us a wave if you are ready. And also, would it be okay if I was to play a short ad break whilst I go for a wee, because we are 10 hours in almost? Is that all right? Have you got time for a very short ad break? Amazing. Right. Now I need to choose one that's long enough for me to go for a wee and come back. Hang on. Let me choose. If you're watching along, how are you finding today? Are you enjoying it? Are you having fun? I really hope you are. It has been an absolute joy. We are launching, remember, today, the Festoon 500 business pass for the Big Festoon, which is the event that I run. It's at the AO Arena on the 11th and 12th of March. It is the place that people go to do business and do business well and do business for good. This is a pass whereby, yes, you get a ticket to the event, but also you are invited to our ongoing networking meetups whereby we take these conversations like the ones that we've had today beyond the arena and into a collaborative space. For those of you that wanted to diversify your audiences, meet our community partners, to meet different types of people, to meet people in the investor space, to start to really grow in a really, really meaningful way in 2026, I got you. The person that I'm going to speak to next is another person who's doing not a similar thing, it's very different, out in the business space, but our two communities together are an absolute powerhouse. I'm going to introduce her to you just after this little break. In fact, I think what I need to do, because if we run to 10 hours, we've got to stop the stream and restart it, which is probably a good time to do it. So don't go anywhere. I will be back in a minute. This isn't the live stream over and done with, but I think I have to stop the stream to restart it so that I can continue streaming until we finish at 10. So hold tight, everyone. I'm going to end the stream and then restart it. Frankie, stay in the studio. I will be right back. I'm going to play this first. Hello. If you're seeing this, it means I've temporarily abandoned the camera to go and do one of three things. Have a wee, get changed again, or stare into middle distance and remember who I am. Welcome to our whatever of the Festoon 500 Big Reveal Marathon. If you have been watching these interviews and thinking, I need to be in rooms like this, I need to meet people like this, you do, and that is why the Festoon 500 exists. This is our founding business pass for the Big Festoon at the AO Arena in March, and this is built for business owners and leaders who are ready for bigger rooms, sharper conversations, and connections that actually do something and mean something. So here's what you get. You get a gold seat to the Big Festoon in March at the AO Arena. You get curated networking and introductions that are beyond the arena quarterly meetups, because awkward networking is not a personality trait we need to be keeping hold of. You also get access to our online learning vault so you can take what you learn and turn it into results. But here's the mic drop. Every one Festoon 500 pass sold sponsors 2 underrepresented founders into the arena. So while you're upgrading your access, you're also helping build a room that actually reflects real life business. If you're still here with me at this point in the day, I already know you're one of us. So grab your Festoon pass. Link's right here. I'm coming back as soon as I find my charger and my dignity and my other shoe. And just remember, this is all about seats and not statements. And can someone send some snacks?